thing is that we listen to whatever they say, because we've got to understand it is a hijacking situation. And the safety of the passengers and the crew is paramount. So whatever it takes to be safe is what is the goal at the end.
And even if, there are patients and, there is no medicine around, how would you deal with that?
So the only way to deal with that is you have to negotiate if they can get the elderly people, the patients, and the children off first. So standard protocol will be maintained. And honestly, it's all laid down for us what needs to be done, and we just have to follow it.
I have to ask both of you a difficult question. Both of you are parents. I'm not saying mothers. I would have asked the same question to two male pilots as well. When you fly, it's a highly skilled profession and it's not without risk. How do you stop thinking at that moment about your family back home? Suppose you run into terrible weather, you run into a potentially risky situation, because it's assumed that women are in that way softer. This has been the assumption about us. I want to start with you, Ishita.
So at Indigo, on the cockpit
Close.
door, we have a very nice saying which says, "Cockpit is a serious place. Leave your worries at home."
Yeah.
So whenever you enter, you read it, and it sort of stays with you. Yeah.
But are
that's
you
how
able to compartmentalize? You have to.
Yeah, you have to.
Absolutely.
Are
Just
your
don't
children
think.
here, by the way, Anita, in the
No,
audience? No.
one
Okay.
is on flight and the other one's at work. So
Okay. Both boys?
both boys.
How are you bringing them up to be boys of this generation who believe like that little child did in equality?
So
They have a great role model to start with.
no, so I have been telling them since they were kids, I'm going to bring you all up like daughters. Okay, so then you all will actually understand what it is to empathize with other people. And so I keep calling them my daughters. And of course,
I love
everybody
that.
grimaces at me, but that's part of it.
I love that. Raise your boys as if they were daughters. So if I'm going to ask both of you to stand now, join us here. Join us here. And may I have, please have the first set of awards for the morning. These awards are the annual Her Awards, Hope, Empower, Rise. If I can please have them up and we can have a big round of applause for, come on, louder than that. That's for you. And here we go, Captain Cole. Come step up here. Let's hear it for our captains. And come, a photograph. And next time you're on a flight and you hear Captain Preeti Kohal or Captain Ishita Bhatia making the announcement on Indigo or Air India, you'll know that you've met them up close and personal, right? Any last message for girls here?
Just believe in your goals, believe in yourself, and all the best.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. The best thing to say in an education is, let's have a huge round of applause. Ma'ams, please, this way, through the wing, through the, come. Okay, that was a really uplifting story, but courage comes in many forms. And before I introduce our next guest, and please do wait for me to introduce her, this is an extraordinary story that we're about to hear. And it is the first time that the survivor in this case has agreed to come out and tell her story. It's the first time she's coming on camera, and she's going to be sharing something very, 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 very difficult with us, but it's the story of hope and courage, not only of trauma and despair. There was trauma and despair, but the story ended with hope and courage. This is the story of a girl who was raped when she was 12 years old. I know that will make some of you uncomfortable, but one of the things we do at We the Women is break the taboo, break the silence around conversations that need to be had but are not had. She was 12 years old when she was raped. The child born from that rape, she was a child herself. She had to give up that child, obviously. That child, that boy, grew up, found his mother, and helped send the rapist to jail. Opening the doors for Shama Singh, sharing her story today for the very first time. And she thought a lot कि मैं बोलूं, मैं ना बोलूं, मैं अपनी शक्ल दिखाऊं, ना दिखाऊं, इतने साल हो गए हैं फिर भी दर्द होता है. And we said it's up to you. And she finally chose with courage. For the first time, her story has been widely reported in the media, in the newspapers, but she has never come out and owned what happened to her. She's never put her face and her name to it. And today she's doing that for the very first time. So let's, before we talk to her, give her a round of applause. Aye, Shama ji. इधर इधर इस तरफ आ जाइए आप. शमा जी, मैं यहाँ पे बता रही थी सबको कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ जब आप 12 साल की थी.
जी.
आज कितने साल हो गए उस हादसे को?
28 साल तो हो ही गया होगा.
पर अभी भी लगता होगा जैसे कल ही है.
वो घाव मेरी जिंदगी के कभी भरे ही नहीं है. मुझे तो अभी भी यही लगता है कि जो गुजर गया वो कितना गंदा था और क्यों था. सबसे बड़ा सवाल यही होता कि क्यों था वो. तो इस बात को गुजरे हुए 28 साल हो चुके हैं. 94 की बात है, 94 95 की बात है ये. आप कुछ बोलिए.
12 साल की थी. जब ऐसा होता है तो इंसान बदल जाता है. आपकी जिंदगी पूरी बदल गई.
मेरी पूरी जिंदगी बदल गई. परिवार से अलग हो गई हूँ. अकेले रहती हूँ. 2 बच्चों की परवरिश की हूँ. बहुत स्ट्रगल किया है, बहुत जॉब्स की हैं, बहुत काम किया है. मैंने सिलाई सेंटर भी चलाया है. मतलब अपने जीवन यापन, अपने बच्चों के लिए जो कुछ भी मैं कर सकती थी वो सब कुछ मैंने किया है.
आप क्या करती हैं?
अभी तो प्राइवेट जॉब कर रही हूँ. और
क्या क्या काम किए बच्चों की परवरिश करने के लिए?
मैंने सिलाई की है, मतलब सिलाई सेंटर चलाया है और मॉल्स वगैरह में काम किया है.
क्या काम किया मॉल्स में?
वो सेल्स गर्ल्स जो होती हैं वो.
हम्म.
और रिसेप्शन का काम किया है और LIC का काम किया है और PNB मेट लाइफ में काम किया है मैंने.
आपका जो एक दर्द था जब एक बच्ची के साथ ये होता है तो वो घाव जैसे आपने कहा कभी भरता नहीं. आपने वो हिम्मत कैसे पाई टू गो थ्रू लाइफ?
सच बताऊं तो कभी हिम्मत तो कभी थी ही नहीं. इस बात को आगे लाने के लिए, बोलने के लिए या समझने के लिए मेरे पास इतना वक्त नहीं था. जो कुछ गुजर गया आज से 28 साल पहले वो एक तूफान की तरह आया चला गया. और जो तूफान के बाद जब जिंदगी.
You're wrong if you think LinkedIn is just for applying for jobs. It is the holy grail for leads, work, and networking opportunities. And in just 5 days, you can learn all the strategies you need to turn your LinkedIn account into a lead generation magnet without spending a rupee in ads. I am talking about this workshop by Web of Sicily.
Hi guys, my name is Vaibhav Sisinthi. I'm the founder of Growth School and I help people unlock the full potential of LinkedIn since 2021. And what if I tell you that just by investing a couple of hours over 5 days, you can learn all of this. Join my phenomenal LinkedIn 5-day workshop where I'll turn your LinkedIn into a lead magnet without spending a penny on ads. By the way, when I say I'll teach you how to, FYI. The ROI of this workshop will go through the roof once you're done. And more than like 2 lakh people have taken this workshop and have rated it very high. So there's no questions around it. Click on the link below, unlock your potential of LinkedIn.
The sleep company is a company that makes sleep. Very deep sleep. Let me prove it. Start. Faster. 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 कहा था ना? Very deep sleep. क्योंकि हर मैट्रेस में है patented smart grid technology. The spine को precise firmness और pressure points को softness. The sleep company.
Makers of peaceful sleep.
Visit your nearest store now.
सुन के मैंने एक नया फैक्ट आज जाना कि जब आप 12 साल की थी और ये बलात्कार हुआ, रेप हुआ, तो उससे जो बच्चा जन्मा आपको मालूम नहीं था कि वो चाइल्ड अलाइव है उस समय?
नहीं, उस वक्त मुझे नहीं पता था. मुझे जब मैं होश में आई हूँ तो मैंने पूछा, केवल इतना ही पूछा क्या हुआ है.
तो पता चला कि जो भी हुआ था अब वो इस दुनिया में नहीं है। अब
आप कहानी नहीं कहना चाहिए, पर आपकी लाइफ की कहानी तो है। एक ट्विस्ट आता है, आपका बच्चा बड़ा होता है और आपको ढूंढता है। ये कहानी आप बताइए, ऑडियंस
ये
की तरफ देख के बताइए।
ये कहानी भी थोड़ी फिल्मी टाइप की है, अगर मैं कहूँ इसको। जब मेरी ससुराल से मेरे संबंध खराब हो गए और एक छोटा सा बेबी मेरे पास था शादी के बाद, और उसके बाद जब पूरी तरीके से मतलब मेरी ससुराल वालों ने मेरे हाथ का खाना बंद कर दिया, बोलना बंद कर दिया, मेरे से कोई भी बात नहीं करता था। मतलब उन्होंने कहा कि बस बस ये जो भी हुआ है हम ये नहीं चाहते हैं कि इसका प्रभाव हमारी फैमिली पे पड़े, हमारे रिश्तेदारों में पता चले कि तुम्हारे एक नाजायज बच्चा है। अ, अगर कल को वो आ गया यहाँ पे उठ के, मैंने कहा कि नहीं वो मतलब वो जिंदा ही नहीं है तो कह लेंगे नहीं, मुझे भरोसा नहीं है, तुम्हारे परिवार ने झूठ बोला है, तुम्हारी बहन ने मुझसे झूठ बोला है और झूठ कह के ही मेरी तुमसे शादी कराई गई है और अब ये सब हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। तुम एक काम करो, तुम अपने घर वापस चली जाओ। हाँ, इस बीच टाइम लगभग हमारा जो मैरिज लाइफ थी मेरी वो 7 साल की हो चुकी थी और मेरे पास एक 6 साल का बच्चा भी था, छोटा सा। खैर ससुराल में जब बर्दाश्त के बाहर हो गया सब कुछ, जब मुझे कोई बोल ही नहीं रहा है, कोई खा ही नहीं रहा, कोई बैठ ही नहीं रहा है, तो फिर मैंने जैसे तैसे जो है अपने मायके संपर्क किया और मेरी जो सिस्टर थी अब वो जिंदा नहीं है, इस दुनिया में नहीं है। उनको मैंने सारी बात बताई तो उन्होंने कहा एक काम करो, तुम मेरे पास आ जाओ।
तो जो आपका बेटा था रेप से, वो कब कैसे मिला?
वो फिर मैं उसके बाद मैं अपनी सिस्टर के पास गई हूँ रेणुकूट, उनकी पोस्टिंग थी उस वक्त। फिर वहां से मैं आ गई हूँ, उन्होंने मुझे लखनऊ शिफ्ट कर दिया और वहाँ एक हॉस्टल दे दिया, दिलवा दिया मुझे और मेरे छोटे से बच्चे के लिए। वहाँ रहे हैं, वहाँ फिर मैंने काम करना शुरू किया है।
तो जो दूसरा बेटा था उसने आपको ढूंढा?
हाँ, उसके बाद लगभग 2 साल हो चुके थे हम लोगों को रहते हुए लखनऊ में। तो सडनली एक जहाँ पे मैं रहती थी वहाँ पे बगल में ही कुछ बिलासपुरी जो झुग्गी झोपड़ी लगा के रहते हैं, वो बहुत सारी फैमिलीज वहाँ पे थीं और मेरा भी बच्चा छोटा था, मैं भी जॉब करती थी, मैं चली जाती थी, लेकिन इत्तेफाक से उस दिन मैं फ्री थी और घर पे ही थी अपने, और बच्चा मेरा बाहर खेल रहा था। तो एक छोटा सा बच्चा जो दुबला-पतला सा था और हाफ पैंट पहने हुए था और मेरे पास आया, मुझे देखा, मैं गेट के पास खड़ी हुई थी, फिर वो चला गया, फिर वो पूरे दिन वो बार-बार आता, मुझे देखता और फिर वो चला जाता। तो मुझे लगा कि बिलासपुरियों के यहाँ कोई रिलेटिव का बच्चा आया हुआ है, कोई नया बच्चा आया हुआ है जो देख रहा है। जब शाम तक वो बच्चा हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पा रहा था, मैं अंदर जाती थी, मैं अपना काम कर लेती थी, मेरा नल जो था वो गेट के पास लगा था, तो मुझे बर्तन पानी जो भी करना होता था नल के पास जाना पड़ता, तो वो बच्चा मुझे दिख जाता था। तो फिर वो बच्चा फाइनली मुझे लगभग 4 से 5 बजे के बीच शाम को मैंने पूछा, बेटा तुम किसके यहाँ आए हो, क्या काम है तुमको? तो कुछ बोला नहीं वो मेरी कमर पे लिपट गया क्योंकि वो छोटा था और वो मेरे यहाँ कमर तक आ रहा था। तो रोने लगा मुझे पकड़ के, तो मैंने कहा ऐसा क्या हुआ है? मेरा बच्चा छोटा वाला जो था खेलने में मगन था, उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं था। तो उसके पॉकेट में एक लेटर रखा हुआ था। उसने वो निकाल के मुझे दिया और जब मैंने उसको पढ़ा तो उसमें एड्रेस हमारा ही लिखा हुआ था। और वो बच्चा पता चला कि वो बच्चा कहने लगा मम्मी मैं आप ही का बेटा हूँ। मैं समझ नहीं पा रही थी ये सब क्या हो रहा है, मतलब ये अचानक से एक बच्चा कहाँ से आ गया मेरी जिंदगी में। तो मैं बहुत शॉक्ड हो गई, मैं उसको अंदर लेके गई क्योंकि मुझे याद था कि मैंने एक बच्चे को जन्म दिया है और मेरी फैमिली वालों ने कहा था कि वो मर चुका है। हालांकि मैं उस पूरी जिंदगी मैं हमेशा एक चीज सोचती रही कि अगर मेरा जो भी बेटा हुआ होगा या बेटी होगी तो वो अब कैसा दिखता होगा, वो कितना बड़ा हुआ होगा।
और अब इसमें ये हुआ कि आप माँ बन गई उनके साथ भी, मतलब यू बिकेम अ मदर टू दिस बॉय आल्सो हु वाज बोर्न फ्रॉम योर रेप। मुझे एक सवाल आपसे पूछना है, कभी आपको, मुश्किल सवाल है, बुरा मत मानना, वो बच्चा उस रेप की एक तरह से निशानी था, कभी आपको अजीब लगा कि मैं इसको उसी तरह से प्यार नहीं कर पाऊंगी?
हाँ, ये बिल्कुल सही बात है। क्योंकि उस बच्चे को जब भी मैं देखती थी तो जो मेरे साथ जो गुजरा था और जो वो हुआ था, मुझे लगता था कि मतलब इस बच्चे की वजह से ही मेरे साथ वो सब हुआ था। मुझे लग रहा था ये अगर बच्चा ना होता तो शायद ये सब कुछ मेरे साथ ना होता। मतलब मैं उस वक्त सोच नहीं पा रही थी कि क्या बोलूं इस मामले में, मैं उस बच्चे के साथ कैसे ट्रीट करूं। हालांकि मैंने सब कुछ भुलाने की कोशिश की
सॉरी, आई नो आपके लिए मुश्किल है ये।
और मैंने अपने दोनों बच्चों को साथ में रखा और
वो
उनके
कितना, हाउ ओल्ड वाज ही, मतलब उस समय जब वो आया आपके पास?
वो उस वक्त 12-13 साल का रहा होगा, 12 साल का रहा होगा।
अब मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि 28 साल हो गए हैं एंड शी स्टिल हैज टीयर्स इन हर आईज एंड दोज आर द परमानेंट स्कार्स ऑफ सेक्सुअल वायलेंस एंड रेप फॉर एनीबॉडी हियर। थैंक यू एंड माफी। मैं नहीं चाहती कि आपको कोई दर्द हो, लेकिन जरूरी भी है, इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर अस टू कम आउट एंड हैव दीज कॉन्वर्सेशंस। बट ये जो पूरी आपकी स्ट्रगल है, इसका एंड में जस्टिस है, राइट? आपने और आपके दोनों लड़कों ने फाइट किया न्याय के लिए और आज आपको न्याय मिला, वो बताइए।
मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि मैं समाज के सामने आई हूँ, क्योंकि मैं तो
लाउडर आई थिंक।
मैं इतने बड़े मंच पे आई हूँ और हालांकि मैं अपनी ही फैमिली, अपने ही रिश्तेदार, अपने ही दोस्तों से बहुत दूर भागती थी कि कहीं कल को वो मुझसे कुछ पूछने ना लगे, कुछ कहने ना लगे कि मतलब तुम कैरेक्टरलेस हो, तुम्हारे बच्चा है, वो भी शादी से पहले 10-12 साल की थी तब तुमने एक बच्चा पैदा कर दिया, ये सब वो पूछना शुरू करे। तो मैं उन सब से दूर रहती थी। लेकिन आज इतना बड़ा मंच मुझे वर्षा जी ने दिया है बोलने के लिए, एंड थैंक
ये
यू मैम।
नहीं, आप थैंक यू नहीं, मैं आपको थैंक यू करना चाहती हूँ कि आपने ये ट्रस्ट दिखाया इस मंच में, मुझ में, पहली बारी आपके साथ जो बीता देश के सामने रखने के लिए, ये मेरा थैंक यू आपको है। और न्याय जो मिला, एंड में क्या हुआ?
एंड में तो न्याय तो हो गया है
लाइफ
उनको।
इम्प्रिजनमेंट,
सॉरी,
लाइफ इम्प्रिजन मतलब उनको जेल भेजा
हाँ,
गया? हाँ।
उनको जेल भेजा गया है। जो जेल मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में अभी तक काटी है, अब वो सलाखों के पीछे काट रहे हैं। और यहाँ छोटी छोटी बहुत सारी बच्ची बैठी हुई हैं, उनको मैं एक मैसेज देना चाहूंगी।
आइए खड़े होके देते हैं ताकि सब आपको अच्छी तरह से देख पाए।
वो मैसेज ये है मेरा छोटी छोटी बच्चियों के लिए, बड़ी बच्चियों के लिए, या मतलब जितनी भी मेरी बहनें हैं सभी के लिए, वो ये है कि आप लोग आप बिल्कुल भी किसी को डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई आपको हैरिस करने की कोशिश करे, कोई आपको टच करे, कोई बैड टच करे, कोई आपको गंदी नजर से देखे, आप तत्काल उसका विरोध करिए, उसको बोलिए। और मेरे टाइम में तो मोबाइल नहीं था, कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकते थे, किसी दूसरे को बता भी नहीं सकते थे। अगर किसी को बोलना भी, किसी को कुछ बताना होता तो अगर लेटर भेजते थे तो वो 10 दिन बाद जाता था। और आप लोगों के टाइम पे तो एक बटन ही आप दबा देंगे तो तुरंत आपको वहां पे सुरक्षा मिल जाएगी।
आपने एक बहुत जरूरी बात कही, आपने कहा अगर आपके साथ कोई कुछ करता है, बैड टच, असॉल्ट, तो शर्मिंदा हमें नहीं होना है।
बिल्कुल होने की जरूरत नहीं है, शर्मिंदा हम क्यों हैं, हमने भी
बिल्कुल।
तो जन्म
And I
लिया
see
है।
men applauding this, and that is the purpose of this forum. Sir, may I ask you to stand up? Because the first person who clapped for what she said was a man. Thank you. लेकिन हम ये कहते हैं कि हम साइलेंट ना रहें, हम बोलें, हम शर्मिंदा ना होए, द स्टिग्मा इज नॉट आवर्स, द स्टिग्मा इज ऑफ द परपेट्रेटर। पर ये करना आसान नहीं। आपको 30 साल लगा न्याय मिलने के लिए मैम, 30 साल।
हाँ, 30 साल तो लगा है, बहुत लंबा वक्त है ये। बच्चे से बूढ़े हो चुके हैं।
नहीं, बूढ़े कहाँ से? We are forever young.
और अ, अब शायद मेरे टाइम में इतना आसान नहीं होता होगा न्याय मिलना, लेकिन अब जो क्रांति आई हुई है, मोबाइल की है, मीडिया की है, ये तत्काल आपको सपोर्ट कहीं भी, एनी मतलब आप किसी भी जगह हो, कहीं भी हो, जंगल में भी हो, तो वहां भी आपको तत्काल सुविधा मिल जाती है कि कोई आपके पास 5 मिनट में पहुंच जाएगा।
जी, मैं
तो
यहाँ
उसका फायदा उठाएं बहनें, जितनी भी बच्चियां हैं सब।
शमा जी यहाँ इतनी बहादुरी के साथ अपनी कहानी रखने आई हैं, तो मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, is there anyone here who wants to share something that they've gone through, that they feel empowered to share today, or something that you had to speak up against, that you found it very difficult to? क्योंकि ये कह रही हैं कि बोलना चाहिए, साइलेंट नहीं रहना चाहिए, हमारा शेम नहीं है, लेकिन हम फिर भी काफी टाइम चुप ही रहते हैं, नो? Anyone wants to talk about why it's so difficult to speak when you're assaulted or violated? And we are violated and assaulted in different ways, in our circle of trust, sometimes in our relationships, sometimes in public transport. I know it's difficult, but anyone raising their hand? There is a girl. May I call you on stage, please? Come. And thank you. Let's give it up. These are not easy traumas. ये आसान नहीं है कि आप मंच में आकर बताएं कि आपके साथ क्या गुजरी. शमा ने किया, and now I think she's empowered and inspired another young woman to come and tell her story. Come. You can come here. It's okay. Shama ji, आप भी आइए ना. हाँ जी. What's your name?
So I'm Urvi Khadse from IIMUN, representing Sanjeevani International School here with my school. And so I'm only 15. I'm in grade 10. And I've definitely not lived life as long as many of people here have. So mostly I've not faced a lot of, discrimination or stuff like that. बिकॉज समवेयर आई फील कि मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे बहुत शेल्टर्ड एनवायरनमेंट में रखा एंड आई गेट व्हाई दे डिड दैट. पहले आई यूज्ड टू कंप्लेन कि देयर आर सो मेनी रिस्ट्रिक्शंस एंड वी शुड ऑल ब्रेक दी स्टीरियोटाइप्स एंड सच, बट नाउ दैट आई हैव बीन learning about the cases, now that I see the reality, I see कि why they did such.
शमा की कहानी सुनकर आपको क्या लगा? 15 साल की लड़की, वो 12 साल की थी when this happened to her.
I'm literally shaking hearing that.
You can give her a hug.
I can. And I can't even fathom the courage she must have had to take in that child, because it's just unfathomable for anyone like me, someone who's grown up in such a sheltered environment. And you know how you talked about ki, why don't girls speak out more?
Yeah.
I feel like as a student and as someone who has grown up in a very independent manner, that my parents have always sent me everywhere. Like for this event, I didn't even need to ask them. I just showed them
But
the
then you
form and
hear
they
these
signed it.
stories and you realize the world out there, right?
Exactly.
But be strong, be inspired by
And
her.
there's also this thing कि a lot of girls don't speak out because they feel कि अगर मैंने अभी बोल दिया, then the freedom, the little freedom that I have, it will also go away.
ये मैं शमा जी से पूछूंगी. Thank you for sharing your story. You can give her another hug if you want. No, okay, all right. देखिए, मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि आपके 2 बेटे हैं.
जी.
और जिस बेटे ने आपके घर एक दिन खटखटाया, वो छोटा बच्चा कितनी उम्र का था तब?
वो 10-12 साल का रहा होगा, 12-13 साल
एंड
का.
हालांकि ही रिमाइंडेड यू ऑफ द रेप, आपने वही प्यार दिखाया उनको और आप सब इकट्ठे.
हाँ, हम तीनों इकट्ठे हैं.
2 sons and the mother.
Yes.
दोनों बच्चों में से एक लड़का यहाँ है.
हाँ, एक है.
कैन आई कॉल हिम ऑन स्टेज? शर्मा रहे, लेकिन एक अप्लॉज तो होना चाहिए. भाई कहाँ हैं आप अमन?
Yes, please.
At least stand. Let us at least applaud for you. Can we call you on stage? Let's give it up for the brave boy of this braver woman. And a lot of people are feeling moved to stand. If you feel like standing and acknowledging this moment, please. I think this deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very much for showing your emotion. जैसे कि वो अभी that young girl said कि मुझे तो रोना आ गया, my skin is crawling. Aman, आपको बहुत अपनी मदर पे एक तरह से you must be so proud of her. इन्होंने कितनी हिम्मत दिखाई. आप कुछ बोलेंगे अपनी मम्मी के बारे में?
हेलो,
बोलो अमन।
असल में मैं विकास नहीं हूँ, मैं अमन हूँ।
हाँ, मैं मालूम है, आप बोले ना।
मैं लोगों
मैंने अमन ही बोला आपको, बताइए।
पर काश में विकास होता, तब मैं मम्मी को ज़्यादा सपोर्ट कर पाता। मम्मी ने जैसे अकेले पाला है, हम दोनों को पाला है। बहुत टफ टाइम था, मम्मी ने देखा है, और मेरे फैमिली मेम्बर्स ने किसी ने भी साथ नहीं दिया मम्मी का। और इस पॉइंट पे मम्मी के कई बार सुसाइडल थॉट्स भी आते थे, और उन्होंने बहुत मुश्किल टाइम झेला है। तो मैं सबसे यही कहना,
छोटे थे तो माँ प्यार से मूर्ख बुलाती थी, मूर्खानंद। और ये तो सच में मूर्ख समझते हैं। कस्टम डिपार्टमेंट वाले बन के कॉल कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि आपके पार्सल से ड्रग्स पकड़ा गया। सब समझते हैं, पहले डराएंगे, फिर कहेंगे पैसे ट्रांसफर करो। अब प्यार से चाहे जो बुला लो, पर मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूं, याद रहे। यूपीआई सेफ है। यदि आपको भी कोई इस तरह डराना चाहे तो उसे कहो मैं मूर्ख नहीं हूं।
कहूँगा कि अपने भाई, अपने बेटों, जो भी आपके घर में मेल्स हैं, उनको सिखाइए, उनको फीमेल्स की रिस्पेक्ट करना सिखाइए। मेरी मम्मी ने मुझे सिखाया है। हम दोनों बच्चों को बहुत अच्छे से पाला है और बहुत अच्छे मैनर्स दिए हैं, क्योंकि ये तभी हो पाएगा, सोसाइटी तभी अच्छी हो पाएगी जब मेल्स को एजुकेट करेंगे, और वो घर की औरतों को ही करना होगा।
Thank you. I want to now announce our second award, her award for the year, jointly to Shama ji and her son. If we can please bring out the awards. I think this is a really, really worthy award. और पहले मैं दूंगी, ये विकास और अमन दोनों के लिए है, और थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग गुड सन्स। और आपको शमा जी के लिए, I think the loudest claps we must have this morning are for her. उठाइए ना। Let's show her some love. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Yeah. Shama ji, आप यहाँ से जाइए। Could I have mics on stage for the next session? Could I have mics on stage? Yeah. So that was, I would say, a difficult and a necessary conversation. Huh? Can you switch it on then? That was a difficult and a necessary conversation. How are you all feeling about it before I introduce the next guest? Anyone? Well, then I need some mics here. आप यहीं पे छोड़ दीजिए, please. Here, 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 here. You can use this for the audience. यहीं पे छोड़िएगा, please. Huh? Okay. How are we feeling? Are we feeling? Come up, quickly, quickly, quickly. Run up. How are we feeling after that conversation? What's your name?
Asmi, my name is Asmi Gharat, and I was expecting that this will be about women's success or such an event. But when such a scenario came up, it literally made me feel very emotional because it's women who face this. Whenever I come alone from school or even from my classes, I always feel that a bit insecure because of the environment that is created now. And I guess she was an amazing example, and we can learn a lot from her because whenever we try to discuss such matters, even at our house, there are restrictions, or it only makes us feel more negative.
Yeah.
But I think this was a very positive one.
And exactly why I persuaded and asked and requested Shamaji come, because I felt like it showed that she fought, and she fought without resources, and it was such a bizarre moment in her life that the son born from rape showed up at her door and she gave him love and they all fought together. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. I'm ready to introduce our next two very special speakers now. One of the cruel things about the age of Instagram, and this has always existed, but it's become even crueler than than it used to be, is the burden of beauty. Raise your hands if you have looked at other people's images on Instagram or any other social media and felt sad about your own body. Raise your hand if you have felt negative about your own body after looking at others. So many hands up. The two guests I'm about to introduce are very special. One, at your age, used to feel like you, and then she converted that into an entire ocean of positive energy. Today, she's a celebrity influencer for body positivity. Opening the doors for the conversation on busting the beauty myth is Sakshi Sindhwani. And And the young girl I'm going to introduce here, many of you would have read her story. She was a school board topper in Uttar Pradesh. Her name is Prachi. And जब इन्होंने टॉप किया तो इनको congratulations नहीं मिली, इनको सवाल मिले कि आपके फेस पे facial hair क्यों है? And she was trolled in the worst possible way. There was a private company, the Bombay Shaving Company, that took out an ad using her image without her consent. Aapki umar kya hai?
Now I'm 16 years old.
16-year-old, and at 15 she had to go through this. So I'm going to ask you to join Sakshi here. Baithe. And I'm actually just going to sit with you all here. Hai na? So Sakshi, actually if I ask you to turn around a bit so they can see you, I'll come here only. Main yahi aati hu, so we can all see each other. Okay, Sakshi, you are a friend of the festival. It is absolutely superb to see you again. Let's start with you. I put a question to the audience and I'm going to do it again because I want you to see the number of hands that went up. If you have seen other people's images on social media and not felt good about your own body, please raise your hand. Okay? See the hands. Keep the hands up so our camera can get how many hands. And look up there. I just saw there's a whole full hall up there as well, and everybody there is raising their hand. And that's amazing. And what's interesting is the number of boys also raised their hands. Yeah, so maybe the beauty myth and the burden of beauty is now hitting men as well. Sakshi, I think it's important for you to tell them that while they know you as this glamorous, super successful celebrity influencer who is an advocate for body positivity, when you were younger, it wasn't like that.
No.
And I saw one of your videos on your Instagram feed which actually explained that aisa nahi hota. I wasn't born cheerful. I wasn't born loving myself.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you used to feel when you were in school or college before you got all this positive energy?
I mean, honestly, it's going to get a bit dark if I talk about it, but
please.
When I was 14, 15, I don't remember being all that happy. And it's really like, sometimes I look at myself in the mirror now and I can't imagine that this is me. Because I never felt like, I feel like I'm living a fantasy or a dream because like growing up, I didn't think that that was possible. And that was really, really difficult because I would go in the washroom, इतना रोई मैं because of what?
क्यों रोते थे आप?
Because my arms were jiggly. I just remember like my arms were jiggly and that is why I used to cry because other girls' arms used to not look like that. Or their tummies used to not show in the skirt, the high-waisted skirt that, you know, we used to wear in school.
Yeah.
And that was like my battle. And not just that, it's also when you're fat, your whole personality is about you being fat. They couldn't see that I was excelling in debates, I was excelling in dancing. People used to hate the fact that I used to dance because a big body dancing was just such a joke. And growing up with that mindset that my whole personality and my whole being is that, not just in school but also at home, was quite a challenge.
And when you say that you were not happy or a bathroom mein jaake roti thi, what did that transform into? Did you stop making friends? Did you start falling back in studies? Did you seek therapy? How did you deal with it?
I think I became mean.
Mean?
Yeah, I think I became mean because I was so mean to myself. I shut myself off and to some capacity I became really possessive and really insecure. So like my best friends are my best friends. They can't talk to other people because what if they go and they never like me back? I had such insecurity. And I don't say like I was a mean girl. I was just mean in a way that I was so insecure. Mostly mean to myself, not to other people. And that's what it did. And it took a long time to find kindness in myself and humanity in myself. You know, empathy, we talk about empathy so much. We are like, I don't think a lot of us realize we are the least empathetic towards ourselves.
Yeah. This trauma, you know, we have cases of eating disorders now very prevalent among
I
young.
had one.
You had one?
Yes.
What would happen?
It was really, really scary because I lost a lot of weight around when I was in 10th grade because I had dengue. And I lost a lot of weight because of an illness. And when I went back to school, everybody celebrated me. I didn't know what that felt like, being celebrated in any way. Like my principal called me. Can you imagine a young girl who's never called by the principal, no matter how many achievements she's doing academically, is called by the principal to ask, Sakshi, how did you lose all that weight? I mean, it was not wrong from her end, but it was just like, oh my God, finally the principal is giving me the recognition because
So you
I've lost
lose weight because of dengue, and then you develop an eating
Yes.
disorder. What was
And
it?
I
Bulimia,
wouldn't eat.
anorexia? What
Yeah,
was it?
I was bulimic.
So you
and
would throw up your food.
Yes, I would throw up my food.
You
and
would put
I
a
became,
finger in and throw up your food.
Yes, exactly that. And my parents didn't know about it.
And then?
And I got to know about bulimia. By either way, I didn't know that was bulimia. I just came across an article online. That time there were no Instagram videos.
How
whatever.
old were you when you were throwing your food up?
I was 13 or 14 years old.
Gosh.
I was maybe a year younger to her.
But you didn't give up on life, or were there those dark thoughts also?
Also those dark thoughts, and they're all written in my diary. It's really like I've never spoken about them, but like it's literally I still have that diary where I've written down those thoughts that
you contemplated.
My life is so meaningless because I'm not pretty.
So you had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I know it's not easy to share that.
It's not.
But it ends differently, and we'll come to that in a moment. Yeah. But Prachi was the UP board topper for class 10. Here, jahan pe everyone should have been congratulating you, they were mean to you for some hair. हम सब थ्रेडिंग वेडिंग कराते हैं, ब्लीच कराते हैं, सब कराते हैं, पर आपके साथ इतना मीननेस था. क्या हुआ प्राची? व्हाट हैपेंड?
जब मेरा 10th का एग्जाम बोर्ड रिजल्ट आउट हुआ, तो फिर मुझे इसके पहले जब मैं पढ़ती थी तो मेरे टीचर्स, मेरे फ्रेंड्स कभी इस चीज़ पर मैंने खुद नोटिस नहीं किया आफ्टर रिजल्ट. तो फिर बाद में मुझे जब रिजल्ट निकला उसके बाद भी मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि लोग इसके बारे में.
डाविन, हो गया क्या?
Relax, guys. Evolution takes time.
Oh, my science. Nobel Prize छोड़ो, लेकिन नोवी फेल. न्यूटन, एप्पल खाना बंद करो. प्रेजेंटेशन 15 मिनट में है.
ग्रेविटी में बनाते हैं.
With thousands of presentation templates, never start with a blank page.
छोटी मरी.
Canva, दिल से डिजाइन तक.
क्योंकि शायद पिछली बार भी मेरे स्कूल से 10 टॉपर निकली थी, तो शायद मुझे लोगों ने इतना ट्रोल किया तो मैं अपने यूपी में फेमस हुई. बाद में मुझे लोग इंडिया लेवल भी जानने लगे और शायद मैं इसीलिए यहाँ पे बैठी हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच बी द वुमेन प्रोग्राम एंड इनवाइटेड मी.
प्राची, आप तो ऐसे कह रही है कि जब वो ट्रोलिंग से आपको कुछ बुरा लगा ही नहीं, कुछ तो कभी नहीं लगा.
नहीं, क्योंकि मुझे देखो, आप बाहर निकलेंगे, अगर आप कुछ भी कर रहे हो, अच्छा करेंगे तो भी लोग आपसे बोलेंगे ये तो फेम हो गई, तो ये बहुत ज्यादा बनने लगी हैं. ठीक, अगर आप कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे हो तब भी आप लोगों कहेंगे इसको तो कुछ आता ही नहीं है, कुछ करता ही नहीं है. ठीक, तो आप जो कर रहे हैं, जिन लोगों को कमियां निकालनी होती है आप में जरूर निकालेंगे. आप अच्छा करें या बुरा करें, आप अपने में अगर अच्छा कर रहे हैं बस आप सोचिए हाँ ये मेरे लिए ठीक है, और लोग कह रहे हैं तो उनको कहने दीजिए, क्योंकि लोगों का तो काम ही कहना है.
So Sakshi, clearly Prachi is a bit more sorted than you and me. But let's go back to साक्षी बता रही थी at a certain age उनको बहुत डार्क ख्याल आते थे कि जिंदगी जीने के लायक भी है या नहीं, देखो मैं मेरी साइज ठीक नहीं है. कभी आपको कोई डार्क थॉट्स नहीं आए ना?
नहीं, मुझे कभी नहीं आया.
Oh wow!
Absolutely, मैंने कभी इसके बारे में सोचा नहीं, बट मुझे ये पता था कि हाँ मेरे हेयर निकल रहे हैं, तो इसके लिए मैं अपना पहले 10th कर लेती हूँ, फिर 12 कर लेती हूँ. आफ्टर स्कूलिंग मैं अपना, क्योंकि ये हेयर जो होते हैं आप इसको तुरंत निकाल सकते हैं, लेकिन आप 10th और 12 एग्जाम दोबारा नहीं दे सकते हैं.
Okay, so let's start with Sakshi and then we'll come back to Prachi. How did you convert that moment of negativity into positivity, and not just positivity? Sakshi today, I would call her not just an advocate for body positivity, but an entrepreneur. She's a very, very successful woman entrepreneur in the content creation space. How did that happen for you? What conversion from a person, from a young girl hiding in the loo, putting a finger in her throat, throwing up her food because she wants to be thin, to this Sakshi Sindwani, whose wedding, oh, by the way, she just got married. Let's congratulate her. And has lovely photographs with her mother. Let's talk a little bit about mommies. How did it all happen? Prachi's giving you the mic.
I honestly, I'll just tell you something, and I'll look you in the eye and tell you, listen, life is actually way too short to second guess yourself.
Yeah.
It is way too short to think that you are not good enough because instead of a 95, you got in a 93 or even a 70. And the choices that you make in your life right now don't determine the rest of your life. If I were to think that because I did what I did to harm myself when I was 16 years old or 15 years old, and that would determine my whole life, I would not be here. And I don't guess myself. And I am, self-confidence is not that far-fetched. I actually would like to tell you that. Insecurities don't need to determine your entire life. Just because you feel so ick about whatever, your relationships, your friendships, your body, your skin, the acne on your face, or the dark circles under your eyes, it does not matter in the long run. You are so much more than that. And I don't just say it, I mean it with every cell in my body. I cannot begin
Sakshi, thank you. And again, thank you for sharing those dark thoughts. It's not easy for a celebrity to get up on stage and talk about bulimia, suicidal thoughts. But my question to you is, you said initially your parents didn't know. When they got to know, were they supportive? What happened? Your mother's everywhere on your Instagram feed.
They would come to know through this.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I will have that conversation with them, and then they will have that conversation with other parents, and somebody's life will change.
How did you convert the negativity into who you are today?
I think it takes support system. I think your parents do play a huge role in that. I was very lucky that I found my husband, now husband, then boyfriend, who supported me. And he didn't like me or love me for my looks or my outer appearance. He loved me for my heart. Find the guys now, when you're young. I'm telling you, that's the hack for it. If you're in school, it doesn't matter.
And if you
find
don't
the
find
guy.
the guy, at least don't find the wrong one.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. And honestly, being alone is better than being with the wrong person.
Correct. Now you're talking about support systems. I think we have Prachi's support system also here. Prachi ki mummy ji kahan hai bhai? No, I need to talk to Prachi's mother. Is she here? Prachi ki mummy. And Prachi's school principal. If I can have him up on stage also. Please. आप यहाँ आइए, मम्मी जी यहाँ आइए, and principal here please. हाँ जी. एक बेटी को इतना कॉन्फिडेंट बनाने में दम लगता है. जब ये ट्रोलिंग हुई तो आपने प्राची को क्या बोला?
मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं है, ये तो लोगों का काम है कहना, और तुम किसी बात की चिंता मत करो। हम लोगों ने कभी ये सोचा ही नहीं कि इसके लिए ट्रोलिंग करेंगे लोग। अब ये इसका रिजल्ट निकला, उसके बाद लोग ट्रोलिंग करने लगे, तो हमने कहा कोई बात नहीं, हम लोगों को कोई टेंशन नहीं थी।
आपने नहीं कहा कि चलो बाल हटाते हैं?
नहीं, हमने कहा कि ये पढ़ाई अपनी इधर कर लो, फिर बाद में करवाएंगे इसका ट्रीटमेंट जो है। तो उसके पहले ही लोग ट्रोल करने लगे।
और इस ट्रोलिंग में बॉम्बे शेविंग कंपनी पुट आउट एन एडवर्टाइजमेंट basically selling their own product to say this is how you remove hair. This is how bizarre these conversations can be. Sir, आप स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल थे जहां पे प्राची ने टॉप किया. आपका नाम?
My name is Vagish.
Okay. Vagish bhai is also a poet, मैंने सुना है. तो इस firstly big round of applause because you need men as allies. You need men as allies, and we have many men in this audience who are allies. Vagesh ji, जब प्राची के साथ ये हुआ ना, she was your star student, but yet she was being trolled. तो आपको क्या लगा?
मुझे ये लगा कि शायद जो लोग कर रहे थे, जैसा उसने बताया ना कि वो बहुत फेमस हो गई, तो वो इंटरव्यूज करना नहीं चाह रही थी, तो मुझे काफी फेम मिला उसके चलते, मुझे 2-3 इंटरव्यूज करने को मिल गए. तो इट्स जस्ट बिकॉज कि चीजें नहीं होनी चाहिए, बट वो होती है. और आप सबको नहीं सिखा सकते, सबको नहीं बता सकते कि कैसे लोगों को ट्रोल नहीं करना है या करना है. तो वो इतनी कॉन्फिडेंट है, आपने सबने सुना है अभी, और मुझे बहुत कुछ कहने की जरूरत ही नहीं है.
But I know you write poetry. If you had a poem for this moment, what would it be? कोई शेर हो?
I don't write for, I have not written for this moment actually. मुझे पता नहीं था ऐसा कुछ हो जाएगा यहाँ. मैं बेसिकली अगर if I get a cheer from your end कि कुछ सुनना चाहते हो आप, तो मैंने कुछ लिखा है, आप अगर पोएम सुनते हो तो मैं सुनाता हूँ, सुनिए. बेसिकली यंग बॉडीज हैं, तो बीइंग अ यंग बॉडी एज वेल, मैं कुछ सुनाना चाहता हूँ, आप सब सुनिए. एंड फेब इज ऑन द वे, फरवरी आ रहा है, तो मैं कुछ सुनाता हूँ, सुनिए. कि देख एक टक चहकना तुम्हारे लिए, अगर वो तुम्हारे लिए आप साथ गाएंगे तो बड़ा मजा आएगा. कि देख एक टक चहकना तुम्हारे लिए, आंख रह रहे छलकना तुम्हारे लिए, दूर हो तुम तो तकिए के संग बैठकर, दूर हो तुम तो टेढ़ी के संग बैठकर, उससे कसकर चिपकना तुम्हारे लिए, उससे कसकर चिपकना तुम्हारे लिए, जिंदगी की कहानी तुम्हारे लिए, और आंखों का पानी तुम्हारे लिए, साथ रहकर बटोरी जो हमने कभी, संग रहकर बटोरी जो हमने कभी, सारी खुशियां लुटानी तुम्हारे लिए, सारी खुशियां लुटानी तुम्हारे लिए. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now request everybody to stand, if we can, because I want these two ladies, these beautiful women, Sakshi and Prachi, to be here. Mummy ji can come on my right side, because we want to honor them. But I want to ask both of them, Sakshi, what would you say to all the young girls here?
Be fearless.
Yeah,
that's it.
Prachi, what next? Sapna kya hai?
First of all, I want to become a good person in my life, and after that, I cleared my entrance exam, and I want to become. And my father says that to me, you become in your life what you want to do.
So what is that? पापा ने कहा कि जो करना चाहो करो.
Yeah.
What is that? 2-3 चीजें भी हो सकती हैं.
My dreams, मेरे बहुत सारे ड्रीम्स हैं, बट उसमें मैं 2-3 मैं अभी फिल्म नहीं करना चाहती.
Okay. जो लड़कियां यहाँ थी जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया कि उनको अपनी फेस नहीं अच्छी लगती, वो दूसरों की फेसेस देखती हैं, फिल्टर्ड फोटोग्राफ्स देखती हैं, और उनको नहीं अच्छा लगता, उनको आप क्या कहेंगी?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जैसे आपको गॉड ने क्रिएट किया है, आप तो वैसे बनेंगे ना, और आपको जैसा गॉड बना दिया वो अच्छा है। आप दूसरों को देखिए, कोई आपको बेगर है तो वो आप सब घर घर जा कर के उसको कुछ मांगना होता, आपको नहीं। आपके पास पैर है, आपके पास हाथ है, आपके पास दिमाग है, आपके पास सब कुछ है, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
और आपको दो we could think is that we open doors for women who come after. तो हमने इतनी लड़ाई की तो आज प्राची जैसी लड़कियां खड़े होके कह सकती हैं I don't care. Can we hear a big I don't care from the audience? I'll at a count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Fabulous. I want to now bring out our next award from us at the We the Women team. First, we'd like to honor Sakshi. If I can have the award here for Sakshi. And here we go. Thank you for really leading such an important conversation. Let's hear it for Sakshi Sindwani. And now I would like to call one of our partners on stage, Bajaj. You've seen the Chetak scooters out there. So you know that Bajaj is one of our partners. If I can have Prateek on stage, please. We have many male allies on the stage today, and we are welcoming one more. Thank you, Prateek. And thank you for partnering this festival. You heard the amazing women on stage. I would like you to request you to honor Prachi Nigam. Let's hear it. Come. Let's please have a little photograph here. And can I have the loudest applause? And can we do an I don't care one more time, please? 3, 2, 1. Fabulous. Thank you so much, everybody. Please, through the wings. Through the wings. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Prachi, thank you. Thank you. Come.
मैंने कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं मुंबई आऊंगी इन चाइल्डहुड और
आपका पहला ट्रिप है
जी
एक
हाँ
minute, were you on an aeroplane for the first time?
नो फर्स्ट
हाँ, first?
Yeah.
पहली बारी प्लेन पे थी?
जी
कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा और आप सब लोगों से मिलके तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। मुंबई बहुत अच्छी है, मेरी यूपी भी बहुत अच्छी है।
Thank you. Oh, I got a present as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait. Okay, sure. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, girls. Prachi, thank you. I think we're heading for some music. But how did we feel listening to Prachi? Anyone wanted to talk about their own self-image listening to Sakshi and Prachi? Quickly, come on stage. I have time for one comment. Come on up. Yeah. Get yourself. Okay, what did you feel listening to that? Tell us your name.
My name is Sara Desai. I'm from DSRIS school, Malad, and I felt that she was very confident.
Yeah.
Like
Wasn't that amazing?
It was great. I looked at her expression and she was like, "Why should I care?
Yeah.
What they say?"
She's given us the motto for the day, I don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
And as a child, even I used to look at pictures that people used to post, and I used to feel like I have pimples, I feel bloated, I feel fat, and I used to feel discouraged. But then my parents, every time they used to tell me that I look very beautiful, and that they're dumb to not understand my beauty. And that's why I used to feel very confident with what my mom used to teach me.
So did you feel like more confident after hearing Prachi?
Yes, very much. I feel like she was very motivational and I feel motivated by her.
Thank you for sharing that story. Anybody else wants to come up and tell? Okay, I see a young boy. As I said, it was quite interesting that when we spoke about self-image, a number of young men also raised their hands. Can I have you on stage, please? Come on up. Come on up. I'd like to have some music also, if we can prep our saxophonist, please. Hanji, what's your name?
I'm Akash and I'm from DSRIS Malad. I wanted to talk to you all about how social media has been affecting our looks and how we've been changing our looks. So
and this happens to guys also.
This happens to guys, girls, and recently in the last year, we've seen terms like looks maxing and mogging recently, and those have been set as the beauty standards in school. If you don't have a sharp jawline, if you don't have fair skin, tilted eyes or something, you are not considered beautiful. But for everyone, this is a message I want to tell you that don't judge people based on that. People are not based on, people cannot be judged based on how they look. Even though it's the first impression you make, they cannot be judged because of
And
that.
is it tough for guys? Because we always assume that it's tough for girls, but is it getting tough for guys? Do guys also get impacted by this? Like, do guys
Personally-
also look at other people's photos and say, "Uska body acha hai, mera body nahi
Yes.
acha." Really? All this happens?
Yes, so this happens in schools nowadays, maybe in colleges as well.
Yeah.
We compare ourselves with our friends a lot and the influences we see on social media, bodybuilders, athletes and all.
Yeah.
And this is one message I want to share with everyone. Don't judge a person by the looks. A person is judged based on the efforts they put in, the love they show, and the work they do. So don't judge anyone else. And can I say something else?
Yes,
please?
of course you can.
So this is from the previous
ahead.
topic. We had Shamaji and we had his son. We had her son speak about their struggles. I want to share my story from my side, and it goes about family reputation and harassment. So I've seen my sister cry when she was harassed, and she was not able to speak about it to the school faculty and the college faculty because my mom said not to. And I stood there, I heard her cry, and I couldn't do anything because my mom said the family reputation will be ruined. And I have someone close, so close to me, and it happens in many families. Many girls are afraid to speak up to people who can, and they're afraid to reach out for help. I have someone really close, and she shared her story with me. She wasn't able to speak up.
Was she a friend?
She was a really close friend. She is a really
She
close
is a
friend.
really close
Yeah.
friend. Okay.
So it's about molestation that happens within the families. I
Yeah.
think we, as all the girls,
Yeah.
some of the girls, at some given point of their time, must have faced it. It might be your uncle. It might even be your father. Or distant relative. They have been molested, touched inappropriately, but the voices have been silenced because parents have told them not to speak about it. And they get afraid to speak about it because they have been threatened again that you'll be removed from the house or maybe we'll disown you. And to save the family reputation, they have to keep quiet and go through it. So that's powered, right?
And I just want to thank you because you've touched upon such a delicate issue, and it's so lovely to see a young man doing it. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Monsoon Wedding. It touched upon this issue. But the statistics actually tell you that more than 90% of women who have been abused in their lives know the man who's done it to them. And so for you to speak up about something so sensitive, you're a great guy. Tell me your name again.
I'm Akash.
Akash, can we hear it for Akash? Okay. Thank you, Akash. Thank you. God bless you. I have time for one more audience interaction, and I really then want to give you some music. So I'm going to bring our very favorite Subbalakshmi back on stage in a moment. Ma'am, come on up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Thoda sa tez. Come on. Thoda sa tez. Yeah, that's fine. नमस्कार जी, नमस्कार, बताइए आपका नाम?
माझं नाव श्री अन्वेष दत्ताराम राजे शिर्के. हल्ली भरपूर मी जरा थोडंसं मराठीत बोलतो. एक मराठीत छोटीशी 4 ओळी कविता लिहिलेली आहे. ती कविता अशी आहे की वजन नावाची. म्हणजे काय होतं, हल्ली माणसं वजन वाढवतात आणि मग जिम मध्ये धावतात आणि मग जिम वाल्यांना पैसे देतात. सो त्याच्यावरती 4 ओळी लिहिलेल्या आहेत सगळ्यांसाठी. सुडौल शरीराबद्दल माझी काहीच हरकत नाही, पण पैसे देऊन वजन उचलण्यासाठी मी पावलीकम नाही. पावलीकम इज लाईक माय ग्रँडफादर्स वे टू से आय यूज्ड टू पिट ऑल्सो. वजन उचलून पैसे कमवणे यात काहीच गैर नाही. वजन उचलून पैसे कमवणे यात काही गैर नाही, पण पैसे मोजून वजन हलवण्या इतका मी अस्वस्थही नाही. आय एम नॉट दॅट यु नो टू मच रेस्टलेस. वर सो अशी कविता आहे. आणि
अब यहाँ जो सब हैं उनको क्या बोलते?
सो मला या कवितेतून मला असंच सांगायचं, काय होतं हल्ली की मी तुमच्या वयाचा होतो तेव्हा मी पण जिम मध्ये वगैरे गेलो होतो. आय वॉज इन द जिम, आय वेंट टू जिम. मी ॲथलेटिकही होतो. पण काय होतं ना, आपण हळूहळू विसरायला लागतो की आपण विदाउट जिम करून किंवा चांगलं व्यक्तिमत्व होऊन वी कॅन बी अ गुड हार्टेड.
So thank you for sharing that. What's very interesting, sir, please. What's very interesting is that we've had a number of men come up on stage and also talk about self-image and body positivity. So we're going to have in a moment our saxophonists come up on stage. But in the meantime, all of our partners, yes, all of our partners in their own way are actually encouraging women to be self-reliant, to talk about subjects that aren't spoken about. And I want to just play out a small video clip from our presenting sponsor, Swatantra. If we can dim the lights and play that, and then I'll bring saxophonist Subhalakshmi out on stage.
मेरा नाम मीनाक्षी सुथार है. 8वीं तक पढ़ाई करी है मैंने, आगे और पढ़ने नहीं दिया. दादी माँ थोड़े पुराने ख्यालात की है, इसलिए आगे स्कूल नहीं हो पाई. फिर 3-4 साल बाद मेरी शादी हो गई. शादी होकर यहाँ पे आई तो यहाँ की घर की कंडीशन थोड़ी खराब थी, तो मुझे लगा मुझे कुछ करना चाहिए. तो मैंने कशीदा सीखा, फॉल पिको सीखा. मैंने स्वतंत्र कंपनी से लोन लिया. उसके बाद में फॉल पिको साड़ी में मेरे बहुत हेल्प हुई है. आगे से आगे ले रही हूँ.
ये है सुप्रिया और ये है इनकी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान.
ये मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान नहीं है, क्योंकि आई वांट टू मॉडिफाई दिस, टेक दिस. अब ये बन गया मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान.
इंट्रोड्यूसिंग सुपरस्टार बाय स्टार हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. फ्यूचर के हर मूव कवर्ड.
रैपिडो कैब्स का डबल गारंटी, लोएस्ट प्राइस कैब, वरना डबल पैसे आपके.
प्राइस गारंटी के लिए किसी भी चीज की दिक्कत नहीं आती. मैं अपना काम, हर काम, घर का, गृहस्थी का सब व्यवस्थित कर लेती हूँ. अब मैं स्वतंत्र हो गई हूँ.
What if everything I do, you could be in my shoes?
मैं राधा कृष्ण शर्मा. हमारा चित्रकारी का काम है जो प्राचीन समय से चला हुआ आ रहा है और हमारा पुश्तैनी काम है. ये नाथद्वारा शैली की चित्रकारी होती है जो विश्वविख्यात है. नाथद्वारा शैली में वही पेंटिंग का काम करते हैं. तो जॉइंट फैमिली में है सारे भाई. मकान के लिए हमें लोन की आवश्यकता थी, तो स्वतंत्र माइक्रो हाउसिंग से हमने लोन लिया. ज़्यादा कोई फॉर्मेलिटी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी और घर बैठे हमको लोन मिल गया.
നമസ്കാരം, എൻ്റെ പേര് അഭിജിത്ത് രാജ്. ഞാൻ സ്വതന്ത്ര മൈക്രോ ഫിനാൻസിലെ ഫീൽഡ് ഓഫീസറാണ്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ബ്രാഞ്ച് വരുന്നത് മാവേലിക്കരയാണ്. സ്വതന്ത്രത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഒന്ന് ടൈമിംഗ് ആണ്. 9 to 6 എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ടൈമിങ് പക്കയായിട്ട് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. സ്വതന്ത്രം മെയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് തന്നെ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചാണ്. സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് സ്വയം തൊഴിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ലോൺ കൊടുക്കുന്ന കമ്പനി ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് വളരെയധികം സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് ഉപകാരപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു ഗുണങ്ങളാണ് നമ്മൾ നൽകിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ കമ്പനിയിൽ ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഫ്രഷ് ആയിട്ടാണ് കയറുന്നത്. പിന്നീട് ഈ കമ്പനി വന്നതിൽ പിന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ലൈഫ്.
All right. I think the larger message from those presentations, and I want to say this to every young woman here, economic self-reliance is key to being independent, really. So you're very young, many of you, and remember that as the core principle, as it were, of your life. We've got some brilliant speakers coming up, but some of you missed the opening act. Some of you missed the opening act with our saxophonist, the saxophonist in a sari, who's been playing the saxophone for 28 years, recently became a mom. When she wanted to pick up the saxophone because it was heavy, she was told this is not for girls. You learn cooking, don't play the saxophone. She now can do both, and that's brilliant. And I want to welcome back, opening the doors for girls everywhere, saxophone Subbalakshmi. Come to me in the green room. I need
Everybody like this song? Next one. Tequila. Everybody like this? From the top, please. I like that.
Waterproof, dustproof, noiseproof, loadproof, threat-proof, splashproof, loss-proof, tension-proof, board-proof. The electric Chetak, fully life-proof.
How are we feeling? Okay. So we're going to get one more song later in the day from our very favorite saxophonist Subbalakshmi. But before I introduce our next guest, anyone here want to share what they're feeling today about what it feels like to be a young, old? How about older women? I don't want to call anyone old. None of us are old. But older than the college girls, I see a number of women here in the middle. Anyone wants to come up? Ma'am, aa jao. Yes, that's what we do. What's your name?
My name is Kranti Sethi.
So tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I am a working professional. I work as a group HR head at Swatantra, which is also a part of the team here. And I'm a mother of two boys. One is sitting there taking pictures.
Oh, hi. Stand up.
Vedant.
Stand up. I always appreciate men who come for these events, and I always feel we should applaud them especially. Right?
10 मिनट में प्रेजेंटेशन है।
कारो को क्या प्रेजेंट करेंगे?
मुझे तो बहुत भूख लगी है। मेरा पकोड़ा।
पकोड़ा नहीं, आइडिया।
ऐसे प्रेजेंट करेंगे क्या?
10 मिनट है ना?
Inviting you to collaborate.
Legible phone pick कर।
And done.
Marvelous. Superb.
Bring your best ideas together with stunning presentations. Canva, Dil Se Design Tak.
Because I come from a family which was very different. My father was a crime journalist, and he was shot. He was shot when I was 11. My sister was 13, and my younger brother was
I'm so
4.
sorry. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and my mother brought us up. She was working with government services, and we had a tough life,
Yeah.
right? But my mother helped us sail through.
Yeah.
And today, what we are is all because of her. And all I would want to say to everyone, each woman, and of course men, because it takes a great deal to support
Yeah.
a woman, right? Now,
That's amazing. I mean, you were brought up by a single mom.
single mom.
And so here's to mothers everywhere. And when we were younger, we were told independence used to be brought up the same way as a boy. But today, parents are talking about bringing up their boys like they bring up their girls. So life does come
Correct.
full circle.
Correct.
And I want to thank you
Yeah.
for sharing your story.
Thank you for
Thank you,
giving
ma'am.
me that opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Thank you.
Please come. Come. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce a very wonderful woman. I mean, no woman is ordinary at We the Women, no man is ordinary at We the Women. But this is a great. I know I say that before everyone, and I find it so difficult to decide which one is my favorite because they're all so incredible. But this is the story of a woman who could not complete her education, and then she used technology to teach herself English, and she now runs a YouTube channel teaching other people English. She's from a village in Uttar Pradesh, and her channel is called Dehati Madam. Opening the doors for dreams everywhere, can we please welcome Yashoda ji on stage? Yashoda ji's channel is called Dehati Madam because she's from a village. Village ka Hindi is Dehat, so Dehati, and Madam because she's now a madam teaching people. Hai na?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now I am confused. Should I talk to you in English or Hindi?
Anyone.
Okay. You could not complete your education. आप अपनी पढ़ाई
No,
नहीं
no,
पूरी
no.
कर पाए.
I'm only 12th. I have done all in my schooling.
Okay. Why couldn't you study beyond class 12?
Because circumstances were not according to as I wanted to study further. Because my father means after completing my 12th, he got retired.
And he didn't have money to.
Yes, and then within 1 year he also means he was passed away. So that's why I had to started working to run my family. That's why.
And what were you doing after class 12 when you were working? क्या काम कर रहे थे आप?
I was working as a sales girl.
Where?
In a small shop.
Okay. So girls especially, education is everything. You heard Captain Preeti Kaul say knowledge is power. Here's Yashoda ji who could not study beyond class 12. Okay, then what happened? फिर आपकी शादी हो गई?
Yeah, but I would say I have done a love marriage and I'm feeling proud because of that decision today I'm here.
Well done. How difficult was it for you to do a love marriage in your village? कहाँ से हैं आप?
I am from very small village in Kaushambi district, UP, Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, so you're saying you're very proud of the fact that you've done a love marriage. You know, Sakshi stand because we can still see you. Sakshi was on our stage earlier and she was saying one of the important things for women is to find the right guy. और अगर ठीक लड़का नहीं मिला तो कोई मत ढूंढो. Sakshi, sorry, I didn't mean to make you stand, but it was just I remembered you. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
तो ये ठीक लड़का मिला आपको?
Yes. Because he supported me. You know, in life, it doesn't matter whether you have done a love marriage or arranged marriage. But the fact which matters, your husband is supporting you or not. And my husband, he was always there and he always stands by me.
Can I just get Sakshi a mic for a moment? Can I get Sakshi a mic? And I'm also seeing two of our very braveheart soldiers from the Indian Army here. Man, Colonel and Major, can you stand up for a second? You'll be hearing from them later in the stage. They're going to be very special guests coming up later in the stage. Just wanted to introduce you. Please take your seat. Sakshi, She's saying love ho ya arranged ho doesn't matter, find a supportive husband. But why do women only have to find supportive husbands? We don't tell husbands to find supportive wives.
You should know. It should happen. I feel at this point of time, it does happen.
Does it?
Yeah, yeah. And I think the key to, and a lot of people would agree, the key to happy marriage, happy relationship is the boy has to love you a little bit more than you love them. A little tiny bit. That's the key to the best happiness.
Do you agree? Thanks, Sakshi. वो कह रही है कि आदमी man has to love little more than woman.
Love है.
Love her. Acha, now, how did you, who could not study beyond class 12, start first teaching yourself English and then teaching other people English?
Actually, the time when I started my YouTube channel, at the same time, I was on my learning journey. I just started, and it's now about to complete 2 years, and means it was my learning as well as teaching journey. I was not teaching others, but at least I gave something to others that was inspiration, that motivation, and that courage, that guts. If a villager can do, then why can't we? And because of I don't want to credit myself, but I would say I have connected with so many ladies, so many housewives, so many homemakers, and they have also gave this credit to me, ma'am. Because of you, I'm here. I have also started.
So, how many subscribers does your YouTube channel have now?
Currently, I have just completed 3,70,000 subscribers.
If you had completed, you know, we had Prachi here. Where's Prachi? Prachi, where are you? Prachi. Because they're both from UP with very different stories. Now, Prachi is a school topper. She couldn't even study beyond class 12 and she taught herself English. Anything you want to say to her?
इनको चैनल अपना स्टार्ट करना चाहिए और
इन्होंने कर लिया?
हाँ, कर लिया है। मैंने इनको कई बार यूट्यूब पर देखा हुआ है।
आपने देखा इनको?
या
इनके बारे में क्या फीलिंग है आपका?
कि ये जो कर रही हैं विलेज से होकर के इन्होंने इंग्लिश को स्टार्ट किया और इंग्लिश बोलना हम लोगों को लगता है कि इंग्लिश इज अ वेरी मतलब कि जो लैंग्वेज है इसको बोलना आना चाहिए। तो मैम को मैंने कई बार यूट्यूब पर देखा हुआ है कि इंग्लिश पढ़ाते हुए। तो या
मैम अच्छा पढ़ाती है?
हाँ, मैंने 1-2 बार वीडियो देखी हुई है। ठीक है, आज बहुत अच्छा है।
I have also started offline teaching.
Wow. So why is learning English so important?
Because
especially for girls from smaller towns.
लड़कियों को जो विलेज टाउन होते जैसे हम लोग आते हैं कि जैसे आप डेली लोग जैसे आप सब लोग बैठे हैं, आप डेली घर में अपने इंग्लिश में बात करते हैं, आप कुछ भी चीज़ें हैं आप इंग्लिश में बात करते हैं। और जैसे कि हम लोग एक यूपी एंड सीतापुर उसके टाउन में हम लोग महमूदाबाद में रहते हैं, तो डेली हम लोगों को हिंदी में ही बात करना पड़ता है और करते भी हैं। तो इसीलिए मैंने आते ही कह दिया था कि मुझे हिंदी में बात करनी है क्योंकि आई एम प्रेफर टू हिंदी। तो इसीलिए मैं
यू फील इंग्लिश इज नीडेड टू गेट अहेड इन
बिकॉज आप जैसे कि मैं यहाँ आई तो मुझे इंग्लिश में थोड़ा सा बात करने में दिक्कत होती है क्योंकि मैं बोलती नहीं हूँ ना डेली, इसीलिए। और आपको बात करना आना चाहिए क्योंकि आप फॉरेन जाते हैं तो वहाँ पर आपको बिजनेस में आपको पर्सनली इंग्लिश आनी चाहिए। आप किसी भी ऑफिस में काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पर भी बोलने के लिए आनी चाहिए।
तो इंग्लिश इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ओके प्राची, थैंक यू। आ जाओ आप नीचे बैठो एंड वी कंटिन्यू आवर कन्वर्सेशन विद। अच्छा, सो हाउ डिड यू टीच योरसेल्फ इंग्लिश? यूट्यूब वीडियोस देख के?
Yes. Just by watching YouTube videos. I have learnt about YouTube as well as...
But your class 12 tak education was in Hindi medium or English medium?
Hindi medium.
So you had studied in Hindi medium till class 12 and then you taught yourself English?
Yes.
And this naam, Dehati Madam, ye iski kya kahani?
I think it's just a God's blessing. Because of God, He gave me that idea and I put this name of my channel, and even I never ever asked from anyone about to put my channel's name.
Now tell me, you take your kit everywhere. You just teach online. You also take your camera and your kit, and your husband helps you?
Yes. Huh? No.
You do it yourself?
Yes. Because my husband, he has his own work to do.
Which is what?
He's a farmer, first of all.
Is he here?
Yes.
Dehati Madam's husband, where are you, bhai? राधे जी। नमस्कार, नमस्कार, आइए ना, आइए, वो माइक लीजिए। राधे जी, आज थोड़ा ऐसे घूमिए ना, आपको ऑडियंस शर्माइए मत, आपके वाइफ तो बिल्कुल नहीं शर्मा रही, आप ऐसे शर्मा रही है, ये क्या बात है? ये बताइए, आज आप देहाती मैडम के हस्बैंड के नाम से जाने जाते हैं,
जी मैम,
कैसा लगता है? बोलो ना।
अच्छा लगता है मैडम,
अच्छा लगता है?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
बताओ ना, ये जब इन्होंने पहले करना चाहा तो आपने थोड़ा ऑपोजिशन किया कि आपने कहा जो करना है करो?
नहीं मैम, ये पढ़ाई की वीडियो बनाती थी तो मतलब मैं अपना लिए लगी रहती थी, तो मैं सोच रहा था ये पढ़ाई वढ़ाई अपना करती है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं थी वीडियो बनाती है, ठीक है।
अच्छा, आप छुप के बना रही थी?
I was making videos around 2:30 and early in the morning.
So he doesn't find out?
Yes.
जी।
Okay then.
तो रात में मतलब सोने वोने में डिस्टर्ब होती था, तो मैं सोच रहा था पता नहीं कि रात में क्या किया करती है, और मैं थोड़ा सा
Couldn't sleep properly. Even I couldn't sleep properly because of me.
थोड़ा सा मैं गांव से हूँ, तो मतलब सही से मैं हिंदी नहीं बोल पाता हूँ, इंग्लिश तो बहुत दूर की बात रही, आपसे बताओ, उसके लिए माफी मांगता हूँ आप लोगों से।
तो अब आप हस्बैंड से इंग्लिश में बात करती है कि हिंदी में?
अपनी मदर टंग,
Which is?
यूपी की लाइक भोजपुरी टाइप।
अच्छा, तो फिर आप सोचते थे
देसी
कि
गांव की बात।
आप सोचते थे ये रात को क्या करती हैं, फिर जब
हाँ।
आपको पता लगा ये क्या कर रही है तो आपने क्या बोला?
नहीं, फिर मैं भी ये सोचा कि चलो ठीक है, मान लो घर से बाहर तो जाना नहीं, वैसे भी इनको मान लो घर में ही काम करना है,
और
तो
घर से बाहर जाएं तो?
नहीं मैडम, बात ये है कि मतलब गांव वाँव में अलाउ नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा मान लो
अरे
दिक्कतें आती हैं, लेकिन
देखिए
बात
तो
ये है कि
आपकी
मतलब
वाइफ
अब
ने क्या से क्या कर दिया, आप वही पुरानी बातें।
बात ये अब गांव में जैसे हम लोग गांव से हैं, ठीक है, अब जो
Let me explain. The society where I the society which I belong from, the area, it's totally rural area, and people, all the villagers, they don't allow their wives to go out without your husband. If you have to go anywhere, then you have to go with your husband.
ये तो बहुत annoying चीज है।
But it's there, no? It's really very small. I can't deny this thing, na? And
That's the reality. Yes.
Yeah, that's the reality.
Okay.
And even still, when I was coming here, then my mother-in-law, she was saying that, Miss, वहाँ जा रही हो, you have to put that wheel, okay?
मतलब?
घूंघट आपको करना है।
आपको घूंघट पहनना पड़ता है वहाँ पे?
ये means she was saying that वहाँ पे बड़े-बड़े लोग होंगे ना, तो वहाँ पे आप
मतलब यहाँ पे?
Yes, here.
But you are not wearing.
But no, because I know that. I know the importance.
अब राधे जी, अपनी मम्मी को बोलना डांट ना लगाए।
जी मैम, बोलेंगे जरूर।
Okay, so अभी your wife has become, मतलब इतना उन्होंने अचीव कर लिया, आपने कुछ अंग्रेजी सीखी इनसे कि इंटरेस्ट नहीं है?
नहीं, इंटरेस्ट नहीं मैम, दूसरी बात ये है कि मैं ज्यादा मतलब पास में रुक भी नहीं पाता हूँ, पूरा दिन मैं अपना काम देखता हूँ।
आप क्या काम करते हैं?
रेलवे में थोड़ा मोड़ा काम करते हैं।
अच्छा, so equal partnership चलता है, हाँ? Now tell me, if you wanted to say one thing to everybody here, all the young girls, what would that be?
I would say in life, everything is possible just because of your passion and your burning desire. And I had that burning desire to help my husband, just to support him.
So you started doing this to help Rajesh?
Yes, because especially when it was a time of corona pandemic. So at that time, my husband, he met with accident. And he was totally bedridden for 6 months. So he was not working, and means even I suffered for five rupees. To be honest, I'm just telling you. That time I got this realization that, and especially this reality that if you don't have money, then you don't have any friends.
If you don't have money, you don't have any friends.
Yes, your friends as well as relatives. Even at that time, my father-in-law, even my family, they also started criticizing us, both of us, because he was not earning. Then we decided to live in a rental house. Then we moved on in a rental house. And from there, just because he started working with a contractor, and he got this opportunity to us that bought my first new phone, especially on Diwali. So that was my journey of grooming myself to help my husband. I'm also inspired by Sandeep Maheshwari sir. He has inspired me a lot to start this channel, and then I learned everything. I never ever looked behind.
Wonderful. Now, if you had been able to complete your education, राधे जी, आप बैठिए ना, अभी आप अपनी वाइफ को कुछ अच्छा सा कह के जाइए ना कुछ. क्या कहना चाहिए? इतना लव मैरिज किए, कुछ लव तो दिखाइए.
नहीं मैम, वो सब अब बात ये अब इतने लोगों के सामने थोड़ी मतलब अच्छा लगता है. बाकी अच्छा कर रही
नहीं,
मैम, बड़ी
पर
खुशी
आप
होती है.
आप अपनी, आर यू प्राउड ऑफ, मतलब आपको गर्व है?
जी मैम,
कुछ
खुशी
तो
खुशी
बोलिए ना.
महसूस होती है.
इतने लोग देख रहे हैं, कुछ तो बोलिए. कुछ तो
मैम
बोलिए.
इतना बोलेंगे, बहुत खुशी महसूस होती है. गांव में, घर में मान लो कुछ इज्जत है, मानते हैं लोग अब, जब जानने लगे हैं वैसे तो.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajkummar. Thank you. So we'll take another music break soon, but let's actually get questions for Dehati Madam. I'm sure a lot of you have questions. A lot of you want to share your own stories, because this is really a story of dreams, dreams in a way coming true. And I think, as she said, never give up, never think that something is not in your realm. And I just want to open the floor now for anyone who wants to share their story. This is such an inspiring story. I'm seeing a hand somewhere there. Yeah, here, come on up. Come on up, come on up. Come on up. Come. I've got the mic. What would you like to ask?
मैडम, आपने जब अपना काम शुरू किया तो आपको ऐसा कभी भी लगा कि मुझे किसी से पूछने की जरूरत है?
No.
किसी के परमिशन की जरूरत है?
No,
नहीं.
no, no.
So that much
Never.
confidence you had in yourself.
Yes, I was confident about my decision, that the decision which I have chosen for myself, it's right for me. And that's why I always say this thing to me throughout the day. And even I also prefer this thing to others. Always think about yourself, whether you are able to speak this language or not, that you are the best. Every human being has so many qualities. It's something or the other, but you have to focus on, you have to figure it out what is there inside you. What is your passion? Since my childhood, I just wanted to be famous, and my dream has come true. Yeah, there's no doubt. Though I have done so many things, I have achieved this much, but still, in my village, no one appreciates my work.
No one appreciates.
No one. No one.
Why does no one appreciate your work?
Because they know only one thing, that she is just wasting time. She doesn't do anything.
But you are earning money for your home.
Yeah, there is no doubt. That's why not only my husband but also my father-in-law, he also supports me. But if I talk about my like nanand, bhabhi, saas, so
The male members are supporting and the females are not supporting.
No.
So do you ever tell them that you are not okay with what they are doing with you?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
उनको बोलिए मैडम कि I am not okay with the way you are treating me. कभी आपने बोला?
Actually, ma'am, they just want to work with them. They just want me to being a helping hand for them.
Well,
in
anyway,
fields,
but
everywhere.
we have to understand. Thank you, ma'am, for your question. You have to understand that patriarchy is. If we can have that ting go, stop on this timer. It's really distracting. Whoever's controlling the timer, thank you. We have to understand that that misogyny, patriarchy, feminism are all gender neutral. There are feminist men and there are misogynistic women, because we're all victims and works in progress of our cultural conditioning. Now, we have an award for the Hati Madam, but we have a very special guest, and I'm going to keep the mystery going about who's going to come to present that award. And our guest is running a bit late. So, the Hati Madam Ji, I want to ask you, ab aage ka sapna kya hai? And we'll give you an award when our next guest is here. But aage ka sapna kya hai?
Actually, I haven't decided yet, but yeah, next year I would like to start my own spoken institution.
Wow.
In village, for the builders.
Okay, Dehati Madam Ji. I can't call her Yashoda only because I keep calling her Dehati Madam, because that's it. I'm going to request you to take a seat, and your award is pending. We'll call you back on stage. Now I want to welcome back. Let's have a big round of applause for Yashoda Lodi. I'm going to welcome back on stage Subha Lakshmi, because we didn't really get to talk to her much. She's only been playing her saxophone. Put your hands together for saxophone Subha Lakshmi. Now, before your next track comes, and it's got to be a really peppy one, right? How has life changed, or has it changed, or has it affected your playing after you became a mom?
Yes, it was a little
Avicii, wake me up. Everybody like this song? How was the senorita? Thank you. Anybody want to sing along with me? Wake me up. Some steps. No. Why today Mumbai have low energy? Expecting more from you people. I was expecting more. Come on.
Isn't she fabulous? Let's hear it for Subhalakshmi one more time. Thank you, Subhalakshmi. We're going to call you one last time, but now we're going to ask you to catch a breather. I want Dehati madam back on stage. Yashoda ji, वापस आइए because it's time for your award. But I know, but before you give your award, you have to announce our next speaker. I'll say it in your kan. फिर आप अनाउंस करेंगे क्योंकि वही आपको अवार्ड देंगे. इंग्लिश में अनाउंस करना पड़ेगा, है ना? The next guest is. I don't have to teach you English. You have to teach me English. Nervous मत हो. हाँ, बुलाओ ना.
So I would like to have on this stage Mr. Rajkummar Rao.
So, Raj. Can we hear it for Raj?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, so much.
I believe that we are responsible for your being a little late, so sorry for that. हमारी गलती थी. But you missed meeting this incredible woman, so I had to get her back on stage.
Please, हाँ, please
तो
बताइए.
इनकी कहानी ये है that she could not finish education beyond class 12, and then she taught herself English, and she now runs a YouTube channel called Dehati Madam. And that is why she did your announcement, and she couldn't believe that Rajkummar Rao was actually coming to give her the award before we begin talking to you.
आप पहले क्यों नहीं मिली हमें? मैं जब इस शहर में आया था मुझे इंग्लिश का एक वर्ड नहीं आता था. Why didn't you meet me
You also
before?
didn't know English.
I had no idea about the language.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I couldn't even say oh my God. मैं बोलता था बाप रे.
Actually, I have also watched your interview with Bare Biceps, Ranveer Allahabadia, and from where I got to know about where did he learn, how did he learn English?
But you tell him how you learned English first.
हाँ, please आप अपने बारे में बताइए.
एक minute. I know you've already told the audience, but he missed that. ना फटाफट बताइए.
How to learn English?
No,
How did you, your journey? आपने कैसे 12th के बाद सोचा कि मैं
How did I learn?
हाँ ये शुरू करती हूँ.
I learned English from YouTube, just watching YouTube videos.
Just watching YouTube videos.
Yes, yes. I had no one. Yeah, but I used some apps to do the practice.
And she
from
studied
there-
in Hindi medium till class 12.
I did my schooling from Hindi medium school as well as after completing my education. Means there was no environment to speak this language. And even the way we were taught in school, it was like conventional, totally
Same,
conventional.
same, same. हमारी इंग्लिश भी हिंदी में होती थी.
आपने कैसे सीखा भाई? आपने कैसे सीखा English?
I think she's absolutely right. I think just any language you can learn by practicing it in the environment. And I had nobody growing up in Gurgaon. सारे ऐसे मतलब sorry for my language but बकचोद दोस्त. सब हिंदी वाले देसी लौंडे. So there was no way that I could learn the language. But when I came to Mumbai, I realized it's an English speaking city, like especially our industry. Every interview is in English. So I had to pick it up. And thanks to Patra Lekha, she really helped me.
His wife.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she was thanking her husband, and you are thanking your wife.
That's how we'll make a better world.
Wow. Okay, can we please bring out the award for Dehati Madam from the most appropriate man, what I'm calling this Stree's Choice of the Year. Have you all seen and loved Stree? Okay, may I request Raj to do the honors? ये मैं पकड़ लेती हूँ, आप अपना award लीजिए. Let's hear it.
I would like to say
You want to say something?
Yes, yes. Actually, because of my husband, I'm here in front of sir, in front of this huge public, in front of Barkha Dutt ma'am. So that's why I would like to receive this award just with my husband.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Radhe ji.
कहाँ है? Who is the lucky man?
राधे जी है.
राधे राधे जी.
राधे जी और राधे जी बिल्कुल अंग्रेजी नहीं बोलते. वो कहते हिंदी भी नहीं बोलता है, अंग्रेजी तो क्या बात है?
हिंदी भी नहीं बोलता, अंग्रेजी भी नहीं बोलते.
इधर आइए ना आप जॉइंटली नहीं राज want to receive. They both want to receive. आप मतलब. And this is a beautiful moment. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely moment. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. आपको एक बैकस्टेज भी फोटो दिलवाएंगे. आप आओ राज, कम कम. So, I'm not giving a. Look at how many people are here for you.
And I'm here for them because I love you guys.
I am giving away no secrets when I say that Rajkummar Rao is our man of the year. How many of you have seen Stree 2? Is that a full house? Just keep your hands up. Just keep your hands up. There is nobody here who has not seen it. It is amazing. It was an extraordinary movie. And मैं तो हंस के रो गई भाई. Raj, thank you for being you. Okay, let's everyone settle down now because we want to hear him. Did you think कि ये होने वाला है? I mean, this kind of success, it has been your biggest commercial. There have been other critically acclaimed successes, but it has been your biggest commercial success.
You know, not only mine, it's the biggest Hindi language box office film ever.
Wow! Wow! I knew this year. I didn't know ever.
Yeah, ever.
Ever?
Yeah. It's
Wow,
the biggest
yaar.
blockbuster.
तो आप तो शाहरुख खान के बाप बन गए फिर.
अरे भाई, please don't say that. Please, मैं उन्हें बहुत प्यार करता हूँ. मैं उनका, मैं बहुत बड़ा fan हूँ उनका. You know, actually no, none of us expected that for this to happen. Of course, we were very sure because 3-1 got a lot of love. We were sure that people were waiting for part 2 to come, and that's why we took 6 years to make it because we didn't want to make a project.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it happens that one film does well, then you want to cash out on it and make another one ASAP. We really worked hard. Our director Amar Kaushik and Narena writer.
Yeah.
They took 6 years to come back with part 2.
6 years.
6 years, yeah, 2018 and 2024. We knew that people would love it and it would do a decent number, respectful number at the box office. But for it to break all the records, I think that was overwhelming. That was unexpected.
What do you think it is? Because it's such an interesting genre. There's horror, there's feminism, there's humor. And humor, to bhai, I mean, you were I think you were doing so many improvisations that it must have been crazy for the directors.
I love it. I tend to improvise a lot as an actor, especially in comedies you can.
Yeah.
You know, all those things that we see in the film, like the calm down. Bola she leela she bola she lile she calm down. All that is improvised in the moment. Bola she leela she go she let ke lo. But that's how life is. You know, as an actor, I pick up a lot of things from life. Like as we were talking about the language English.
Yeah.
When I used to listen to those songs sitting back in Gurgaon, when I was a kid, I didn't know those lyrics, of course. So I would just say, because I just knew Macarena. That's everything I would make.
I don't think anybody knows the other lyrics even till now.
Even now? Okay.
Haan.
Yeah. Okay, then it's fine. Yeah, then I don't
ये अंग्रेजी
feel
नहीं है,
that
वो
odd.
समझ ही नहीं आता. हाँ.
Yeah, so I think that I just took it from life because in a small town like Chanderi, there's no way a guy like Bicky would know calm down ka lyrics.
हाँ, correct.
Yes.
Bicky, है ना? Okay, 3, 2, 1. At the count of 3, 2, 1, we're going to go Bicky. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, thank you.
There's that smile you have that has broken many hearts since 3. That goofy smile, वो थोड़ा for our girls करके दिखाइए ना. Boys also.
Yeah, of course, for everyone. I'm gonna repeat what you guys just said as Bicky. उसने हमारा हाथ पकड़ा, हमारी आंखों में देखी और बोली, Bicky, please.
How many people here know how Raj got married and what he did on his wedding that was so different and makes him so special? Who knows? One lucky person is going to come up on stage who knows the correct answers only. Huh? Come on. Come on. Okay. Is he your favorite?
Yes.
What did he do when he got married?
He put sindoor on his forehead. That was
On
like
his wife's forehead.
and on himself.
Ask her to
Yeah, that was just great.
What did that moment make you? What did it make you feel?
It made me feel really proud and empowered. It felt like even men feel like they should do things that women are stereotypically told to do during their wedding. So that made me feel really happy and proud and really special.
What do you want to say to that?
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you.
Come on. Aw. Okay, thank you. Let's talk about that moment. We'll come back to Vicky. Okay, girls, contain your excitement, thoda sa. That moment was a beautiful moment. She still can't get over the fact that she hugged you.
Totally my pleasure.
Okay, now, need a little bit of silence. That moment was a beautiful moment, and you were basically taking one of our cultural traditions and just equalizing it. That's all you did. You took a tradition which is so gendered, and you basically non-gendered it. What made you do it?
To be honest, as we were talking about improvs, I'm very instinctive in life, and I totally believe in equality. Like, I think that moment it was just very impulsive. I did that, and I just felt that why should only she wear this sindoor?
Yeah.
Why should only she wear this Mangal Sutra?
Yeah.
And everything should be about like she would wear her chuda, her Mangal Sutra. There's so much that she would do.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Minus wearing this ring. And I just said, you also should put it on me.
रैपिडो कैब्स का डबल गारंटी लोएस्ट प्राइस कैब वरना डबल पैसे आपके
Should be equal.
Yeah.
We're gonna do everything equal.
How did she respond when you said that?
I think she was overwhelmed for sure. She
Yeah.
was overwhelmed, and honestly, both of us were so just elated, so thrilled, so happy to get married. So that moment, of course, became huge later. But at that moment, we didn't really think that it's nothing out of the box we are doing, because she knows me very well, and she knew something like this is expected out of me. So it just happened in the moment. But I'm glad that it touched so many hearts.
Yes.
Without even
Old
realizing
and
it,
young.
as said. Yeah, old and young.
Yes.
But even in our peras, that because we were pretty sure that we want to know exactly what our Panditji is saying.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times it happens, by the time you get married, you're so tired, you're just sitting there. Whatever the Pandit is saying, you're just saying, yeah, sure, yeah. So we just asked him after every month, like, iska matlab kya hota hai, aap hame samjhaiye. And then there's something called where they tell कि अभी wife जो है वो बोलेगी कि वो वचन लेती हूँ मैं ये करने का ये सब वो सब. And then some of the vachans we were not comfortable with.
Yeah.
कि मैं कभी आप पर गुस्सा नहीं होंगी, and I was like, why? I was like, no, this one not happening. Please गुस्सा होना.
Yeah.
So like, next one, this is not valid. So yeah, it's because it's about us, right? We're
Yeah.
gonna decide how to live our life.
कितना गुस्सा होती हैं आप पे?
इन्हें इतना नहीं होती, मैं ज़्यादा कुछ.
Are you the one with the short temper?
No, I'm not short. I was till school not short-tempered. I was a rowdy boy. Yeah, but not anymore.
Were
I
you
don't
you
get.
a Bicky?
I think Bicky with some martial arts skill set.
You also penned a very beautiful note to your mother. Patralekha is obviously such a huge part of your life, but your mother, you lost her while you were on a film set of Newton. Tell us that story. Kya hua? And I'm sorry, I know it's a sad story, but we're here to remember the women and men who impact our lives.
So my mother has always been my everything. My hero, my most inspirational figure. So I was raised in a joint family in Gurgaon, and I was not raised with money. We didn't have enough. But she never made us feel. So I have two siblings, so three of us together. There were times when, of course, our school teachers paid our school fees because financially it used to become very tough for months. But she never made us
And
feel
did
like.
she work?
So she was a home housewife.
money
She was
was
a
a-
homemaker.
money was a
Yeah, money was an issue. Yeah, but as I said, she never made us feel like there's some problem. She would arrange it somehow. And back then Gurgaon was literally a small town. Now of course it's huge, it's corporate, everything is there. And for me sitting there now, when I look back and to think that I'm going to be a film actor one day, was an impossible dream.
Hmm.
But my mother really supported me. She just stood by me. And not only acting. If I would have said I want to be a rock star, I want to go to NASA, she would have supported me in that also.
Did you ever want to go to NASA?
To visit, yes.
You always wanted to be an actor. Sorry, I'll come back to your mom. But you
always,
always.
yeah.
क्या उम्र थी जब आपने
I think I was in class 9th or 10th. So there was this tradition. My whole family, like most of us, like Indians, we love watching films, and there was a tradition that we would watch 2 3 films on a weekend on those VHS tapes. Like my Tauji would arrange a VHS tape, and then we would watch films. And I was just mesmerized by those stories, by those actors, and I started believing those stories. I remember very clearly. I have that visual memory of me crying under my pillow when I saw Agnipat and I saw, Vijay Dinanath Chauhan dying. I was howling under my pillow, कि Amitabh Bachchan कैसे मर सकता है? Because I believed it. I thought gone.
Yeah.
And I said, Bhagwan, please Amitabh Bachchan ko zinda kar do. I must be like, I don't know,
Yeah.
in class fifth or
Yeah,
sixth.
yeah.
But those stories really touched me. And when I of course got a little mature, 9th, 10th, I decided I want to do this because I was so fascinated. I was madly in love with the film world. I would collect, magazines and then cut pictures and then put them in my notebook. Especially, of course, Shah Rukh sir. He gave us a lot of inspiration being
Yeah.
from Delhi. Um, so there it started there, and then without knowing anything how to pursue this, I started doing theater in school, in college, outside college. Then post my graduation, I joined Film Institute, FTI Pune, and
Yeah.
that changed my life absolutely. That taught me the real meaning of being an actor, of being an
But
artist.
life wasn't easy even after you first became an actor. You come to Mumbai, the city of dreams, and at times you don't have enough money to do anything except buy a packet of glucose biscuits. 18 rupya in your bank account you hit at one point. 18 rupya. Today it would not even get you a chai.
Really?
I
नहीं,
think.
मैं पिला दूंगा आपको अठारह।
आप पिलाओगे?
I think
कितने
अभी भी
का?
कटिंग
अभी
कटिंग मिल जाती है
कैंटीन में
5
चाय कितने का भाई?
5 में मिल 5 रुपीस राइट?
5 रुपए
हाँ
मिलता
हाँ
है?
5
अच्छा
में कटिंग मिल
ठीक है.
जाएगी।
But you know what I mean. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
18 rupees is tough. What would you do? And let's come back to your mom. At that time, she was still alive. How did she support you?
So, so when I went to FTI for the first time, I was out of my house and I was homesick. So I would call her every third, fourth day and would talk to her and my brother for like 10, 12 minutes. Okay, I'm really missing you guys. But that's FTI.
Yeah.
Once it sucks you in,
Yeah.
then you don't want to go back home because you fall in love with the world of cinema. Because
Yeah.
24/7 for 2.5 years, I was only breathing cinema. I was watching, eating. We were discussing performances, discussing great, classics that we would watch, and we would work on our acting every day, in and out, outside the class, in the class. That changed my life. But when I came to Mumbai in 2008, again a very expensive city compared to where I come from,
Yeah.
and there were days when there was not enough money, and because you don't get work,
Not enough money to eat.
and there was I didn't know anyone in the city. I came here with one showreel of mine, which my editor friend made from FTI, and I thought I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna show this to everyone, and they might give me some work. But that didn't happen. It took me 2 years to get my first film, LSD, 1.5 2 years. And those days, of course, I would just call back her again, and on my brother, that I would never cry. I would never say that I want to come back. And also, she never asked me to come back, or she never asked me to go, कि films नहीं हो रही है, तो sometimes you say ना कि television कर लो, it's the same thing. But I was like, no, I always fell in love with films. I want to be a film actor. She never asked me for that also. And I would tell her that, मम्मी पैसे नहीं है यार, मतलब ठीक है, I think हो
और
जाएगा.
कितने भाई बहन थे घर में?
तीन, हम लोग
तीन,
तीन हैं, like
अच्छा,
two
हाँ,
brothers, one sister. I'm the youngest. That's why, yeah, most pampered. Yeah. But then again, she would arrange it somehow. I'm sure it's a story of so many of our women in our country, especially in small towns and villages. They are magicians. Yeah, they are so strong. They're so powerful. They just do it somehow, without even make us feel, okay, it's not gonna work out. It's gonna be so tough for me to arrange. They would just do it. I think that's ma. There's nothing more beautiful in this world than a mother, than being a mother. Yeah. That's the most, I think that's the purest unconditional love that you would ever receive is from your mother.
And you're on the set. Go ahead and clap. Let me not stop you. You're on the set of Newton when you lose your mother. You get the information. Patra calls you, Patralekha calls you and tells you कि ये हुआ. What happened? She was not so old.
No, she was 54.
She was 54 when she
yeah.
died.
Yeah. So I was shooting for Newton, and before that, she started going in and out of hospitals, uh, and I was in the shot. I don't know if you've seen Newton. There's a election booth, and I was in the shot. I was sitting on that chair, and the shot was I was supposed to step out of the room and stand at the hallway, in the hallway. So I did that, and I saw a guy running towards me, and I was like, what is he doing? There's a camera rolling. Why is he running? And he was really running, like in panic mode. And he came towards me, and then you could see it in someone's eyes when there's something
Bad news.
bad news. And he said, कि, Patra ma'am को आपसे बात करनी है. And then Patra gave me the news. Of course, the world uh, came to a standstill for me, and it was very tough because we were shooting in a very small town called Dalli Rajhara in Chhattisgarh, and the closest airport was almost 3.5 4 hours, Raipur, and it was around 3 p.m. And I said, I have to go back, guys. And it was a small film. It was very tight budget, small film with some 300 people, including the juniors, extras, everyone. And I also knew that, my duty here, I cannot ask them to cancel the shoot for next 10 days because there would be huge losses, and it's a very tight budget film. So I told them, guys, I have to go back, but I'll come back. I'll come back tomorrow, and we'll resume. But they were like, no, it's okay, take your time. I knew somewhere in their heart they're like, yeah, but we also understand. So I went, of course, did my all the duties as a son, and then I came back thinking that I might be able to do it, but nahi hota yaar. Nahi hota hai.
I
Next
mean,
day,
I
yeah,
think
it
it
takes
is
time.
and grief is a strange thing, right? It trigger like कुछ भी trigger हो सकता है. एक music, एक memory, एक खाने का dish. What is your trigger when you most think of your mom?
No, just her smiling face,
Yeah.
and her voice. Her voice, of course, is still echoes in my mind, and I've kept her alive. I've kept her alive here in my heart. I talk to her through her, of course, to her pictures.
What
But
do you say to her?
I tell her things are going fine. If there's some trouble, I tell her, okay, see now what's happening. Can you please sort it out? Uh, and it happens. Most of the times it happens. I think there's something that shifted, between me and Patra because I saw my mother going, I saw my father going, and we lost Patra's dad in 2021. Then we just recently lost our dear pet Gaga, our dog. I think we saw death so closely now. Something shifts. You start seeing life with a different lens. That none of it matters. What matters is you should be at peace. You should be happy. You should be kind towards people, towards your friends and families, and help as many people as you can. And just best because you never know what's going to happen in the next moment. So don't have any regrets. Be happy, live in the moment, and enjoy your life.
So I might be able to squeeze in one more question on and one more moment on stage. Come on up while I'm asking the question. Let me ask you, how did you fall in love with Patralekha?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
it's a very filmy story.
tell us, tell us.
So I just finished LSD. Uh, so before that, yeah, we were. So I was asked to come to Pune to shoot for a playback exercise, like a song, like in the institute. One of my juniors student was making it, and he said, "I want you to act in it." I said, "Sure." And he said, "There's another girl who would be traveling with you from Bombay. Her name is Patralekha." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And we started traveling, and I saw two girls. One was Patra, one was her sister, and her sister was sitting in the middle. Patra was there, and I was here. And Patruleka was not talking to me. I was like, I don't know why so much attitude. She's not talking to me only. And then in between we stopped somewhere for chai and all. And I said, there should be some conversation. We're gonna be together for next 3 days. We're gonna act together as husband and wife. So I started asking her random questions, small talks. How are you? Where are you from? What have you done? And she's like, yeah, I'm here from here, and I've done some ads. I said, what ads? Then she mentioned one ad. And cut to a month back, I was sitting in my room watching television randomly, and this ad film pops up, and I look at the ad. It was for Tata Docomo, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it was a tattoo ad. Like the girl, South Indian girl, shows, Amma, I want to show you something, and she turned. There's this tattoo. Yeah, and I looking at that ad, I was thinking, wow, what a sweet girl. Yeah, I wish I could marry her one day. So sweet. And cut to true story. And cut to this girl tells me I've done this ad, this Tata Docomo tattoo ad. आई कैसी रात है ये बहुत everything just turned into slow motion for me from there. I like this is universe doing. This is all God. It's His plan. Sorry. Manifestation, absolutely. And it's been 14 years.
Wow.
Every day it's still. I can see that.
Now, let me call this young woman up on stage and then I'll hold my question till she is able to come up. Come on up. Come.
Hi, I am good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So basically, I'm also from Delhi.
Hold up your mic. Yeah.
Okay. I'm also from Delhi, near Gurgaon, Dwarka. Anyway, I'm a student in this college, so I just wanted to ask, what do you miss most about Delhi? Being here in Mumbai.
Not
Right
the
now,
air.
right now,
Not the
for sure.
air. That I'll tell you.
After seeing the AQI, right now I'm not missing Delhi at all. But I think because all my school friends, my childhood friends are there, so of course I miss them a lot. I miss the food from Delhi. I miss those winters
Yeah,
when I
जो
was
कभी
growing
होती
up.
थी, जो
जो
कभी
कभी
होती
होती
थी.
थी जब
हाँ.
बहुत fog होता था.
Yes.
So I miss that about Delhi. I miss the food. I miss the weather. Not this one, but the earlier one. Yeah, these two and my people. My family is still there. My friends are there. So it's a lot of fun. Like that, Delhi is still like home to me. So whenever I go back there, it feels like I've come back home.
Delhi or Mumbai?
इतना ऊंचा बोलो.
Delhi or Mumbai?
Yeah, Delhi or Mumbai, दोनों बहुत अच्छे हैं. I love them. Yeah, I love them both.
This is the eternal debate that will never get resolved. But with the Delhi air, I think Mumbai is beating Delhi. Okay, Raj, here's my question. You come from the modest background. You say you teach yourself English. How do you do that? Bol bol ke?
Bol ke, I think just by reading books, by reading newspapers, by just as ma'am was saying, by watching. So in FTI I started watching a lot of like, English language films with
Yeah.
subtitles, of course, at
Yeah.
that time. But then also when I came to Mumbai, when I met Patra and I met a couple of friends, and they would converse in English, and I would pick up things. Like I didn't know that he ke saath does aata hai.
Acha.
These are the rules of the grammar. I had no idea. And of course, I just pick up, and I'm a good learner. Like I'm a very fast learner. So I started picking up things. I started, using them in my life. Started speaking slowly, and then I think with the more the time progressed, I started becoming better and better. And it's just about the confidence. You have to be confident. You have to be around people who converse in that language.
How has coming from that background to this stardom changed you? And ये मत बोलना मैं तो same हूँ, सभी बोलते हैं, but no one is actually the same because life changes you every day. How is it changed?
मैं तो same हूँ. Honestly, yeah, I am still the same boy who was back home. I'm not this guy. I'm the guy. अगर मेरा बस चलता तो मैं अपने बहुत प्यारे अच्छे पजामा, लूज से पजामा, चप्पल.
तो आप क्यों नहीं आए वैसे?
I know, but
आपके मैनेजर आपको
those
डांट लगा
portals, look at him, and then people commenting, oh my God, yeah. So that, yeah. But I'm that guy. At home, if you would ever surprise us visiting home, you would see me just standing and like sitting and chilling on the ground, on the floor, in my shorts, in my vest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love roaming around without slippers in my house. But that's who I am. I don't want to change myself ever.
Yeah. But you say, I'm not this guy. You are in a vanity industry. You may have come to it because you love acting, but you are in this vanity industry. We live in this strange influencer age, Instagram age, where everything is. Sometimes I go to events and I see nobody in the audience and people have just come to get their photo taken. And that's why we try and do this differently and look at the full hall here. How do you remain authentic? जब इतना कुछ artificial है आपके आसपास, how do you keep real? How do you keep it real?
Lot of things actually. You have to find your center. You should. So there's this saying I have put, not even a saying exactly. These are some words that I put in my house. The moment I exit my house, there's the first thing I see is never forget why you started. Like where you started from, everybody knows, but
Yeah.
why you started, because I genuinely fell in love with the art form, as I said, especially after going to FTII. So for me, it is still till date. It is not about if I'm a star, if I'm a superstar, or how much money I have. It's still about living the part. It's still about being a part of some really good stories and tells those stories in the most possible honest way. It's still about that. That gives me the biggest high when I give a good shot in front of the camera. That's my biggest high. That's what I live for. I don't live for anything else. Because when I do that well, the love will automatically be there. because people can see the honesty, people can see the intent, that why someone is doing what they're doing. Are they, because you can't fool people. You can't fool people by through PR or through whatever, you can buy everything in today's day and age. But what you can't buy is honesty. You
Yeah.
can't buy is intent. What you can't buy is what you see on screen. For that, you have to be sincere. And I focus only on that. I try and focus only on that because that is what has taken me till here. I know that is what will take me forward ahead. So I don't want to focus on anything else, just that. That's my center. As long as my focus is there, nothing can change me.
You said कि वो portals पे फिर comment आता है कि ऐसा लग रहे थे या ऐसा लग रहे थे. Women, we've been talking about this all morning. I don't know if Prachi's here. Prachi, ऊपर आ जाओ.
Of course, Prachi, I know you. How are you?
Prachi, you know Prachi's
Of
story.
course.
She was a UP topper.
Yeah, the prettiest
and
girl.
The prettiest
How
girl.
are you?
Oh.
Such a pleasure, such an honor to
She
meet you,
got
Prachi.
trolled for some facial hair, and she said, "I don't."
Those are losers, na? They're jealous of you. They're losers.
This is and that time was a very difficult for others, everyone, but not me.
What do you want to say to Raj? Raj को कुछ बोलना चाहिए?
I want to say that it's a very amazing for me. I want to meet you.
Thank you, Prachi. All the very best. Do very well. आप बहुत अच्छा करोगे लाइफ में,
Sir,
बहुत
I
ऊपर
never
जाओगे.
thought that I want to meet you. मैं मिल पाऊंगी
मैं भी
आपसे.
जब आपको जान रहा था, मुझे भी लगता मैं कभी आपको मिलूंगा. Yeah.
One hug.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
लाइफ में
Prachi.
किसी की मत सुनना, सिर्फ अपनी सुनना
I
और
know.
बहुत ऊपर जाना.
Sir, I want to take a picture with Barkha ma'am and you.
Okay, come on, let's do it. You can all clap also. Thank you. The reason I brought her story up
Yeah.
is we were talking in the morning ki kaise, women, I've seen posters up. What are you all trying to say? Huh? Can't see.
Autograph. Sure.
Autograph,
yeah.
yaar. Very, I have to say inventive. Points for that, but abhi ruko. Okay. We were talking, guys, pipe down. We were talking earlier in the day about how women have to face this male gaze, or even from other women कि आप कैसे दिखते हो, आपका body size क्या है, आप कितने मोटे हो, कितने पतले हो, आपके बाल कहाँ हैं, waxing किया, threading किया. Do guys today have to go through it also? Because you said कि वो portal पे ये लिख देते हैं, वो लिख देते हैं. Is there a kind of emphasis on looks that there wasn't there earlier?
Yeah, there is.
how
I
does
would
it
be
work?
lying if I'll say no, there is not. There's certainly. I won't say as much as girls face it, but it's there on men as well. Like you have to. I don't know who made those rule books, by the way.
Yeah,
I want to meet that
correct.
person who made
Correct.
those rule books. This is beautiful as per their rule book, and this is not, or this is pretty, this is not. You can be who you are, right? You can be yourself, but being, especially in our industry, I know it's also a show business. Where people see you, people admire you for what you're wearing. Also, they get influenced by what you're wearing. So you have to be like, I'm not saying that I don't want to wear like whatever they ask me to wear, but I want to wear what I'm comfortable in, not under any pressure. I don't want to go that extra mile, put in something which I'm not comfortable with just because it's in trend, it's in vogue. I can't do that. Just be yourself. But still, I think there are, because of social media these days, it's very tough to save yourself from trolling. This is bound to happen, but the only way out of it is
Have you been trolled?
ignore it.
Have you been trolled?
Yeah,
क्या
yeah,
बोलते
yeah.
हैं?
People comment on anything. There's no way in the world that everybody would love you. And if everybody loves you in the world, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah, yeah.
That
yeah.
means there's not a bone of authenticity
No,
in
correct,
you.
correct.
मुझे ये बताइए that you have always, till this mad success of Stree, आपको एक critical acclaim की नजर से देखा जाता था. Rajkummar Rao, what a fantastic actor, and they would slot you or stereotype you in this sort of art house genre. You're now a legit, like you said, you've had the biggest Hindi film hit ever, not just of the year. Somewhere do you feel that you find that stereotype irritating कि ये artsy है, ये commercial है, ये conventional hero है, ये unconventional hero है, ये होता है?
Maybe not anymore. When I came to the city, it was happening. For next 5 years also, it was happening that they put you in a box. You do 3 dramas, and they're like, oh, he's such a serious actor. Oh, he's good for art films. You do 3 OTT films together. He's good only for platforms. He's not meant for theaters. It happens a lot. They put you in a box. But I've tried that very consciously, that I should not do only one particular genre all my life.
Yeah.
I've done comedies, I've done dramas, I've done biopics, I've done rom-coms and romantic films like Shadi Mein Zarur Aana or Bareilly Ki
Yeah.
Barfi or Omerta or Shahid. I think it's very important for you also as an actor to keep trying. Otherwise, they'll put you in a box. Then it becomes very tough to come out of that box. So
Yeah.
that was my conscious choice, that I would never ever keep doing the same thing again and again.
And do you think you've escaped those boxes now?
I have. I think I that's what I love about it. When I do something like Shrikant, which released this year, which is a biopic of Shrikant Bola. It was very challenging for me to play a visually impaired man, but I thought, if not me, then who? I took it as a challenge. It was very tough, a very tough part to play,
Yeah.
but I thoroughly enjoyed it because fear gets me going. When I'm
What
scared
are
of
you
something.
scared of?
I'm scared of maybe I should not get corrupted. I'm scared of not uh, get entangled in the whole hoopla of how to be an actor.
Yeah.
How people tell you, how people guide you, should do this, should do that, or do this PR or that story, get click there. I don't want to do that. I'm very scared of that. I should never ever
And sometimes
think
you're
like
scared
that.
that you may become like that?
I think it's too late. Now I won't. It's
Given
too late.
that you came from struggle, how important is money to you? Are you scared of not having enough money? Are you scared that one day maybe I won't have? I once asked Amitabh Bachchan, I said, what are you scared of? And he said, I'm scared that one day I'll walk into a restaurant, nobody will recognize me. I couldn't believe Amitabh Bachchan was saying this, but he said it. Are you scared of losing stardom?
No, I'm not scared of losing stardom. The only thing I'm scared of not getting enough work.
That
I
doesn't happen, surely.
hopefully, yeah, touch wood.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm scared of that is that I just want to work every day of my life till I die. I just want to be an actor. I just want to keep doing this forever, till eternity. That's the only thing I'm scared of. I'm not scared of not having enough money, because I've seen that. I've seen that
Yeah.
growing up. So it cannot get worse than that. I've
Yeah.
seen the lowest, so you cannot take me lower than that. So there's nothing to be scared of.
So, which dialogue do we want Raj to do for us? Come on, you have your chance. हाँ? वो तो मैं अभी आ रही हूँ उस पे, पर someone's suggesting a song. I'll come to that later. हाँ? चलो जी.
Guys, I'm not in school and college anymore. It was so tough to memorize
अच्छा,
that
something
monologue.
from
It
Stree
was
then.
very tough.
Something more recent. Yes. Okay, give us a second to get the track ready. Give me a go ahead when you have the track. You'll be teaching the hook step to people.
Yeah, I love dancing. I've been dancing since I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
One lucky person. One lucky person. One. Gets to learn the step. That's all. That's all. Okay. Are we ready? Go for it.
झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं ओ झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं झूठी खाई थी कसम जो निभाई नहीं काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं ओ काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं लेके आया भी मैं घर से रजाई नहीं लेके आया भी मैं घर से रजाई नहीं आई तू तो आई नहीं वो नहीं आई तू तो आई नहीं हो काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं
Hang on. You kind of seem to know it already. Have you been practicing? She was pretty good. You didn't have to teach a lot.
Not at all. She was so good.
Thank you. Ever since I got to know that through our Unimo page because we are the community partners. I got to know when sir is coming, I had to practice all the steps. I was sure, and I think Neha here has taught us how to manifest. So I was like, I need to meet this guy, and I really
why do you like him so much?
Because the person he is, I've actually been following all his interviews, and the kind of person he is, apart from being a great actor, I remember that movie. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name. I'm very nervous. In which
Trapped.
trapped. Oh my god! And I used to get nightmares, and I used to actually wake up, and I'm like, I have to save him. I have to go there. So you are absolutely rocking, and
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm very happy.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. What's your name? Sorry.
Vanita Ambani.
Vanita, thank you. And
Thank you, Miss Vanita.
Thank you. Thank you. Raj. Now wait, guys. Before we honor Raj, okay, much excitement, but it isn't just young girls or women my age. There are lots of old women who want to meet you. I know one's older women who wants to meet you. And I'm introduced you to Dehati madam, who taught herself English and could teach you and me English. Now I am going to introduce you to a Ajji who's 96 years old and part of a grannies group that went to school. Opening the doors for women's education, can we please welcome our Ajji on stage? वो बहुत slowly आएंगे, मैं उनको लेके आऊंगी. अज्जी जी, आप हैं यहाँ पे? अच्छा, वो बहुत धीरे-धीरे आ रही है. So Raj, we promised you're going to meet a variety of women today, and we are keeping our word. Namaste, namaste, namaste. 96 और आपकी उम्र?
आपकी उम्र 75 है.
75.
हाँ, तो वो मैं समझ गई. हिंदी भी थोड़ी आती है. अच्छा, अंकल जी, आप थोड़ा इधर आएंगे तो आप थोड़ा. हाँ जी. अच्छा योगेंद्र जी, आप वहां बैठ के ट्रांसलेट हमें करना, ठीक है? अच्छा, ऐसा है योगेंद्र जी, ये स्कूल बैग दिखाएंगे. ये देखिए, थोड़ा खड़े होइए ना और हमारी तरफ देखिए. उधर दिखाओ सबको. आइए, ये कितना उम्र पे स्कूल पे आती हैं? ओल्डेस्ट तो 96 है, ये स्कूल आ रही हैं. ये आपने कैसा आइडिया सोचा इसके बारे में?
ये 75 ईयर की है
जी.
हाँ, तो 8 मार्च 2016 में वर्ल्ड वुमेन डे था और उसी दिन ये जो सभी दादी माँ है 30 दादी माँ, वो उनके जमाने में कभी स्कूल में गई नहीं थी.
अच्छा.
तो अगर इन्हें साइन करने आने लगी या ये स्कूल में आने से इनको लिखना पढ़ना अच्छी तरह से आने लगेगा तो इनके लिए गॉड गिफ्ट होगी और इसीलिए ये स्कूल का ओपनिंग होगा.
तो आपने सोचा कि कम से कम नाम तो लिखना आना चाहिए.
कम से कम नाम लिखना आना चाहिए.
अच्छा, तो अभी नाम लिख सकती है?
नाम लिखता सकती है. वाचता पण थोडे थोडे येते हैं.
थोड़ा थोड़ा आता है.
उसको पढ़ना भी अच्छी तरह से आता है. खुद का गीत भी वो अच्छी तरह से गाती है. गाना गाती है वो अच्छी तरह से. मराठी में गाती है लेकिन गाती है.
वो अपना गाना गाएंगे, आप अपना गाना. ओके ओके, चलो. हाँ,
जोर से.
चला चला जाऊ बाई आजीबाईच्या शाळेला, पाटी आणि पेन्सिल घेऊ जाऊ शिकण्याला. आडाणी मी गोळाबाई मन माझं उदास, हुर हुर वाटे बाई कधी मी शिके. बुक दिले नवे कोरे वाचायला हातात डोळे असून वाचायला मला नाही येत आजीबाईची शाळा चालू झाली फांगणी गावाला चल ग सकू चल ग ठकुली अन शिकू शाळेला गावाला मी जाते कुण्या मोटारीत समजना पाटी आहे तिच्यावर वाचायला
बहुत अच्छा। लेकिन अब मैं अभी राज से एक गाना, हाँ एक 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 कोई भी है ना, रिक्वेस्ट, हाँ कौन सा रिक्वेस्ट, हाँ चलो ना,
I'm not a singer, guys, but
गो
okay,
फॉर
I'll
इट
try.
यार, कोई बात नहीं।
कोई इतना खूबसूरत, कोई इतना खूबसूरत, कोई इतना खूबसूरत कैसे हो सकता है?
Lovely. So Raj, I'm going to ask you to honor all of these Ajjis who have come, Ajji ki Pathshala, but also the man who started it. ये कैसा आइडिया है आपको शुरू करने का सर?
गांव में हम बहुत ऐसे जो डेवलपमेंट के प्रोग्राम कर रहे थे, तो उसी समय हम छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जयंती उधर मना रहे थे। तो मनाने के लिए सभी गांव की महिला जो है वो इकट्ठा आकर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के चरित्र का पठन कर रही थी। तो उसी समय यह सब दादी माँ आई और वह कहने लगी कि अगर हमें भी लिखना पढ़ना आता तो हम भी यह आनंद में हिस्सा लेते। और इसीलिए मेरे मन में आया कि इन सभी को आनंदित करना है तो हमें इन्हें लिखना पढ़ना आना जरूरी है। तो हमने उसी समय मोतीराम गणपत दगा चैरिटेबल
और
ट्रस्ट
आपने
के
क्या पाया कि औरतें जब वापस आई स्कूल में, उनकी जिंदगी में क्या बदला?
उनके जिंदगी में बहुत ही बदलाव निश्चित तरह से हुआ। उन्हें कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, आत्मविश्वास आ गया और हमारी जिंदगी नई से जो शुरू करनी है, क्योंकि जो लिखना पढ़ना है उसके लिए आयु की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, कभी भी हम
So never too old, never too old. अच्छा राज, I know हम बहुत देर से कह रहे हैं कि आपका मैन ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड ड्यू है, लेकिन can I request you to honor the Ajjis?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, can we have the award for the Ajjis on stage and आपकी बाकी Ajjis कहाँ है भाई?
उधर है सब।
जल्दी से आइए अज्जी जी।
सभी दादी माँ यहाँ
भाग के
आइए।
आइए दादी माँ, दादी माँ जी। जल्दी जल्दी चलो चलो आ जाओ, आ जाओ। Ashit, I think you're taking long to come for this. आप ये पहले ले जाओ ना।
This is so cool, guys. You know, as he said, it's never too late. If you want to do something in life, listen to your heart and start it today. Yeah.
Thank you. चलिए. Now I have to finally award Raj. If everyone got their photos, got okay. Ajji ji, Dadiya.
Let's give them
Let's
few
give them a
minutes
big
to
round
yes.
of applause, our daddies. चल चल योगेश जी please. Okay, can I just say why I love Raj? He personally escorted every single grandmother down the steps. I do not know another movie star who would have done that. Can we please have a big round of applause for him? And may I request our partners at Lokmat? Okay,
I love you too, girls.
okay, at the count of 3, 2, 1.
Guys, genuinely, I'm saying it from the bottom of my heart. And I know we will come to that. But I really love you all. You know,
But can I have,
thank you for giving me an opportunity to a guy like me who's come from a small town with no background. Thank you for giving me so much love.
But wait,
Thank you.
We're not done yet. May I request our partners at Lokmat, Sanjeev ji from Lokmat, to please come up to present Rajkummar Rao with the Man of the Year. Man of the Year award. Let's hear a large and large manage. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Oh my God, no. That's no. Let's get a few. Acha, let's take a selfie. Come on, thank you. Okay, bas. We are going to do a selfie. Everybody say, we're going to do a selfie. Come on. Everyone settle down. Can I have Subhalakshmi backstage? Subhalakshmi. Guys and girls, come on now. Take your seats. Take your seats, please. Okay, okay, you have 30 seconds. We have to start. Take your seats, take your seats. Yeah. Girls, I need help here. I need you to keep quiet now. Come on, come on. Okay, everybody pipe down. I'm going to ask one person, what we felt after that conversation. What a kind, gentle person he was. I mean, I was so moved to see him walking down with every grandmother personally. No tantrums, no star angularities, nothing. So I want somebody, anybody who watched that conversation, what did it make you feel? Somebody who hasn't come up. I know you've already come up. So somebody who hasn't come up yet. Come. Come on, come on. It's not easy to come up on stage before such a big audience. Right. What's your name?
My name is Bijal Joshi.
Bijal, what did you feel after that exchange? I mean, there were so many things that happened in the last 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, first of all, those old ladies, I really appreciate. I would say that my mother was illiterate, but she started teaching me, ABC, and she was literally was my first teacher. And then I grew up and I taught her how to, write, do the signature and all. So that was really, something to relate. Now she uses Instagram and she uploads and the reels and stories and even the WhatsApp messages, she uses this automatic typewriter and all, and she's so pro. I asked my mom, like, how can you do this? Even I don't know, teach me this. How can you do this, please? Like, so pro. So I heads off to all those old ladies. And yes, Rajkummar sir, I really, admire him from the bottom of my heart. Very genuine, down to earth.
Thank you, but I'm amazed to hear. So your mother did not go to school?
No, no. Actually, we belong to an Orthodox, Rajasthani family, Marwadi family. And I'll tell you, my story. It's about 5 sisters. And then the younger one is the son, my brother. So that's, I'm the eldest one. And we all 5 sisters, my father, he supported us like anything. My all my relatives in my native place, they used to say, you are taking all the girls to Mumbai and you are settling there, so dekh lena, naam roshan karegi. And actually I'm telling them, yes, हमने उनका नाम अच्छी तरह से रोशन किया है.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you. And remember, I think what we really took away, you can be very successful, but you don't have to lose your core. And from the conversation with the Ajis, it's never too late. And that even a simple thing like knowing how to read and write and sign your name is actually very, very empowering. All right, we're waiting for our next guest, and she should be here any moment. But any request for music from our saxophonist? What's the request? Request? I have to see if she can. Subbalakshmi, can we have you back? What's the request? I can't understand. Okay, I need Subbalakshmi to be back. Is she coming? And okay, meanwhile, okay. So Subbalakshmi, can we have you back on stage, please? But I'm not able to understand their request. You only asked 2 songs, 2 requests. Yeah. What?
2 of my favorite.
Your 2? No. What is the song request?
Careless Whisper.
Careless Whisper. No. Young people are saying no. Go with some peppy songs. You choose.
Yeah, my favorite is Ed Sheeran's Shape of You.
Shape of You.
Okay.
And one more.
One more. I Will Survive.
Yes, good one.
Okay.
So we're doing Ed Sheeran and I Will Survive.
Yeah.
Go for it. Do you have the track?
I need a beer.
You
Ed
don't have the
Sheeran's-
mic?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you need the mic?
Yeah.
Okay. You want
I'll
me to put it
be.
for you?
Oh, it's okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Are we ready with Ed Sheeran? Yes.
Shape of You. Tadak dina tam tam tam, kadak dina tam tam tam, deem the dina deem deem deem. Tadak dina tam 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 tadak kajanu tam tadak kajanu tam tadak kajanu tam tadak kajanu tam tadak kajanu.
My favorite song. So I had to be back. Absolutely fabulous. Okay, I see two friends in the audience, and I'm going to make use of the moment to call them back. So, well, actually, don't go. We're not letting you go only. No, take a breather, and we'll call you back. Thank you. I see Sanjeet Shetty, one of our partners at the event. Come on up. And Preeti Davra, who's here all the way from Singapore. Both of them entrepreneurs in their own way, two good friends of mine, friends of the festival. Come on up, friends with each other also. Come on up. Come on up, come on up. Sit. Just, we'll chat. Come on, come on, come on, come on. So, Sanjeet is, you've been seeing very unusual male allies all morning. From the young boy who came on stage to talk about sexual violence in the family, to, of course, Rajkummar Rao, to so many voices we've heard this morning. And Sanjeet is somebody who's doing extraordinary work in breaking the taboo around menopause. We talk so much about, you know, um, menstruation and the stigma, and we have a full panel coming up on it a little later in the afternoon. But I thought I'd take, since we have a few minutes, grab you now. What makes a man get into this space? How did you think of it? Guys, pipe down at the back.
See, first of all, I must say thanks to you. I'm such a fan.
Thank
you
you.
converted me last year.
Aw,
and
thank
this
you.
is my second year, and I think I'm a fan for life.
Thank you.
But I must also, really thank everyone here because, when you go back home today, just give your mothers or whomever has brought you up such a big hug because
Yeah.
women all through have just taken care of someone else.
Yeah.
It's always someone else.
Yeah.
It's the children, it's the parents. If they're not pissed off with their husband, it's their husbands at times. But, but it's always about someone else. So, it's never about themselves. So I was surprised to hear every woman will go through this phase of perimenopause and menopause. They will go through it for half of their life
Yeah.
through 40 to 50 symptoms.
Yeah.
Educated women still don't know how to deal with it. And it really has serious implications from cardiovascular issues to osteoporosis to.
Why do you think we don't talk about it?
I have no idea because, I guess it's stigma that, it comes with old age. It's just, I have my closest friends are women and they won't talk to me about it. And so.
Preeti, we're that age. Are we not talking? Are we in denial? Is there a lot of ignorance?
I think it's ignorance, and I think it's our culture that says everything is a phase in life, and this is a natural phase in life. We are going through this, whatever happens to the body happens. But if we are equipped with better knowledge of what we are going through and how we can address it, I think this decade will go easier. I can speak personally from my own perspective. I am going through many menopause, and it leads to insomnia. It leads to all the things that
Oh
you're
my
just
God,
saying.
can't sleep. I mean, I was
Yeah.
always insomniac. I can no longer tell whether it's my craziness or my hormones.
It's probably both. It's probably both. But everybody who's here in the audience and is dealing with it, I genuinely encourage you to actually look at the work that Sanjit is doing because it's really
Thank you
very
so
good.
much. Thanks.
So Sanjit, in terms of, breaking the taboo around this subject, is there anybody here who wants to talk? I know we have a full conversation coming up, but if you want to share your story, like if you want to talk about perimenopause or menopause, there isn't enough even information that you can necessarily trust. Nobody talks to you about it. I see you. Come up. You're. This is your lucky day, Rajkummar Rao, and then
Yes,
here you are again.
yes,
Go
yes.
ahead.
So I think talking about this topic is really, really important. I don't know why are we not talking? Why is there no so
You
much
tell
of...
us, why are we not talking?
We are not talking because I think it has been, we have been raised like that. When I got my first period, I was covered by three girls and I was taken to the washroom. I was in just standard 7 at that time, and I didn't know. I said I didn't invite it. I am not the one to tell it, come inside my body and just flow out or whatever.
Yeah.
And at that time only, I was feeling that, I have always had my guys as my best friends. And then, but when I was taken to the washroom, don't tell them, don't tell them. So I was surprised. I said, why is this world not ready? I mean, what is it? We are getting education. I am also very surprised when there is a lot of hue and cry about girl education. Girl has to get educated, dude. I mean,
yeah, but these are basic things
yeah,
that don't
so I
happen,
think
right?
they're not
I think
happening.
it has to do also with the lack of this association of menopause with a loss of women's sexuality.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I
yes.
think that this sort of fear that if we tell the world that we are menopausal, then we lose our sexuality, sensuality, and I think that's very, it's a genuine fear.
Yeah.
And nobody is really talking about it in a way to say, well, look at you and look at me, and we're not
Yeah.
losing any of this.
Yeah.
So
Or
I
anything
think,
else.
or anything else.
Yeah.
So do you agree that that's
Totally. And if you speak to the leading gynacs, they tell you the same thing, that don't ever think that, age should stop you, sexually. And sometimes people think this just puts a stop to that. Yes, of course, you cannot have children, but that doesn't mean, there's so much more you
And
can
you
do.
don't know where science will evolve to. Tomorrow we'll already be in the space of, frozen embryos, frozen eggs, and all the rest of that.
Exactly.
Sanjeet, when you got into this space, what are you hoping to achieve? I know since you started, the community has only grown. Talk a little bit about what you're hoping to achieve.
So again, it all starts with a conversation. You got to.
How did you start this? Why did a guy get into the menopause space?
I tell them why not.
No, but was there a conversation?
No, I mean, yeah, my mother silently suffered it. Later on when I had conversations with her, and then that's when she said, "Listen, she has so many issues today. She's in her 70s, and she has issues with migraines and stuff, which all could have been solved if she had known about this when she was in her 30s." So I said, and I think I've become such a better person.
Yeah.
I've become a much better husband. I've become a much better friend.
Yeah.
Because I relate to it so much better. Because the woman doesn't have a gash or a rash or a wound, because
Yeah.
it's all internal. Sometimes, I mean, you talk about insomnia. That's just one. But you just sometimes feel low, and you
Yeah.
cannot explain it, right? And I mean, I was talking to someone who's a leading HR professional, and she said so many women in India, when they're reaching the peak of their careers, are actually dropping off. There is data about women dropping off from the workplace in the UK,
Yeah.
but nothing in India. But women in top positions in India are actually feeling lesser, confident than their male counterparts, and then they become consultants.
Yeah.
You know.
Let me ask both of you in the end, guys. I really need some little bit of silence. What do you want to say to the men and women both in the audience? Preeti, I'll start with you.
I think that actually these periods is
Yeah.
the ultimate symbol of fertility. And without fertility, there wouldn't be life, there wouldn't be creativity. So we should celebrate both the onset of and the moving away of, because it's liberating to know that you no longer have to, it's your sexuality is not intertwined with it. And actually, it liberates you to have
Yeah.
partners without worrying about being pregnant. But at the same time, it's also when it comes on, I think our culture really celebrates periods. We have a goddess called Bhudevi. And
I mean, we're contradictory because we both celebrate
Yeah.
and stigmatize, which is the paradox.
but I think it's time for also the boys to be given the vocabulary and the girls to talk about it.
Yeah. Sanjeet, closing word to you.
And I think people should start talking about it. There are many, like what we do at Mirror. There are other companies that have communities. Reach out, See, it starts with the talk, then it becomes the chatter, then it becomes the noise. And when there's a noise, there are solutions. And when there are solutions, everyone gains. So we've got to start talking about it.
And husbands and sons and brothers in the house should actually proactively come and ask. I would like my son Sahil to ask me, Mom, are you going through this?
Correct.
Yeah.
What can I do for you? I
But-
would like my husband to do the same thing.
You know, it's amazing. So many people ask me, can you come and talk to our husbands? And I say, I'd love to. I'd
Yeah.
love to. And I love to be that guy
Yeah.
talking about this. I'm loving it. This is the
Fabulous.
best part of my face.
Let's hear it for Sanjeet Shetty and Preeti Davra. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, we spoke about menopause, but I know a lot of young girls here. Preeti just spoke about how, it's the most natural thing, it's celebrated, but girls are still battling stigmatization. Menopause on the one hand, menstruation on the other. One report says that 23 million girls drop out of school every year in India because of a lack of access to menstrual hygiene. So I want to invite a young person here. You heard about menopause. Let's talk about menstruation. Either a boy or a girl who wants to come up and talk about your period. Come on up. Come on up. Let's hear it for her. Come on, come on, come on. It isn't easy getting up in front of some 800 people or more looking in the hall. Come on up. Hi.
Hi everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah.
My name is Shivani. I work in menstrual health space. So starting from menarche until menopause, things have been so horrible, especially when it comes to access to resources. So we work across India. So when we go down to Salem in Tamil Nadu, we realize that people have difficulty in access because of maybe Brahminical patriarchy. And we go down upwards and say Bir in Himachal Pradesh or villages above Bir, where we see that some women do not even have access to like panties that they can wear during their periods.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've seen that, very unique story. In Bir, there's a village where women have one collective sanitary napkin pack for the community. So throughout the year, they don't wear panties or sanitary napkins. It's a free flow of blood.
Yeah.
But if there's any occasion, if there's any festival, they will share that community sanitary napkin pack and wear it just for that particular occasion. And these are just two examples of Bir and Salem. Across India, we've been seeing issues related to this. And this is while they're menstruating. When we talk about, when you're starting your periods, then the lack of awareness, the harmful practices, the issues that they face at home, the kind of untouchability, discrimination, etc., that takes place across, it's horrifying to see that. When I started my first periods, I, like most of you, I guess, had no idea about it. I was told that it's something that just happens, and as women, we are told that this is something that we just have to endure. While it is, very magical and, it's a boon that's given to us, it's also something that we are told to just endure, which is what we have to work against. And
don't you find it ironic that whether we talk about menopause, which is women in our middle years, or whether you talk about women, or girls grappling with menstruation, which is girls in their teens, there is a stigma to both. It's like you can never move beyond blood. You can never just normalize a biological process and look for ways to minimize pain, to replace hormones, to do all of that.
Oh, for sure. It's actually incredible that all the issues that are faced by women medically have the least amount of funding. Every possible situation medically that has more statistics of women will have less funding. It's facts. So definitely it's ironic, it's shocking, and it's just so humiliating to see that going on right now.
If there's something you want to say to both those grappling with menopause and menstruation stigma, what would you say?
I think what we are trying to do is create communities where it's easy for you to talk about it in a way that there's no shame attached to it. Like, when you talk about mental health, you say it should be treated just as any other physical ailment. You should deal with it just as any other physical ailment. Simply with menstrual care, be it menopause, be it menarche, be it any sort of situation that you face during menstrual care, all of them have to be treated exactly like that. It's a bodily process. It has to happen. Just when it is happening, ensure that everybody is getting access to it. And women are often told that access to it is something that you might not very Sorry.
Go, keep going, keep
Am
going.
I out of time?
No, no, keep going.
Okay. You might not very easily get because environmental implications attached to it, because of so many issues attached to your body. But that is something that happens to you. So access is completely your right. Menstrual rights are human rights. So yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just grabbing a sip of water because I've been
Please
talking
do.
so
You've been
much.
talking since the
Thank you
morning.
for that. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to now introduce my next guest. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, any guesses who's coming up next? Any guesses? We're waiting. I'm waiting to be told when she's behind the door so we can welcome her. She is. Okay, we are going to, at the count of 3, 2, 1, and then I'll open the door. You're going to, with all the energy you have, announce my next guest. Everybody ready? But it's got to be really loud. Like, I've got to hear it till like the steps of Sophia's outside. Okay? You're going to take the name at the count of 3, 2, 1. But really loud, and guys upstairs, hi. 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 How are you doing? I know you're far, but you're here. Thank you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. No, I didn't hear you. 3. No music, please. No music. No music. 3, 2, 1. Putting your hands together to welcome Sonam Kapoor. Can we hear it for Sonam Kapoor? Come. Anywhere you want. Lots of mics there. Pick up one. Okay, you guys didn't do that well in announcing my guest, so you're going to be louder this time. At the count of 3, 2, 1, we're going to show Sonam what a welcome really feels like, right? 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Sonam.
Oh, I'm like so excited to be here. I think this is the second time I've come to this college.
Wow.
I came here, I think almost 10 years ago, a little more than that.
And it's your second time at the festival, so welcome back.
Oh, second time at the festival as
Yes,
well. Okay,
yes,
great,
yes.
amazing.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Sonam is a woman of many avatars. When I was trying to introduce you, I had so many things to say. You know, you have just been named the global ambassador for Dior. You're an actor, you're a model, you are, you know, you're a producer. I don't know where to, you're a parent. I mean, there are so many dimensions to you. You took a break in the middle because you were a mom. Was it tough to juggle those balls?
You know, honestly, fortunately for me, I've been working since I was 17 years old.
I know.
And so I got pregnant when I was 36.
And that was your first break?
My at 17, no, my first break
No,
was
at 36,
at 36,
you worked
yeah.
17 through 36. That's
Yes,
amazing.
and it was 19 years of like non-stop. And when I got pregnant, because it was a later pregnancy, I had to take a lot of shots and injections, and I had to take care of myself. So I
Yeah.
couldn't, and it was also COVID, it's 2021.
Yeah.
And so you know, I just thought I'd be at home. And then when I had my baby, I wanted to take another year off. And then it's been 2 years, and now I'm ready to get back to work, and I'm back to work.
What is your favorite Sonam film? Nirja. Okay, if you are orderly, I'll let one person come up on stage, the girl in the blue t-shirt there. Everyone else remain orderly. I know you're all excited. Okay, 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 okay. Contain your excitement. Contain it, contain it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I love Prem Ratan Dhan Payo.
You what?
Prem Ratan Dhan Payo. That's my favorite movie. I've watched it over 50 times. I love it.
Thank you. And anything else you want to say to her? Why did you like these films?
I loved your work in the film and the way
I love your acting skills. I don't have words.
That's my husband's favorite film as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thank you
Sad.
so
She's
much.
very
Thank
excited
you.
to meet
Thank
you.
you.
Okay,
That's so sweet.
we can pick up a conversation. Everybody settle down. Sorry, they get very excited when they get to meet, somebody like you. So I just thought I'd give them that little moment. Sonam, there's a video you posted on your Instagram feed that I found very powerful. And you had this very, you always look gorgeous, and you put a photograph of yourself looking gorgeous. And then you said, people don't wake up looking like this. It takes 90 minutes, usually, typically, for somebody to look like this. And you wanted to say to all the girls out there that don't look at these images and think, oh my God, I don't look like this, so there's something missing in me. We've had stories this morning about people who've been bulimic, people who've been trolled for facial hair, no matter what their other accomplishments are. And I think that video was so important. And I want you to tell us what made you, because very few people in the vanity industry, in the glamour industry, in the world of fashion would actually post a video like that.
So I'll be very honest. I mean, I'm always being too honest, but when I was your age, I had something called polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS. At that time, it was known as PCOD.
Yeah.
And I think they've like updated that. And because of that, I had multiple hormonal issues. So I put on weight when I turned 16 years old, which is like the time when you're supposed to be at your prettiest, sweet 16. Like that's like what the books say, all the books that I was reading at that time. And I had facial hair. And
You had facial hair?
Yeah, I had facial hair.
Can I pause you there?
Yes.
We have a story. Prachi, please stand up. Prachi, can I call you on stage?
Yes.
Prachi is a board topper from Uttar Pradesh. She topped the boards, and because she had facial hair, she was trolled horribly.
Oh, that's horrible.
And a shaving company took out an advertisement using her without her consent. You said that, I just had to get it up.
Oh, that's.
कुछ
I mean,
बोलना
that's.
चाहेंगी आप सोनम जी को?
हाँ मैम फिर से वही राजकुमार राव सर से मिलके बहुत एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस था और आपसे भी मिलकर
और आपके फेशियल हेयर पे?
हाँ उसके लिए कुछ नहीं
कुछ नहीं. Okay.
I'll tell you something. Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you
so much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to break your flow.
Not
but that
at all.
was just what we were talking about.
So I'll tell you, and you break out in like acne and stuff like that. I had people tell me, oh, she's Anil Kapoor's daughter. Like weird trolling things.
Yeah.
And it goes away, guys. It goes away.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay with age. It's just a typical hormonal teenage thing, and it went away. And it wasn't only going away. There are so many things that I had to do, but I was traumatized by it. I remember when I was and I was in a co-education.
Because did it impact like your confidence?
At that time, I remember Kajal was like, and she
Yeah.
had a unibrow. I don't know if you
Yeah.
remember. I had a
Yeah,
unibrow.
yeah.
She had a unibrow. She never did her eyebrows, and she had hairline hair over there. And I remember my mom showing me Kajal's picture, and she was like, "Look at her. She is the biggest heroine right now, and look at her." And I remember seeing that, and I felt motivated.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like that anymore. And I realized at that time, because the next year, when I was 17 years old, I was discovered by Sanjay Leela Bansali.
Yeah.
So at that time, I realized that it's very important to set an example and tell your truth.
Yeah.
Because she inspired me, I don't think consciously, but unconsciously, with her choices at that time.
That's amazing because, one of the things we try and do at this festival is generational opening of doors.
Yes.
Like that's exactly what it is. And, I followed, of course, I've known you for years, and I followed many of your interviews. And I saw one that you did with Vogue, where you also spoke about the extreme sexualization of imagery today
Yes.
when it comes to girls, and how we think that, oh, that's emancipated, but it isn't always, because it's so commercialized, it's so massy, it's so much pressure on young girls. Talk a little bit about that.
So, to embrace your femininity
Yeah.
is amazing. I feel like at that, like when you embrace that, it's incredible. But at the same time, when it's taken from a man's lens or a man's eye,
Yeah.
it's that view is very different.
The male gaze.
Male gaze is very different from a woman's gaze and how you look at yourself. So I remember I shot for the cover of GQ,
Yeah.
and the stylist was a woman, Antra
Yeah.
Motiwala,
Yeah.
and the photographer was a woman, Sinye, who shot my wedding.
Yeah.
And the comfort that I felt while I was shooting for a magazine that was meant for men, because I was shot like by a woman and styled
Yeah.
by a woman,
Yeah.
was very different. Because I know that if it was a man shooting me or a man styling me, a straight man
Yeah.
shooting me or styling me, it would
Yeah.
have been a completely different kind of idea, and it wouldn't have looked the kind of same.
Yeah.
I was very comfortable, and it was a very sexy shoot. It was me embracing my body. I was in red latex. I'm usually very modestly dressed. I'm more comfortable covering up. So that was different. It was new for me, and it's one of my favorite shoots that I've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is, you should embrace it, but embrace it for yourself.
But there's
Not
that thin line, right? How do you find that? Because I know that so many young girls today growing up in the age of Instagram, they
Yeah.
only see themselves through that filter.
Honestly, Barkha, I think w- your the worldview has changed because a lot of them actually do it for other women.
Mhm.
Because I have a lot of cousins who are in that generation. I'm
Yeah.
the eldest amongst all of my Kapoor cousins that
Yeah.
are there and
Yeah.
that are thriving right now. And I see that they are actually a lot of the Gen Zs that are out there and Generation Alpha that are out there
Yeah.
are they are either extremely conservative or extremely free thinking. I think this is a generation of extremes that
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
there. And they are either very free thinking or conservative in the way they portray themselves. And it's the way the generation thinks. It's not something as a millennial that I understand
Yeah.
very much, but they do celebrate themselves, and there is a fine line. And I think in our generation and the generation before that, it was more for the masculine gaze. Over here, I think it's more for the social media and what their friends are saying and how they're liking it. And it's that, like, it's a different vibe than what we had
No,
when
I,
we were
you know,
growing up.
I was telling this story. I went to receive an award the other day, and I went to this event, and it was almost like everybody had come for their photo on Instagram and
Yes.
not actually for that space.
Yes.
And there was nobody really in the hall,
Yeah.
and I was like,
I think it's because as I know that it's my generation who's created social media.
yeah,
We've
that's
created
true.
we've created social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat. It's all been created by our generation. The connectivity that there is. But at the end of the day, it's a tool. And I've said this before, a tool, you can either build something with it, or you can, or a tool can be very destructive as well.
Yeah.
So it's how you utilize it, right? And
Yeah.
right now, I feel there should be certain restrictions, right? Like in terms of how you use it,
Like some control.
some control over it.
And as a parent, I'm sure, I mean, it's too young for you, but you must be thinking of these things.
I mean, I do. I honestly do. I'm extremely liberal in the way I think, and I
Yeah.
feel like there should be complete, like, you have to have complete autonomy. You should be able to say what you want to say, put out what you want to put out.
Yeah.
But there should be an age bracket, like there is for drinking, and then there is for driving, right? And you utilize it at that point.
Yeah,
You know.
that's something to think about. Now, I want to ask you, as I said, it's Sonam's many avatars.
Okay.
Indra Nooyi, who used to be the chairperson of PepsiCo,
PepsiCo, yeah.
she famously said, women can't have it all. And she told this story about how she got this big promotion and she
Yeah.
came back home and she was, really excited about it. And then her mother said,
Maybe in her generation.
her mother said, but you forgot to get the milk. And her mother told her, leave your crown in the garage, right? And she said that made me feel women can't have it all. Now, I don't know what having it all means, but when I look at you, Sonam,
Huh.
I feel you have it all.
Because I have a partner
Yeah.
who believes in sharing
Yeah.
everything, right? Whether it's the care for my son, the household expenses. I mean, it's a complete, that was a different generation. And I know there are a lot of people in my generation who don't have it all either, but I'm extremely privileged
Yeah.
in the way where my husband doesn't, he's an American school, he's basically an like he's brought up in the Western world, right?
Yeah.
And he's brought up in a way where he thinks in a very different way. It's not a patriarchal way of thinking. We're also Sindhis. It's more matriarchal society. His grandmother founded the family business. So
Wow.
it's a very different way of thinking, or the right way of thinking,
Mhm.
where it's not only my responsibility to be, the take care of the home and take care of the my son, and it's not that he doesn't even think that, he
I'm so glad you mentioned that because we were talking earlier in the day about how so many women, whatever they do, they
Yeah.
drop out of the workforce because they can't manage the inequality at home. And our
Yeah.
entire conversation is
Where
focused on.
it's expected of us.
Yes.
It's
And
expected.
so, are you saying that you guys are pretty much equal in whatever way at home? At home?
Yes, we are. I mean, the thing is, a child wants his mother,
Yeah.
okay, or her, she
Yeah.
wants or he wants. I mean, in my case, it's my son. It is a biological thing where the first couple of years you are needed, right? Breastfeeding, he wants you when he's upset, when he's sick, when he's crying. It's just is biological.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean my husband cannot help me with that and do
Sure.
the same thing, right? Like if I wanted a whole night's sleep, he was there to kind of make sure that there's a bottle there, or there's,
Yeah.
once my son had colic when he was younger, so he was waking up in the middle of the night and he
Yeah.
was with him. So it's not that. It's about taking responsibility and saying that I need to take care of. So he took care of me because I had to take care
Yeah.
of my kid, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's important.
How was it for you growing up? Did you have the same sort of freedom as you would want to give today to today's child?
I don't know, but have you met my dad?
I have met your
And
dad,
my
and he is
dad
the
is
most, I mean, that 1 2 ka 4 is
he
still
is
what defines his energy.
yeah,
He's
but he is
amazing.
my parents were both at St. Xavier's College here.
Yeah.
They met in college, and they are very liberal in the way they think, and they're very open. And we were brought up as individuals, all of us. There
Yeah.
was no distinction
Did you ever
between.
argue with your parents growing up?
I still argue with them.
And what do you disagree on? Not fundamentals.
Not fundamentals, not our worldview, definitely not politics.
Yeah.
um, we agree on we agree on the main things, but like silly things like how much money I'm spending, am I saving? The usual things
Yeah.
that parents are worried about. Am
Yeah.
I taking care of myself? Am I working out, or am I going out too much?
And are you
Same
going out?
things.
Like basically what they were asking you when you were 16, they're still asking
Still
you.
asking. I think parents stay parents.
Yes.
Like, are you eating? You're not eating right. You're eating too much junk food. Stop ordering pav bhaji from the.
Yeah.
That's
So
the
I
same
want to
thing.
ask you towards the end, what does fashion mean to you? You have always been such a sort of diva of design, right? Somebody stole the word from me, diva, absolute diva. Uh, you can clap, isn't she a diva? Yes, absolutely. But your video on Instagram where you said it takes 90 minutes to do this reminded me of this amazing video. Guys, if you haven't seen it, see Kate Winslet, where she's doing this makeup video.
Removing it.
She's
Yeah.
removing it instead of putting her makeup on. I just found that video so powerful. So I want to ask you, what does fashion mean to you as this global ambassador for Dior, but as someone who has always been immaculately fashionable? What does fashion mean to you?
So I feel fashion, or what is fashionable at the time, defines the time we are in.
Yeah.
So if you look at the 50s or the 60s, the 70s, it was the social, economical, political, whatever was going on was reflected in the clothes that people wore.
Yeah.
And the way they dressed and
Yeah.
the way they were treated. And so the 50s were a certain way, the 60s were a certain way. So I feel it's very important because it defines a generation. It defines what's going on in the world right now. It's a great showcase of what is going on in the world. I also wear fashion like an armor. I feel like it kind of tells people who I am
Yeah.
when I walk into a room.
And so you just walked in here.
Huh?
Who are you?
I'm someone who appreciates fashion as art.
Yes.
I appreciate artisans. I appreciate artisans, craftsmen, designers, artists. You know, it takes a lot to make a garment,
Yeah.
a shoe, the
Yeah.
design that goes into it, the ideas that go into it, what people are trying to say with it, you know. Whether it was Galliano, whether it was Lee McQueen, whether it's Maria Grazia, who's a big feminist who champions Indian. She's the first one who basically decided to champion Indian embroiderers over here, the karigars
Yeah.
that we have.
Yeah.
Most of the fashion houses use Indian embroidery in all their brands, the couture brands. But she was the first one to kind of recognize them here. And I think it's important to see the work that, you
I was
know,
just going to ask you that you have this big global presence, but you carry a bit of India into that
everywhere.
space, and that's so beautiful to watch. And I want you to talk about that. You know, you're at home in the world, but you carry India with you into fashion and wherever you go.
My love for India is what I learned in school. Is I was in a very simple school when I was growing up. I was in a school called Arya Vidya Mandir in Juhu, AVM. And it was in Juhu, and it started off as an SSC school, and then when I was in ninth standard, it became ICSE. And it was a very simple school. It wasn't fancy. I wasn't in any fancy
How
school.
come though? As a
My,
filmy family?
my mom, my nana, and my mom and my dad came from very modest backgrounds, and they wanted us to kind of understand that. So you know, I knew who my father was, but I wanted to be more like my friends.
Yeah.
And you know, and I think she was very wise, and she understood that you know, satsang, they say the people you grew up with is
Your community,
your
in a way.
community is
Yeah.
very important. And they came from, my friends came from like families that were all working class, and I appreciated that, and I liked that, and it kind of made me understand who I was as well.
Yeah.
And I don't remember.
We were talking about carrying India
So
into yeah.
I think the
You
idea
said you learned it at school.
I learned it at school. The idea of having, you know, having this national pride in our you know, in our artisans, in the secularism of India, in the idea of where everything came from. And that made me really proud, right? Like the fact that we are so you know, where everything comes from somewhere. We have
Yeah.
so many languages, so many
Civilizational in a
you know,
way.
and it was incredible to me to understand that. And my mom was a fashion designer,
Yeah.
and so I understood what, you know, bandhani was, zari was, jamewars were,
Yeah.
what, you know, what came from Kashmir, what Kanjivaram came from the south, or you know, Parsis had a different way of embroidering their clothes. And you know, as Sindhis, we wore, you know, ponchas with you know, a salwar, or a Punjabi wore a certain way. So I just loved that. I loved it so much because I saw that growing up. And I've always felt. And then I went to the school called UWC,
Yeah.
which is yeah. My high school and 10th standard, I went to this school called United World College of Southeast Asia, and this was 20 years ago, when IB was not like fancy.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't what is now.
What
a
is now
trend.
when
Yeah.
everyone does it? Yeah.
And over there, I learned to kind of celebrate my Indianness
Yeah.
and not ape Western culture, in appreciate all cultures, look at everything, and at the same time celebrate who I am,
And remain rooted.
because it was based on the principles of the United Nations,
Amazing.
United World College. So it was the idea of celebrating my Indianness, who I was as a person, and my individuality. And education and upbringing is so important in that. So that's why I always take India with me
So
everywhere.
one last question.
Yes.
What next for Sonam? And I ask this with an added question. There's a sense or an impression that men have decades in the industry of entertainment, art and fashion, and women have lesser time.
Okay.
Do you feel that, or do you think that's finally changing? And what's your next move? I know you just had a big one. What are you planning next?
So I have two projects in the pipeline, Barkha. I unfortunately cannot speak about it. The producers will when they want to.
Okay, sure.
And
But
that's
what next? I meant in like, what's your next dream?
my next dream. I'm an actor. I work with my husband. We're partners in everything, and I'm a mom. And
that's a lot already.
That's a lot.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I'll be producing films again with my sister. She did a wonderful job with the crew.
Correct.
I think they shot Thank You for Coming in this college. They shot a
Yes.
bit of it over here.
Yes.
And so they've done that, and I'm ready to kind of take on that idea and role as well. And yeah, and just acting again, working with my husband. We're building brands together,
Fabulous.
and yeah, that's it.
So now you've spoken about the crew, and we want to honor you. And you've spoken about the crew, and wherever we ask, what's that movie that you remember, Sona? For there's so many, but everybody mentions Nirja. And so, if we can please bring out the award for Sonam, and as we're doing that, I would like to, if I may, ask two captains who fly planes, Captain Preeti Kohal and Captain Ishita Bhatia. I thought this would be nice if you could receive your honor from us, from me and them. Could we have the captains back on stage, please?
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Oh my God, thank you so much. Both of us. Thank you. Oh, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just want to ask all three of you quickly. Anything you want to say to Sonam?
Enjoy motherhood and you can do it all.
I agree.
Ditto, actually.
Because you're both parents?
Yes.
And flying planes. Sonam, what would you tell your 16-year-old self today? And to all these young women here?
What would I tell my 16-year-old self? Your teenage years are difficult, very difficult. Your 20s are a little easier. Your 30s are amazing, and I know it just gets better with age.
Thank you for saying that. It really does.
It really does. I mean, I love aging. I think it makes me, I just love it.
Thank you, Sonam.
you
Can
so
we
much.
have a huge round of applause for Sonam Kapoor and our captains here? And can I give you a hug and say thank you? And we have to catch up. Yeah?
100%, 100%. Thank you.
Just through the
From
woods.
here? Okay.
Girls, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay. Are we ready for the next? How are you feeling about how it's all going so far? Superb. Hi guys, I want to say hi to you periodically because you're up there and I wish you weren't so far. But thank you for coming and filling this hall. It's the largest auditorium we've ever hosted this festival in. I was saying in the morning, we usually have auditoriums with 200, 250 people at one go. And this is, what, 800 plus, close to 1,000? How much is it? Amazing. Thank you. Give a round of applause to yourselves. Okay. You heard Preeti and Sanjeet talk earlier on stage about menstruation, menopause. Things change and yet it feels like nothing ever changes. When will we be beyond blood? Why is blood defining biases, discomfort with oneself? Almost an interruption in our dreams. When will this stop? I want to welcome the next panel. And there's some 4 amazing women who are about to step on stage. Put your hands together for Malini Agarwal, Shamita Shetty, Sandhya Mridul, and Neha. Neha Kare. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi, Sandhya. Hello. Mali.
Thank you. Hello. Wow, this is so exciting. First of all, please give yourselves a round of applause for being this fabulous audience that's here to talk about such important topics. And Barkha, can we give her a round of applause for putting this together every year? I'm so honored to be here. We're actually here for the first time, and I'm super, super excited. And of course, I have an incredible panel of wonderful women to discuss a topic that most people don't talk about too much. Do you guys know what we're here to talk about? Say it out loud. Menopause, menstruation. We have actually chosen to dress in the in the theme color of today. No, but honestly, jokes aside, and I would really, it's so important to have these conversations and have them in a fun, maybe not so serious way sometimes. So I would really love to start with a topic that'll take us a little bit back in time and probably something that I'm sure every woman at least here can relate with, and maybe some of the guys. When you first hit your period, what was that experience like for you? Was it something that was shocking? Were you excited about it? Was it something you were anticipating? What was that experience for you?
It was definitely not exciting.
Yeah.
I was very confused. I was scared. And of course, I went to an all girls convent. So I was taken away to this room that I'd never seen before. And then the nuns out there gave me a pad. And it was all, I mean, it was a little scary for me,
Yeah.
But after that, I think the initial years, I experienced a lot of pain as well. But that kind of just went down in time. And of course, I got used to it.
And it can be such an overwhelming experience. What about you, Neha?
So, Malini, I come from a traditional Brahmin family, which is very conservative. And we are three sisters and live with a joint family. So, in my family, when I experienced my first periods, I think I've always seen that girls in our family, or menstruation rather, is looked at, as more of a shame and secrecy rather than talked about it, or even somebody like literally had a struggle to even come to my mother, or go to my mother rather, to ask for a pad or even share with us, in spite of them being very educated and coming from a very financially rich background. None of them wanted to talk about it, and I was also hushed that I should not talk about it. So for me it was a very sad experience. We were also given a different mattress, which, and we were treated as untouchables, and we were asked to just be there for those 5 days.
Don't touch the achar.
Don't touch. No, don't touch anything. Achars are a different league altogether. Like puja ka saman ya achar is, so we are not talking about it. You can't even touch the sofa where others are sitting. You have a different mattress to sleep there. And we used to do rounds with that mattress, all the sisters and the cousins and all of us. So yeah.
And that's what's crazy is that, we think experiences like this happen in rural India,
Yeah.
or they'll happen in
Yeah.
different societies,
Yeah.
and they don't happen to women like
It's
us.
happening here right
It's
now,
happening
yeah.
here right now. What about you, Sam?
No, of course, it was extremely frightening. I don't know why there's always shame and guilt attached to everything a woman goes through. I don't know what kind of conditioning this has been. I can't directly blame anybody in the family for this conditioning, but it's just an inbuilt mechanism that makes you instantly feel horrible and dirty and not good, and
And
unable
already
to
it's so painful and so uncomfortable.
and unable to tell anyone like you've done something wrong. Fortunately, I was really close to my Masi, so I kept sitting in the bathroom, and then she was in town at that time, so I started, yelling out her name, and she came and she helped me. Uh, Also, in my mind, I was a boy, I was a tomboy, so I don't know why the hell this was happening to me. I grew up with two brothers, and I was like, why the hell am I going through this? Why are they not going through this? So then that question started. My question all my life has been this: why are men not going through it?
and it still persists.
And you know, it's so funny. I remember doing like a sketch comedy about what if men woke up having a period one day, and it was this, the whole world was turned around. And you know what I think is actually, you know, it's so heartbreaking to hear what you've been through, and we're talking about it lightly, but I don't take it lightly. But I think that the positive piece on this is that I think at least the world has come to this place where now the mothers, the sisters, the leaders will not put other women through this. Like, you wouldn't think of doing this to the women in your orbit. I'll tell you my story. I didn't know about periods. My mom actually never told, and maybe she didn't know that there are two different holes to pee in and where the baby comes out from. So I thought it's just one, which is why it was this really. But I remember my sister was yelling to my mom saying, "Can I have a pad?" And I'm like, "Why does she need a pad in the bathroom?" And my sister, who's 12 years older than me, sat me down and explained. First, she's like, "Where do babies come from?" And even I awkwardly was like, "Down there." She goes, "No, tell me where." All of that, all of that. So I think it's really important to note that this stigma and this fear comes from that, conditioning as a child. And that's changed. I think that's changed a lot. But now we have a new version where we don't talk about menopause and perimenopause, because now, again, I think it used to be that people didn't like talking about periods or the blood coming out of our vaginas because that leads to women's sexuality in some way. But now on the way out, why why is it an issue, right? So first of all, I think for a lot of people, even the concept of what is perimenopause is kind of a blank slate. And since you've all spoken about this so much, I'd love for you to maybe just break it down for everyone. What is perimenopause? What happens to a woman when they go through menopause? And is it something scary? How do you know it's happening? All of that.
Personally, for me, I I didn't know anything about perimenopause. I knew about menopause, but at the age of 45, I think this year, I I I just chanced upon an article that explained everything I was I was going through, you know, and that's when I started reading more.
So what are some of the things that you go through in perimenopause? I think.
So, I mean, for me, the biggest one was brain fog. I, for the life of me, couldn't understand why I was forgetting things. I would just lose myself in a conversation sometimes. I suddenly put on a lot of weight, aches and pains in my body. There was um, palpitations. That's a big one for me because it happened so badly for 3 months continuously. I actually went to a cardiologist to see if everything was okay. So, I mean, there are a bunch of symptoms. You know that you're going to go through hot flashes and all of that during menopause. Okay, we have a little bit of, we know about menopause, but we don't know that we're going to experience all of this before that as well, and for a few years before that. So, perimenopause was a new concept for me. And when I started talking about it, my girlfriends resonated with everything I was talking about because even they didn't know. So, I'm so glad that this generation is actually talking about stuff like this,
And openly. And I think,
openly,
and I mean, I would just like
exactly.
to involve the audience here. Raise your hand if you know what perimenopause is. Just got to know, right?
Very
And
few,
understand.
see?
And I think, and I was
There
telling
are
this
about
funny,
10 hands.
10 hands, and I was telling
And
this
you know-
story backstage, and I think this is maybe a sign to me. Someone told me when I was like, "Oh, I remember in like a throwaway comment, I said, oh, maybe I'm perimenopausal," and this very well-intentioned lady said, "Don't manifest it." And I think psychologically, I've literally been doing that. I'm like, I won't think about it. I won't talk about it. That it won't happen to me. But I would love for you to explain like a little bit more about what is it, when does it
And
happen?
I would like to add something when Shamita was talking about it, Sandhya, and I was like, "Arey, ye to mere saath bhi ho raha hai. Is it perimenopause?" So I think even that kind of awareness
You
is
know,
not there.
perimenopause is something that happens before the seatbelt sign comes on. Literally, because, when that comes on, something's going to hit you. It hits you from nowhere, and I resonate because I would walk to the kitchen and then I would say, "Why am I here? Okay, I'll just go back to the room. Oh, no, I wanted. Oh, yeah, what? Why am I in the hall?" And I'd go back. And I just said, "Oh my God, I'm suffering from dementia. I'm suffering." All kinds of health scares happen. And then I'm shooting for a film in freezing cold in Himachal with -3 degrees. It's raining. We are wearing like 6 layers. So this is what happens, okay? And I have no idea what's going on in my life. I mean, I don't know this seatbelt sign is not on yet. So I'm just there shooting with Adil Hussain, and suddenly water starts pouring down my face, and I'm drenched. And I'm standing on the set, and I start throwing off my clothes. I take off the sweater, I take off the jacket, I take off the hat, I take off the muffler.
And at this point, you're probably thinking you're having a
And the
panic
whole
attack.
unit is looking at me and saying, these weird women, these actresses, what is she doing? And fortunately, I had a man like Adil Hussain who said, cut, it's okay, darling, do what you need to do. And I went, cut, 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 cut. And the next minute, I started freezing, so I started wearing it all back. So within 3 minutes, I had taken off everything and worn back everything. And this is the beast
And
that
you know,
we're
I
not
think,
prepared for.
and I think what happens is honestly is that, it all sounds so maybe almost trivial at some stage. You're like, oh, so then what's the big deal? You're not having a heart attack. Nothing really is happening to you. But where they've done those experiments where they've made men put on the feeling of if you had cramps, what you'd feel like. Neha, I want to come to you on community on the piece a little bit, is that you work with so many moms. And it's so interesting, especially in countries like India, when, we don't want to talk about periods, we don't want to talk about menopause, but everybody's very excited when there's good news, right? That you had a baby. Now, all of this is all part of the circle of life, obviously. I'd love to know, and since you're such a, great champion of community and building community, what can some women and men who are sitting in the audience today do, even whatever little piece of information they take away, to help ease the mental agony, or what can people go and tell other people in the community about perimenopause or menopause that will help in some way?
So, Malini, as you rightly pointed out, that a community of mothers is a great space or safe space to discuss topics like this. But unfortunately or fortunately, till the time Facebook never had anonymous tab on their groups, our mothers were still not talking about it. I'm glad that Facebook started with this anonymous tab, because of which today mothers are sharing more. They are still like, I have a post. In fact, this morning when I was coming in, I was trying to just scroll through my notes to share with you all. There's one mother who's written today that I have a 10-year-old and she has got her first periods, and I don't know what to tell her and who to tell this. So the mother's still ashamed. First, she's ashamed, or she feels that 10 years is such a young age. She doesn't want to even share it with her relatives. And second, she doesn't know how to tackle this or how to talk to her daughter. So I think when conversations like these are happening today, I think this is a very, very, very relevant stage. Or Malini, what you're hosting today is a very relevant conversation with us, because this conversation has to happen every single day, every single household. And I think there are two areas where we all, can learn from. One is creating awareness through forums like this, and in every way you can. Talk to your neighbor, talk to your best friend, talk to, yeah, whatever age you guys are. Talk to them on what exactly is happening. Like today, when both of them talked about the dementia problem, even I thought it the same way, Sandhya. And now I want to go back and look at it. That is it perimenopause, which I never thought about it. Second, I think, is education. Of course, go to the right sources. Do not just go to any random people and talk about it. Go to your gynec. Go and see a doctor if you ever feel that there's something wrong with your body. There's, I think, how mental health is a taboo. Unfortunately, anything and everything which begins with men is now tabooed, which shouldn't happen, guys.
But on that,
Yeah,
on that note, I want to do
oh, she said it.
just to add one thing. I do want to take a little moment to appreciate all the boys and men who are in this audience. Please give them a round of applause, because I know that in society your conditioning is that you don't need to be part of this conversation. This is not for you. But the most important
In fact,
piece of
Malini,
learning is
we
this.
just discussed behind, backstage, that there's this guy who has sent me a message after seeing that we are on this panel. I got to read it for you, because it's a man, and that too, not my friend, someone very random who wrote to me. I just know him work-wise. He's writing to me on this posture. It's an important subject to loosen the taboo on this subject, and such platforms will create a great change in our society. We also want to work on this subject and come up with a solution to let every girl and women live a life which is taboo.
That's amazing.
Men are talking about it. Thank
And
you, guys.
that's
Thank you
and-
so much.
No,
And
but
actually-
more men need to, I think, be educated.
So I
a
actually
little on this issue,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, it helps when our partners know what we are naturally going through, and every woman out there is going to go through
So
this.
I actually have a question for both Sandhya and Shabita. I tell you what it is. I think let's get down to brass tacks, right? What is the stigma attached to the idea of perimenopause or menopause, that you're stop going to having a period? Is it that, and especially in the industries that you guys are in, does it make you less sexy? Does it make you less desirable? Where is this coming?
It just makes you also a bit disagreeable, okay? And it's not like we are being difficult or being moody. We are just going through hell. So, even when I was with my boyfriend, I would tell him, ye 3 din mujhe mat milo. mat milo, because you're not going to be able to handle it. You're going to make me feel worse, and I'm going to be freaking out on you.
And I might kill you.
I don't want to explain why, because I don't know why. I wish I was a better person these 3 days. I want to be a better person, but the point is, you're not going to be. You're going to be a terrible person if you're with somebody who's going to make you feel terrible about it, because anxiety, mood fluctuations, these are real and they are painful. Okay, so educating men, so whoever's recording this, listening to this, please share this with the men.
So I actually have I have a tweak on this. I feel that a lot of the content out there, we all laugh about it, right? We're like, okay, we're so crazy these 3 days, stay away, and all of that. But I think let's look at a positive bend, because look at all the men and the women in the audience. Let's look for the empathy factor in this, right? What are we looking for that will help us during whether you're having your period or you're menopausal or you're menopausal or any of the things? And there are conditions. How many people know what endometriosis is?
Endometriosis.
All right, I think Shamita, please explain what it is and how serious it is.
Oh, wow. So endometriosis is something that can just happen. Okay, there are no reasons why it happens, and a lot of women are actually suffering from this and don't even know they are suffering from this. And I have to say, for about 6 months, I was complaining about a lot of pain to my gynac. My gynac did not tell me. My gynac did not suspect this could be an issue. I changed my gynac and went to the right one, luckily, after doing my transvaginal scans, to CT scans, to MRIs, to everything possible. She's the one who actually suspected it could be endometriosis. So basically, it's the lining, in the uterus, okay, that obviously forms in our monthly cycle. And when the egg goes in and it's not fertilized, it comes out with the lining and we get our period, right? Sometimes this lining goes up in reverse out of the fallopian tubes, and it can just go deposit itself on various organs out there, and every month it bleeds from there.
It starts to collect.
It starts to collect, and it is extremely painful. Now, I am someone who can take a lot of pain. Okay, I've been through several injuries in my body, but for me to actually wake up from my sleep with this pain, I knew something was off. And now that I've done my surgery, there's no guarantee that it's not going to come back. I still have uterine endometriosis, but what was outside at least is taken out. So, and when my own sister did not know about endometriosis, my mother couldn't even pronounce it. It took them a while, like even
I'm
you
still
just
struggling.
now. Yeah. So
these are not things that are in our vocabulary.
not in
They're not
our
things we think
vocabulary.
about.
There
at
is
all.
so much that women have to go through because we are literally controlled by our hormones. A lot of people, I see so many videos on social media where men are making fun of women, their mood swings, and how we overreact and all of that. Damn it, have these hormones, and then I want to see how you're going to be.
You know, you know, what she said, what you've asked is so relevant, because then they say menopause, perimenopause, like an umbrella. It's an umbrella, but under that umbrella is very scary stuff. Okay, there's palpitations, there's this, there's endometriosis, there's fibromyalgia, there's heart, there's cardiovascular issues, there's anxiety, there's depression, there's a lot of sicknesses under that umbrella of menopause, and it starts with perimenopause.
So I have one, since I only have a minute left, I would like for each of you to maybe say to your younger or older self one piece of knowledge or advice that has come to you over time that maybe you weren't aware of that might help someone in the audience. And can everyone raise their hand and make a promise that you're going to share this with someone today, whether it's a friend or a family member, a sibling? Please raise your hand if you're going to make that promise. I want to see everyone's hands up. Yeah. Okay, so everyone, and I will do mine as well. One thing that you wish you had known that might help.
My God, we're all stumped, because really, There's nothing you could have known that could
There's
have
just
helped.
more and more you get to know in time. But I think to my younger self, I would probably just say it gets better. Stop being so hard on yourself, you know? Sometimes we're always seeking validation from outside. And it's okay if people don't understand what you're going through. It's natural. You know what I mean? Just don't be scared to express yourselves. If you're not feeling okay, bloody say it. It's okay. It's fine. So I think to my younger self, I will just say it gets better. Yeah, I'm stronger today with all the information that I have, and I know I'm not alone in this. I know there are every woman out there is going to go through this or is going through this. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, I think that's a good message that you're not alone in this.
I think my message would be something which is also our community's tagline, that ek break to banta hai. So mothers community, I would want to say that mothers and their me time is the most critical time. In fact, whatever we are saying here is all about you as a caregiver. But don't just be a caregiver. Also give yourself some self-love, because that's the start of everything positive, everything good. So start with self-love. And on the menstruation thing, I would like to give one liner from my side, that of course we are doing a lot of storytelling here and we all have started storytelling, but don't just be a storyteller. Try to break the stigma, because that's where we'll really bring in the change we are looking out. So that's it from my side.
I would tell my younger self that be prepared that anything can happen. When you take a trek up the Himalayas, you don't know what's going to happen, but you are prepared for something to happen, right? So be prepared for anything to happen, because that will give you some level of acceptance. People will not understand. Don't expect them to understand. Give yourself that acceptance, and hopefully you will get acceptance from people around you. And be prepared for whatever it is to come, because it will come.
And I'll give you my last piece of advice. Yes, please. Applause is always welcome. Please show us the love. One final piece of advice I would say, and I would like to tell my younger self, don't be afraid to ask for help and kindness from your circle of love and friends. Not everybody will understand, but there's going to be someone, a friend, a family member, and what you can go and tell someone today is that, if you're ever going through a painful time, whether you're having your period or you think you're perimenopausal, you can talk to me about it. And that would be a huge help. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And guys, educate your friends. And we're out of time. And Barkha, thank you so much for having us.
Shamita was trying to say something, so let me carry the mic to her.
No, I was just trying to say this, just educate your sons. I think men need to be sensitized a little more out there, because at the end of the day, we live our lives with our partners, right? And it would make our relationship stronger and nicer, because now I see there are so many relationships just falling apart, and women are, blamed for being oversensitive and over emotional and all of that crap. But they need to understand that it's a package deal. We come along with all of these, emotions and hormones and all of that. We're born with it.
I do want to add one thing. When you go to shops and you buy pads and they cover it with newspaper, please remove it and throw it right there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the black plastic bags that you have
Just
to
throw
hide
it
them
right
in.
there and send your brothers to buy your tampons and pads. Maybe we
Well
can start
said.
there.
Well said. I want to take this moment to honor these four amazing women who are breaking the taboo, the silence around conversations, and are so outspoken. Malini, Sandhya, Neha, Shamita, can I ask you to step forward? Can we have our awards out? And may I request Sanjeet Shetty, who's one of our partners in the menopause space. You heard from him at length earlier, and he's coming up with his colleague to present these awards. These are the Her Awards.
I have to say he's family, and I'm so happy that being a man, you are doing so much for us.
Sanjeet, we've heard from you, but any last congratulations you want to give to these four women?
You have to really salute them. It's so tough for you to come in a public platform like this and really speak of something that is so inside and something so personal. So can I just bow my head?
And well done to being a male in this space and leading the conversation. May I ask you to honor the four Her awardees, Hope Empower Rise, Malini Agarwal. Let's hear it for Malini. Sandhya Mridul. Sandhya Mridul. Let's hear it for Sandhya. Neha, very old friend of the festival. It's great to have her back. And Shamita. Let's hear it for all of our fantastic awardees. And all right, let's get a picture there. And I really hope that the conversations today make it easier for all of you to have these conversations in your own spaces. And that is what you take away from the day you've spent here today. Thank you very much, ladies.
Let's hear it for Barkha, who has been inspiring conversations like this year on year, relentlessly. Thank you, Barkha. We all love you.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Ladies, if I can ask you to, you can go through the wings. Oh, they all want a picture? One minute. Backstage. Okay. Here, through the wings. Sanjay, you can go off stage. Bye. Okay, before we start our next panel, I need a change of mics, please. There's some mics that aren't working. I'm going to do a quick test on all these mics. Tell me if you can hear. No, they're not. Hi, are you okay? No. No, Shamita. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, now. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Cool. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I need one more. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I need one more. I need one more mic. I need one more mic on stage, please. Okay. I have a question. Anyone here wanted to or wants to join the military? So, Abhi, somebody, huh? Okay. Anybody? A young woman? Come on and stand here. I'm going to introduce you to two incredible women. I'll call you up. You just wait here. I'm going to tell a little story to the audience. So, when I was about 26 years old, I fought with my then organization, NDTV, to go and report a war from the front line between India and Pakistan. This was 1999. It was the Kargil War. Many of you have heard of Vikram Batra. That was my interview at the front line. When he said, "Ye dil mange more," he said it because I asked him, because he was 24, I was 26, and I was trying to understand the relationship between courage and vulnerability. And I said, "Aapko dar nahi lagta? You're walking into possible death." And he threw his head back and he laughed, and he had this brilliant smile that went up to his eyes, and he had these twinkly eyes. And he said, "Dar, ye dil mange more." And from that moment, I was already a journalist, but it became a lifelong love affair with the Indian military. And the best compliment I ever received is the other day I met a vice admiral of the Navy chief. And a friend introduced me to him and said, "She's not a Fauji brat, but she's like a Fauji brat." And he said, "She's not a Fauji brat, she's a Fauji." And I just love that. And anyone here who's from a Fauji family knows exactly what I mean. So before I introduce, these are really the most special women to me today, because I have grown up reporting on the military at a time when women weren't allowed into most of these roles. And the last decade has been a decade of transformation. In 1999, I could only report on the front line in an all-male zone. Today, these spaces are not all-male spaces. They are, in fact, being led by women. Republic Day parades, naval submarines, fighter jets, border postings. You name it, and it's there. I'm just dying to introduce now, opening the doors for women's dreams and arms in the women. I want to welcome today Colonel Preeti Kanwar and Major Bhumika Rathore. Such an honor. I didn't even have to do anything. There it is. It's incredible. Look at this. Keep standing, keep standing. I think we can keep standing for them because it's lovely. Okay, come. What's what's incredible, what's incredible to watch is that you see a woman. You know, there was a time when we were young girls and we used to think the incredibly bishy person was a guy in uniform. The man in uniform was considered the dream boat. But now I have to say, my crushes are all for women in uniform. They're amazing. They're just amazing. You walk in and everybody feels such a surge of pride. It is such an honor. It is an absolute honor to have you with us. And I have to say, sorry, I haven't been able to look after you all morning because I've just been on stage. So thank you for being such good sports. And thank you so much for being here.
That firstly, thank you for inviting us over because this is such an amazing platform to connect with not just women, but especially the younger generation, you know, the future of the nation, and to give such a platform to the various women who are doing well in their respective fields and to connect with young minds and to inspire them. It is amazing, and it is an opportunity for us also to connect with them. So thank you very much. And we have been very well looked after by your team, and
Oh.
we appreciate the effort which was put in. So thank you so
Thank
much.
you
It's
so
an honor
much.
to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if I have a young girl standing here who wants to join the military, but before I call her up, I want to ask both of you, when did you know that you wanted to be a soldier and or someone or something in the military? And what was that moment? I'll start with you, ma'am.
So when did I know? I guess I was 3 when I knew that I
Three.
wanted to don the
Three.
uniform. Yes, 3.
I don't even remember what I thought when I was 3.
So I come from a family which has served 3 generations in the uniform.
Wow.
Both my grandfathers. My maternal grandfather is also a martyr of 1965. His name is there on the National War Memorial.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that was one.
My
He's
mother
been-
reported that war. So that's incredible.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And after that, the next generation to don the uniform was my father. And he's been an army officer. He's retired now. So he was a major inspiration. And now I'm the 3rd generation in my family to serve the nation in uniform. So I was 3 when I knew that I wanted to don the uniform.
What about you, ma'am?
I would say it's the same legacy that I'm carrying ahead because my father was also in the army. I'm a second generation officer. My father served in 3 mechanized infantry. And it is when he passed away, I decided that I'll also fit in his shoe. And I always looked up to him, and the uniform always inspired me. So then I wanted to move back to army and then be what he was. So
Yeah.
that was my reason.
How did your families respond? You know, because there was a time, I mean, you know, when I was a young reporter in 1999, there were so many spaces that weren't open for women. Today, you have the NDA open for women. You have, you know, women are flying fighter jets, women are landing on warships, women are at border posts. And we've seen amazing images that are playing even as we speak to you of both of you, you know, whether it's the shooting range or Siachen or mountaineering or border postings, you've done it all. How did your families react, ma'am?
So as far as my family is concerned, it was no surprise to them.
Because Fauji family?
Because of the Fauji family, and because I have also so vociferous in my intent on joining.
Would you kind of dress up as a child in your dad's
Yeah,
uniform?
my father's shoes. You say, you
Ah.
know, trying to fit into your father's shoes. So
Yeah.
his military boots, his military jackets, his caps, and his hats. I used to try it all as a child, and they knew. And even after I finished with my bachelor's in science and bachelor's in information technology, it was always very clear to my family that I wanted to join the forces, and they have been supportive throughout of my decision. So yeah, so the families have reacted absolutely normally. And even after I got my commissioning, wherever I have been posted to, the length and the breadth of the country in various field locations, or whether it was peacekeeping in the United Nations, they
I
have
mean,
been okay with it.
you've served in Lebanon.
I've served in the Democratic Republic of Congo in the
Congo.
MONUSCO mission. I
Right.
was in one of the provinces of Congo, that is the Ituri province.
As part of the UN peacekeeping force?
As part of the UN peacekeeping force. So whatever postings were there, whatever field locations were there, the family has been supportive, and kind of it's normal. It's the par for them.
But you
Par for
know,
the course.
whether you're a man or a woman, the jobs that you do in public service, they come with a risk. You know, I remember meeting a young captain at the Kargil war front, and I said to him, I said, I was again asking all these young men about fear, and Vikram Batra, Sher Shah, he of course said, Ye dil mange more, but this other young captain, Vishal Thapa, he said, I have been trained all my life for this moment. If I feel fear in this moment, it means my entire life has failed. Yet, courage is not the absence of fear. Everybody has human attachments. You know, you have families, you have children, you have partners. How do you manage fear, ma'am?
Actually, we're not managing fear. We have been trained all the life to actually take it on.
Yeah. Take
And
on the fear. Just look
yes.
at it.
And more than that, I would say it is more of a honor for us to be there and represent our unit or our Paltan there. We take it like that. It's our pride, it's our job. That's what we are meant to do. And then we have got an opportunity, so we'll show them that yes, we are worth it.
While this has been a decade of transformation, the change is coming at the officer level. The Paltans are still, the Jawans are men. Is there a problem or a challenge with female authority? Like, how do they, like I remember interviewing a soldier who said, they call me sir, or they call me madam sir. And is there a confusion, or is that a thing of the past, Colonel?
So it's a decade of transformation for Indian Army on various fronts, be it the organization or be it the absorption of technology and the new weapon systems coming in. We just tested a new missile, the DRDO did. So, but it's also been a decade of transformation for the Indian society.
Yeah.
And the Indian Army draws its intake from the Indian society. There is no issue. The men or the soldiers, I will say, respond to the uniform. They do not respond to the gender. They do not respond to the gender. They respond to the uniform. So there are no issues. And I'm reminded of a saying by Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw. It says that if the men know and you know your job, then there are no issues with leadership. So you have to know your job, you have to be professional at it. If you're good at it, there's no gender involved. And as it is in the Indian Army, it's a gender neutral organization. It works on the uniform. So that's there.
What has been the toughest? I know no operational details at all, but in terms of mountains, shooting ranges, mental training, probably the toughest. What has been the toughest thing you've done so far?
Well, I would say in Army, I've got an opportunity to do shooting. They have given me an opportunity to become a mountaineer since I did 2 peaks.
Yeah.
So,
Tell them that story. It's an amazing story.
okay, so I did Mount Bhagirathi too, and I did Mount Momastang Kangdi, which is
And the
somewhere in
heights are?
6,500 something meters. 6512 is Mount Bhagirathi to be precise. And it was quite challenging. But then the kind of opportunity that has come into my way would have never happened. And I wouldn't have known my own limits if I wouldn't have tested them. So that is what I feel that Army has given me today. And I'm proud to say that, okay, with so many things, I wouldn't have ever done this. When I wouldn't have ever thought of myself doing all these things outside. But with Army, I have actually tested myself in so many ways and proved that, okay, I'm also fit for this. I can do this. I have tested my own limits.
So it's given you, in a way, limitless confidence?
Yes, true.
Colonel, what's the toughest thing you've done? Firstly, you look so tough that I don't think you're scared of anything. I mean this in the best possible way, by the way, as a compliment of the
So-
highest order to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. And while we were talking about fear, so the saying goes that it is courage is not the absence of fear, it's the mastery of fear.
Correct.
And that mastery of fear is what you are trained for. Because it is human nature to feel worry or to feel fear when you are in uncertain times or
Yeah.
situations or circumstances. But the army trains you to handle anything which is thrown your way.
By what? There's a larger cause, a larger
The
purpose, a
larger
larger passion.
cause, the larger cause is to serve the nation. There is no doubt. Anyone and everyone who dons the uniform is drawn to it as a calling. It's not a job.
That's right.
It's not a career. It's not a job. It's a calling. And to serve your nation, to guard its borders, to serve it in whatever manner, wherever the army sends you, that is the cause. That is the calling. And the toughest job, so, what may seem tough to someone who's not donned the uniform is a routine day for all of us, whether
Like,
it is
for example,
like
I spent my life reporting on you all, so I have some sense, but they may not. So do tell them.
so, for example, if you are posted in a location where the location is only served by a chopper, say twice a week, the food, the water, uh, basic medicines go to such places only by air or they
Yeah.
are airdropped
Yeah.
in peacekeeping.
Yeah.
So that would be considered as tough, but it is a routine matter for anyone who's done a US peacekeeping tenure. So handling dangerous explosives, it's part of your job. And doing it in locations which are several thousand feet in height, in high altitudes, that is part of the job.
Tough to
So
breathe,
tough to breathe.
freezing cold.
Yes, you have to be acclimatized for all these heights and locations. So it may sound tough, but the army trains you for that, and it is part of your routine things that you do.
Now, Colonel Cover, your baby boy is here. Where is he?
Yes, yes, my son is here with
Can
me.
we call him up?
Yeah, if he's
Where are you?
comfortable,
Where is he?
he's there.
Hello, don't fall. Hello. How about a salute? Okay, come. Hi.
Hello,
And what's your name?
Avyansh,
And how old are you?
8 years old.
And what do you know about what your mom does?
She is in the army. She serves the nation.
Are you proud of her?
Yes, I am.
Are you going to join the military too?
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to allow him that little moment with his mom there.
Yeah, he's fascinated by flying, and we earlier had
The pilots
the
on.
pilots here, so he went up and walked up to them, and he asked that I want to learn how to fly.
He did?
So, yes,
Oh,
yes, he
how
did
nice.
that. So yeah, so
These
that
are the
is nice.
moments we live for at this festival.
Yes, absolutely.
When you have to leave him for long periods, and I would ask the same question of a father. I find it very unfair that we put women on the mat, but these are real questions. When you have to leave him or when you have to leave your family, how do you make the adjustment in compartmentalizing those spaces? He's not even listening to you, by the way.
He's fascinated by the stage. So I do it the way every other working woman in the world does.
Yeah.
One, yes, the training of the army helps because you've trained your mind to look into situations, uncertainties, and other aspects. But I do it the way any other working woman would do it, with the support of my family,
Yeah.
my parents, my in-laws, my husband, and
Is your husband in the military, if I may ask?
yes, yes,
Okay.
my husband
So
is also
does that make it easier to understand each other's
it
professions?
does because
Yeah.
if I have to go somewhere in the middle of the night, or if it is moved to a location where families are not to be taken along, everybody in my family background understands that, and they're all very supportive of it. And I must say that this young man is very, 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 very adaptive and very, very supportive. It will be he never throws a tantrum or goes,
I mean, he looks
"Why are you
just like
leaving me
you to
alone?"
start with. You look exactly like your mom.
So yeah, so so I guess the military children are raised that way because of the
Yeah.
organization, and that's also one of the huge things about the army.
But it's
He said.
also because, if I may build on that, Major, it is also because the Forge is a family. I really believe, though I'm not from a military family, but I feel like I'm part of the family. I really believe that people have to see that world and experience it to understand it. It is a different, it's like your Paltan is your everything. But to talk about the same question I asked Colonel, is it tough to compartmentalize family? And I don't know if you're a parent. Are you a parent? No. You're not a parent, but there's still family. There's still family at home. How do you wrestle with that?
Well, as ma'am has already brought out, it's a challenge for every working person, and it remains the same, whether you're in uniform or otherwise. You have to manage and balance out things. But I think army itself is a family. Even
Yeah.
if you're away, your unit or Paltan, they take care of you. They take care of your family also, who is separated in whichever manner. Either if you are also serving in a field station and your family is staying somewhere in a peace station, they take care of your family. So that ways, army is a fraternity which gives you a wholesome package wherein you are taken care of to do your duty in line, and your family is also taken care of.
Before I open it up to young girls whose dream is also to join the military, I want to ask you, Colonel, you called this a decade of transformation, and you said societal change was accompanied by changes in the military. Do you think that this is just the beginning? Like, there's just going to be so much more that's going to happen as society changes? Because what do you feel when you see a soldier, a woman soldier leading the Republic Day parade? When you see a woman flying a fighter jet? When you see, there's now talk of combat roles. I mean, there's everything is opening up. The NDA, which was such an all-male zone, is open. What does that make you feel today?
Well, it makes me feel incredibly proud that as a nation, we have progressed by leaps and bounds in giving opportunities to women on equal platform. I've had the opportunity to interact with the representatives of various nations while I was in peacekeeping, and also during my interaction in my technical roles in various panels. And whenever I go and interact there, the kind of opportunities which are being given in the defense forces to the women, they are quite a large
Yeah.
quantum. And for example, in handling of ammunition and technical aspects in the Indian Army, we actually have the lead,
Yeah.
because every woman who gets commissioned into the Corps of Ordnance, which is my corps, gets a chance to be trained as an ammunition technical officer. So this is a huge thing which most other nations have only selective roles for the women in this. So we are growing by leaps and bounds, and sky is the limit as far as I'm concerned
Or
for
the sky
women
is
in
also
India.
not the limit.
Sky is also not the limit. That's very true. So
Major
that,
Bhumika, you're a mountaineer, you're a shooter. Tell us about the shooting. How did that become such a big part of what you trained to do? I know all of you are trained, but you have a core passion for it.
Yes, actually, in army, yes, everyone has to be trained into shooting. But what I pursued later was 10-meter air rifle shooting, which is too much of precision, which requires that level of focused training. And army gave me an opportunity to pursue the same. And we did a lot of trainings for the same. It was not a one-day effort. It has actually taken me 6 months to have developed that talent, and then represented at AMU. And then finally, it was such a close battle. It goes till points when you're actually fighting over there and competing in the tournament. And it was by zero point 0.1 that I won my gold medal for Northern Command. It was such a proud moment for me.
Wow.
And the GOCNC Northern Command also congratulated me and awarded me the commendation card. Our
Fabulous.
entire team did exceedingly well. And Barkha, to your previous question also, I am an instructor at NDA presently.
You're an instructor?
Yeah. And I'm so very proud to be an instructor to the female cadets. When I see them, I actually go through my own journey of training.
Yeah.
And now that I see all 99 of them that are there,
Yeah.
I feel, okay, these are the people, next generation, they are going to join the army. Now there'll be so many more women in the army who's going to represent us all there. And it is so good to see the young energy in them. And they're nowhere behind the male cadets, if I'd say. They are just equal in energy, in terms of training. They are equally there.
Yeah.
So that's what I want
It
to
must
bring
be
out.
such an emotional moment. You two walked on stage and I was feeling that emotion. So, as an instructor at the NDA, that has only just opened its doors to women. For you to be an instructor there, I have goosebumps.
Yes, when I address them, and next, after 6 months, we'll have the first course of female cadets passing
The
out of
first
NDA.
one.
The first batch. and I will be there. I'll be extremely proud to be hosting their POP for them. And when they'll be, again, I'm so attached to each one of them that when they'll move out,
Yeah.
I'll be having certain amount of tears in my eyes. I'm so associated with each of my cadets.
Lovely. Now I want to call the young girl up on stage who wants to join the military. Come on up. Come on up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, you can come here. Hello. Hello.
Hello,
What's your name?
my name is Palak.
How old are you?
I am 16 years old.
Okay. Are you scared of us?
No,
Okay, don't be shy then. Tell me, you raised your hand when I said any girls here who want to join the military, right? So why do you want to become like Colonel Preeti and Major Bhumika?
because I tell my story. Uh, my in my shop, one my father friends comes, and he told us my father that uh, that he wants a government job. So he's at BSc trying border security force for.
BSF.
Yes.
Okay.
So
आप ये बताओ आपको क्यों करना है फादर की स्टोरी हम कभी और सुनेंगे आपको कब क्यों करना है फॉर जॉय
because it feels me very proud that for India, for our family, for so much people, we are that she is securing our country.
You can shake her hand. You want to shake her hand?
If you want to join, you must train hard for it, and I'm very sure with your enthusiasm and your conviction to join, you'll be very welcome to don the uniform.
Meet Major also.
Congratulations, and you must join the please. Join the NDA and see me there. I'll be there.
Okay, come on. Anyone else who has dreams of the military, who comes from a military family, who understands, ma'am, please sit, who understands what a transformational change, these moments are about. I know I'm seeing some hands at the back, but you've got to help me come forward because I can't actually see you. Okay. In the meantime, what would you say to young girls? Because, we always talk about how the military, as you said, is not a job. It's a passion, it's a calling, it's not a career. But today, there is the lure of corporate high salaries, an easier life. The forge is an act of love to your country and that higher calling that you spoke of. What would you say to young people? Why would they consider a life in the army? We all love the army. But for those who don't know anything about the army, what would both of you say, especially to young girls?
Okay, so the army is an adventure, that's true. But it's also an opportunity to grow in your respective fields that you're interested in. So, AI, trust me, whether it is drones, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it is missile technology, whether it is the latest when it comes to robotics, the army has transformed and we have fields and domains for all of these as well.
And how did you train and adapt for all of these new evolving sciences?
We have specified tailored courses in each of these fields. There are various opportunities for the army officers to train and grow in their respective fields and to also get certified and get their courses. So you can get a master's in technology in any of these fields if you join. So it's not just about the adventure, it's also about being at the cutting edge of technology as well. And the lure of corporate, well, no other calling will give you an opportunity to climb mountains one day, go river rafting the next, go for shooting maybe sometime else, then go and probably go for a UN peacekeeping mission, and then sit in the lab and work on quantum computing. It's
Wow.
all possible in the Indian Army, trust me. So please come and join and live a life less ordinary.
Major.
Well, the tagline for Indian Army says, and that is what it is, that you live a life less ordinary. Okay. In the army, you get to do each and every adventure that you would have ever thought of, whether it be shooting, or whether it be mountaineering or parasailing. You can do each and everything from scuba diving. Each and every adventure is there for you. And in addition to that, we have technical arms wherein you can pursue your career, you can pursue and go ahead with your niche technology, and all those aspects and avenues are also equally available. I can say it for myself since I belong to a technical arm, which is Core of Signals.
Yeah.
We are moving ahead so much leaps and bounds with technology, with the NFS network coming in, with OFC technology coming in. And the Indian Army does give you avenues to pursue your MTech and your post graduation degrees also. So those avenues are also open, along with all the adventure that you have it within this package.
What did both of you study, like before you became a soldier? What did you study? Were you all science subjects, I think?
So I have a bachelor's in science in information technology, and I also have a bachelor's of science in industrial microbiology.
Wow.
This is before I joined.
Wow.
And after I joined the army, I've done my master's of science in munitions technology from the Indian Army. So,
Wow.
like I said, you can do all these things with while working in the army, and I've had the opportunity to put to use during my profession my IT knowledge as well, and my bachelor's of science, and while pursuing the munitions technology. So yeah, it's a package.
Major Bhumika?
And I would like to say, being in the uniform, I'm also an engineer. I've done my engineering in IT. And while being in the army, I'm also pursuing my MTech. So I've done 1 year of MTech as well.
Fabulous. Okay, we had a young girl who wanted to come up on stage. Come on up. Come on up. So, you had a question. Tell us your name.
No, I didn't have the question.
Huh.
I wanted to serve the army. I gave NDA, but I could not pass that exam. So after my graduation, I'm planning to give CDS, and hopefully I'll see you someday in the uniform as well.
Definitely, it would be a pleasure. Please keep trying. And the tagline that the army has is that you never give up. So keep trying, and I'm sure that
Can
we'll
I
see
ask
you
you
soon.
why you thought of joining the military?
My maternal grandfather, my mother's father, he served the army, and it was my mother's dream that one of her daughter or son, but we are three siblings, all of us are daughters. So it was her dream that to see us in the uniform. So that is there, and it was also my dream to serve the country. So yeah.
I hope your dream comes true. Thank you very much. Yes, of course you can meet them. Of course you can. And can we please have the next Her Awards? If we can have the awards come up. I will, in the meantime, take one last question from somebody if anyone has a question, a comment. Yeah, just as soon as the awards are ready, they're there. Okay. Officers, if I can ask you to stand here. And hello, my friend. Can I ask you to take your seat now? Can I? Thank you. Come back up. Can we give him a round of applause? Now, the thing that makes this festival what it is that no woman is ordinary, no man is ordinary. Everybody has a special story. And across generations, we hope to make connections. As we honor our wonderful women in uniform, I want to actually welcome to the stage in a moment somebody who has emerged as the star of this year. And I think for many more years to come. And I think that this meshing of different professions, different stardoms, heroines here and a heroine behind the door, whom I'm about to introduce, is what makes We the Women, We the Women. Before I call her on, who's my next guest, anybody? Okay, you have to be so loud that even the colonels get scared. Colonel and major get scared. Okay, so at the count of 3, 2, 1. Let's put our hands together for Ananya Panday to walk through the door. I want you first to meet with Colonel Preeti Kanwar, Major Bhumika, Ananya. If I can ask you to do the honors. Ma'am, please. This side, this side. Ma'am. Major Bhumika. And ma'am, ma'am, come on. And then for Colonel Preeti. And can we have everybody here for a photograph? Yes. Now, isn't this an incredible cross-generational moment? It's wonderful to see because every woman has a story of achievement. Young, my age, older, no one's old here. We're just young, older, and then oldest, right? And Ananya, you missed this incredible conversation with Colonel Preeti Kanwar and Major Bhumika, but we were talking about how many strides women are making in the Indian military. If you just want to say something about your award, you watch Ananya's.
No, I have watched you, and it gives me an immense pride moment to share a stage with you. I'm sure we are from a different careers, but I'm so happy to be here because I'm getting to see so many people from so many different genres that all are doing their job in their bit, where they are. And it's good to see so much of positive energy here.
Fabulous.
Thank you very much for the award. It was an honor to get it from someone who is also a pioneer and trendsetter in her own way. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm honestly really overwhelmed right now. No, but thank you so much. I'm so sad to have missed the conversation, but I'm going to catch it on Mojo Story back at home.
Of course we can. Wait,
Yes.
let's all take a mic and do that. Here you go.
Okay, can we all say Jai Hind once? In the equal tone that we had just the cheering right now. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, मैं करती हूँ. 3, 2, 1.
Jai Hind! Thank you so much.
Jai
Thank
Hind.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Major. Don't go anywhere. Just come, Ananya.
Hello.
Hi. I'm carrying so many mics. Okay, can we have a proper hi, Ananya? Welcome.
They did very sweetly already.
One more. Come on.
Hi. Hello.
And they're also up there. Please to wave. Upar.
Yes. Hi. So sweet.
And I might ruin a few surprises.
Is it my
Okay, I
mom?
won't ruin.
Was it my mom? I mean, that's not a
She's right
surprise.
there.
She's in my direct eye line.
Okay. Ladies, please stand.
It's all the fabulous
Oh my
God. Y'all have got more
Oh my
cheers than me. Guys?
The Bollywood Wives are in the house. Can we welcome them too?
We know what everyone's been watching.
I
Clearly.
know. So, that was going to be my big backstage surprise, but they've come and sat in the front row.
And they're not trying to hide themselves at all, clearly, with Seema. Yes, please take a seat.
Okay, that was going to be like, you all took away my headline moment from me by coming and sitting in the front row. But
They're
good for
reality
you.
stars. What do you expect? They know how to grab the eyeball.
Ananya, how does it feel to be where you are? The bay of Bollywood won't be controlled. You're emphasized. I mean, it's like, has it been your best year?
Yeah, it's been my best year, honestly, because I feel like everything I've done the past few years has worked up to this moment. It honestly feels like that. And I couldn't be more grateful and more happy to be here right now.
What's made you happiest this year?
What's made me happiest? I think the reactions of people and the audience. I think I've not felt this connected to the audience before. With Bay coming out, with Control coming out. Actually, starting from Kho Gaye Hum Kahan, that was really a film that changed everything. Thank you. Yes, so I received a lot of, not even I would say like I'm not saying about my performance, but it was more about how the character connected with so many young girls and boys out there. And with that, I truly understood the impact that cinema can have. You know, it's not about the box office numbers or always about praise and performance. Sometimes it's mostly about touching people's lives. And I really felt that difference with Kho Gaye Hum Kahan, and then with Call Me Bay, and then with Control. So that's why.
Let's start with this idea of touching people's lives. You actually have your own YouTube channel, your own program, which tries to look for positive stories in an environment where trolling is really cruel. And, you know, all day long, we've been hearing stories from girls who say, this was said about our weight, this was said about the hair on our face, this was said about the color of our skin. Before you had this dream year, have you been trolled in a really horrible, I know you have, but
Hello.
everybody may not know. What hurt you the most that was said about you?
Honestly, a lot has been said about me, so I can't really choose one incident.
But do you remember a moment when you said, oh shit, that, you know, I have a thick skin, but that feels really rotten?
I think sometimes when I can't control a narrative is when that makes me upset. So, for example, when I just started out in my first year, someone made like a fake account on
Mm.
Instagram, and they started writing that they were in school with me, and I was like this, I was like that. I lied about my education, I lied about getting into college, and all sorts of things. And first, I was like, oh, no one's gonna believe that. Why would someone believe it? But people did believe it, and then when that kind of spun out of control, and I couldn't control that narrative, that really upset me, I would say. And then that's actually the reason personally why I started so positive. But once I started it, it wasn't about me. I think
No,
it
I know.
became
You
more
have
than
now
that.
like a whole
Yeah.
range of guests walking in, but something triggered you to start it. Do you remember that feeling? Because I really think we undermine how, look, you're Ananya Pandey, you still have the strength, the community to stay online. There are people who aren't famous or accomplished who don't have and they just go off, and it's a way of silencing women. So I'm just wondering if you remember, like, what was that touched a nerve that you started so positive?
I think just feeling very helpless, that you can't, if you say something back, it's going to start a chain reaction and it's going to be endless. And as you said, I'm in a position of power. I'm an actor, and sometimes I have to be on social media, even if I don't want to be on
Yeah.
social media.
Do you not want to be on social media?
Some days I definitely don't want to be on social media, but I also saw like the direct impact on my younger sister Raisa,
Mm.
because she's not an actor and she has no plans of becoming an actor. But anytime we posted a picture of her and we used to tag her, she used to be like, listen, don't tag me. Like, I don't want to be tagged because people follow me or they message me nasty things or they write something about how skinny I am, how I look. And that's when I guess what you're talking about, that's when it hit me. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't just happen with actors, it happens with everyone,
Yeah.
when I was in school, social media wasn't as prevalent. Facebook had just
Yeah.
about come about.
Mm.
And people used to say things at that time. Like when I was in school, I'd been called everything from hunchback to flat screen to chicken legs to hairy, but
Really?
yeah, but that was in our school. So we were in a bubble at that time. It wasn't, all over the world. But now, the because of social media, the smallest of voice can be amplified across the world, and it's definitely a scary,
But
scary
kids
time.
can be very cruel without even meaning to necessarily.
Yes.
When those things were said to you at school, did you sort of say, oh, this is just how kids talk? Or did it impact your confidence?
No, the fact that I remember exactly what people said and who said what, even like 10, 12 years later, shows like, the impact that words can have. So, no, it did affect my self confidence, and it still does to date. I think self love and is a journey. It's not really a destination. You keep getting a little bit better every single day, and no matter where you are in life,
Mm.
things still affect you.
You know, I was reading this data point just just this week that between 15 and 45, women actually don't take decisions regarding their own health, not even their own health. And when we talk about women and how we're feeling and how our health is, we forget to factor in how we're feeling up here. And somehow when we talk about how we're feeling holistically, it's considered like a rich person's problem, a privileged person's problem. So I know you must get a lot of that. You must get a lot of the whole, you're from the industry, you're a Nepo baby, all the rest of that. Has that impacted at any point your peace of mind, your sense of wellness, your sense of sort of just well being?
It used to at the start. I think it
Like
had,
what would happen?
like, I would just break down. Like, I wouldn't be able to, I didn't want to go on set. I didn't want to work. I felt like I'm not good enough. I felt like I don't deserve to be here. I don't belong here. So I used to really, like,
When
not.
was this?
This was at the start when I just started out. I would say the first year when that whole, this college thing happened, and then that whole round table thing happened, which I think everyone obviously already knows about.
No, no, tell
You all
them.
know, na?
No, but tell them
Okay, so
properly.
basically, I said something on a round table where I was talking about how everyone's journey is different and you can't really compare any two people. The fact that I
Yeah.
may live in a certain city
Yeah.
and someone's not in a certain city, I already have an advantage over them. So things like that.
Yeah.
And I was sitting with Siddhant Chaturvedi, and he said something in a very like gully boy fashion, rapper, funny way. He said, and then I think it got picked up out of context, and people started making memes about it and joking about it. And it really, I think, till date is something that stuck with me. And I felt like, oh, I need to go and defend myself. I need to clarify myself. I need to, explain what I said properly. And I've realized that nothing speaks louder than your work.
Mhm.
Honestly, you just kind of have to sometimes put your head down, do your best work, and it'll reach people at the end of the
But
day.
when you would break down on set, who lifted you?
I won't break down on set because
No,
we
I
don't
mean
have the
before
liberty to do
set.
that.
Okay,
But
before
I guess
getting
my
onto.
mom or like my family or my friends, I've had a really strong support system. I've done therapy also in the past. I'm not as regular now
But you
with
did
therapy,
seek
but I have
professional
I
help.
have done
What
therapy.
made you do that?
I couldn't articulate my emotions. I used to just feel very, very down. And the thing sometimes I feel like with mental health and social media is that you may read something in the moment and you may not realize that it's affecting you.
Mhm.
Because I'm fine right now, I'm having a good day, I'm in the car, I'm busy, I'll read a comment and I'll ignore it. But weeks later, it could still be there in your subconscious somewhere, and things like that really pile up.
Mhm.
So I think with therapy, I was able to just consolidate my feelings and articulate my thoughts a little better.
Do you think there's still a stigma around talking about mental health, especially when you live in the public gaze?
Um, I there is a stigma definitely, but I think it's gotten a lot better. I feel like a lot of people are talking about it now. Everywhere I go, there's always a question about mental health. As an actor, I went for the Indian Sports Honor Awards and I was able to host a panel with Sania Mirza and Avni
Mhm.
and everyone and Lakshan, everyone
Yeah.
speaking about mental health. And so it's really opened up. I think the conversation has gotten a lot smoother, I would say.
But when you like, you've just very matter of factly said, and then I also sort of went into therapy, not very regularly, but sometimes. The first time you had to say that out loud, were you squeamish about it?
No, because in my family, it's been very normalized. I
Right.
don't know if I'm saying you also. I can say my mom has also done
Mom is
therapy,
sitting there,
like
you're asking
checking with her if
mom's
I can
permission, is it?
reveal her secrets. But
Please
she's
do.
also been to therapy. My
Mm.
grandmother used to do therapy. My younger sister goes to therapy. So in my family, it's been very, very normalized. To seek help if you need to, and that's why I try to do my bit. I've not kept it a secret. I always talk about getting help and that I've done therapy, and I'm not an advocate because I'm not going to force people to do something they don't feel like doing or they
Mhm.
don't. But I feel like people should try it out to see if it works for them or no. So if by me talking about it, that makes it easier for someone else to go and seek help, that's what I
Did it help
try
you?
to do. It has helped me a lot. Definitely, it's helped me a lot because sometimes I feel like when you talk to friends or you talk to family, they have very biased opinions. If you're having a problem in your relationship, sometimes if I tell my mom, then she'll have a bias towards that person.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just want to speak to like a neutral perspective, and it's just about ranting and getting your feelings out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did you know you wanted to be an actor? Do you remember how old you were?
I like, since I can't remember a time where I didn't want to be an
And
actor.
was that your dad?
I don't know because that day my dad was like, even if I wasn't an actor, you would want to be an actor. But I can't say that. I don't know. But I've always loved it. And I mean, when I was growing up, my dad never took me. He used to take me on a film set maybe once or twice. So
Mm.
it's never like I saw him that much on screen. And he wasn't even acting in Hindi films as much when I was growing up. So I didn't see much of my dad as an actor. But I just knew that he had a handy cam and like a video camera, and he used to record me singing, songs from Main Hoon Na and Kal Ho Na Ho. Like I knew every single
Can you
lyric.
please sing one for us now?
किसका है ये तुमको
Like we have to,
इंतजार
right?
मैं हूं ना.
Go
Like
for it.
Sing what? What do you want me to sing? Will you sing with me?
We
I used to
try.
know that whole Veer Zara song on the Casio and that Janam dekh lo mit gayi duriyan main yahan hu yahan hu
Okay, choose a
yahan hu
song.
yahan.
Choose a song.
I
We'll
sing
get the
I'm
track
like
out.
3.
We'll get the track out.
Oh, okay.
Choose a song.
Can you all sing with me? What song
Yes.
should we sing? Which one
Okay,
should we
you all
sing?
choose for Ananya.
Choose.
Come on, yeah.
Pretty Woman. मैंने इसे अभी अभी देखा है कौन है वो अनजानी वो है साना या कोई किरण या है कोई जानी उसे जितना देखूं उतना सोचूं क्या उसे मैं कह दूं Pretty Woman देखो देखो ना Pretty Woman. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Sometimes I just like skim over words I don't know.
Okay. He was handy cam for
Yeah,
video.
and he had those cameras that you
Yeah.
could switch, so I could see myself
Yeah,
in the
that
camera.
that
The
flip
one.
viewfinder.
So
Yeah.
I was so fascinated. Like I used to keep being like, show. And like I just wanted to see myself. So my eyes would light up every time I saw myself. And yeah, it's I've always just been like a filmy bacha, doing, parents tell you to dance at parties. I would not need my parents. Like ask them. Like, we would
I
just
am going to actually
have
ask them because
all
how
our
can
steps
we waste
ready.
them all sitting here and not ask them anything?
Yeah, like I have proof with me today.
Firstly, can we have a rousing welcome for the Bollywood Wives? Stand again, please. Okay. Okay. Can I get you on stage for a moment? Yeah. Come on up. Come
Hey,
on
guys.
up. Come on up. Come on up. Let's just get you all on because.
Hey, guys.
Okay, come. I'm going to give you all a mic. I know you all will have your own session also.
Don't tell me
but-
I'm going to make them dance on Afat.
No. Shalini's not here. This is not their session. They will have their session. Ananya,
Yes.
Today, are you the biggest star or Bhavna?
Definitely the wives, Bhavna, all of them, 100%.
I mean, it feels great, awesome, and especially hearing from her.
No, but
I
don't
don't have a
hearing
choice
that you're the
right now.
biggest stars. You're supposed to say, no, bacha, you're the biggest star.
No.
We've said it enough.
Okay, what she was saying was that I didn't have to be nudged and pushed into performing. I was just filmy child who was doing this. Do you remember like a memory of her as a child?
I mean, I have so. Oh, this is not. I have so many memories from all the birthday parties. There used to be Ananya. There used to be Shania. That's Mahib's daughter. I'm sure everyone knows. And Suhana, the 3 best friends. And any music that would come on. And before we could even say, girls, you all know that. You know how you just look. You all know this your song.
Yeah.
They would already be on the floor dancing.
Fab. Now, tell us all of you one month story about Ananya that we
God.
don't know.
I'm feeling
Some
like
secrets have to be revealed.
it's a parent
I've
teacher
got many.
meeting.
My sir.
I mean,
yeah.
she's already said this before, but when I was expecting my daughter, I was huge and pregnant. So I used to go to Bhavna's house and I used to order brownies. And this one was a tiny little baby in her nappy. She used to crawl on top of me and sleep. So I had these 2 babies pushing on my organs, and I was like dying, but I didn't move. And I think Shania and Ananya's bonding happened there. And let me
Wow.
also add that I was the first one to tell Bhavna she wants to be an actress. And she said, no, Mahip, what are you talking? I said, she wants to be an actress.
Wow. Anyone else spilling some secrets here?
Well, I mean, it's not spilling secrets. I mean, I just heard Ananya say that, she got trolled and lied about her admission in a college and whatever. I just want to say one thing, that I know that she's a voracious reader, and not that it's a secret, but this is something Bhavna has always told me, that she loves reading and she's a voracious. Yes.
It's really embarrassing, guys.
I know you're totally under the spotlight.
Thanks. Seema and I actually cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, honestly, Ananya growing up was such a smart kid. I mean, I remember discussing with Bhavna, she used to take extra math classes. Ask any of those math, some particular class she used to take, like the advanced class. I remember asking Bhavna once, kids usually shy away from that. So when she got this movie, she'd gotten into 3 of the top universities that people want to send their kids to. And she's such an intelligent, and she's a super bright, intelligent girl that I was like, no, Ananya, why aren't you going? Why aren't you going? Please act like, why aren't you going to USC? Why aren't you going to NYU? And the third one,
बस
I
दो ही
remember.
थे.
Ananya, what do you feel to see your mom and her sort of friends become these superstars? They're going to have their own panel, like
I
keep
know,
saying.
I'm
But in
excited.
typical Bollywood wives way, they are here
But they
everywhere.
were this reality show, the public is seeing it now for the first time, but we have been seeing it as kids. Because when they used to have their tea parties, you know, those typical
Were they
tea
as
parties.
mad as they are in the
Madder.
series?
Like, I feel like this show has happened 10 years too late, you know, because they were really crazier in their youth, which they're still young, but when they were young, our age, I would say. Like,
Well, thank you. In right after Ananya, we will have the Bollywood Wives and Shalini joining them. Can we have a big round of applause? And I'm going to ask you to take your front row seats again. We just couldn't waste that moment. But Ananya, sit. We're still talking.
he said enough to dance.
So, if you had not, if you had not been an actor, what would you have been?
Oh God, if I had not been an actor, I would probably be, I mean, it's going to sound like I would be a primary school teacher because I love kids. I love doing anything
Really?
with kids. So maybe
That's
like a
so
primary school
nice.
teacher because then I could like take naps also, you know, with them in their nap time. Not some heavy teaching.
Did you ever think about being a teacher?
I mean, I just love kids. So if I have to think about something to do with kids, I would say that, or something maybe with animals, or I would say a doctor, because I know no one would trust me in an operation room. But my grandparents were both doctors from my dad's
Really?
side. My grandfather was a heart surgeon, and I love biology in school. It was one of the subjects that were my favorite subjects in school. So I was there was a brief period where I was like, should I become a doctor? Yeah.
And
Then now I'm here.
And
No.
do you love it, or are there days when you say, okay, why did I do this?
Become an actor?
Yeah.
I love it. I love acting. Let's put it that way. Like when you're actually on a set and doing
Yeah.
the job, I love that. There are days where I don't like love the frills around it.
Yeah.
Probably like getting ready is exhausting.
Yeah.
Sometimes promotions can be repetitive.
Yeah.
So the other stuff I don't really love, but the acting, I don't think there's a moment where I don't.
How
enjoy
do
it.
you keep like some amount of normal life?
I I really try my best to keep it normal, you know. And I have like Sohana and Shania and Navya, are my best friends, you know, and they come from film families as well. But I also have a very tight group of school friends who have nothing to do with acting, you know. They're all doing different sorts of jobs. So my school friends who've been my friends since they were 4. So when I spend time with them because they have nothing to do with the industry, I really feel like truly myself. Like I feel very like they treat me the same as they did when I was in school. And I try to go out also as much as possible, you know, if I'm
But are you like able to just go out now without paps and
no,
bouncers and
it's not possible, but I try my best. You know, sometimes I'll just put a mask on and travel. You know, when I was shooting Dream Girl in Mathura,
Yeah.
that time I used to go and we used to buy like, you know, mithai on the road and we used to buy like bangles and we used to just roam the streets. So as much as I can, I do. I
what's
try
the
my
last
best.
normal thing you did?
The last normal thing that I did.
Now you can't look at mom to give answers.
These questions is on the spot thing. It's very tough. What's the last normal thing I did? Say something. It's gonna sound like not normal.
Like what? Like what is normal for you? Your normal can be different from someone else's normal.
I mean, like I do clean my dog's poop and piss on a daily basis. I don't know if that's like normal.
That's normal.
Yeah.
You clean it
I
yourself.
cleaned my mom's house that day. She's a very messy person. So I went down and I was like, I did do that yesterday. I did clean the house. Yes.
Yourself?
I was delegating the tasks to people, but I did do a good job at cleaning
But
up.
you were responsible.
I was
for it.
responsible. Yes.
Okay, here's my question. How do you, as a young woman with a mind of your own, voracious reader, may have been a doctor, may have been a teacher, you're in this industry where how you, not just how you act, but how you look is a large part of, you know, being a star. But you don't want young kids out there to be looking at these images and thinking Instagram is the real world, because it's not. And you know, we've had stories all morning of people have said we were bulimic, we used to put a finger in and throw up, we're anorexic, we had, you know, body hair where we didn't want it, and people just fall actually really mentally ill because of this. And we live in this world which is literally all about the image. How do you approach this? What do you tell yourself? What is your relationship with your own body? What is it that you want to convey to other young girls?
So for me, I try to keep it balanced. Being glamorous and looking a certain way is a part of my job. So that there are times where I dress up. So it took me time to get ready like this. It took me like an hour and a half to put on this outfit, do my makeup, do my hair, take pictures, and come. And that's a part of my job, and I have to do that. I'm getting paid to do that. People are coming to see me look a certain way. And there are days where I don't look like this when I have my time off, and I show people that as well. If you see my pap pictures, normally I don't have makeup on all the
Yeah.
time. I'm in my chappals and my, ghar ka clothes all the time. And even on Instagram, I post pictures like this also, but then also without filters, without any makeup on. So I keep it balanced. And when I have made an effort to look this way, I make sure people know that. I'll never lie that, oh, I just woke up like this. I never say that, It's like I took time to get ready.
Did you ever go through your journey? Because I've seen perfectly, firstly, I think everybody is beautiful. So I don't actually rank people in that way. But did you ever go through that journey where you looked at somebody else's pictures and you said, oh my God, they look so much better than me, and have a confidence issue?
Constantly. I mean, like Instagram does that to because everyone doesn't post their failures on Instagram or their
That's right.
bad days.
Yeah.
Everyone's only posting their good days on Instagram, and you're constantly comparing yourself with someone who you think has a better life or is constantly traveling or looking happy or doing this or that. It always happens. And I've also obviously had that, but I've kind of realized, as I said again, that self love is not going to just happen in one
Mm.
day. I also have days where I'm not happy. Like I was traveling a lot. There was Diwali and my birthday, and I put on a lot of weight. I was not fitting into my skirts. They had to add like extra panels to it and everything. So I also have days like that where I don't feel as confident and as beautiful. But you have to just go through those days.
Mm.
You have to just let yourself be. I think that's the most important, and that's something that I've really done to just um, take every wave as it comes, every mood as it comes, and not be too hard on yourself. And as an actor, the best I can do is talk about it. If I'm feeling like I put on weight, I tell people that, listen, I'm also not feeling my
Mm.
best today. So I've really realized that talking about things makes a big difference.
But I know how much you admire and admired Alia Bhatt. And Alia was at We the Women last year. And I was shocked to discover that someone like Alia
When
said
she
that
came with Shaheen.
she
Yeah.
came once with Shine and then once she came by
Hmm.
herself. And she said that she had issues with her body and she had to go into therapy because she had issues with her body. Alia Bhatt. And it kind of makes you wonder that there's something wonderful about all the adulation that all of you get, but there also must be something so like constantly feeling like you have to perform. And that, to live like that for a long time must be emotionally exhausting.
Yeah, I mean, when I started out, I was 18 when I started acting, and I didn't
Yeah.
even know the concept of a diet or
Yeah.
training or working out.
Yeah.
And at that time, I went through a lot of body image issues because it was the first time I was also seeing myself on camera.
And what
And
would
they
you
say that
feel?
everything looks 10 times bigger on
Bigger on
camera.
camera for
So
sure.
suddenly it was like, oh, your thighs are too big, this is too big, you
Who
need to
said
lose
this?
weight.
You felt it on your own.
I mean, like there was chatter happening around, or I would also feel that I need to lose weight or I need to put on weight. There was Tara also was in the
Mhm.
film, and Tara's stunning and beautiful, and she's a ballet dancer, so she had a certain kind of body. So I'd be like,
Yeah.
why don't I look like her? So you're always
Yeah.
comparing yourself in that sense. But the more that I've grown and the more work that I've done, I've just really become way more comfortable in my own skin, because actually Vijay told me this when we were promoting Liger. He said that right now, if you're not yourself, 100 people may like you, and only 10 people may like you for being yourself.
Yeah.
But in the long run, you'll feel so much happier that, even those 10 people liked you for who you actually are. Because
Yeah.
after some time, it's just going to get exhausting. Like, how long can you keep up pretending? Where anyway, not ourselves in front of the camera, then to do that off camera is honestly
I mean, you
exhausting.
need some corners of reality,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The whole nepo kid thing, does it bother you?
Not anymore.
Did
Not
it
anymore.
used to?
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it used to bother me because I felt like I was like, this is also my dream. Just because my dad's an actor, that doesn't mean that I should shy away from it or be like, okay, no, I don't want to be an actor. But I think the important thing is to acknowledge the place
Mm.
that you're in. I've always said that I've had an advantage. I've always had that one step into the door. I've started earlier than everyone. I had that privilege to be able to do that. So acknowledging it is obviously the first step. But once your film comes out, after a couple of films, it kind of becomes a even playing field. Then the audience judges you for what you are and what you're presenting to them.
And there are
So
enough filmy kids who never made it that big.
exactly. And then there are so many outsiders, the biggest stars in our country, who don't come from film families. And I feel like this insider outsider thing is dividing the industry. Because growing up, when I saw my dad, who didn't come from a film family, and Shah Rukh sir, who didn't come from a film family, and then I saw Sanjay uncle, who did come from a film family, they all were friends. There was
Yeah.
no, division that ye insider hai ya outsider hai. We are all friends. That's what I grew up seeing the industry as. So now when I'm a part of it, I'm like, why can't everyone just, be friends and get along? So I feel like there's this whole insider outsider thing is just dividing us within the industry. And I think everyone needs to realize that the industry has given us so much, the audience has given us so much. So to just like work and put our best foot forward, there's no point cribbing and complaining about things.
Your dad was a proud father following you around with a video camera when you were a child, and he's obviously a super proud.
Shalini Posse in the house.
Okay. Oh my
Before the claps came, I was just
Oh my God.
telling everyone.
What are these Bollywood wives?
It's a rage.
They are a rage.
They are a rage.
Oh my God. Can we have a big round of applause for Shalini? Shalini, please stand. Shalini, please stand so we can see you. Shalini.
I love that sweet kid's face who's waving at her.
Where?
There, right behind her. He didn't say hi to me so sweetly.
Okay. Of course, we were planning this grand entry for the Bollywood wives, but they've all come front
We'll
of
do it
stage.
again,
We'll
don't
do it
worry.
again.
Yeah.
Okay. My question was about your dad. I'm saying he was such a doting father when you were a kid, and he's obviously a doting father. Super proud now. But does he feel like today you're a bigger star than he was, and is that weird for you?
Um, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I feel like now, just because of social media, things that we do are way more amplified. But if you really look at India as a country and the interiors, my dad will always be one of the biggest stars, at least to me. Everywhere I go, they'll still play, all his songs, Laal
Yeah.
Dupatte Wali or Saat Samundar Par, and that's iconic. And I think what he did at his time, we can't do it anymore. The industry is a very different time. The definition of star has also changed so much. But I know for a fact that he's very proud to be known as my father. Like,
Yeah.
anytime he goes somewhere and they're like, oh, you're Ananya Pandey's dad, he gets really, really happy. So that I know for sure.
So let's talk about Call Me Bae. Yes? What?
Love it,
What?
love it. Hashtag Behan Code. Love you guys. So
Okay,
sweet.
what do we want Ananya to do? The monologue, or are we doing a
Monologue?
song?
Matlab, I don't know anymore. Which monologue?
Okay, what's the song? Okay, what? One at a time. You're all.
I sang for y'all. What else?
No, they want. They
Which
want.
monologue? I don't know any monologue.
What?
Hashtag Behan Ko. Affirmations. Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
Everyone can follow up.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. What is it? One second. How does it start? Oh, I am Bae. I'm here to slay, eat, love, and pray. Seize the day. Yeah. I like forgot it. I was like, huh.
So, Bae was such an interesting character because
The
you were
best.
like owning all the criticism that somebody could level against that character with absolute like self-deprecation. What was it like for you?
It was so much fun. I had the time of my life playing Babe because, as you said, the tone of the show was only very
Yeah.
self aware and self deprecating. It was very on the face about that. And I feel like rarely do we do stuff that has like pop culture integration in it.
Correct.
And I love that it had that. It had a reference to Sid and Kiara's wedding and things that, we talk about as the youth, but we don't necessarily see it on screen. So I liked being a part of something like that. And yeah, on the get go only they say words like privilege and bubble, so you're acknowledging that already and you're getting past that and then really getting into the show.
So you're kind of owning that
Yeah, you're
whole
owning that
privilege.
space.
Yeah.
But I also liked that, okay, the show was fluffy and privilege and that sort of thing, but Bey as a character, there was so much to her. She really had a heart of gold.
Yeah.
She went through a change. She never let go of kindness, even though people said lots of stuff about her. And that's something that I could relate to her.
Like, I was just going to ask you that. Like, did you kind of identify with it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think I'm exactly like Babe, but I'm not. I'm very, very different from her.
How are you different?
She's like me into 100. Like everything she does is like drama and 100 and like all of that stuff. And like she's obviously lived a very different life from me.
Yeah.
You know, she's from Delhi and she got married at a very young age, and her mom and her dad put a lot of pressure on her to be like this perfect wife. And you know, she lived in an uber privileged
Yeah.
life, and then she had to come to Mumbai and hustle and figure it out. And yeah, but I really liked her core as a person. I like it was my first time doing comedy as well,
Yeah.
and I like that the at the end of it, the show also spoke about women empowerment and you know Me Too and all of those things that we don't really address on screen. So it was nice to be a part of something that's a part of the bigger picture.
You played a journalist.
Yes, seeing your eyes come
No,
on
no,
me.
no. My trick question is coming now. Is there a question you would really like to ask of anybody in the world if you were interviewing them? And what would that be?
Oh God. Huh? Who to ask? What do I just okay, I
Anyone,
really
anyone.
like this motivation. Um I wanna ask her, yeah, what gives you the courage? What gives you courage?
Because I love what I do. I really love what I do. And the other thing that gives me courage, and again, there are shitty days, there are days that you feel like, why am I doing this? It feels thankless at times. It feels dangerous at times. I've been to war zones and, all conflict zones. And I mean, literally, I've lost track of the number of wars and conflict zones I've reported from. And when you risk your life and you sometimes come back and you feel, okay, why are you doing it? And then you will meet a young girl somewhere and she will hand you a note, and this has literally happened to me in literally every city of the world I've traveled to, and she will say, I was so and so years when I saw you doing this story, and it changed my life. It made me feel I could do it. And then
That's amazing.
that's why you do it. You do it to touch somebody's life, and I'm
Exactly.
sure it's
Yeah.
the same for
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
I'm sure it's the same for you.
For sure. Yeah, like after Khogai, I mean, it's so different from what you said,
Yeah.
but I remember after Khogai Hum Kahan came out, random people from school who I hadn't spoken to in like 10 years messaged me and they were like, we feel represented and we
Yeah.
feel seen, you know, because you played a character who is showing her insecurities and showing her vulnerabilities. You know, growing up, we saw very glamorous heroines who would wake up in their chiffon
Yeah.
nighties and have makeup on, and
Yeah.
pigeons would fly, you know, when they woke up.
Pigeons.
But and then we also saw a time when there were just real women on screen. You know, there
Yeah.
was like Konkana and
Yeah.
Wake Up Sid, and you
Yeah.
know there was Janelia and Jane Tu Ya Jane Na, and those are the girls I saw on screen growing up, and I was like, that's me. Like I
Yeah.
felt represented and I felt seen. And if I can do that through my work, if I can make a young boy or young girl feel like they're represented, or one of my films is their comfort film, that's like a big victory for me.
That's such an important thing because the reason we have this door is it's a metaphor about women opening doors for other women, down the generations, for each other, doing something, making that space so that somebody else doesn't have to push that door. Just before we close, Ananya, uh, what's something you want to say to all the young girls here?
Wow, it may sound so cliche, but be yourself. Don't listen to what anyone says. This is something that I took time to understand,
Yeah.
because I would also, you know, when people were like, your voice is annoying, you look like this, you look like that, I would also start believing these things. But over time, I've realized that being myself is my greatest superpower. So I would tell you all to just be yourself.
And before we honor Ananya, is there something you want? A request? She's
I
dance.
on
Dance.
what? I've
What? What? Give a
sung.
track. No. Give a
I'll have to
track.
take my heels out. It's little.
Hello. Call me Bay.
There's
Okay.
no dancing.
Juta.
Call me
Juta bhi
babe.
utar gaya.
Na?
Do we have a track? Go for it.
Dhime dhime. Oh,
Wait. You play the track, she'll follow. Otherwise, this is endless. Many requests.
which
Chunky
one
sir
should we
song.
do? There's no dance in Wake Sonia. Don't play. Don't play.
No,
Don't
no.
play.
Okay.
Uh,
Chunky sir song.
should we can do like
Lal
God, even
dupatta wali.
squatting on the ground now. Neelam is a better, person to do that.
Okay, come on.
We
Say
can
a
do
song.
"Main Tera Tota" with Neelam.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to give us a second for us to pull it out. In
But
the
these, will y'all know like "Main
in the
Tera Tota" and
meantime,
all, na? Yeah.
in the meantime,
I've taken my
okay,
shoes
tell the
off.
song again, please.
मैं तेरा तोता तू मेरी मैना.
Oh my God, they know all the lyrics. In the
Saat
mean,
Samundar is an easier dance to do.
okay, so which one is it? They're pulling out something now.
Surprise us. Saat Samundar. But I don't know the steps.
Surprise
Saat
us.
Samundar part.
Okay, anybody wants to?
Come now, you are very eager. I'm loving you. You come.
Yeah, she's the in-house. Come on, come on.
I love it.
She's
loving the energy, man.
okay. That's it. No more. I'm not having any more people on stage. Just two.
Neelam?
And now we're waiting for the song. Neelam chahiye, Neelam chahiye. Neelam, please. आपका गाना है.
No, Saat Samundar is.
नहीं कर रहे हम. What are we doing?
What song is this? It's मैं तेरा तोता. You have to come. You have to come. I'm taking my shoes
मैं तेरा तोता तू मेरी मैना मैं तेरा तोता तू मेरी मैना माने ना क्यों कहना फूलों के जैसी तेरी जवानी फूलों के जैसी तेरी जवानी जाने क्या जादू चला मेरा दिल तोता बन जाए कैसा मिठू मिठू बोले हाय मेरा दिल तोता बन जाए कैसा मिठू मिठू बोले हाय
You all have to come up now. Come.
Thank you so much.
Okay, girls. Thank you. You're a great sport.
I love these old hook steps that were just this,
I know.
Now it's become so
Sorry,
complicated.
the Bollywood Wives have already headlined the event, so we can't make them walk through the door. But they're back. And before we let Ananya go, we are going to make all 5 of them present Ananya with that award for Star of the Year. Ananya, aa jao yahan pe.
Swearing my heels. Sorry.
Okay, can we have the award, please?
What am I getting?
You are getting Star of the Year from us.
How sweet.
And the Bollywood Wives are going to present it to you.
Thanks, guys.
Mom. Mahit.
All the moms.
Okay.
Come, Shadi.
Let's hear it for Ananya. Come on, show her some love, guys. Another round of applause at the count of 3, 2, 1. We're going to do Call Me Babe. Okay? 3, 2, 1. Call me babe.
My mom almost burst my eardrums.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This has been like actually the best audience that I've interacted
Isn't
with
it?
ever. Honestly. Love the energy and ask them some spicy questions, guys,
Absolutely.
please.
Thank you.
Love you, love you, love you.
See you soon. Bye. Come. Shalini. Oh my God, hello. How are you? Good to see you. How are you? We love her all day. Oh my God, has Ananya gone into the audience? What's happened? What has happened? They're all going mad. Let's selfie. Selfie. Look. Let's take a selfie. Come on. Vibes. Oh no, everyone's not there. Wait. Hi. Neelam. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I need everyone to take their seats, please. This is going to be one hell of a conversation. I think we got the maximum requests for any panel for you all. You all are the biggest stars and pop culture icons of our time. Can we hear it for the Bollywood wives? Up there, can we hear it for the Bollywood wives? And up there, can we hear it for the Bollywood wives? Fabulous. Those at the door now need to settle down. I need to start, please. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Let's lock the doors now. Let's seal the door. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's lovely. Oh. Okay, girls, I need you to settle down. At the door, please, I'll need the doors closed now. The conversation needs to start now, please. I need some order in the room. I know there's a lot of excitement, but you have to settle down now. Please. Oh my God.
I love you too.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay, girls. Calm down. Calm down. You need to breathe. Exhale, inhale at this point. I know it's super exciting. My God, what does it feel to have this kind of stardom? Mahip, I'll start with you. What is what?
God, I love you guys. This is the best audience.
Best now?
I mean, the
Hold up your mic.
sweetest. Really.
Mahip, hold up your mic.
Yeah. So, well, honestly, Stardom came to us in our mid ages.
Yeah.
We're in our mid 50s.
कह सकते हैं यार क्यों घबराए? We're all mid 50s.
Yeah, but it came late to us.
Yeah.
We had to learn a lot, but it was overwhelming. Honestly, we weren't expecting it. We were very comfortable in our lives, with our business, with our workout, with our children. So when this came to us, it was a big whammy. Did we think that it was going to do well? No. I think we were just winging it the first season. We were just having fun with our friends.
But are you all like this in real life?
We are.
Like actually, for real?
Actually like this. So when the show did well, it was overwhelming. Now come to season 3, there's a lot more pressure. There's a lot more expected. Like I feel the pressure of saying the word twat all the time, you know? And
Can we do twat at the count of 3? 3, 2, 1.
Twat!
But Mahip,
is that allowed in a college?
अब बोल दिया,
I
अभी बोल दिया, पता नहीं
Where
बाद
are
में
the
देखेंगे.
teachers?
No, don't look for teachers. Okay, Mahip, before I come to the rest, what's with this story of your being drunk and ending up in marriage because you were drunk after a one-night stand?
But we are in college.
It's okay.
This is not what I want to teach
It's
these kids.
okay. It's the real world.
But yes, it is my story, and yes, it did happen.
Can you tell us the story again in brief?
Okay, in a nutshell, I gate crashed his party. Woo! I gate crashed his party, and I ended up having a one-night stand with him, guys. But it's 25 years later, 2 babies down, I'm settled and I'm a lot more mature and I'm not so stupid. But we were young and frivolous and whatever.
Okay, now. Can you hear me on this? Yeah. Shalini.
Yes.
So, story. Shalini and I from the same school in Delhi.
Yeah.
My sister and Shalini were in the same class.
Yeah.
This is modern school Delhi. Shalini, you are one national obsession. What is going on?
I know.
Like,
yeah, like that. People have been telling me that.
Do you feel like a national obsession?
No, I was always obsessed with myself, and now each to its own.
Huh? Wait, I'm going to sit with you all
Okay,
so that I
sit
can
with
hold
you.
the. No, I have to hold the mics.
I always looked up to Barkha because her sister was there, and we all used to look up to her in school and say we wish we could be like her. And still we all wish we can be like her because there's
you.
no one like her.
Thank
Everybody
you.
from our batch looked up to her in school, and yeah,
Thank you.
we all did.
No, but Shalini, now to the point that you were always obsessed with yourself.
Yeah.
Your most viral line is, don't get angry with people or care about what they think because it's bad for your skin.
Yeah.
ये क्या इसका मतलब क्या है?
So there's a whole logic behind it. Like if you're not like happy with yourself, it affects your sleep, it affects your hormones, and then obviously then if you're not functioning properly, it'll finally come out on your skin. So that was just a very short line of a very boring description. You have to draw people in with something fun, no?
Yeah,
That's what I did.
that I agree.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Neelam, more
Yes.
seriously, while Mahip says that this kind of attention has come late, the fact is, and full disclosure, one of my dearest friends, Anisha, is a creative force behind the Bollywood Wives. But as Anisha and I often talk about, the Bollywood Wives has used the vehicle of culture to talk about things that nobody talks about. It has headlined 5 women in their mid years and made them the biggest stars of this country. And just for that alone, I think it is a remarkable, revolutionary series. Did all of you feel not seen before Bollywood Wives? I think the conversation we don't have is how this industry is so cruel to women as they get older. And Bollywood Wives is an exception. It's not the norm. And I want to ask all of you to talk about that. I'll start with you, Neelam.
Well, first of all, Barkha, thank you for having us on this panel. It's a real honor and privilege.
Thank you.
So you said that this Bollywood Wives. We're talking about topics that a lot of women don't talk about. It's not been seen on Indian television. I mean, it's so strange that you're saying this. That I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I was 50 when I signed on for Bollywood Wives. I was scared to face the camera again.
Really?
Yes, I was scared to be rejected because I was seen like 30 years back, and
Yeah.
I have aged, so I was very insecure. And I think in season one we all discussed, Botox. We talked about fillers, and Bhavna with the face yoga. So I think this is the first time women have openly discussed
Yeah.
treatments for the face and what they're okay with and what they're not okay with.
Yeah.
So I think that was also a huge eye opener. Season two, we spoke about menopause.
Yeah.
And
And we're all there.
we're all there, well, some are sailing through it, some are not.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think it's given us an opportunity to make a change, make a difference. And season three, there have been topics which Seema and me have sort of discussed.
yeah.
And you won't believe the amount of DMs that we get from married women
Saying we went through this too.
we went through this, and kudos to you guys for coming out in the open and discussing it. And it makes us feel that even celebrities and known personalities do go through this. So
No.
it feels fabulous.
It is. That is why the fabulous Bollywood Wives, right? But Bhavna, I think Neelam said something quite honest there about, the fear of facing the camera in your mid years and feeling like people may judge you. Did you go through that?
Yes, of course. I mean, there's a lot of fear of judgment. We had not really put ourselves out there before, except Neelam, who's been an actor.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of fear of judgment. There was a lot of fear of suddenly, getting opinions or people making comments on the way you look. Um, and also for me, I think it was a time when we started shooting season one. Ananya was launching as an actor in the same year.
Yeah.
So I think I was very worried because I was like, anything I say or do should not impact, her or her progress in any way. So I was like, extra worried and extra careful. But I think the amount of love we've got from everyone, all those fears have gone away. And I'm sure people must have noticed in season three, I'm way more confident and way more opinionated than I was in season one. It's only because of the love we got. It gave me the confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank
And I think, as Neelam said, Seema, a lot of taboo subjects, right? I mean, everything, right? From menopause to Botox to diabetes to, I don't know, affairs. It's all there. It's just all there. And it's extraordinarily honest. And has it been tough to be this honest for like a billion people and plus to see?
So look, before I did Bollywood Wives, I wasn't really concerned about being seen or felt unseen because I didn't know otherwise. But I think, when I did the show, the only thing, I think my mom sitting there, she
Yeah,
just said
I was
one
going to,
thing.
can mom please stand up? There she is, being very shy in the front row, but
Yeah.
the camera can pick her up.
So there was some,
She's
sensitive
right here in the front
topics
row.
that I
Yeah.
had to touch upon, and question about my marriage and the status of my marriage and how I was leading my life.
Yeah.
So I think the only thing she said to me was, Anisha kept asking me, how do you want to put it out there? How do you want to portray it? And, she just said to me, whatever you do, just don't lie. So, that's the way I approached it. I will just not lie about my life because I'm not doing anyone any favors and, especially not myself. And as long as I had just one mantra in mind, like, I'll say it like it is, as long as I don't hurt anyone's feelings. And to be honest, that I get from my mother. She's the one who gave me that, and I did the show. That was my basis of the show, that just don't tell lies, be you, and just don't be insensitive to anyone.
Yeah. Well, mom is being shy, but we've managed to pick her up on camera. Thank you for coming, ma'am, and for allowing Seema to share her story so honestly. I want to ask all five of you, what has been the toughest thing to talk about on camera? Shalini, anything?
Talking about other people was very tough for
Wait,
me.
I have to give you my mic. You take this.
So talking about other people was really difficult for me.
Can you explain?
Because it's like I don't want to dissect anybody's looks, their behavior. So that kind of just puts me in a
Because
very...
you want to do that in private, or you don't want to do that?
Well, I mean, no, I don't really even discuss them with my therapist, honestly, like anybody, like, it's like
Because it's bad for your skin.
I get 2 hours with my therapist and I want to talk about me. And yeah, because I found it very difficult because to talk about someone else, because it's just like, that was very difficult for me.
So I think one thing that everybody wants to know is, this is reality TV, but is it real, or how much of it is staged? Like, a lot of people don't understand that, Neelam.
It's all real.
It's all real. You
It's
all are
all
saying all these
real.
things about each other, like for real.
For real.
And you can be friends after that.
Yeah. Look, between the four of us, there is this understanding. Okay, if we do say something, they get it. We're cracking jokes at each other. Maheep is bullying us, abusing us. We're used to it. It's just part of the show. It's entertainment also.
Yeah.
But everything is real.
And Maheep,
You are just entertainment. This is her personality. This is her. So quite frankly, this is what you see. I mean, there are people who come up to us and who know us and have said, when we're watching the show, we don't feel like we're watching a show. We feel like we're with you guys, like having chai or sitting around.
Yeah, but
because
how
this-
different is it? How different is it from being a sort of a fly on the wall in your home and having these multiple cameras and knowing, because you have to know something, like, do you forget that they're cameras, or are you performing for the cameras?
No. So that credit totally goes to Anisha, Manu, Naomi,
Yeah.
Rishali, the whole team, because honestly, for me,
Are they here?
Yeah, they're here.
Manu is here.
They're all
And,
here.
and I,
Manu. Yeah.
honestly, for me, they're family.
Stand, creators of Bollywood
Manu,
Wives, stand.
Vrishali, please stand.
Stand, please. There they are. Yay, well done.
Yeah. They're actually, for me, they are family to us. They're in our homes, in our most private spaces. And honestly, when I'm talking to them, sometimes they have to hold me back. Rather than me holding myself back, they have to hold me back and rein me back in. Like, there are cameras rolling, I forget.
Yeah.
But it's just that, you get to be yourself. And eventually, when you see yourself and coming through on the show, especially, I can give you the example of season 3. I was very worried because I did shoot the show at the most vulnerable time of my life.
Yeah.
So I was a bit, very worried about how I would come across. And when I saw it, I actually called Manu and I said, thank you, because I don't think I could articulate it as well as he did. Or, he actually put it out there exactly how I was feeling.
Yeah.
I couldn't have done it better myself.
Amazing.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Maheep, you have spoken about so many things, from diabetes to, I've lost track of menopause, so many issues related to women's health that actually are completely invisibilized for women our age, right? What's been the response to that from women who are not famous,
Oh, you know what? It's very important for all of us to put in a serious topic that is close to us, what we feel. Like how we had in season one, the beach cleanup. It was important to us. We wanted to put that message out there. Season two, whether it was menopause, women don't talk about these things. It's very strange. We shy away from these things, and I don't get it because we're all in the same boat. We're just different reactions and whatever. For me, it was also very important to discuss diabetes. um, I got so many DMs, it was overwhelming, and one DM hit me very hard. Was this mother who said to me that I rewound the scene with you and Neelam where you were jabbing yourself with the insulin pen, and I called my 9-year-old son and I said, see, she's doing it and she doesn't care, because he was so conscious going to school and doing this. It broke my heart, but I felt that, listen, if I can just help someone or empower someone in some sort of way, my job's done. I don't take this platform in frivolously. You know, it was very important that we put in these serious topics. So everyone does feel inclusive and everyone does feel that, look, we're all in the same boat, guys. And it's important.
And as moms, what is it that you all wanted to put out there? I mean, those of you who are parents, what did you want to put out there? Bhavna? Shalini?
I think, I mean, Ananya was here earlier, and what she said is like, be real, be yourself, let the world know that.
Yours is fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I think be real, be yourself, and you got to feel what you got to feel, and it comes out. Like you were asking, what were the most uncomfortable times when we shot? So, I mean, we are all in groups of friends and we all have our ups and downs. I think for me in season one and two, there was so many misunderstandings and, things I've had with my friends, especially with Mahip and Seema, which was brought on camera. And we actually cleared those misunderstandings and we felt those emotions. I mean, there were times after shooting the scene, we've all come back and I've actually cried at home because it was almost like bringing it out what I was feeling. So I think this show has, I always say, this show has, what it has done is it's given me immense growth, whether it's personally or professionally. So I can never be more grateful than that.
So for me, it was what, for me, I was really concerned that I didn't want people to follow what I was doing because
You did not want them
no,
to?
I don't want them to jump into the sea if they don't know how to swim.
Like me.
I was a little concerned, and later on, like, I don't want to become like, I don't want people to follow what I'm doing, or it's a little impractical way of life as well. And but like, I think they're sensible. That was my concern.
Like, what is it that you would say to them? Don't do this at home. They say, now after movies, don't try this at home.
Don't jump into the ocean if you don't know how to swim.
So, what is the Shalini Pasi Ocean?
The ocean, it's my world where I stay. It keeps me safe, and I'm very productive in it because I sort of block out a lot of the noises which are not.
But now you're a public figure. How do you block out anything?
Uh, well, I don't read a lot of stuff which I don't want to read. Like, I go on an app and I read the news, so it's very selective. And I mean, I need to function as well. I need to be able to work. I need to be able to exercise peacefully. If all the time I'm hearing what people are saying or talking about, obviously I'm not insensitive and I'm not, not like, but I need to be little bit away from what is actually like the reality. Because I'm a creative person, I cannot live in that very bare world, which is very harsh. Because I also need to protect my feminine energy. The world is so aggressive and masculine that, so for me to preserve my energy, to be able to give back, whether it's to the art world or the society or even my family, I need to protect my creative feminine energy. And what what I see now is that women want.
Surprisingly, you'll get shocked because people love honesty. And
Is it easy to be honest in this sort of glam world?
Not at all.
How do
Not
people
at all.
react? Like, what's the most uncomfortable thing for you that's happened for you? You're obviously a very blunt woman.
I am. Unfortunately, if I'm not saying it, it's on my face.
Correct.
It's a problem. I don't know how to hide it. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. But yes.
So what would you say to them? What one mistake you've made?
Oh God, I made many. Haven't I?
So one you don't want them to make. You know, we often say make your own mistakes. What's the one
Yeah.
mistake that you don't want them to make?
I think criticizing yourself, being critical on yourself. Don't do that mistake, because you know what? You'll be surprised. The person sitting next to you is going through the same damn thing. You know, you're not aware of it. So I think women, as women especially, we're so harsh on ourselves, and we're so shy, and we're so constantly, we have to be the strong person. It's okay to be weak. It's okay to be vulnerable. Before my pre-diabetes, I just wanted to be strong for the family. And I was crumbling inside. And finally, we all know that I ended up in the ICU. But I needed to reach out for help, which I didn't. And it's okay to be vulnerable, be honest, and just be around people that you love and you trust. Very important.
Seema?
So for me, the biggest takeaway, I mean, what's transformed me as a person through this show is that I always operated out of fear. You know, my whole life I have operated out of fear, and I was always looking at what's best for everyone around me, and I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. I was constantly trying to be better for everyone around me. Not to say that I'm not, it's not an endeavor even today, but I think I just kind of, it made me wake up and realize that, okay, I'm a mother. Okay, you have a husband, you're a wife, you're a daughter-in-law, but what about you? Like when you wake up, and I woke up, I think I just woke up one day and said that this cannot be my story, and I can't, like there were things that I wanted to, just be, which I wasn't being able to do that. And I realized I discovered a lot about myself through this show. And I also
What
discovered
did you learn? What did you learn about yourself?
that actually, you know what, I have, can I say the word?
Yes.
I also have balls. So, I think I did realize that, and it made me feel empowered. And what made me feel even more empowered through this show is all the women out there who connected with me.
Yeah.
And I think, like you said earlier, if you can touch or
someone's
change
life,
even
yeah.
one person's life, it's all worth it. That kind of gratification and validation is all I ever, it was more than what I ever thought I would get in life. So I feel like now I've accomplished something. It's not really about the money or the work.
Yeah.
It's about that feeling of gratification and that feeling of empowerment that only you as an audience can give me. I can't give it. Actually, they give it to you. When you do it,
Yeah,
and
that's lovely.
you're acknowledged.
Yeah.
I think so. Just be honest. And all our problems, every problem I've had in life, all women out there have had. It doesn't matter what place of privilege you come from. You're still going to have the same problems in your marriage, in your home, with your children. We all have the same problems.
Yeah.
So I think just discussing it
And that unit and putting it out
Putting
there, and
it
giving a
out there to
voice
say that it happens.
Bhavna?
I think both Mahip and Seema have pretty much summed it up. I think one thing I've learned is not to be oversensitive. I was an extremely oversensitive and over anxious person. And I think that is one thing I regret, like not, I mean, I shouldn't have been so sensitive, because today when I'm much older, I realize like everything passes and everything is fine.
This
Everything's
too
going-
shall pass.
This too shall pass. And I'm going to take this 1 second to acknowledge this very nice person here, Mr. Sanjay Pasi.
Oh, I was going to
Please,
welcome him on stage. Sanjay, come on up, yeah. Come on, 8 minutes.
I have to, because
Sanjay, come on up.
Of
Sanjay,
course.
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Of course, Shalini has
This
been
is Shalini's
amazing on the
husband,
show.
Sanjay
Yeah.
Pasi. And 2 minutes to out. How did you feel about Shalini becoming like this complete national crush?
I mean, it was a surprise for me. I mean, overnight, I could not have imagined that what she's done. It's amazing. I really feel very proud of her.
And Sanjay, you're a very, very successful entrepreneur, but today you're known as Shalini Pasi's husband.
I feel very proud about it. Yes, when people say, "Are you Shalini Pasi's husband?" I say yes.
Shalini,
Yeah.
how was this at home?
How was this at home?
The stardom.
No, I was always a star at home. It's the same. Everybody
So
else.
nothing has changed.
For me, it's the same. Like I'm the same person I always was from school till now. I've always lived in my own universe. Now everybody, like people know me now, which is different. And I hope I can keep delivering, and hope I can keep, you know, following my dreams and make everybody happy while I'm doing it.
How did your How did your son respond to this?
He was
Robin.
very afraid in the beginning because he says you don't watch television and you have no idea what you're doing. You should not be reading books on art and architecture. You should be, your new homework is to watch reality television. And every night he would come and put on something for me, but I say, okay, I'm watching that, I'll put it off and I do my own thing. So, but like he was happy then. He watched it with his friends the day it was released, and all his friends loved me, which was very nice.
All his friends love you?
Yeah.
Does everybody love Shalini? And all the Bollywood
And
wives.
also, yeah.
Yes. One thing about your wife that we don't know from Bollywood.
I mean, she is a queen. I mean, what can I say about a queen?
And you are her serf?
Yeah, that's right. I'm there to serve her.
Thank you, Sanjay. Let's have a round of applause for Sanjay. So, Bhavna, you introduced Sanjay, so we went there, but
And another thing, since we are in a college today, so a lot of comments that I got this season was like, you went to SRCC and you were doing BCom honors, and then
Yeah.
suddenly you became a flight attendant.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you do that? But I think I just followed my heart. I know I was excelling, and I was expected to go and do my MBA or CA and become CEO of a multinational. That was what was expected out of me from that college. But I think I just followed my path because I didn't want to. I wanted to travel and I wanted to do different things. And I'm just so glad I did that. So please follow your dreams and please follow your heart. It's very important. Yeah.
Neelam, I'll come to Shalini because we just heard from her, but Neelam, that one mistake that you made that you want to tell the girls here, don't do that. I did it, I regret it.
Well, these girls are much younger than me. When I look back at my life, my teens, I joined films very young.
How old were you?
16.
16!
Actually, 15.
Wow.
So, I mean, when I look back at my life, no regrets. I wouldn't change anything. But one mistake I did make was when I touched 50, I was obviously, busy with my jewelry business. And I actually told myself that, okay, now it's time to retire. I was very comfortable in my kaftans, very comfortable in my loose clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, living the kind of retired life. And I mean, I was totally wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, now I've got like this new beginning. Life has changed 360 thanks to this show, thanks to Karan. So I think, yeah, thinking at 50 that your life is over, women out there, that's a big mistake.
Now, thank you for saying that. You mentioned Karan. Karan can get away with asking questions that nobody else can. And he asked you, Mahib, are you all jealous of Shalini? So, my question is it thoda ek question jod rahi ho usme. You all actually get along or you compete with each other? And I'm adding to Karan's question.
No, actually, shockingly, why the show works is we do get along. Of course, we have our issues, of course, but we address them on the show.
What are these issues apart from what we see on the show?
Specifically with Shalini?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my thing is, which I tell her, that if you're going to wear a Roberto Cavalli gown and just walk into the sea, I am going to react and say, what the fuck is she doing? Am I not? I mean, I can't be saying, well done, okay? I was like, what is she doing? So she gives me those opportunities to react, but bless her, she sings to the giraffe, and I'm awestruck. And there are many, many moments, but Shalini is unique.
Yeah.
And I think she was made for reality, and she's...
Imagine what Sanjay had to go through all these
Yeah,
years.
Sanjay.
So now you can sympathize with him.
No, but Shalini, you think they're all jealous of you?
No, because if it wasn't for them, this platform would not have been there. I've just walked in like a breeze.
I'm only borrowing from Karan's playbook. I don't ask these questions.
So this, so like they started it. It was a literally like they had this audience which was just crazy about them, and I had to just walk in. And
Yeah.
there were times
No, no.
Mahip would tell me,
No, no,
Mahip
let's
would just during the shoot, sometimes just look at me and she's going to say something, and I would keep looking at her. I said, "Bol de, say it."
I was being polite, guys.
I think this has been Mahip's calmest season. Actually,
Really?
yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah.
and I really like
No, no, I want to clarify that that's Karan's domain. I think it's lovely to see you all. Of course, nobody gets along all the time. That's not real life. Everybody grates on everybody at some point. You don't agree with everybody. It's just wonderful to see what you've been able to do for women everywhere, and it's across age groups, and it's absolutely wonderful. So before I come to my last few set of questions, a big round of applause for these wonderful women. There is this stereotype about women that you put a bunch of women in a room together and they won't get along. That's not true. They have a lot of fun. So Shalini, you're going to tell us that story behind that song that you welcomed them with. What
Which
is
that
that?
one?
Yeah. Will you sing it for us also, please?
So it's like
Sing.
Bollywood Wives coming to Delhi. So had to be something spectacular, a mix of Bollywood culture and Master G, who was like, "Don't sing, you're not ready for it." So,
Mike.
yeah.
I said she threw us right into the deep end. Scene
Yeah.
one,
Yeah,
day
yeah.
one.
Didn't give you any
That's
time.
it. We knew the tone was set from that song.
Yeah.
So now we want to hear this song.
Really?
Yes.
That one?
Yes.
I'm not trained for it.
Everybody,
Okay,
not
all-
just
all
her.
of you
Yeah,
have the same.
all. Okay. You want a mic? There's more
मेरे
mics
मन
here.
ये बता दे तो किस और चला किस और चला है तू क्या पाया नहीं तूने क्या ढूंढ रहा है तू जो है अनकही जो है अनसुनी वो बात क्या है बता
Come on, get up.
कहीं धड़कने तुझसे क्या when I say Mitwa, I raise my hand.
But there is a song that we should have them dance to. Does anyone know which one I mean? It's Mahip.
Yeah, I know.
Nigori.
Nigori.
Okay, then you choose a song.
No,
Neelam's done her
listen,
bit.
I've danced enough. No, I've
Neelam has done her
danced.
bit.
Mahip has to do a solo number.
Mahip has to do a solo number. Yeah. Go for it.
Mahip.
Okay, let's have the track. Then we'll just make them do it. Do we have the track?
What is this, Barkha?
Nigori. Track. Start. They're trying to find the track. Do you have a preference? Wait, it's coming, I think. I think your song is coming. Come on. Mahip, chal yaar. Come on. Girls. Mahip, chal yaar. Mahip, there's more.
कैसी जवानी है गोरी कैसी जवानी है
Okay, we tried. I don't know. You want another song?
निगोरी कैसी जवानी है जो बात सुने ना मेरी निगोरी निगोरी कैसी जवानी है जो बात सुने ना मेरी निगोरी कैसी जवानी है जो बात सुने ना मेरी निगोरी बड़ी मस्तानी है जो बात सुने ना मेरी निगोरी बड़ी मस्तानी है जो बात सुने ना मेरी
This is the first time Mahip has danced without
She just-
without the tequila shots.
She, she said she broke her dancing virginity on the stage. Mahip, take the mic.
Mike.
Hanji, Mahip.
Yeah, I did break my dancing virginity. I don't dance. I'm not a dancer, only for you guys. Made a big ass of myself. but
No,
it's
you
okay.
didn't. Are there roles that are the things you did many years ago, those of you who have been on camera before, that you wouldn't do today? Like the song we just saw?
No.
Then why were you so... mm?
And you know, I'm 51.
So
I was
what?
sprawled on a car. I was gorgeous then. I was 19
You are gorgeous,
years.
even more gorgeous now.
Even more gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah. So I was sprawled on a car. I was dating my husband. He had come on the set. And yeah, but I don't regret anything. Any of those things.
Neelam, do you? Because you were so young, like you were 15 or 16.
I think I would definitely not wear a lot of the clothes that I wore back then.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I've got
What
to
do you
catch-
remember, like with, like, oh my God?
like weird combinations, like yellow with purple, those dhoti pants, and this. Yeah, and my mom and my masi used to do my clothes, so all my necklines were up till here. Okay, like fully covered. I think that's one thing I would definitely change.
Okay, now all five of you are going to tell us. I don't know, do we have time for a couple of audience questions? You're going to tell me that. But in the meantime, all five of you are going to tell me something that we don't know about you, that we're hearing for the first time, that you're not saving that story for Bollywood Wives next series. Tell us a secret. Tell us a secret. Like, tell us something that we don't.
Anisha is going to kill us.
No, I'll handle Anisha. We're going to open the house for questions in a moment.
No, can I
Yes.
start?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone thought that, this Neelam has no temper. Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
you look very controlled.
Yeah, very in control. So
Yeah.
the first meltdown that I had on Bollywood Wives was actually with Miss Anisha Baig.
That's so
And
funny.
she was in shock.
Yeah. because
Okay.
She's never seen that side of
She's
you.
never seen that side of me. And then I saw a side of her which I've never seen before.
Lovely.
And I think on this season, we saw a little bit of my temper with
Yeah.
Shalini, a little bit, which they cut out.
Why did they cut it out?
They cut out a lot. They cut out a lot of her stuff, my stuff.
Tell us that stuff here now.
No. I mean, I just got a little irritated with her because, she was having fun. She was giggling a lot. And listen, I just wanted to wrap up and go home, get into my pajamas.
Yeah.
Until you don't finish your content, you can't leave.
Yeah.
So it was a little difficult and challenging that day. So I lost my cool.
So do you often lose your cool with Shalini?
No.
No?
It was just that one time. I kind of like, Shalini, stop it.
Shalini, you look like you never lose your cool with anybody. Do you?
I do also, like, I'm human obviously, but I channel it. I like dance, I sing, I take it out on other things. Like I take that energy out. I take that crazy energy out, and my trainer will say, "Aaj kiska gussa utar raha hai?" So I'll say, "Aaj ye lagao, zor zor ki then I dance." You
Tell
know?
us something about you that we don't know.
I failed in math. Now everyone knows.
I also failed in math. That's not some spicy secret. Tell us something better.
I failed in computer science.
What would you have been, or what did you want to be in school?
I wanted to be an architect, but then I was really bad in math. Then I wanted to be an artist, but I couldn't go to art school. And now here I am.
And now what do you want to be?
I just want to keep. I want to be effective in whatever I do. I want to have fun while I'm doing it. I want to. There's so much that I want to do. I just want to be on this journey where I'm learning and doing things. I don't want to be stagnant. I want to be a
Yeah.
new person every day. It's like this, like, you
Yeah.
change your clothes, change your energy, change your personality.
Bhavna, tell us a scene. None of you you're being very like.
One thing I don't understand.
Very well behaved.
This changing clothes.
You know, when you
Wait,
ask,
wait, Neelan's saying something. Neelan?
That's one thing I don't understand about Shalini. Why constantly changing clothes? We came to your house.
I do change of energy, na?
Yeah.
Change
I
of
thought she
energy.
said changing clothes changes her energy.
Yeah, changing clothes, like if you're wearing Girls, are you here with me? Yeah. So changing, like you're wearing a structured jacket, you'll walk in a different way and you'll sit. And you're wearing a flowing dress, you'll have a different energy. I mean, for me, I'm very, very sensitive. I don't know.
So what is your energy, Abhi?
This is very hot in Bombay and humid. I need the air to be here. And also, I'm like this graffiti is very much with what colleges are known
Ah, so it's
for.
all very well planned.
Yeah.
Acha. Bhavna,
Everything is thematic. The hearts here.
So very well planned. How long does it take you all to get ready? Mic, le lo, mic.
So in my mind, I'm like, okay, this is the thing. Like I saw the stage. It was actually like more brown, but you guys have covered it up. So I actually see the location. And then I pick out and the vibe of the place and, that's it.
Okay, Mahip is wanting to say something to this and saying, yes,
I just want to make it very clear. I take the least amount of time. It's a fact. They can't argue.
Because
with
you're
me.
impatient. That's written on
I'm
your
impatient.
face.
I
She
don't have
gives
to.
us stress.
Mahip.
Yes.
Why?
Because say our call time is like 8 p.m. or 8 a.m.
Yeah.
She's ready at 7:30 a.m. Okay, come on, guys, come on. And I take the longest.
You all have
I
been the
own it.
only guests today, celebrities who've been on time. Before time.
No, that we all are on
Yeah,
time.
no, only ones.
But
only
Mahip is always early.
But having said that, there's not a singular scene in Bollywood Wives, sorry Manu, that we have not been waiting. Actually, we are very punctual.
Yeah.
Manu.
Oh,
We are always
Manu.
waiting for our director Uttam, who we now call Steven.
Who you now call?
Steven Spielberg.
Steven
Pata nahi,
Spielberg.
he's making Mughal Azam or he's making some Gone with the Wind, I don't know, but we're always waiting.
Acha, but this question, you all have answered something else. The question was, tell us something about your life that we don't know.
Mughal Azam or he's making some Gone with the Wind, I don't know, but we're always waiting.
Acha, but this question, you all have answered something else. The question was, tell us something about your life that we don't know.
Okay. So,
Bhavna, come on, take the lead.
So when you asked Shalini about not having temper and
Yes.
being calm,
Do you
I
have a
looked at-
temper?
I actually looked at Sanjay's face, and he gave the answer.
Because Shalini does have a secret
No,
temper.
because I'm trying to say the same goes for me, because I mean the usual feedback I get is I'm very balanced and calm and I don't lose my, but I think we'll have to ask Chunky that. That's
Yeah.
the secret.
Fab. Okay, we have time for some questions, I've been told. Now, I know you all are damn excited. but we're going to
Actually,
do this.
I would have been Beyonce if I wasn't here.
You would have been Beyonce.
Yeah.
Wow.
It
So
was
we-
my one wish. No,
so
I
that
have
means you
such
can
a bad. I called Neelam one day to say that I really want to be a singer. I envy. I would have. I
guts.
wanted to be that. I said, Neelam, we'll take singing classes together during COVID. She said, you know what? Just record yourself in the bathroom and then listen to that. That was the end of my dream.
That was.
Can we hear your Beyonce voice?
Are you my ass? I'm just recovered from a viral.
I just danced. Get up and sing.
Yeah, come on, Yasima.
Come on. I swear I'm not lying.
Come on, Seema.
My one wish in life. Or for one of my children.
You asked for it. No, you have to.
Can I tell you something?
really-
So,
Okay.
so
I
one
can,
second,
I can
one
see your
second.
mom
One
say
second.
no, no.
I want to tell you all a secret. So the both of them during COVID recorded their voices and sent to Raisa's music teacher. My younger daughter Raisa sings very well, I have to say.
Yeah.
And he called me up and he was like, "Listen, Bhavna, I'm really sorry, but I have to refuse your friends. I hope you understand. I cannot train them. I just
Oh,
can't."
no. Okay, that's a good story. But can you do a
I
sound?
seriously just recovered from a viral.
And mummy saying
You
no.
sound husky.
Yeah.
I really can't.
Otherwise, she's very good.
She is good.
Otherwise,
Seema,
she's
come
very
on,
good.
yeah. Seema, do 2 lines, yeah. 2 lines.
No, I can't.
Sing Mitwa.
Come on, everybody sung on the stage. Okay, Shalini will accompany you. You sing. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Singing anything.
What?
Come on.
Just sing any song.
Seema. Chalo, yaar.
Murder.
Acha, 1 second.
Choose the song.
Yeah, but I just said what I could have been. I wanted
So
to
can
be.
you sing
But you-
your voices?
Just get onto the path now.
So
Secretly.
let's see what we missed out now.
She's
Baba.
raw.
But I Beyonce.
I really can't. What should I sing? Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder where you are.
Even that doesn't sound good. Can you say George Michael?
Acha,
song?
now, come on. Let's choose.
Swear to God.
Okay, Shalini, you lead. You lead and she'll follow. Come on. Choose a song, Seema. Shalini will start.
Since we are in a college, you sing पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगा
बेटा हमारा ऐसा काम करेगा, मगर ये तो कोई न जाने कि मेरी मंजिल है कहाँ।
Ooh, it feels so
पापा
good.
कहते हैं
Okay, we are now opening this for questions. However, I know there's major excitement, but you're going to have to follow my rules here, otherwise we'll have a stampede. Okay? So I'm going to call one person at a time, and I'm going to start. Come on then. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hi. How are you? How are you? How are you? Come.
I wanted to say a big hi, and
Hi.
it's been a pleasure watching all of you. Mahip has been a friend. Our kids went to school together, and of course, Bhavna I've met at the Ayappa temple with Shabina. Yes. So I've known, of course, Mahip the most, and we've been mothers of kids who've gone to school together, and she's an amazing person.
Thank you.
And I'm so happy to see each and every one of
What
you.
is it that you would want to ask them? Or
So
say about
I didn't want to ask.
Okay,
This
say
is
about
this is about Neelam and Chunky, and the movie that Tu Mera Tota, that Maina movie, right?
Yeah, she danced.
And yes,
Paap Ki Dunya.
yes. And I was in school, and I was a big fan of Chunky. I think I've mentioned this story, I don't know, a million times. And I used to write letters to Chunky and I would post it. And I would post it, and I would get a reply. And it's only after I got married I realized my dad was writing those replies to me. And I thought it was Chunky writing. Okay, and it all got triggered with that main tera tota tu meri maina. And so one day my dad, actually mentioned it to me, saying, I didn't know how to do this, and I would like wonder why is Chunky saying you're a kid in school, focus on studies, you know, take those posters out of the room, and I'm like, Dad, you didn't do this.
Lovely story. Anything you want to say to the wives? They're so phenomenal.
You're amazing. You're a role model. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been a mother all my life, and I've finally figured what to do in life. And you're an inspiration to a lot of them like me. And keep it going. All the best. You all rock.
Thank you.
And another thing about Bhavna, she's very spiritual, right? And very real. I mean, that one day that I met you in the temple with Ananya, it was amazing. I mean, I was there with Shabina, and you were there with Shabina, and it was like an eye opener.
Thank you for telling us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The young girl here in the middle. Come on, come on. I can see your hand, but you have to run up. Run up, run up, run up, run up. Be fast, quick. They're all quicker than you, I think, at this point. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, good to meet you. So my question is specifically to Shalini. I have been watching all of you from season 1, but you spoke about feminine energy.
Yeah.
I'm in my early 30s right now. I did my engineering MBA, worked for many years, and I'm an entrepreneur right now. And what I've realized is that to be taken seriously, at some point, I've had to be channelizing the masculine energy more to be taken seriously and having to sacrifice the feminine in me. And that has left me very lonesome at times. So I really want to know that how does one do that, be an achiever, have it all, but stay true to your essence, which is being a woman.
So I think, like in the 90s, we had all these articles which said that, we women have to dress in a certain way to be, taken more seriously in the workplace, wear suits, don't wear red lipstick, don't open your hair. So all that is gone now. So, and if you express yourself, if you are able to, just be what you want to be and wear what you want to wear, and just people will respect that. We need women who are educated like you and achievers like you to show everybody else that you are a woman, you have to stay in your feminine energy, you're an architect and you're actually a creator. So if you don't channelize that, how will you be able to create? You will be just creating a concrete jungle like all the men. So I think it's like a small thing which starts, and we have to respect our femininity, we have to respect the nurturing nature of a woman and continue doing what we have to do. So
is it that easy?
No, for me also there was a time for about like 8, 9 years. I wore very, very oversized clothes, just very black and white, just to be taken seriously in the art world. But then I realized that, like this is not me. It was not making me happy, and it was just curbing my energy, and it was not worth it. And then initially people found it difficult, but they take you for what you are. They take you for what your work and what you look like should not define you at the end of the day. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a picture with Shalini.
No, not right now because that would create a stampede. It would create a stampede of requests from the floor. So sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Come on up. Come on up. No, here, blue t-shirt. Come quickly. Come quickly. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Hi. First of all, I'm very glad to meet all of you. And I think this is the first time I've watched a reality show. My question is very simple and only to two of you. One is Mahip. Mahip, I think you've added a lot of vocabulary to, I think, the general, the kids right now. You're in a college right now. What are the 5 top words you would like them to,
To use or not use?
Your choice, you could be.
Why am I feeling like I'm in college giving an exam?
No, this is, just be free. Just be free.
Okay, so bollocks, wanker,
Interesting.
obviously twat.
Twat. 2 more to go.
Shwai shwai, obviously. One more, for God's sake. My brain's
Put you on a spot.
You give the first one. Come on. You give the first one.
Why don't ne-
Chana Bhatura.
it doesn't have to be Raghu.
Okay.
And Bhavna, I wanted to know that, I feel that you're very invested in your daughter's growth. Is there, what are the top 5 things that, any mother should, look after them if they want their child to be successful?
I think more than any other support, emotional support is the most important. And having your child's back, whatever decision they take, whether it's good, bad, whether it's a mistake or anything.
Shalini's bag fell.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay,
We had to
sorry.
pick
That's
it up. Yes.
we have to
That's a
wait for
serious
it.
thing. Yes.
More serious than this.
Sorry. Sorry to interrupt. No.
So I think it's very important to and also, I mean, whatever decision they make, as I was saying, it's very important to back them on it. It could be wrong, but it's fine. That's what I do as a mother.
Thank you. Okay. I want to ask all 5 of you now. I know, you've given us so many laughs, so many upbeat moments, but your lives have not always been easy. And some of it is touched upon in the series, some is not. What has been the toughest moment of your life, and how did you cope with it? What did you, when you look back and you think of, I always say older women are so much more interesting because we've lived,
Absolutely.
right? And we have all these stories, and we have all these mistakes, and we have all these, okay, we won't do it again, and then we do it again, all that. So, Neelam, one really traumatic phase that you learned from, that you want to share.
Well, season 3, I've openly spoken about. I was married before my divorce. I think it was, for me, the most difficult phase of my life. Like, back to your question, you said, how did you deal with it? Um, I mean, I dealt with it. I just took my own time to deal with it. I had a very supportive family, first of all. I think that's number one. And I just took time out, literally time out. I didn't leave my house for almost a year. I hardly met these girls for almost a year and a half. I think I just.
You were depressed?
I was depressed.
And angry?
I just needed time to heal from the trauma. So I just gave myself that time. And that's the kind of person that I am. I just shut everything out. And yeah, I just look within, and I just wanted to heal by myself. And yeah, that was the most difficult time for me.
Bhavna?
I think it would be after my second one was born. I went through like I think it's PMD
Mhm.
and postpartum depression,
Yeah.
and I faced a lot of anxiety. I don't even know why I was feeling that. I mean, there were I really, when tell people this, sometimes they're like, you have nothing to be anxious about, and I'm very grateful to God for everything that I have in my life. But I don't know, maybe it was hormones, it was just anxiety, which was maybe subconscious, maybe since I was a child or anything. I don't know what it was, but it all came out after my second one was born. And I remember my friends, they used to tell me that, are you okay, you're looking sick, because I had become like 47 kilos.
Yeah.
I was very very underweight. I think that was the most traumatic, because I didn't know what was going on with me. I couldn't understand. And every time people just said the same thing, but what are you anxious about?
Yeah.
Or what are you, there is nothing to be anxious about, and there's nothing to be depressed about. But I felt that maybe it was my hormones, whatever
And
it
how
was.
did you cope?
I took, which Ananya mentioned in her session, and
That
she
you
did
took
say
therapy.
that, I don't know if I'm allowed to give my mom's secret, but yes, I took therapy at that time, and I think that really helped me.
And how long were you in therapy for?
I was in therapy for about a year, maybe a little longer than that. And I still take therapy off and on, when sometimes I find things I'm not able to handle on my own. Your kids, as you said, she spoke about trolling. I think her trolling affected me
Mm.
more than it affected her.
To see it as a mother,
Yeah.
to see your
So,
daughter being, yeah,
so
put under the
that's what
microscope.
I said.
Yeah.
I was a very overly sensitive person. I have become stronger.
Yeah.
But these are the times, and at these times, I do take therapy, and I don't. I mean, I speak a lot to Chunky. He's my best friend, but as she said, that it's always biased sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't understand, and
And
they're
you
like,
need that professional distance.
yeah, because sometimes people are like, but you have nothing to be anxious about. Even
Yeah.
my own parents said that to me. They were like, what are you anxious about? You have everything. So it was, but I still took it, and I think that was the best decision I made.
Thank you for sharing
Yeah, of
that.
course.
Can we have a round of applause? Because
Thank
it's not easy to open up about these very personal. It's easy to look at the Bollywood wives and make everything about who, ha ha, and who gets along with whom. And even I did a little bit of that today without meaning to. But I actually, my heart really belongs to these stories.
No,
That
and
you
also
share.
sometimes I feel that, as you were saying, that we don't discuss it also, because sometimes it's taken it as like it's like problems of the privileged or the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
world problem, and you feel conscious discussing these things, because there are really genuinely so many problems out there
Yeah.
that you don't want to make this so important.
And would you advise people today to seek therapy if they're feeling this way? Did it help you? Does it help you?
I would definitely advise people to seek therapy. The only problem with therapy is it's very expensive.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
And access to mental health for those who aren't wealthy is,
Yeah.
mental health
So
interventions.
it's very easy for me to sit here and just say that, guys, go take, go to a good therapist, but that costs a lot of money, and everyone cannot afford that, maybe 2 or 3 times a month. So I think when we talk about mental health issues, also solutions, I think, need to happen. I don't know how, maybe more people
Talking about it.
talking about
Yeah,
it, or
yeah.
like platforms or a community,
Yeah.
or even like people coming out, who are studying these subjects and helping the people they have to,
No, thank
besides
you, Bhavna,
charging.
for
No,
sharing that.
really, yeah.
Seema?
With me, actually, I think I said it on the show. I was actually shot this show at one of the most traumatic times of my life. I had, even though I was separated for like over 6 years. My younger one, when actually got divorced, which was like a little bit when that final divorce came through, he was it just I did not expect him to take it the way he does. And I do realize that being today, I know that being a mom, everything you kind of take out on your mother.
Yeah.
And he kind of accused me that you are not, you're not sad. And I didn't handle it very well, and initially. And then I realized, of course, again, like I share this, Bhavna, and I know I also do therapy regularly. I have been in therapy for like 10 years, off and on. And
has it helped?
oh, yes, it's helped me with this. And I realized just, that through this whole process, when a child has these outbursts, it comes out of pain. And the only way to solve it is with love. There's lots and lots and lots of love and patience. And listening to them more than correcting them. Or even with my older one, I've always adopted that policy, like even saying sorry. Like, which of your parents actually say sorry to you? But today, you have a relationship with your child, it's more about listening to them, listening to their side of it, and apologizing to them, letting them feel that you could be wrong. And I think that whole process is something I kind of, went through thanks to therapy.
Again, thank you. I mean, thank you. Mahi, toughest phase?
I think I addressed it in the show.
Yeah.
It was a year of many, many things that snowballed into me reaching the ICU. I lost my house help to COVID, which was, and she was with us for 20 years. So it was shattering for my children to explain to them and to tell them. I hid it from them because my daughter was in New York at the time. So telling her, then my dog passed away. My son went into hospital with gangrene of the appendix for 10 days, trauma. So I didn't know what was hitting me because it was just constant, constant, constant. And then finally, I got COVID and I ended up in the ICU with 700 sugar and probably going into organ failure. So I think that was very traumatic, questioning your mortality, your life. We don't question death so much, you know. So it hit me very hard. It hit me more for my children because they've gone through it with two of my sister-in-laws suddenly passing away. And I know what it has done to my whole family. So for me, that's what I said to you guys, that, I've been that person always to be strong for the family. I'm the strong one. And people come to me for help. I don't go to them for help. Suddenly, I felt that I needed to grasp at people. I needed that help because I was sinking. And then that lifestyle change, obviously with insulin, hit me very badly because I'm so, again, in control of my life, being healthy. And suddenly I'm dependent on insulin. I'm dependent on checking on my sugar constantly. Um, it's, so I think work helped me.
Yeah.
Because I got into season 3, it helped me jump into it and focus on the better things and focus on my glass being half full instead of half empty. It's an achievement that we've come into season 3. In my middle age, for me to be sitting with an icon like you,
thank
asking
you.
me questions.
Thank you.
In my life, I would have never thought.
Thank you.
It's the truth. So, yeah, so I'm giving myself a pat on the shoulder, and I'm
You
happy.
should. Thank you. Shalini, toughest phase of life?
So, like Charlie Chaplin said, that life is a tragedy in close up and comedy in long shot. So everything that happens, like there's a reason for it, and you grow stronger. So at the age of 21, I had a spine injury, and the doctor told me that you can't dance and you can't wear high heels. And so my Sanjay and my mom were sitting there, and my mother started crying, and I just said, okay, I'm leaving. So they thought I've gone to the bathroom to cry. I sat in the car, I went for my dance class.
Really? Fabulous.
And the doctor said you'll have to take an injection on your spine for the rest of your life. Every 3 months, I can visit you. I'm looking at him like I'm 21 and I love dancing, and why should I not wear high heels? So I started doing yoga slowly, slowly built my strength. And that's why I'm so obsessive about my health, because once you lose it, you can never fix it. You can only like restore it. So since the age of 21, it's like I just said that, I have to take care of myself. And when we are younger, we don't realize, like, we do different things and we take risks. But, you know, that was the most traumatic for me to
Well,
lose
thank
something
you
which
to
I
all
took for granted.
5 of you for sharing this. We're almost at the end of our conversation, but before we let you go, of course, we also have something that we want to give you. But before that, what would you tell your 16-year-old self today? To all 5 of you, I'll start with you.
Like I said before, don't change anything. Live life the way you did, and with the confidence you did. I wouldn't change anything.
Bhavna?
I would say don't be oversensitive. enjoy your life to the fullest. Don't be hard on yourself because this time will never come back.
Seema?
I think I would say that uh, be authentic to yourself, live your life, it's yours, no one else's. And I mean, have those stories to tell, make those memories like a chest. Just, it's all about making memories, keep collecting your memories. I think that's the treasure you have at the
I
end of
love
the day.
that. Keep collecting memories and keep making new ones. Mahi?
My 16-year-old life was so different. It was a world that you guys will never understand. It's a lot tougher for you with social media out there. And all I can say to you guys is always swim. Choose to swim and be brave. Be brave. Don't compare yourself to anybody out there. You're unique. You guys are unique. And have that voice. It's okay.
Shalini?
Well, I'm still 16. Well, I would tell myself that don't do too many activities. Study a little bit harder.
Don't do too many activities means?
Too many activities in school. Like you knew there were 100 activities, opportunities available to us. So I would do everything from mountain climbing and horse riding and even things which I was terrible at. And, just because I wanted to run away from studies and not study basically. So I really wish I'd studied harder then. So I don't have to learn everything now.
Well, I just want to say to all of you, you're all fabulous. You have given voice to an entire community of women. You have shared your stories with authenticity. You are the most chilled superstars I've met. And you are superstars. So let's have a big round of applause for the fabulous Bollywood wives. I want you all to stand here. Can we get out our awards here? May I please call Kauser of our partner on stage from Swatantra? Please, if we can have you on stage. But before we do anything, Shalini, what is the story with your bags?
So
I was very tense when this bag fell. Sorry, Neela, I'm just squeezing in here.
So it's just that they are it's actually just fun notes to myself if I'm carrying a
Fun notes to yourself. Can we please? Here it is. Okay. That's
This is the blue color for uniform.
Yeah, modern school.
Uniform, yeah.
But what is the story with your bags?
Well, it's like a personal note or a fun thing to myself. It's like I'm having fun with my own self, like a secret message to myself. That's what it is, and everybody likes.
So I want to say that I think the Bollywood wives were the women of the year. I really do think. And so we would like all of them, and you're going to not disappoint me with the love you're going to show, Kauser, if I may ask you to present each one of them with our award, and I have to match the names now, yes, so that we don't get them wrong. Yes, here's Neelam. Okay, we're going to give a big round of applause to Neelam, Shalini, Okay, at the count of 3, 2, 1, we're going to go Bollywood wives, okay? Okay, everybody ready? 3, okay, and this has to be really loud. You all have less energy than me now. 3, 2, 1. Again, it wasn't loud enough. 3, 2, 1. And 3, 2, 1. No, that's not allowed. 3, 2, 1. Let's have a big round of applause for the women of the year. Thank you so much. Can we have you go through the wings backstage? Because we missed you backstage because you all were front of stage before we could introduce you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All of that. My long-term wishes from Anisha would really thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. But I need people to settle down, please. Aditi, I need your help. Volunteers, we need doors closed at the backs. Please, no, please take your seats. No. No, they have to sit. No doors open, please. Please. Guys, I need someone at the doors to be locked. I need the doors to be closed because we have to move on. Polemy, can you step out and have those doors locked? Back means? That's fine. Can I have the doors closed, please? And everyone take their seats. Come on, girls and boys. Help me out here. Take your seats. Hi, girls. We need the doors controlled because everybody's moving in and out, please. Everyone take your seats, please. Guys at the back, we can't start unless you take your seats. Okay, that's fine, but come on, I need everyone to settle down also, no? Hello at the back, can we have the bouncers stand at the door? Polemy, can you step out and just have it done, please? Can the doors be locked? Can the doors be locked so that everybody can just sit where they are? No, I can still see the open doors, please. That's all right. Can you have the doors locked here? I'm really requesting somebody at the back. Polemy, I really need this done. I understand, but they're not, there's a lot of movement at the back. May I request everybody at the back to just squat on the floor if you don't have seats, but I need you to settle down. The guests waiting. We have to introduce our next speakers, please. Please, and there are empty seats in the front. You can come up front and take seats if you're not getting one. Excuse me, at the back, could you please settle down? Could our student volunteers make the students settle down at the back? आप प्लीज सब ठीक करिए आधा तो ऑन नहीं होता है ओके नहीं सर okay, how many of you this Diwali saw the Diwali Barbie? The Diwali Barbie. It was such an important statement of inclusion and representation. For those of us who grew up, with Barbie dolls, we would look at these dolls and they would be very remote from anything that was close to our reality, right? But Anita Dongre created, in the interest of this wider representation, the Diwali Barbie. And Anita Shroff-Adjania, I've often told her that she's so elegant herself, but that she could make a lamppost look stylish. Please put your hands together to welcome the divas of design, Anita Dongre and Anita Shroff-Adjania. Thank you. Let's, come on, show them your love. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Can I have a round of applause for the two A's on my stage? Acing it, the A's acing it in every way.
Anita just said backstage after the Bollywood Wives, it's the two boring wives.
No. Come on, girls and boys. You need to show them love because they're feeling they can't follow the Bollywood Wives. Yes.
Thank you.
Anita, I want to start with the Diwali Barbie because in my introduction, I was just saying, when I was young, my mother didn't want me to play with Barbies because she felt like, the body image, the representation, but also it was so remote to anything we knew in our world. And I just love the Diwali Barbie. How did that idea come to you and why was it important to you?
Honestly, Mattel approached me about a year ago, and I was really excited to finally show India in a different light. Indian fashion has always been shown in a very cliched manner. And I thought it was high time that Indian girls all over the world, because we got some amazing feedback from every country where Indians live, I wanted them to resonate with their culture. And I wanted to make Barbie cool and confident and very now.
And not only this over-sexualized.
And not that I've ever played with a Barbie as a young girl.
Same.
Never.
Same.
We couldn't afford Barbies.
Correct. That also.
Those are only some rich kids had it from abroad. We
Yeah.
didn't. But today, well, it's available everywhere. And it's sold out. It's been very well received.
Yeah, it's fabulous. What did that idea mean to you? Girls, settle down, please. What did that idea mean to you? Like what? Like now that it's out there and it's sold out.
I think it just represents Indian fashion about what Indian fashion is today, which is it's evolved, it's so cool, it's international, it's global, but at the same time it has an Indian soul. The print was Indian, but the outfit was very contemporary. So for me, it's what's happening in India today, and the world doesn't
Fabulous.
see India like that.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us that representation and that voice. Anita, I mean you've dressed the biggest, as is Anita, of course, but you're always styling the biggest, wealthiest, most influential, most stylish people, and you're so stylish yourself. But it begs the question, what is fashion? What is fashion? What does it mean to be fashionable?
I think it's more important to be stylish than fashionable because I think style talks about you as a person. It's almost like a non-verbal communication of who you are. And also, it doesn't have to be the same every day. It can be different. Like for me as a stylist, I feel some days I want to be sloppy. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying non-verbally. Today, I want
Yeah.
to be comfortable. I mean, if you'd seen me half an hour ago, I was sloppy getting off a flight.
Yeah.
So I think it also is kind of like the cover to you, like the cover of a book, which before you read or before you speak to someone, you see them and you kind of make a mental note of who they are. And what's lovely is that it's so much about your personality.
Yeah.
And I think it's a silent way of communicating who you are, what mood you're in, maybe even your tradition, where you come from, your culture. There's so much relevance. So for me, it's more style than fashion. Fashion is a tool that I use to convey style.
So what does your style say about you, according to you?
According to me,
Yeah.
I think my style says that when I have to get it together, I can.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm a mess. But what it says primarily is that comfort is very important to me.
Yeah.
And I have to feel good. I will not be a fashion victim and just wear anything. Like, so sometimes I feel like, like recently at another award function, I wore this crazy red extravaganza. Like a
Mhm.
year ago, it wouldn't be me. But today I feel it and I loved it and I felt very special. So it's follow your instinct.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
just as a professional, but even personally. Like if you feel like today a color, like I believe in color therapy.
Mhm.
Like most days I wear black like you are
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
But on some days I want to throw in a color, I want to throw in an animal print, whatever.
Yeah.
Let your expression come from that.
What does your style say about you, Anita?
Barkha, I think style even evolves every decade. At least for me, it's evolved. When I was in my 20s, I dressed very differently because I
How
was a
did you
different
dress?
person then.
How did you dress?
I dressed figure hugging clothes. I dressed for attention. I wanted to walk into a room and every head had to turn and look at me.
Yeah.
Like
We
crazy
need these
fashion.
photographs.
We need these
Yeah.
photographs for sure.
Then as you go on today, for me, it's just, I mean, it was always about comfort, but you keep changing as a person, you evolve as a person. Today, for me, it's comfortable, loose. Now I like my clothes to talk about my value system. So I usually wear a lot of hand woven like I'm wearing today. So today it's about showing craft, about showing hand woven. It's saying a lot about what I feel, what I'm going through, and how I want to express myself, just like Anita said. And at a certain age and days when I put on weight, I want something loose and comfortable. The
Yeah.
days I'll lose a couple of kilos, I'll wear something with a waist belt.
Yeah.
Like for what I'm wearing today, usually I wear it belted up. Today I was feeling a little bloated, so I left it loose. But I'm comfortable in it.
Isn't it all in the end about confidence and comfort? Like if you ask me, I mean, I'm not fashionable by any measure, but I'm confident and I'm comfortable.
Yeah,
And I
you have to feel
you
great
have
with
to
whatever
feel
you
it.
wear. You have to feel you can
It
own the
makes you feel
world
better.
today.
Huh? Sorry?
It should make you feel better
Yeah.
than when
Correct.
you woke up.
Correct.
And I think also, more importantly, it's also about supporting talent. I mean,
Yeah.
for me as a stylist, it's very important that I wear younger brands, established brands, mix it up for people to be inspired and understand what people are doing, even whether it's accessories.
Yeah.
Not just, wear the same thing. It's also very important, like Anita said, to give a nod to tradition in terms of handlooms and our beautiful weaves. But again, it can be shown in an extremely contemporary way. So I think it's everything that we do is hoping for the industry to grow and for people to feel better.
And the last is what I want to pick
Yeah.
up, because in the age of social media, there's a kind of standardized idea of what good looks are and what is fashionable. And how does one retain individualism when you're so influencer and image driven, you use the phrase fashion victim. How do you not be a fashion victim? I mean, there are young girls in this audience, and their idea of what is a good look comes from what social media and the big stars are wearing. And then, down the chain, yes, it's great that people are able to access it. But how do you not be a fashion victim? Like, what are the politics of your sort of gaze on fashion, Anita?
I think it's about, like we've just been saying, finding your own style.
Yeah.
And that style has to be unique, that has to be you, that has to be personal. It's about not imitating anybody. It's about what you feel. You should feel empowered in the morning to do whatever, whether it's a job you're going for, whether you're going to college. You should just feel wonderful in what you wear. It's more about being you than about aping anybody else. It's so easy to ape anyone else and look like a clone of someone else.
Yeah.
But I would always say, do something that's you, whatever little it is. It could be just an ordinary white shirt you wear with trousers, but then make something about you in that. The jewelry you wear, just choose everything mindfully and carefully. Look at it and say, is this really me? Do I want to own this forever? When you buy jewelry, do I really want this to be part of my life for a long time? So it's about a lot about having things in your wardrobe for a very long time, buying quality. Anything
I mean,
more to
today
add in
everybody
that?
says sustainable fashion. And it's almost become fashionable to say sustainable fashion.
Oh yes, it's so fashionable to say it
But there's a
without
lot of
understanding a
greenwashing.
word of
That's
it.
what I'm saying. What does it actually mean?
Well, we don't have a standardization yet, right?
Well, I think sustainable fashion is anything that is not harmful to the planet, something that's biodegradable, and sustainable fashion can also mean fashion that is great quality that you wear for a very long time. But I think biodegradable fibers that are used which don't harm the planet, anything that's made sustainably and manufactured sustainably is for me sustainable fashion.
But what I'm saying is that there is no way to know whether what people are saying is true or not. There's a lot of greenwashing.
True.
But I mean, coming back to your earlier point, because I think it's very important. A lot of the times we hold back on what we think suits us.
Yeah.
And I feel like I urge people, especially young people, to try. Like if you're feeling something, try it. It doesn't matter. And again, it doesn't have to be a big buy or whatever. We are so lucky to have our darzis on every corner.
I
Get
know.
it made. I did that in college. I always wanted these in-cut halters, which were never available. My tailor made them in red and white checks. It was in fact tablecloth material.
Yeah.
But I just felt super cool, and I felt like I was very Italian chic or whatever at that time. So
Yeah.
try different things. And with time, you will find what works for you. You will find things that you're attracted to and things that are just not for you.
Tell us about your journeys. Did you always know, Anita, that you wanted to be in design or fashion?
Yeah, I knew at 15.
At 15. So what
Yeah.
was that precise memory or that moment?
That I wanted to learn fashion design. And
Like, what
that's-
did you see or what did you read or
I don't know, but I just knew.
Yeah.
It was something that I knew, and I went looking for a design school and found one at 16 and joined design school at 17. I was
Really?
just lucky, not very.
So you were just that focused, like you
very
always
focused.
knew.
Yeah, very.
And was there
focused.
anyone you were influenced by?
I really don't know. So many things
Because
influence you.
we
Probably
didn't
my
always have
trips.
access to that whole array when we were younger of the great designers of the world.
I would like to say my trips to Jaipur. I come from Jaipur, born, brought up in Bandra, but spent 3 months every vacation in Rajasthan. Maybe Rajasthan inspired me. I don't know.
Yeah. Did you know at 15?
I think I knew earlier, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
I didn't know I wanted to be a stylist because it didn't exist.
Yeah.
So I thought I would be a designer.
Yeah.
And it was like designer or hairdresser, both. I was toying
Really?
with both, but I knew that I had a intense passion for fashion and editorial stuff. So I was very fortunate. My father worked with Air India and would bring me Vogue and Harper's
mine,
Bazaar.
yes.
Exactly. So it was like my life was like the chocolates were fabulous, but the magazines were the real gold.
Oh, Anita, I used to go to the Radiwala to buy the Vogue.
Yeah, I did that too. But so this was it. And I would like, for some reason, like tear out pages and buy those, cardboard folders and make, I had no idea why I was doing
Yeah.
it. Now when I look back, I'm like, clearly I was trying to make a system for my future career. Because I
Yeah.
still do mood boarding and I still do the same thing. And finally, when I thought, oh, okay, I have to be a designer because there's no other way, but I never thought I had the talent for it.
Why?
I still don't think I do.
Come on now, stop
Oh,
it.
I
Oh, come
don't.
on,
Genuinely.
Anita.
Design is a craft that's so elevated compared to what I do. I put people's great work together. That's easy.
But that's
They have
also
to
a sense
create
of
it first.
yeah, but that's also a sense of
No,
design,
absolutely.
right?
But what I'm saying is, I'm the first one to agree that designing is not my forte. So I was very lucky that when I wanted to go to design school, my mom was like, "You should be a graduate." Now these words meant nothing to me, so I'm like, "ठीक है." And she gave me a 5-year holiday, which I
Yeah.
loved because by being in college, it only meant I partied and
Yeah.
met some of the best people ever and had fun. And then styling happened by accident. I heard about Elle coming to India, and I was like, I need to be a part of it. I don't know what I'll do, but I just want to be there, and that's how it started.
What has been the toughest part of getting to the pedestals that you today stand on? It couldn't have been easy. And yes, don't be modest. I think you have to own your success, Anita. I'll start with you. Has it been tough to get to this point? What have been the challenges along the way?
I think it's been very, very tough. There have been huge challenges. There are
Like?
challenges even today.
Like?
To you, I may seem very successful, but I know the challenges I will face tomorrow and day after tomorrow.
For example?
Challenges just don't stop. It takes a lot to run a fashion business, Barkha. It's challenging. There are loads of challenges
Is
you're
it more
managing.
challenging for a woman?
No, I don't think so. Today, I wouldn't think that, and nor did I think when I started out. In fact, I always use that to my advantage. I was never taken seriously because I was a woman. I loved that.
But sometimes women-led businesses, it depends on the business. They don't get capital, they don't get investment. So I mean, men-led businesses, the data shows you get more investors.
Yes, it does. But when I started out so many years ago, I wasn't taken seriously, and that I used to my advantage because no one really knew how serious I was, and that worked to my advantage. But today, there have been challenges, and I think there will always be challenges running a business.
Yeah.
You're dealing with people, you're dealing with so much of manpower, you're dealing with something that keeps fluctuating. I have to go in and create every day. It's not a standard product I'm making.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of challenges that one faces.
Anita?
I don't think I faced any serious challenges. I think it
Yeah.
was just the breakthrough from editorial to commercial that was difficult.
Mhm.
And now sometimes, like in the wedding market, they still don't understand what we're doing because they're like, I have my clothes now. What will you do? I'm like, dude, that's just, it's like
Yeah.
saying I have ice in my drink. What about the rest?
Yeah.
But having said that, I feel the challenge or the change for me was from being a complete behind the scenes person to now allowing myself to be seen.
I mean,
And I enjoy it.
You're both personas.
No, I don't know. It's just a natural flow of how things went. I think the lockdown made that possible
Yeah.
because people were like, "Oh, we can't see you. We need a video or whatever." And
Yeah.
suddenly you're like, "Oh, I'm enjoying this. It's fun."
Yeah.
So
So in the end, I want to ask you, is there something that you thought was fashionable that you today think is ugh?
Oh, so many things.
Like?
All the time.
Like?
I'm just
It's
blank.
a long list.
No, she said so many
She
things.
said, but I.
So many
Anita?
things just go out.
Like
and
things that you would
wonder.
never wear today.
I would never ever wear polyester leggings ever.
Polyester leggings.
Ever.
Okay, fair enough. Anita?
I used to say I'd never wear
Or
acid wash
workwear.
again, but I did.
You did?
So I'm not a good person here.
And you had another example?
Polyester workout wear. Anything with polyester in it.
So
I can't
basically,
touch.
you don't like synthetics.
No, absolutely no. But one wore it
Nobody
at
likes
one time.
synthetics, but they're allowed into so many things now, right?
They
not-
shouldn't. They shouldn't be sold.
They shouldn't be sold. That's a big statement, and I think we can all agree with that. Anybody here who struggles? I have time for one question. A young girl who's interested in design, or a young boy who's interested in design, fashion, or do you struggle with your own look? I'm going to call our photographer up here. Aranya, come up. Come up, come up, come up, come up. And because it's just an interesting conversation. What does fashion mean? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21 and huge fan of both of your work. So I guess if I had to ask a question, it would be, Indian fashion is now kind of coming center stage in like the Western world as well. Like you styled events like the Met Gala and, this big wedding where all these celebrities from around the world have come. So do you feel like you are kind of pressured or feel the need to shift how you style or how you design to cater to a Western audience? Like how do you like incorporate Indian culture in that way?
That's a really interesting question, actually,
Yeah.
because again, it comes back to sort of this image-driven world that we live in, which has brought us all, like it makes the world feel like a very small place, but there's the danger of everybody looking the same.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aranya. Please respond.
So for me, based on all the examples she mentioned, I feel no pressure to do that. In fact, I think it's the reverse. I think we are setting the bar for the West to copy us, if at all, or be inspired by us.
Yeah.
I don't at any point feel that I have to do what's appealing to anyone but myself and my client. And the thing is, like styling is quite a lonely business because you have a dream, you do it, and then you're going to be judged.
Yeah.
I mean, as you rightly said, social media is now
Yeah,
our
yeah, yeah,
critics,
yeah.
which is fine. I love that that's made it also democratic.
Yeah.
But it's still a bit of pressure. So you hope that what the look you dreamt of and you went to a designer and said make this and add this and whatever is actually appreciated. So yeah, I feel we are setting the bar and.
Do you agree, or do you feel there is that
I
pressure?
agree, Barkha. Indian fashion is going to take over the world. I have a store in New York. I just opened a store in Dubai, my second store in Dubai yesterday.
Second store.
So we are all set to take the world. The next one is opening in LA in March. So we're
I just couldn't help thinking. I looked towards the audience and we were talking about how fashion is about what makes you confident and comfortable. And I spotted two of our previous speakers, Colonel Preeti Kanwar and Major Bhumika. Can I ask you to stand up? Because I think these are two very fashionable women.
Extremely. We were chatting
I mean,
backstage.
just amazing, right? Can we have a
Yeah.
round of applause for our very fashionable soldiers? I mean, they're just so at ease.
So fashionable and fit. See, they're one up on us always.
They always run up on us. It's just fab. Sorry.
Thank you for your
I
service.
just couldn't resist that. Okay, can I ask you to stand up and can we have our awards ready? I want to honor both Anita and Anita for being the divas of design, as I call them. But before we let you go, and I call our next set of guests who are going to honor you, one thing you would tell your 16-year-old self today.
dream big.
Dream
It can
big.
come true. It'll all come true. Work hard, dream big.
Just today I said these exact words outside. Actually, I just said
Really?
that outside.
How lovely.
Dream big, but work hard.
Dream big,
Yeah,
but work
I
hard.
just said the same thing. And also, don't keep looking at your phones, guys. There's life out there.
This is very important.
Yeah, just be observant.
Yeah.
That's all.
Just live more fully. Now, these are our divas of design, and to honor them with the Her Award, Hope, Empower, Rise, I'm going to call another three incredible women on stage, our next set of speakers, in a panel we called On Her Own Terms. They come from different walks of life, but that's the whole point of this festival, that we have this intersection of all kinds. Everybody from artists to soldiers to designers to I don't know, lawyers. So please, can we put our hands together to welcome Nisaba Godrej? Is she backstage? Vinita Bali and Sonali Bendre. Can we have them on stage, please? And I think we're still waiting for them. Are we waiting for them? Are we waiting for them? Could we? Okay, I'm going to announce them again. There's Nisaba. And Nisaba, hello. Hi. Can we ask you to do the honors?
I'm wearing a polyester shirt. I don't know how I got called out to give this award, but congratulations. Okay.
Because she was just very stern about no polyester.
Yeah, they just caught me and said you have to give this award.
Okay. Can we have the awards out, please? Come. Yeah. And that's for Anita's. And this is Anita's. Despite the polyester, you're favorite.
Barkha, let me correct that, guys. I meant polyester exercise clothing. Outer clothing is...
We're just joking. Okay, they all want a photograph. Please come. Can we have a big round of applause for Anita Dongre, Anita Shroff, and also welcoming the amazing Nisaba Godrej to our stage. Come on, a bigger round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Nisaba, please. Thank you. You can, of course. Okay, anyway. So this conversation is called On Her Own Terms. And I want to welcome my next two guests now. If we can put our hands together for Vinita Bali and Sonali Bendre joining Nisaba Godrej on stage. Let's welcome them with a bigger round of applause.
color between black. The color between black.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to see all three of you together in what should be an eclectic and interesting conversation. Uh, Nisaba, let me start with you. When I was preparing for this conversation, I discovered some things about you that I didn't know, including the fact that as a hot-headed young woman, you would often argue with your father, Adi Godrej, and you would just resign and you would say, "Mujhe nahi karna, I don't want to do this, I'm going." And eventually you wanted to take the company, Godrej Consumer Goods, into a different direction from your dad. This conversation is about on her own terms. How tough has it been to lead this massive business empire on your own terms?
Thank you for having me, Barkha. What a pleasure to be here
Thank you.
with you. I'm a big fangirl of yours.
Thank you so much.
I'm really lucky that my father didn't accept any of those resignation letters or didn't fire me along the way, because if I was him, I would have probably done that. Um, I think, I've been relatively lucky. I talk about having won the ovarian lottery.
What does that mean? I know you said that I won the ovarian lottery. What does that mean?
I think for me it means that, not only that did I get born into privilege, but that I got born into a very egalitarian and feminist family, which is quite rare in India. And just the fact that I was given this platform to work, and I think I did have a lot of disagreements with my father, but I think what I learned along the way was, perhaps as a young person, and I think there are probably a lot of 21, 22-year-olds in this audience. We think we have all the answers.
Yeah.
And we probably have very good ideas, but how you land them, how you move things forward. And I think it took me a lot of, some of the people before were talking about therapy.
Yeah.
Did some of that to figure out,
Yeah.
why, if someone said no to me, was I writing a resignation letter? So I think it's been a journey. I wouldn't call it a tough path, but, I do believe that we're all diamonds in the rough. And if you really want to achieve something, uh, before looking outwards, you have to look inwards and constantly be polishing. So,
What was the point of argument with your father? Was it a personality thing? Was it that you were more of a risk taker, or was it something else?
I think there was a mixture of things, but I think one of the biggest things, Godrej is 127 years young. And when I joined, we had a very
You
strong...
can clap if you want to. I know a lot of people did want to clap on that. Everybody uses a Godrej product in some way or the other without knowing it.
And one of our biggest arguments was we had a very strong culture of values and integrity, but we also had this idea of lifetime employment. So if someone had been loyal to us, even if they were not performing or providing good leadership, we would still keep them on. So I think that's when you come in with a fresh pair of eyes. I think that became a very sticky point, because I was like, we need to change this leader. And he'd be like, but they've been loyal for us for 25 years.
Yeah.
And your values are not in the right place. And I think over the years, I learned how to frame that actually our values are about serving the consumer, the millions of consumers we serve. Our values are to all our stakeholders and not just to that individual. And you can make changes while being fair to the individual also. But I think there's always these generational gaps. So it's not that one person is wrong or one person is right, but there are different ways of doing things.
Vinita, your journey to leading companies, to being at the helm, captains of big business outfits, was a different one. It was as a professional, right? So you studied, you went to management school, and you literally sort of worked your way up that chain. How tough has it been? Have you managed to do it on your own terms?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. I chose to do things which were quite unconventional at that time.
For example?
So, for example, in 1991, I was given an opportunity to go and work in Nigeria. I used to work for Cadbury's. And, I was on some sort of a fast track. And there was this whole thing of, we'll do an exchange. I go to Nigeria, my Nigerian counterpart comes here, and then I come back as CEO of India. So I chose to go to Nigeria. And I think, you talk about being born into privileged families. I remember having a conversation with my parents over dinner and saying to them that, what, my country is Nigeria. So my mom looks at me and says, "You want to go?" I said, "Yes." They said, "Go." And that was that.
That easy.
That was that easy. So I actually think that, part of the confidence you also get is the support you receive.
Yeah.
But, I went to Nigeria on my own terms. I was the first ever professional from India to go and work in South Africa, and had the opportunity to meet and interact with Mr. Mandela. And that's a beautiful
Yeah.
story in and of itself. And then I worked in Latin America with the Coca-Cola company and so on. But it was on my own terms. I mean, I said yes to what I thought I should be doing, and I had no hesitation in saying no. So I'll give you an example. I chose to go to Cadbury, South Africa, as a sales and marketing director and not as the CEO. Whereas if I had come back to India, I would have come back as a CEO. To me, the title was less important than the adventure and the
And the
experience
experience
I
of
would
it.
get. And, I heard your previous panel say it's about, you have to believe in yourself and do the things that bring you joy. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're joyful, you'll do your best work.
But here's the question, and that's to Sonali. Is it always that simple? Because if I look at your life, of course, everybody wants to live on their own terms, but sometimes life will hand you a hand, literally hand you a hand or deal you a hand that isn't a nice hand. And if I look at you, and I know you don't want to be defined by the fact that you battled and survived cancer, but the fact that you did made you grapple with things that you didn't choose. So when I ask you, Sonali, have you lived on your own terms? What do you say?
Hello? Yeah. So, in a strange way, yes, Barkha, I did live on my own terms. When I started, I thought I was not doing this on my own terms. I really thought that. I mean, when I look at my younger self, the 20, 25-year-old me, I would say that, oh my God, I mean, I'm just kind of, just reacting rather than kind of,
Choosing.
choosing. But now when you look back, there were small, small choices in that also. Like, who do you work with? Who do you say no to? Sometimes you know that if I say no, I'm going to lose out a lot more on this, but I don't like this. And I'm something about this is not bothering me. And we should not, I don't want to go into that, but like just making those choices, you know that there has always been a choice, and you will make those choices. And when you look back, and I see that it felt like I was not being given a choice because I needed to make the money, I needed to pay the bills. But there are smaller choices in that, and those, now when I look back, I can see that I had those, I made certain choices. And the fact was that always you say that, am I able to look in the mirror, or am I able to sleep well? And that was my criteria of how do I do this. Also, like she said, that though I come from a very middle class Maharashtrian family, but again, parents who were very scared when they said, we don't know this line, and what is this line that you're getting into? It was more out of, we hear horror stories about this, we don't want our daughter going in here. But once you put your foot down and say that, no, this is an opportunity, and I don't think I'll get this kind of, the kind of money I'll make here, if I make it, in the 5 years, I will never be able to do it in any other way. When I could explain this to them and say that, I understand what I'm getting into, and, I respect this, but I need to do it. I was allowed to do it. And then they said, okay, my mother at that point never came with me. I mean, and we were in the zone where all the actresses especially came, their mothers came, sisters came, the whole family came with them. And my mother just said that, listen, if you went to an office and you were doing a job, I wouldn't be sitting at the table next to you. You're going for a job, you better well do it and come back. And I brought you up well, and I trust in my upbringing, and I expect you to respect that.
I'm so I'm so glad that you've talked about money, because one of the things I think, and maybe this doesn't apply to you, Nisaba, because you actually are the promoter of their empire. But women are often uncomfortable talking about money. They don't do hard, we don't do hard negotiations on money. We get squeamish. We have this notion of the work will speak for ourselves. Is that changing, or is that still the case in your? So Ali, you're wanting to say something there? Hold the mic. What are you saying?
No, I would love to know what she has to
Yes.
say about that, because that's interesting. You're absolutely
Do you
right.
feel you're squeamish
Yeah,
about money?
it's taken a long time to be able to negotiate and say that, no, I think I deserve this.
Yeah.
And it's always been, but I'm getting an opportunity. Let me just take it. I mean, as a
Exactly.
woman,
Same,
feeling
same.
that I'm being given an opportunity, that's a big
I
deal.
mean, there's nothing shy about me, but I'm so squeamish about money.
Yeah,
Otherwise, there's
it's
not a
just, it's
shy
just
bone
like
in
a
my body.
conditioning. But
Yeah.
is it changing?
I'm not squeamish.
Yes,
but
we
I,
can
I
see.
but I'm saying I think the privilege that I grew up was with.
That's
you
why I
know,
said it may
these,
not apply to you.
No, but also that my mother came from a middle class army background.
Correct.
But she was a badass. I mean, maybe too much. And she thought she was the
She was
queen of
fabulous.
But she thought she was the queen, correct? So I worry that with my son that we're not too, because feminism means treat both
Yeah,
genders
yeah,
equal,
yeah.
that we don't do it the other way. But I do see that when you encourage women, and they might not have been encouraged by their family, but if you encourage them within a business, by their friends, I see the amazing stories of partners, correct? Men or other partners who encourage women, then I see the barriers. I do see the barriers fall away, but I think
ये है सुप्रिया और ये है इनकी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान
ये मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान नहीं है क्योंकि आई वांट टू मॉडिफाई दिस टेक दिस अब ये बन गया मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान
इंट्रोड्यूसिंग सुपरस्टार बाय स्टार हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस फ्यूचर के हर मूव कवर्ड
रैपिडो कैब्स का डबल गारंटी लोएस्ट प्राइस कैब वरना डबल पैसे आपके
प्राइस गारंटी
So I think we are beginning to see a shift and change, certainly in the corporate world, where women are saying for the same job, I should be paid equally. I also think in the corporate world, because of more and more compliance and governance and so on, you can't have two people doing the same role and the woman being paid less than the man. So I think it's shifting and changing. But the corporate world is not emblematic of the big world around us. So I think uh, we still need to make a lot more progress. And I think we need more what I would call Renaissance men to understand the context and say, we are in positions of power, we are in leadership, we will make those decisions that will change this for other women.
And we've had a few of those Renaissance men on the stage today, which has been beautiful to see. But Sonali, pay parity in your industry. And now, I should say you're a woman actually of many parts. You've just bought into a sports team. That's what you run a book club. You have come from one phase of acting, battled your cancer, come back into a second phase of acting. So when I say your industry, I'm actually mean right now films. Pay parity is still non-existent.
Yeah, but at least we're talking about it now. When I was working, there was no question. I mean, that was the way it was supposed to be. How can you even question it? Was the idea. There were times when it wouldn't occur to a woman also that she should be questioning it. But today I see, it's amazing to see girls who have come in new saying that, but I'm bringing this to the table, I deserve it. And I think it's fantastic because also, if you can get that opening at the box office, then
Yeah.
you deserve the price you're
Yeah.
asking for. So because the numbers are out there, it's so much more easier in our line actually to see it. That if you can open the film, you deserve it.
But does it happen?
It's beginning to happen, and that's amazing. It is beginning to happen.
One thing that I've always struggled with, Nisaba, and for all of you, is there a female leadership that's different from a male leadership? And the reason I've struggled with this is we don't want to be generalized in a negative way basis our gender. So should we be giving ourselves compliments basis our gender? Like, it's become fashionable to say women can multitask better than men, women are more compassionate than men. Okay, if we're giving ourselves those compliments, and tomorrow someone will say, oh, women are more emotional at work. So how do you look at this question?
I don't really believe that
So
there's
you don't believe there's this gendered
yeah,
leadership?
I think there's conditioning, gendered conditioning on
Sure.
what you're expected to do, correct? Like we were just talking about companies. I do think that, we should be required to put representation, pay, equality, all this data. We've seen board of directors
moved from sub 10% to about 20% now on listed companies because it was mandated. Equally, I think we should encourage care for men, correct? Like,
absolutely,
there should be paternity
or
care, there
family
should
leave,
be
gender
family
neutral.
leave. So
Yeah.
there, we have to find this balance. But I don't really believe it. There's, I had a Columbia professor tell me he's doing some research on testosterone, and could that lead to more leadership? But that's why there are more men who are criminals. So I mean, I just that
We
people
don't know. We
people
don't
who would
know.
keep doing this
Yeah.
research. But I think the way we think about it at Godrej, and whether it's women, LGBTQ, or any sort of, is that you want the biggest talent pool that you can get without narrowing it down and saying, a woman can do this job better or a man can do. I think we limit ourselves by that condition.
Do you agree, Vinita?
I actually think, Barkha, we are asking the wrong question.
Okay.
I think the question is, how effective am I as a leader?
Agreed.
Which is, gender agnostic.
Yeah.
I can be a woman and be a very effective leader. I can be a man and be a very non-effective leader. So I think we've just chosen to perpetuate this, gender debate because it's a nice debate to have. We say, women are like that, but men can't be like that. Women are more empathetic.
I personally don't like it because I
Yeah.
feel the moment you pat yourself on the back for having some biological traits or, as a woman, that it'll bite you.
Exactly. And I
Eventually it'll
think
bite you in the back.
we also need to distinguish between what is a leader and what is leadership. I think leadership is about behavior. Leadership is a verb. It's about what I do, not what I say. It's about taking ownership. It's about taking accountability. So those characteristics, people have or they don't have. Leader is a title. It can't be an entitlement. Just because my designation says president doesn't make me effective.
Yeah.
What makes me effective is what I do. Like somebody said, your actions speak so loudly, I can't hear your words. And I think that is the essence of leadership. And we've just taken it into this easy way of women and men and so on.
But I do think there is cultural conditioning. I don't think it's biological, but I do think it's, in the nurture versus nature debate.
So, you used
And you're a
two
parent.
words.
Sorry,
you
Sonali.
used two words, which was women are multitaskers.
No, I said sometimes people say.
Say
No,
that.
I'm not
that-
saying
yeah,
it.
I agree. Sorry.
Yeah.
Women are they say that women are multitaskers. They have more compassion, etc., etc. It took me this nearly kind of we believe in it so much, and it took me a really long time to understand that I'm not a multitasker. It's my husband who's a multitasker.
Yeah.
I need to do one thing at a time, and in trying, just because it's been perpetuated that women are multitaskers,
Yeah.
and I believed it, and I was really trying, and I was killing myself in that zone. So first of all, those are all it's easy to kind of put that on and expect women to do many roles at the same time, and that's something that has been kind of it's in our subconscious. We've been kind of
I'm so
really,
glad you said this because this whole idea of the woman in our
absolutely.
advertisements who's like immaculately dressed, has an immaculate boardroom, has a string of gleaming
and a
pearls.
great kitchen,
Huh?
gleaming kitchen.
And gleaming kitchen nahi. Then phone call comes from home, what do you want to make? And she'll say matar paneer, but she can close $1 billion deal. And like you're expected to do it all. These are chains of gold. This is not a compliment. This is just expecting us to do multiple things that we can't. But here's my question to you, Nisaba. In one of your columns, you called yourself, it was a different context, you were talking about the right to same-sex marriage. That was the context. But in that column, you described yourself to be a happily divorced woman. And I was struck by both the things. One, the cause that you were advocating, because not many business leaders actually come out and take a position. But I know Godrej has done great work on diversity and inclusion. But two, that you self-describe yourself in that way in this fuddy-duddy corporate world. Once you did it, was there judgment?
I don't know. I've not heard about any judgment. But
is there an idea of how a woman is meant to live? I know your mother busted that myth long back, but is there still an idea?
I can't answer for every woman, and I understand that I might not be your average, your median, or your norm. I put that thing in about happily divorced because I am happily divorced. I'll share a story. I was on holiday during Diwali with my children and my ex-husband, and my 7-year-old daughter turns to me and says, Mama, why did you get divorced? You both get along so well. And before I could find an answer, what do I tell this 7-year-old? She looked at me and said, yeah, but maybe it's better. That's why you get along well. So she answered it. And
Yeah.
again, it's this cultural context of what divorce looks like.
Yeah.
Correct? It's
Yeah.
this cultural context. My sister said your divorce is better than 90% of marriages.
Yeah.
So I think it's this, people sometimes, and it's not stay together because, your parents want you to, or what will the community say. This is what was right for him and me, and frankly for our children, correct? Because they're happy, they're
Yeah.
thriving. So I think a lot of these contexts are just given by the outside. And Barkha, I'll give you another example. I had a personal divorce with my, who is my husband, my ex-husband. But we also went through a huge family restructuring
We've
with
all
the
been following that.
Godrej
Yeah.
group, which we worked on for 5 years. A month after this restructuring, uh, the cousins from both sides, we went on holiday together. This to celebrate someone's 50th birthday. So I think there's a culture, you're told that marriage is good, divorce is bad, having children is good. Who is to decide
I
that,
agree.
correct? And my
Yeah.
experience has been actually, in companies we talk about demergers to unlock value. Actually, if you separate something
Yeah.
out, it'll unlock value. So, my experience in life is that this author from Untamed, Glennon Doyle, she says, maybe imagination is where you go to remember reality and not forget it. And you have to live from your imagination, correct? Not
Yeah.
from the constructs of what someone else gives you. And, my experience is then it can work out
Yeah,
pretty
no,
well. And you can do difficult things with love and decency.
I completely agree, but yet I feel, Vinita, that for a number of women, and we don't talk about this enough, equality at work is our whole conversation. We don't talk about what's happening at home.
Exactly.
And what's happening at home matters and impacts both men and women. And a lot of women don't have equality at home, or they have gendered roles, again, not biological, but society determined at home. And our workforce numbers show us that women are dropping out of the workforce. Is that because when we think of the family, we still primarily put it at the doorstep of the woman to carry that responsibility?
Yeah, I think it's just decades and years of conditioning, which says that this is the way women should behave and this is the way men should behave. And it's about the women who have to give up their jobs because the spouse has got a role which is so these are expectations created by society. These are expectations then further enhanced in families. So I do think because the workplace is part of the ecosystem. It's a sub-segment of the ecosystem we live in. And I think the bigger issue, which you've pointed correctly, is one of mindset. It's about the mindset of men, but it's also about the mindset of so many women. So many women who are mothers-in-law or even mothers who will say, no, no, on this, you have to take care of the family because somebody else is doing something else. Says who?
Yeah.
And I think those notions, that's why I think having Renaissance dads, I keep saying, if everybody had.
ये है विकास ये है इनका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान
ये मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान नहीं है सिंगल हूं आई डोंट नीड दिस अब बन गया ये मेरा हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान
इंट्रोड्यूसिंग सुपरस्टार बाय स्टार हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस फ्यूचर का हर मूव कवर्ड
School or look after their child when he or she is not well.
Yeah.
Then you're gendering the home space. And if you gender the home space, the workspace will have disparity.
Absolutely. So, these are things. So it is again all about what we do, not what we say. If women have to, come to work, and I think this whole maternity leave is also so exaggerated.
In what
I keep
way?
saying that, let's say in a 40-year career, even if you have 2 kids, you're away for 6 months. I mean, that's what your maternity leave is, 3 months plus 3 months.
No, but what happens, I'm not a parent, but what happens is that if the responsibility of that first year or first year and a half is the woman's at home, then they find it tough to come back.
But Barkha, I think there's at least one observation I have. If you look at the lower socioeconomic group, every woman there is a working woman. You go to a construction site, Women are working side to side with men. You go to, all the women who keep us who we are. As they say, behind every successful woman is a maid who's taking care of our homes. They all get up and come to work. So it's only in some, I think it's also a factor of a socio-economic group that feels that they can actually condition women and so on. In the lower socio-economic group, every woman is working. They're working in the agricultural fields, they're working on construction sites, they're coming home and cooking for us.
And the data shows, by the way, that there are fewer women working in urban India as a percentage of population than in rural India, which
Exactly.
shows you that, women who have to work.
Exactly.
And the Sanskritization that as you rise up the socio-economic ladder, actually fewer women work, where the societal conditioning is deeper. Sonali, you've had many phases of working, stepping back, getting back. Some have been determined by circumstance, some have been determined by not, battling your illness, cancer. Some have been determined, I guess, by the state of the industry. Now you're venturing into kind of being a sports entrepreneur. How easy is it for women to come in and out of the workforce?
Very difficult, actually, because once you kind of get away, to get back in, it's like, you have to, the try, it's literally like beginning, because I don't know, must be different for men when they come back after I don't know if they get that gap at all, but I find that, and not just me, I see that with my sister. She had her twins had some illnesses and whatever, and by the time she came back, there was no role left for her, and they wanted younger women, so there is that definitely that bit is there. Or when you have a child, you'll probably need to go back early. We want you to work late. There are all those things that we don't really speak about are definitely there in urban India, in middle class homes. These are the factors that come to play, and I agree that usually you look at mother as being the main primary caregiver where the child is younger. I don't know how long that really goes, but in my issue, I really did want to be the primary caregiver, and I did feel that I would do better in that. That I also feel is something that you and your partner need to figure out, that, where does this work out?
Yeah.
This is working out for me. I can take this on. I'm more comfortable doing this. That's a conversation that you and your partner need to have. But the question is that how many places can you have this conversation with your partner? Because most of the time when you go in and you look at the homes, when I wrote the parenting book that I was writing, the main thing that when fathers want to be part of the child's life and they say, oh my God, what is this woman's job that you're doing? You hear educated women, mother-in-law, mothers, aunts, relatives talking about this and demeaning that thing. And the men are like, I want to do it, but I'm not sure if I should be doing it. It's changing, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, but I think we can see and feel some of those shifts. Just at the end, if you had to look at a tough moment in your life and how you got past it, I'll start with you, Vinita, Sonali, and then Nisaba, very quickly. Tough moment. What was a tough moment for you professionally, personally, whatever? Because we're talking about that. Are you all going to say we've had no tough moments?
Was this such a tough moment in my life? I can't think of one, honestly.
That's fabulous. I mean,
I
bless
honestly
a
can't
life
think of
that
it.
doesn't have those moments.
But I also think a tough moment to a large extent is also defined by you. So I could say part of the reason for me to come back to India after, I was doing really well, I had no plans to come back to India. My mom had a stroke.
Yeah.
So I remember flying from Atlanta to see her in Delhi, and I decided that I was going to come back before I knew what I was going to do.
Yeah.
So was it a tough moment? It was tough personally because of the health of my mom. But once I made the decision that I'm going to come back, it sort of ceased to be tough.
I mean, I hear you, but I also think that, you're being a little like, it's no big deal. Not that your mother had a stroke is not a big deal, but that this happens in life, that life is that, and you take it head on.
Yeah.
And I hear you, because in a way I'm like that, but a lot of people can't cope with it like that.
Yeah, so the
मग 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 मगेन बनेगा मम्मा मजा पड़ेगा मग 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 मगेन बनेगा
what is really tough that and you can cope with or you can't?
Sonali?
I think there's nobody in this world who can say they've not had tough moments. I mean, it's different. What appears tough to me might not be so tough for others. Like we were talking about it, in fact, behind backstage when we were
Yeah.
talking about it, and like yeah, a lot of times you're told that the you went through cancer and you survived it and whatever. And I said, what must have been so tough for you and everything. Yeah, sure it was, but the moment you look at it from the point of view of where, and there are so many of the women who, when they get this disease, are thrown out of their houses with their children and don't know if they can get a treatment, if they can be treated. And then when you look at that and you say, yeah, it's cancer, but look at how lucky I am. So that is something that I think it's a point of view, and we need to. There is nobody who doesn't have tough times in life. We are all going to go through it, and at that point it can be difficult. You tide over it, and it's just the way you look at it, and it's the attitude that you look at that
Absolutely.
tough times with.
Nisaba? Feel free to clap more generously, guys.
Yeah, I would second what both of them are saying. I don't think any life is without its ups and downs and its good times and some amount of tragedy. But I think this idea that how you approach it, correct? That our brains, like our brains are neuroplastic, correct? So
Yeah.
you can build, it's a muscle, you can build courage, you can build wisdom, you can build all these things, correct? And what they said, these grandmothers' truths, they're true. Do some yoga,
Yeah.
go for a run, breathe deeply. It sounds really stupid. Like if I was being told this in my 20s, I'd be like, why have they
Yeah.
called these old women here? But really, it's that choice you make every day when you wake up to do your inner
Yeah.
work that gives you the resilience.
Absolutely.
And you have
And
to
so much is
remember,
mind over
and you
matter.
have to remember this too shall pass, correct? So I think
Amazing.
that's
Well, thank
that
you.
would be my perspective.
Thank you for being role models for so many women.
Thank
Can I
you.
request you all to just step up and have, this is the next, her awards. We call these awards Hope, Empower, Rise. And may I actually call Colonel Preeti Kanwar and Major Bhumika to present these awards, if we can. And it's always great to have them back on stage. So great to have you with us. And may I please request you to present these awards? Yes. And that's to Sonali, if you can, ma'am. If you can, to Sonali. Ma'am, could you present it to Nisaba? Could we all just step up for a picture? Thank you. So nice to meet you. Can we have a big round of applause for our winners as well as our women in uniform? Let's do a bigger one. Thank you so much. Thank you. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And thank you, Colonel and Major Bhumika and Colonel Preeti. They're going to leave us now so we can say thank you to them as well. Thank you. Stay safe. Okay. You've been a great audience, and we have some music coming up. And I want to welcome. Come. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Are you trying to say something to me? Hi. Come, take a seat. Take a seat. Whoever doesn't have a seat, there's seats here. You don't have to stand at the back. You can take seats here. Okay. I want to welcome now. We asked the students in Sophia's, who would you want to hear sing? Wait, sing. Javed Akhtar will come, but sing. We asked everybody, who do you want to hear sing? And the artist I'm going to call on stage now was everybody's top choice. Please put your hands together for Trishita. Can we have her on stage? Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm actually going to leave you to the music in just a moment, but you were everybody's top choice.
I'm very flattered. I'm not sure who these people are,
All
but
the kids. We asked them, who should we get? Who do you listen to? Who do you watch?
oh my
And they all
gosh.
said you. How did you decide to get into music?
Um, I actually was into dancing first.
Oh, really? What kind of dance?
I used to learn Kathak,
Lovely.
and I lived in a very small town back then. Um, and my only good teacher in town left.
Okay.
So singing just kind of happened by accident because there was no one to teach me dance, but I still wanted to be on stage. So it kind of just like happened like that.
And has it been tough as a young woman breaking into the music world?
Very difficult.
Very difficult? What's
Very
tough about it?
It's hard. The woman part is, of course, there, but it's harder to be a first generation
Self-made.
artist. Yeah.
Yeah.
So nobody from my family has gone into any conventional fields of work. So I often find myself like a headless chicken, just doing a lot of trial and error to figure out what's right, what's not.
Well, more power to you. The stage is yours.
Thank
I'll be
you.
back after your songs. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello,
Let's hear it for
everyone.
Trishita.
Hi. Are there people who know me at all over here? I'm told that some people recommended my name, but for those of you, I'm assuming majority of you who don't know me, my name is Trishita. I'm an independent artist and a playback singer. I'm originally from Kolkata, but I've been living and working in Mumbai for the past 3 or 4 years or so. Today, I'm going to sing a couple of songs to you guys that you've probably not heard before because they are my songs. But I hope you guys enjoy it. I have not done a sound check, so this could go very well or it could go just well. We'll see what happens. I'm not giving myself a worse option. So, all right, let's get the track started. This song is called तुम मुझे जानते हो. खबर तेरे आने की खुशी दे मुझको, बिना बोले तू मुझे सुनूं मैं तुझको, हर जख्म मेरा छुपा हुआ देखा तूने छुआ, मैं भी खुद को तू जितना जानूं ना, तुम मुझे जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो तन्हा नहीं तू साथ कोई हो या नहीं, पाओगे तुम मुझको, बातें जो मैंने कभी किसी से भी ना करी, आंखों से जानो कैसे सब तुमको पता, इस कदर जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो तुम मुझे जानते हो पा 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 रा पा 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 रा है मेरा क्या सोचूं तुझको ही गिनूं, सब खो कर बस तेरी ये यारी चुनो, पाके तुझे सब पा लिया, ऐसी सर चढ़ी ये यादियाँ, मैं भी खुद को जितना जानू ना, तुम मुझे जानते हो, जानते हो 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 थैंक यू। क्यूट है ना गाना, बहुत क्यूट है ना। अभी घर जाके अपने बेस्ट फ्रेंड्स को डेडिकेट करना, और जिनके बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड्स हैं आप उनको भी कर सकते हो। आई होप वो आपको जानते हैं। सो द नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग is called Tasveer. Actually, nobody has heard this song. I have never played it live. So you guys get to listen to it here first. और ये जो गाना है जो आपने अभी सुना, तुम मुझे जानते हो, this is still, you know, younger Trishita. This is back. Something I released when, you know, in 2020. But अभी जो आप सुनने वाले, that is more mature Trishita, which is new age, current sound, but very, very different from what you just heard. So आप लोग मुझे बताना अगर kick-ass लगा तो we'll release it. नहीं भी लगा तो भी I'll release it. But I would like the feedback. All right, let's go. तू ना जो आया आया, मन मेरा यूं घबराया, ये तूने जाने क्या किया, जाने कैसा ही साया, दिन और रातों पे छाया, आजा ना आजा हो पिया। तू ना जो आया आया, मन मेरा यूं घबराया, ये तूने जाने क्या किया, जाने कैसा ही साया, दिन और रातों पे छाया, आजा ना आजा हो पिया। तस्वीर तेरी तस्वीर, तस्वीर देखो तस्वीर, तस्वीर तेरी तस्वीर, तस्वीर देखो तस्वीर। Can we have some claps going in? सारी सारी रात तारों के साथ बिता रही, थामी थामी हाथ छोड़ो ना साथ मेरे हंसी, प्यारी प्यारी बात यादों के साथ सता रही, बारी बारी मैं तेरी ही ओर चली जा रही। सुन सुन जरा ये धुन धुन करूं मैं यूं गुनगुन तेरे लिए, चुन चुन मुझे तू चुन चुन बना है तू मेरे लिए। तस्वीर तेरी तस्वीर, तस्वीर देखो तस्वीर, तस्वीर तेरी तस्वीर, तस्वीर देखो तस्वीर। Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to wait or not. Give me a sec.
These mics aren't working. Are you all able to hear me at the back? Okay. So how are we doing? Are we looking forward to our last band of speakers? Next 2, 3 hours, we have an amazing set of, I mean, everyone's been amazing. And I know I keep coming out and saying amazing, but we have an even more amazing set of speakers still to come. Now, you heard a number of our women speakers talk about male allies and male champions. And I'm going to actually call on stage today somebody who I would call one of the most loved doctors of India. Every time you ask or you talk about women's health and you say, okay, who's doing some good work in it? And you think somebody is going to talk about a female doctor, everybody mentions the same doctor. And that doctor is a doctor. Some of you might be familiar with his name, others are going to meet him this time. That doctor is Nozer Sheriar. I want you to put your hands together to welcome Dr. Sheriar on stage. Can we have him on stage? Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Can we show Dr. Sheriar some love? I really think he's the most popular doctor that everybody, every time we do with We the Women, we have a request, please can you get Dr. Sheriar, no matter which city of India we go to. So he's that popular and that loved, and that's how much women in particular trust you. And all day long, we had Vinita Bali here on stage, and she said, we need Renaissance men. And I think in the next hour or two, we're going to be meeting a number of Renaissance men, and one is sitting here. How did this journey begin for you that you became such a passionate advocate for women's health, Dr. Sheriar?
It starts with having the right parentage. I had a great mother and a
Oh.
father, but my mother was one of the most sensitive, caring doctors in government service, but sensitive and caring. And
Yeah.
just seeing a great woman, you get inspired.
What would she tell you when she was bringing you up?
I mean, you were being brought up right, but at the same time, when it came to looking after my patients' women, her favorite quote was, the best thing about care of the woman or the patient is caring for her.
Yeah.
You go into medical college not knowing what you want to do, and you go through the different terms. And the first time I saw a baby being born, I said, that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Get up in the middle of the night and
Yeah.
uh,
Feel free to clap.
you know, so my specialty, gynecologic and obstetrics. Thankfully, I always say I only have to look after women. I consider so important because it's one specialty which gives us the opportunity of caring for someone through life. There's no one who cares for men through life.
Yeah.
We care for for women from adolescence through their reproductive years, right through the midlife. We look after everything. And that's such a great opportunity because I personally believe that there's so much we can do when you look after women.
But I want to share some data points that I was reading today. I don't know how many of you know, but only 37% of Indian women have access to healthcare. It's not an equal access at all. And the more startling data point was that women between the ages of 15 to 49 a majority of them surveyed said that they were not taking decisions for themselves over their own bodies. I mean, that is just shocking. How have we reached this point, Dr. Cheriar?
You know, it was even worse. And what you're quoting now is probably an improvement on what's happened
Yeah.
over the years.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking forward to the time it will be much better. First of all, when you talk about access to healthcare, for me, if there's two things we owe to the population of a country, it's healthcare and education. And let's face it, almost every place and country in the world has failed.
Hmm.
We are very proud of our military might and
Yeah.
budgets, but what about healthcare budgets and why aren't we demanding that from?
Yeah.
The other thing is also the
Go
fact.
ahead. Go ahead. You
No,
can show
no.
your emotion.
You know, most countries in the world are so proud. And do you understand? I once saw a statistic which said that if you just took a few aircraft carriers, the cost of those aircraft carriers would take care of all reproductive health for all women worldwide. If you spent $5 per couple per year, you would take care of everything. And we
$5 per couple.
$5 per couple per year, pregnancy, mother and child, everything. Guttmacher Institute, I'm privileged to serve on their board, puts this out from time to
That's
time.
amazing.
Okay, and it's just that much. What's even worse is the fact that most of this is self-financed. What's even worse is that in a country like ours, a lot of healthcare is out of pocket expenses. And you can imagine what that does to people who are not able to really afford quality. So things have to be better, and we have to make them better. We have to demand this rather than being diverted by so many other issues. We have to demand the things that really matter to us.
But you know, one thing I want to say is there is a lot of romance around women being sacrificial. So you have all of these, movies where you'll see that the woman is not eating, she's feeding her husband and her children first. Okay, but it's romanticized. And it's important to remember that malnourishment, anemia, these are not just phrases out of a boring medical journal. They actually impact your cognitive decline. They actually have an impact on your brain. And basically, what we're saying is that women's brain development could be different from that of men because they don't have the same access to basic nourishment, basic vitamins. And I think we need to actually say it as starkly as it is, Dr. Sharia.
Yeah. Uh, to just give you a kind of a different point from this, I tell my patients today, if a doctor tells a woman that your husband needs to get this particular test done, he'll have it done day before yesterday.
Yeah.
She'll see to it. If it's your children, you'll rush to the pediatrician the same day. But tell a woman, no matter how confident and educated she is, she will put it off till it's convenient for the people around her for her to do it. So
Yeah.
let's face it, this sacrificial thing has to stop because for that woman to be effective, and that's what she wants to be, she first has to care for herself. What you just mentioned has another dimension. When a woman isn't well nourished, okay, now let's take it. We're looking from the woman's point of view. There's no doubt that women definitely need to take better care. Another thing I always tell my patients is let's talk about menstruation.
Yeah.
You eat the same food your husband eats. He probably eats better than you, but he doesn't menstruate. That leaves you at a disadvantage every month. What are you doing about it?
Yeah.
Now, when anemia, which is a major problem in our country, and for a variety of reasons, nutrition, menstrual issues not being managed well, uh, in that situation, not only is it inconvenient, it's also medically harmful. She is not only going to impact her own health, but she's also going to impact the health of her unborn child when she's pregnant.
Yeah.
So, society, wake up. It's not just about the woman we are talking about, but it's about your future.
Yeah.
And that's something we know today, that when you have nutrition and the fetal growth being impacted, that fetus is going to grow into an adult. There's what we call as, today we talk about fetal onset of disease, hypertension, diabetes. If you don't get this right then, so you have a scientific justification for getting this right. Now, where do you start? Where do we start? We first of all start with everything around us. We first of all start with the people in your life. I mean, I see a young audience here. You've got people in your life, mothers, aunts, grandmothers. You're going to start by motivating those people because they come from that same old mindset of, I have to do everything for everyone else before I come to myself.
Yeah.
Yourself, you start right. You start right, you're going to have a great life going ahead. So please don't neglect your nutrition. Something as simple as bones, osteoporosis. You build bones till the age of 40, you spend the rest of your life losing it. Now, these are things which have to be out there, which have to be told, which have to be popularized. And I believe once you give the right information, people will start making use of
What
it.
is the most startling disparity when it comes to access to healthcare between men and women?
See, firstly, there has always been such a shocking disparity, and I'll tell you from the point of view of the medical profession and the industry. I always say that there are certain diseases which were traditionally men's diseases, cardiac, ortho. The maximum research and the maximum investment happens in those. The pharmaceutical industry always pushed those drugs because they believe that men, that's where they would make their money. For me, that's a startling disparity. There is a small glimmer of hope, and the glimmer of hope is in the last 10 years, every pharmaceutical company has opened a women's division. They don't do it for love of women. They do it because somewhere they realize that now this is the place women are going to start asking and coming into their own. Obviously, the biggest disparity has to be maternity and childbirth and the growth of the child. According to me, the biggest disparity is there because even today, mothers continue to die or suffer in pregnancy. And believe me, almost each and every one of those deaths is completely preventable. We had a president of our international federation, Muhammad Fatala, who said that women are not dying of diseases you cannot prevent. They are dying because society has still not made up their mind that those diseases should be prevented.
Yeah.
So that for me, that's the first thing, low hanging fruit. No young woman should die giving birth to a child, which basically she's doing for humanity. Let's face it. Uh, Other things for me has to be reproductive health. Why does it have to hurt women more than men? Why do women have to take all the hit and the responsibility of pregnancy, of contraception, of deciding whether or not that child should come into the world? Why do people get to decide? Kamala Harris, when they were doing the hearing of one of the last chief justices of the United States, asked him a very simple question. Tell me one law which regulates the reproductive health of men. One law.
Yeah. I saw
Why are
that.
there laws for women?
Yeah.
That's a disparity. Today, women are the third leading cause of death of mothers in our country is unsafe abortion. A country that had abortion for the last 35 years cannot allow a woman to die of this. Why does it happen? Because you're not giving her a free and a fair choice. The moment you did that, no woman would die of abortion anywhere in the world.
Dr. Shariat, Vinita Bali, who's sitting in the front row, she's the one who came up with this phrase, Renaissance men. And you are one, and we're about to introduce another one. But if I can request you to stand here and also call Harshini from GHS, one of our partners, if you can please come up. Oh, I think she's coming up right from here. Please come. Thank you. One last thing before I introduce our next guest, who is very much a Renaissance man. One thing you want everybody to understand about the disparity between men and women when it comes to healthcare that we don't
Uh, Midlife. Midlife. It's not that men don't get impacted in midlife, it's a lot more insidious and slow. But for women, it's there. 50% of the world's population is going to be hit by it, and still we sweep it under the rug. We tell women it's okay. You tell women it's natural. You tell women that you'll get through it. When the book which we talked about in the last We the Women, a woman once stood up in one of the events we were doing and said, I went to my gynecologist, wonderful person, brought my children into the world. I told him I was suffering. He stood up, shut my file, and said, dear, you'll have to put up with this for the next few years. It's going to go. Not acceptable. Midlife. You are going to spend the rest of your life after this midpoint of your life. And You owe it to yourself, and if you like to be, altruistic to the everyone around you, to take care of yourselves and have a good rest of your life.
Well, thank you for saying that. You've broken so many different taboos. And, as I said, here's one Renaissance man, and I want to now welcome another Renaissance man, a man who I think is one of our most original thinkers, who I often call the most feminist, among the most feminist men I know. Lyricist, poet, a man of so many parts, you can barely count them. Can we please put our hands together for Javed Akhtar? Let's have a huge round of applause for Javed Saab. And Javed Saab, before we get into our conversation, we want you to present Dr. Shariat, who does a lot of work in women in healthcare and has been a champion for women's health. And we were talking about the inequality between men and women when it comes to access to healthcare. And we are honoring him today, which Come, Javed Saab, if we may do the honors. आगे Javed Saab, थोड़ा सा. Thank you. Javed Saab, there's a startling statistic, Dr. Nausir. One statistic.
The fact that, and I was talking about midlife. There's a young audience here, but I always say they've all got people in their lives who aren't getting the care they need. In the midlife, 50% of those women are going to suffer the consequences of midlife, the medical consequences. For 10%, it can be severe. For 5%, it can be incapacitating. And each and every one of those 5%, 10%, or 50% can be completely looked after if care, healthcare, other care, holistic care is made available to them. 50% of the world's population.
Thank you, Dr. Shariat. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Dr. Saab, if my information is correct, the number of women who die of minor maternity complications in 1 week in India is higher than the women or the death of the women in whole of Europe for 1 year. In 1 year, that they don't get that number, which we get every week. Every week, it's like over a year, it's like 400 jumbos crashing with full of passengers. But it's no news at all. It's not a problem. We can afford to spend women like that.
Thank you, Dr. Nausir, for at least ensuring that there's a great invisibilization of these issues, but you have shone a light. We thank you very much. Javed Saab, if I can request you to take your seat. Dr. Nausir. Dr. Nausir, please.
Which is my
Javed Saab, आप इधर आए. कोई भी सीट ले लें जो आपको पसंद हो. नहीं, आप ही हैं. आप ही हैं अकेले. Can we please welcome Javed Akhtar? One of the finest men I know, one of the finest minds I know, an absolutely original thinker, a public intellectual, a poet, a lyricist. I'm out of words now to describe Javed Saab. Javed Saab, how would you describe yourself?
You see, the shortest way of becoming mad is to start thinking about yourself. मैं कौन हूँ? Why am in this universe? Why was I born? And so on. I think one should not think about himself or herself. Think about your work. Think about your behavior with people. Is it correct or it's wrong? But the moment you start treating like some kind of a holy unit, मैं कौन हूँ? It's meaningless.
पर आपने कभी नहीं सोचा कि मैं कौन हूँ?
नहीं. Then it's a futile exercise and it only creates complexes in you and some kind of delusion of grandeur. which is not advisable at all.
But Javed Saab, you
Ji.
have lived a life that hasn't always been easy. And it is a life that has been shaped by, I would say, some very strong women.
Yes.
Could you
I mean,
share?
I can only respect people who respect themselves.
Correct.
If they don't respect themselves, why should I respect them? Acha, now I have a choice whether I look at the audience or I look at you. So I think it will be
मैं
better
यहीं
if
आ
I
जाती
sit
हूँ.
there.
We can both
नहीं
look
नहीं
at
नहीं
the
वो तो
audience.
it can cause spondylitis.
अरे
So
आप क्या करना चाहते हैं बताइए.
मैं यहाँ बैठूँ.
और मैं कहाँ जाऊँ?
वहाँ बैठिए.
अच्छा चलिए.
Now it's okay.
Better?
Same frame.
Okay. You don't look at me, you look at them. It's okay. कोई बात नहीं. नहीं तो मैं वहाँ आ जाती
So
हूँ.
how long I'll resist? Ultimately I'll look at you. हाँ बोलिए.
अच्छा जावेद साहब, who is your earliest memory of a female influence in your life?
Everybody has one female.
This is BB Now, and this is BB Now. Matlab Big Basket Now, delivering in 10 minutes.
माँ है.
ये तो
हर
आप
एक
ही
के-
की
ये हर
iconic
एक
line
ये हर
थी
एक
ना.
का dialogue. And you remember the mother. अब यहाँ such learned people are sitting इनके सामने. I wax eloquent about these things is rather embarrassing, but you have put me at this place. ये अजीब जो mother and child जो progeny का रिश्ता है वो unbelievable है. Even in the animal world, a fish, a deer, a tigress, a bird, it's unbelievable. अब ये हमारे यहाँ भी देखिए क्या है. दो तीन बातें मैं कहूँगा. रिश्ता कहाँ से शुरू होता है? बच्चे का माँ से. When the child is born and the child is crying, the mother shakes the child like this. When the child is not sleeping, the mother almost violently pats the child with both the hands. अरे भाई किसी बड़े आदमी को तुम धप धप ऐसे मारोगे तो उठ जाएगा ना. ये बच्चा क्यों सो जाता है? ये बच्चा हिलने से इसको क्यों अच्छा लगता है? क्या वजह? Because the baby thinks that I am still in my mother's womb. और mother's womb में जो डूम 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 हार्ट बीट आती थी, तो ये जो मारती है माँ उसे इस तरह से, तो उसे वो हार्ट बीट आती है. वो अच्छा मैं वही हूँ. जब वो हिलाती है तो वो जैसे उन जूसेस में शेक होता था और स्विंग करता था, उसे लगता मैं वही हूँ. तो वो सेफ अपने को फील करता है. Now whether this is a Aborigine mother or a mother in Manhattan, an Indian mother or a mother from North Pole, every mother plays a game with the child. The mother is programmed to play this game. It is inevitable. That is peekaboo. वो छुपी तो बच्चा थोड़ा सा हिलता है, then she comes out and the child smiles and then she goes, what is she doing? She is gently and politely telling the child that you and me are two identities and don't worry about it. Mother is programmed to do it. So ये तो हमारी beginning है कि हमें यही नहीं मालूम होता कि माँ और मैं दो अलग bodies हैं. And then what we do, the baby gets traumatized कि क्या माँ मेरी अलग body है और मैं अलग हूँ. So he finds a substitute. A pillow, a blanket, a teddy bear, anything which is soft and warm. ये उसे एक सब्स्टिट्यूट मिल जाता है. चलो मानिए माँ जैसी एक चीज है मेरे साथ. यहाँ से तो उसका रिश्ता शुरू होता है माँ से. तो ये जो औरत है, she is his first love. वो तो उसके आगे कौन हो सकती है? कोई हो ही नहीं सकती है.
तो आपकी अपनी क्या मेमोरी है?
मेरी my mother died when I was 8. मतलब I became 8 on the 17th of January. She died on the 18th. So accurate.
How did she die?
She had a very rare disease called sclerodermia. The blood stops forming in your body. It's a painful disease because the skin sticks to your bones and so on. Then you can't move your hands and fingers and so on. And I think if still they have not been able, Dr. Saab would know better, they have not been able to find a cure of this disease. It happens to one woman in a million. Anyway, but I have very clear memories of her because I remember things from the age of 3. तो वो पैचेस में है और जब 5-6 तक फिर डिटेल में कंप्लीट हो गई है पिक्चर्स. तो we I was born in a communist family. We had a big picture of Stalin in our home, and somebody must have told me when I was 3 or 2, whatever, he's your grandfather. So I, for quite some time, I believed that he's my grandfather, and nobody contradicted it. I must be 6 or 7 when somebody said that it's wrong, and I was highly disillusioned. So I remember this disappointment when I was informed that it is not true, but I don't remember who told me that. So I have lovely memories of my mother. I mean, there was no Urdu in my school, Cambridge. I used to go in Bhopal. She taught me Urdu, and she had strange ways of learning the language. And you know, my father was underground for quite some time because of Telangana movement. The Communist Party was banned. So she used to write one letter to him every day.
Every day?
Every day. And when she died, almost after 9 years of her married life, my father read all those letters because I think this is genetic. I also don't throw papers. So he had all the letters, and he decided, felt that this is a book. This is a great read. So he got it published, all those letters, I mean, in a form of a book. In 1954, she died in 53. And this book in Urdu gets published even today. एक आध edition उसका छप ही जाता है. And it was highly appreciated by the literary circles. Raghupati Sahai, Firaq, Krishan Chandar, Razia Sajjad Zahir, big writers wrote about that. And दिल्ली बॉम्बे यूनिवर्सिटी में कुछ आज से 40-45 साल पहले एमए के क्वेश्चन में एक ये क्वेश्चन था एमए के एग्जाम में दे राइट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ उर्दू लेटर राइटिंग फ्रॉम गालिब टू सफिया अख्तर माय मदर्स नेम. तो नाउ वो मेरे लिए बहुत काम आया. Although for a very long time I did not read those letters. Perhaps I thought that I won't be able to take.
You felt कि
बच्चे में एक defense mechanism बहुत strong होता है. But when I grew up, then I read those letters. And I learned so many things about myself, about my brother, about my father, about circumstances and so on, which perhaps I wouldn't have learned without her.
अमेजिंग. जावेद साहब ये बताइए कि फ्रॉम सफिया अख्तर टू नाउ ये जो आप हमारी मूवीज हैं कितना बदला है इन हाउ वी शो वुमेन.
बदला है.
बदला है पर एनिमल जैसी मूवी जब सक्सेस होती है.
देखिए societies don't move in a linear manner. So many things keep happening together. मगर जैसे कहानियों में सब प्लॉट होते हैं the same way एक मेन थीम होता है. We have to see what is the main theme. ये सब प्लॉट्स हैं, कुछ अच्छे हैं, कुछ बुरे हैं, कुछ लोगों को अच्छे लगेंगे, कुछ नहीं लगेंगे. ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है कि सारी सोसाइटी एक साथ चेंज हो जाती है. कुछ लोग they withdraw, some people take very small and very hesitant steps, some people move faster and so on. वो एनिमल भी है, वो भी सही है. और ये भी है कि आज आप if you make a film and keep the title मैं चुप रहूंगी, it will not be seen. You know, I don't think, I mean, Meena Kumari and Mala Sinhas of the world were ideals of women, but today they won't be.
But why did animals succeed? And when you criticized it, वो तो कुछ
I
और ही
mean, I
बवाल.
think the basic title tells you why. The title is self-explanatory.
जब आपने उस पे अपनी ओपिनियन एक्सप्रेस की एनिमल पे.
मैंने एनिमल पे नहीं की थी.
अच्छा.
मैंने ऑडियंस पे की थी. Honestly. You see, I believe that if 10 people, 12 people, 15 people have made a film with wrong values, if 10, 12 people produce a song which is vulgar, crude, obscene, That's not the problem. 140 करोड़ पीपल में 15 आदमी अगर परवर्ट्स हैं या उनका कुछ रॉन्ग वैल्यूज है तो इट्स ओके, डजंट मैटर. When the thing goes in the market and becomes a super hit, that's the problem. उसका बनना आप क्या समझती है कि 1930 में 1920 में वल्गर सॉन्ग नहीं होते थे, रिकॉर्ड्स पे होते थे. In my childhood, which is in 40, maybe early 50s, 40s would have reflected very badly on my age. So 50s, I have heard records with very, very obscene songs and dialogue also, scenes on the record, not on HMV. They were twins. There were another brand called Twins. मगर वो किसी घर में तो नहीं सुने जाते थे. कोई बदतमीज लोग होंगे अपना अलग कहीं सुनते होंगे, लेकिन ये कोई एक जनरल एक्सेप्टेंस तो उसकी नहीं थी. वल्गैरिटी कोई अभी इन्वेंट थोड़ी हुई पिछले 10-15 साल में, वो तो हमेशा से है. और उसमें वल्गर कहानियां भी हैं, बहुत ही obscene स्टोरीज, गंदे गाने भी हैं समाज में. इवन आप जो फोक सॉन्ग हैं वो ऐसा भी कोई नहीं हेलो है उनके चारों तरफ. फोक सॉन्ग भी एक से एक वल्गर मिल जाएगा आपको. लेकिन ये उसका इस तरह का मिडिल क्लास अपर मिडिल क्लास में एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं था. दैट फॉर श्योर. जो अब है.
So what does it tell us about ourselves?
एक तो ये इससे मालूम होता है कि ये तरह तरह के उसके साइड इफेक्ट्स है. हमारा जो एम्फेसिस रहा है एजुकेशन पे या अपब्रिंगिंग पे, वो उन सब्जेक्ट्स पे रहा है विच कैन गिव यू अ बक. वो एजुकेशन जरूरी है जो आपको अच्छा काम दे सकती है, पैसा दे सकती है आगे जाके. लिटरेचर, पोइट्री, आर्ट, कल्चर, folk art, folk music, folk tales, even mythology. These are not important things. They can't be, I mean, put in a bank. तो वो इग्नोर किया गया है. तो today many people have no cultural roots. They are lost. तो उनको अच्छे बुरे की या अगली और ब्यूटीफुल की या एस्थेटिक और अनएस्थेटिक की समझ ही नहीं, लैंग्वेज की समझ नहीं. तो ये सारी चीजें, लैंग्वेज इज अ व्हीकल दैट कैरीज कल्चर एंड ट्रेडिशन एंड एस्थेटिक्स, वो ही नहीं रही.
Is there a movie you wrote that you would not write today? क्या आप भी बदले हैं?
मैं पूरी फिल्म तो मैंने ऐसी कोई नहीं लिखी जिसके बारे में मैं बोलूं कि मैंने नहीं लिखनी चाहिए थी मुझे, या मैंने पूरा कोई ऐसा गाना नहीं लिखा जिसके बारे में मुझे लगे मुझे नहीं लिखना चाहिए. लेकिन सीन है, लाइक इन सीता और गीता. Gita is a very strong and aggressive girl, and then she is replaced by Sita, and then Dharmendra comes to their house and he starts eating, and he says, "Mausi, क्या खाना बनाया आपने वो?" तो वो कहती है, मैंने नहीं बनाया, ये तो गीता ने बनाया. तो he looks at Gita with new respect. Now, मतलब उसका क्राइटेरिया रेस्पेक्ट, उसकी बिजनेस पार्टनर है वो गीता. जो सड़क पे तमाशा दिखाते हैं वो दिखाती है साथ में, तब तक उसे रिस्पेक्ट नहीं हुई उसकी. उसने खाना अच्छा बना दिया तो रिस्पेक्ट हुई. I wouldn't have written this scene. I wrote that scene, I plead guilty. But I will not write this scene today.
How have the women you have loved changed you? हनी थी, अब शबाना के साथ है, आपकी बहुत पुराना, अब तो मतलब
अब मैं ये भी नहीं, how women you love have changed you,
चलो
मैं नहीं
love.
मैं तो बहुत बदला हूँ. I can't say that. हाँ चलो.
No, but it's a serious
हाँ?
question. How have you been? We are all shaped and formed by those we're in relationships
देखो
with.
ऐसा नहीं होता. It doesn't happen on conscious level.
Of course.
Because if you are living with somebody, I mean anyone, so the changes come through some osmosis, and this is also a two-way street. You change your friend, partner, wife, husband, whatever. अभी टाइम है, बाद में बदल लेना. She is going to change her husband.
हाँ? She's going to change her.
कहती है मैं अभी चेंज करके आती हूँ. तो नहीं नहीं आप नहीं, मैं उनकी बात कर रहा हूँ। हाँ। तो वो कब होता है? इट इज लाइक आस्किंग व्हेन यू ग्रू अप, हु नोज? वो चेंज इतना क्वाइटली और इतना स्टिलली होता है कि आप यू कांट पिन पॉइंट व्हेन.
बट एक चीज मुझे याद है, आपने मुझे कभी और बताई थी. When you, in your years of struggle, you also struggled with alcoholism. You have spoken about it.
Yeah.
And I think you told me that Shabana, if I'm remembering this correctly, told you, Javed, no more. She gave you an ultimatum.
No,
Is that, am I remembering it wrongly?
not at all.
Bataiye.
Actually, when I left drinking, she wasn't around.
Acha, then
And
I
when
got
I
my
went to,
timelines wrong.
you must have met some other alcoholics.
नहीं, आप ही
Yeah.
की बात थी. Maybe I mixed up my timelines.
So actually, I was toying with this idea that I should leave. I was perhaps 42 years old that
Yes.
time. That I should leave, but I never told anybody. Because मुझे मालूम था, the moment I'll tell them that I am thinking of it, they'll jump on me. अभी छोड़ दो, बहुत अच्छी बात. I wanted to get prepared. I was in Kenya, and it was, the month was ending. It was 31st of July, 1991. And I decided that today is the last day when I'll drink. From 1st of August, I will not. तो मैंने एक बकार्डी की पूरी बॉटल पी. मैं एक बॉटल ही पीता था रात को वैसे, और मैंने छोड़ दिया. उसके बाद नेक्स्ट डे आई फ्लू टू लंदन वेयर शी वाज देयर. शी केम टू रिसीव मी. आई वाज smelling of alcohol, stinking. And I could see that she was, I mean, she resigned to the idea कि ये फिर वही एक यहाँ पर एक orgy होने वाली है शराब की. They, my friend Shabana, they would have beer in the day, gin in the evening, then whiskey in the night, every day. वो का दिन आज का दिन, I have never even taken a sip of champagne. And I told her that I have left drinking. मेरा एक बात बताऊं आपको, सिगरेट मैंने कैसे छोड़ी.
हाँ.
I told my doctor कि डॉक्टर साहब मैं चलता हूँ अभी, ये बात को भी हो गए 30 साल के करीब, तो मैं जरा ब्रेथलेस हो जाता हूँ. तो कल तो बहुत खराब बात है. दिस इज नॉट गुड. आई विल सेंड यू टू अ कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट. ठीक है. तो मैं और शबाना अपॉइंटमेंट हमारे फैमिली डॉक्टर ने दिला. हम गए वहाँ, विजिटिंग रूम में बैठे थे. देयर वाज सम अदर पेशेंट इनसाइड. तो मैंने शबाना से कहा कि we'll go in, whatever he may find or not find, he'll definitely tell me stop smoking. ये तो मैं किसी और के कहे पे तो कर नहीं सकता हूँ, ये तो मैं खुद ही करूँगा. मैंने पैकेट निकाला, बेंसिल हेजर पीता, तो उसमें 3 सिगरेट बची थी. मैंने उस डॉक्टर का जो बाहर विजिटिंग रूम का डस्टबिन था उसमें फेंक दी. मैंने कहा आई हैव लेफ्ट स्मोकिंग, आई विल नेवर स्मोक अगेन. अब चलो. तो अंदर गए तो डॉक्टर ने देखा एनीवे इट वाज अ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ माय डायफ्राम, नॉट माय हार्ट. तो कल फिर एनीवे यू आर नॉट गेटिंग एनी यंगर, तो आप ये सिगरेट पीना छोड़ दीजिए. मैंने वो मैं छोड़ चुका हूँ. I didn't tell him 5 minutes back. And that day and today, I have never taken a puff.
How are you as a partner to Shabana? Would you call it an equal partnership?
Well, since she's not around, I can dare to say that. Why not? But don't tell her. No. Of course it's equal. Actually, we are, I mean, hardly married. We are friends. और मेरा क्वालिफिकेशन जो है एक अच्छी शादी की सिर्फ ये है, आर यू फ्रेंड्स और यू आर नॉट. बिकॉज शादी वादी तो सब बेकार काम है. ये हुआ क्या है, यानी बिकॉज इट्स अ centuries old tradition.
Yes.
So this is the stone that has been rolled from the mountains of centuries. And as it was coming down the hill, it has collected lot of moss, lot of kachara around this stone. तो उसका शेप भी पता नहीं अंदर क्या है. ये जो these words take so many traditions with it. Wife, husband, just forget about it. Two people, whether they are friends, both of them are women, both of them are men, whether they are partners, whether they are married to each other, whether they are business partners, whatever, two people, irrespective of their gender, how can they live happily together? It needs mutual respect. It needs mutual consideration. It needs giving certain space to each other. आप मेरे कितने भी पास हों, कोई तो मेरा प्राइवेट एरिया होगा, पर्सनल जोन होगा, को आपका भी होगा. However we may share, there'll be something, there'll be a little part of the world which is only mine, which is only yours. ये अगर हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, अगर हम ये एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि द अदर पर्सन इज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, उसका जेंडर क्या है वो सेकेंडरी बात है, पहले तो इंसान है ना, और उसके भी एम्बिशन, उसकी भी तमन्नाएं, उसकी भी आकांक्षाएं उतनी ही हैं जितनी मेरी हैं, और उन्हें पाने का अधिकार उसे भी उतना ही है जितना मुझे भी है. दैट्स ऑल. इतना कोई बहुत कोई इसमें रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, ये तो सिंपल बात है. यू कैन ओनली लिव हैप्पीली टुगेदर इफ बोथ ऑफ यू आर हैप्पी. इसमें कुछ कोई बहुत बड़ी डिस्कवरी नहीं है. एक बात जरूर है, लव विदाउट रिस्पेक्ट इज अ फ्रॉड.
Love, brilliant.
And respect without empowerment is fake. बस. अच्छा एक बात बताओ, इट्स नॉट वेरी कन्वीनियंट पर्टिकुलरली फॉर मेन. An independent, strong woman with her own opinion, her own point of view, her own ambitions, her own business is not a very convenient person. ये बात आप सुन लीजिए. Because obviously somebody who is living with you and who is not your slave, तो inconvenience तो होगी थोड़ी, लेकिन आपको मानना पड़ेगा कि ये स्लेव नहीं है भाई. ना आप स्लेव बनिए, ना उसे स्लेव बनाइए. तो आपको तकलीफें कुछ होंगी, वो आपसे डिसएग्री करेगी किसी बात पे, और वो भी करेगा डिसएग्री किसी बात पे. अच्छा, इक्वालिटी क्या है? देयर कैन नॉट बी अ सिंगल मोमेंट वेयर टू पर्सन्स आर इक्वल.
क्या मतलब?
मैं और शबाना मूवी देखने निकले या रेस्टोरेंट में खाना खाने, उसने कहा वो जाके हम थाई फूड खाएंगे, मैंने कॉन्टिनेंटल खाना है. दोनों में से एक की बात मानी जाएगी ना. तो उस मोमेंट में किसी ने डोमिनेट कर लिया. मैं और शबाना पिक्चर देखने निकले, तो उसने कहा ये हिंदी पिक्चर मुझे नहीं देखनी भाई वो पिक्चर, मैं तो ये देखना चाह रहा हूँ. तो उसने मेरी बात मान ली. अलग अलग मोमेंट्स में अलग अलग लोगों के डिसीजन प्रिवेल करेंगे, कभी इसका कभी इसका. अगर ये रोल कॉन्स्टेंटली एक को दे दिया गया है कि इसकी ओपिनियन प्रिवेल करेगी तो गड़बड़ है, और अगर ये है कि कभी इसकी कभी उसकी तो ठीक है.
मतलब अगर नेट नेट इक्वल है तो ठीक
हाँ
है.
हाँ, कभी कभी तो आप उसकी बात मानेगा, कभी वो आपकी बात मानेगी. हमेशा तो दोनों की ओपिनियन एक नहीं हो सकती. तो आप कभी मान लीजिए, कभी वो मान ले. लेकिन अगर ये रोल एक को डिप्यूट कर दिया जाए कि तुम्हारी ही बात मानी जाएगी, वो गड़बड़ है, चाहे वो वाइफ की हो चाहे हस्बैंड.
But Javed sir, one thing we don't talk about is how men are also victims of the same conditioning. अगर हम लोग conditioned हैं तो आप लोग भी तो conditioned हैं.
नहीं, आप लोग तो पहले मुझे अलग रखिए बाकियों से.
अच्छा, आप नहीं.
हाँ,
आप
मुझे
नहीं.
कोई शौक नहीं है.
Present company
हाँ.
excluded.
I don't want to be a man. हाँ.
Present company excluded. But
Please keep me away.
but you know what I'm saying. There is a burden of roles both on men and women.
अरे भाई, तो तुम्हें किसने मना किया है? यू आर इन अ बेटर पोजीशन. दिस वर्ल्ड स्टिल बिलोंग्स टू मैन.
यस.
तुम्हारा फर्ज है ना कि तुम ठीक हो. अच्छा, औरतें, अच्छा प्रॉब्लम में क्या हो रहा है? विमेन आर ग्रोइंग मेंटली, सोशली, इंटेलेक्चुअली. उनमें ग्रोथ बहुत तेज है. ये अभी तक दे आर ड्रैगिंग देयर फीट. प्रॉब्लम ये है, ये अभी देखो जितने एग्जाम्स हैं अप टू स्टेज, द गर्ल्स एक्सेल. इंग्लैंड में तो ये प्रॉब्लम हो गया है कि उन्होंने किस समझते 10-15 साल बाद एन एवरेज चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एन एवरेज सर्जन, एन एवरेज आर्किटेक्ट, एन एवरेज डॉक्टर विल बी अ वुमन. बिकॉज जितने कॉम्पिटिटिव कोर्सेज हैं जिनमें यू हैव टू गिव एन एग्जाम टू जॉइन द कोर्स, उसमें 50 अगर उन्हें स्टूडेंट लेने तो 35 लड़कियां होती है. तो वो तो तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जो है जरा थोड़ा बेचारा पीछे रह गया।
तो आज के लड़कों को क्या आप एडवाइस देंगे,
मैं
सलाह
देखिए,
देंगे?
आप एडवाइस कुछ भी दे दीजिए, एडवाइस देने में कुछ नहीं जाता, बट द गेम हैज गॉन आउट ऑफ देयर हैंड्स। And I am not saying it because here the majority of the audience is girls and women. I'll tell you why. There have been civilizations like, say, Greek civilization, Egyptian civilization, Roman civilization, Ming civilization, but they withered away. And they withered away for some reasons. ऐसा ही थोड़ी है कि एक दिन खत्म हो गए, उसके सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रीजंस थे कि क्यों आउटडेट हो गए। There has been a civilization called civilization of man, which is there perhaps since last 7 or 8,000 years. Now it's withering away. Why? Is it some kind of a poetic justice? No. Poetic justice दुनिया में नहीं है और यूनिवर्स में नहीं है. Justice is a man-made concept. Justice होता ही नहीं है नेचर में. दो बातें हैं which are ostensibly totally disconnected, apart. One, for many historical reasons, one doesn't have to go into it, women had a very small canvas to look at. When you have less to see, you develop an eye to see more in the less. On the other hand, whatever you start doing, whether you're making cuisine or writing an article or making a house, building, whatever, everything starts with broad strokes. And as you move forward, उसमें subtlety और nuances आते चले जाते हैं. आप building pillars बनाया, slab बनाया, उसके बाद उसमें फिर walls बनाई, फिर जब walls बन गई तो उन्हें पेंट किया जाता है, स्मूथ हो जाए, फिर विंडोज में ग्लास लगा के स्क्रूज बारीक बारीक ठीक करते हैं, फिर उसका इंटीरियर डेकोरेशन होता है. तो जैसे जैसे आप आगे जाते हैं उसमें नुएंसेस आती है, सटलिटीज आती है. शुरू में ब्रॉड स्ट्रोक. Technology has brought human race, human civilization to a point जहां आप even you can fight a war with a feather touch button. Now the advantage of brawn is gone. The rest पहले तो घोड़े घोड़े पे उधर जाओ, कहाँ जाएंगी औरतें इतनी दूर घोड़े पे बैठी हो नहीं जाती थी. अभी ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. पहले तलवार चलाना है, अभी जिसे बोलो एक बटन दबा के मार डाले. तो चेंज हो गया है. The same way जो हर चीज में subtlety आ गई. Today the requirement is detailing and subtlety, and unconsciously the world was training the woman to have this kind of eye since last 7,000-8,000 years. Now these two ostensibly different things are meeting. जो आपकी requirement है वो subtlety और nuance है. ये जो ट्रेन हुई है इतने दिनों के लिए, ये सटलिटी और नुएंस के लिए ट्रेन हुई. इट इज मीटिंग. ये हो ही नहीं सकता. आप देखिए, मैं जाता हूं किसी भी कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस में, यू गो टू अ मिनिस्ट्री, एनी मिनिस्ट्री, इट्स फुल ऑफ विमेन. अभी देयर आर सर्टेन ग्लास सीलिंग, दे विल ब्रेक. पुश बहुत तगड़ा है. आप एक लड़की को हॉल में जब कुछ पेपर लिए हुए एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जा रही है, लुक एट हर वॉक. देयर इज अ बाउंस इन अ वॉक बिकॉज हर एवरी सेल ऑफ अ बॉडी इज एंजॉयिंग द वर्क. द मैन इज टायर्ड. वो बरसों से कर रहा है यार. ही इज रिजाइंड टू द, ही इज नॉट एक्साइटेड अबाउट इट. शी इज एक्साइटेड. यहाँ जो लड़की मुझे यहाँ तक लाई, वो यहाँ तक लाने में एक्साइटेड है. मुझे यहाँ खड़े होंगे आप, डोर यूं खुलेगा. अरे भाई ठीक है, 10 मिनट पहले खड़ा कर दिया था उसको मुझे. तो ये जो एनर्जी है, ये जो एक्साइटमेंट है वर्क का, that you find in young women. It is not in young boys anymore.
Yes, I agree. Javed Saab, you have been a parent to a son and a daughter, Farhan and Zoya. आपकी parenting कितनी equal रही?
नहीं नहीं, both of them are very decent children, so it means मेरी ज़्यादा parenting थी नहीं.
नहीं, सच में
I'm
बताइए.
very very proud of both of them. They are doing good work. They are making a real good enviable career for themselves. But at the same time, what I respect about them that it is not at any cost. They have so many holes barred कि ये हम नहीं करेंगे, और ये अच्छी बात है. मतलब आप ये नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते कि फरहान के बैनर से या जोया के बैनर से, both of them have different production.
Yeah.
They cooperate also, separately भी बनाते हैं, साथ भी बनाते हैं. कि कभी कोई चीप, कोई वल्गर, कोई क्रूड फिल्म बने, ये नहीं हो सकता. उसमें कितना भी पैसा हो, they won't do it. I respect that. होता क्या है, you see, children don't do what you tell them to do. They do what you do. They see that. Again, if you sit down a child and give him or give her a lecture, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
He or she is watching you. आप क्या करते हैं? आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं चीजों को? आपकी वैल्यूज क्या है? Somewhere, because obviously the father is the greatest man they have seen in their life, जब वो पैदा हुए थे, and the mother is the greatest woman, तो उनका influence तो psychiatry believe that by the age of 8 years personality seal sign delivered. Now you will only collect data. The basic structure is made. तो ये जो है वो बच्चा ऑब्जर्व करता है. हम बच्चों को बहुत अंडरस्टिमेट करते हैं, लेकिन आप अपना अर्ली चाइल्डहुड याद कीजिए कि आपको क्या क्या याद है और कैसे आपकी फील. Children are very secretive people also. They don't let you know what they have felt, how they have reacted to a thing. मगर वो वैल्यूज उनकी वहीं बनती है.
जावेद साहब, आपने कहा कि इंडस्ट्री में बहुत कुछ बदल गया है.
जी.
I recently discovered that women had to petition the court for women makeup artists to be allowed on the sets of Bollywood. अब मैं आपको किसी एक ऐसे इंसान से बुलाने, मैं I'm going to introduce you to her, whom you may already know or may not know, because it's very interesting to also remember how women of an earlier generation had to fight opening the doors for women like us, and hopefully we will open the doors for women onwards. Is Reshma ji here? Reshma ji है यहाँ audience में? Reshma ji जरा आए. Reshma Pathan is India's first stunt woman. Can we have Reshma ji's award ready? But मैं जावेद साहब को बताना चाहती हूँ. रेशमा जी, आप जरा जावेद साहब को बताइए कि हेमा जी का जो बसंती स्टंट्स हो रहे थे वो कौन कर रहे थे?
जावेद साहब खुद जानते हैं, पहला अवार्ड उनके ही हाथों मिला है, रमेश सिप्पी, और उनके हाथों मुझे मिला है, और वो स्टोरी उनकी ही लिखी हुई है.
मैं तभी तो
वो
याद
अच्छी
दिला
तरह से मुझे जानते हैं.
जी, तभी मैं याद दिला रही.
और मैंने शमारा जी का भी डुप्लीकेट किया है, ऐसे नहीं. तभी तो मैं जावेद साहब से बहुत दूर रहती थी, क्योंकि वो राइटर थे और मैं एक मामूली स्टंट वूमेन थी. लेकिन जब से अवार्ड दिया है उन्होंने, तो मैं ज्यादा क्लोज हो गई हूँ.
Well, हम आपको अभी जावेद साहब के हाथ ही अवार्ड देने वाले हैं. If we can please have the award come out. उतनी देर में रेशमा जी, यहाँ पे आपने जावेद साहब की बातें सुनी कि बहुत कुछ बदल गया है. आपके टाइम में टू बी अ स्टंट वुमन कितना मुश्किल था?
बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल था. तभी हमको कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं थी. हमें क्या कहा जाता था, गिर जाओ तो नीचे 2 गद्दे डाल दिए जाते थे, जो गिरने के बाद उसके अंदर जो पत्थर लगते थे उभरे हुए, वो हमको बॉडी पर लगते थे, और इतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं थी. और यानी बहुत टफ हम लोगों ने स्टंट किया है उस जमाने में. और अब तो बहुत ही अच्छा हो गया। और जावेद साहब इन लोगों की स्टोरियाँ ऐसी ऐसी बनती है कि हम लोग उसी के वजह से ऊपर आ गए। शोले में मैं काम की, शोले सुपर डुपर हिट हो गई और मैं भी हिट हो गई।
तो आज भाई रेशमा जी का अवार्ड, रेशमा जी का अवार्ड अगर यहाँ लाए, मैं इंतजार में हूँ। रेशमा जी का अवार्ड प्लीज ले आइए। जावेद साहब का थोड़ी देर बाद में, पहले रेशमा जी का। रेशमा जी, यहाँ पे आप सब जो यंग गर्ल्स हैं उनको क्या कहना चाहिए?
मैं कहना चाहूंगी जी में जो आए वो करो, मगर मेहनत करो तो कामयाबी जरूर मिलेगी आप लोगों को।
और क्या क्या मुश्किलें हुई उस समय?
उस समय तो ये था कि पहले फिल्म लाइन में अलाउड ही नहीं किया जाता था खानदान के, मगर माशाल्लाह अब इतना अच्छा हो गया है कि अच्छे अच्छे घर की लड़कियां, लोग गलत फहमी में थे उस जमाने में, आज उनकी गलत फहमी दूर हो गई है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आज औरतें या लड़कियां जो भी हैं वो आज बराबर, मर्द और औरत दोनों मिलकर बराबर हर चीज को कामयाब करते हैं। और जब शादी होती है तो लोग कभी कभी ये सोचते हैं कि बीवी कमजोर है, शौहर सोचता है मैं मजबूत हूँ, तो ये गलत है। दोनों गाड़ी के दो पहिए, टू व्हीलर के, दोनों रहेंगे तो ही गाड़ी चलेगी, एक व्हील से तो गाड़ी चलनी नहीं है। तो इसलिए कभी भी शादी भी करो तो दोनों एक दूसरे को समझ के करो, कभी हम झुक जाए कभी उनको झुका दो, तो इस तरह से घर अच्छे से चलेगा।
अब मैं जावेद साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि रेशमा जी को ऑनर किया जाए, बट आई विल हैव टू गो एंड गेट दिस अवार्ड माई सेल्फ। आई थिंक आई एम ट्राइंग। कैन आई हैव रेशमा जी's अवार्ड प्लीज? रेशमा अवार्ड। हाँ जी।
आपके हाथ से ये दूसरा अवार्ड मुझे मिल रहा है। सबसे पहला अवार्ड भी जावेद साहब और रमेश सिप्पी जी के हाथ से मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि मुझे ये सेकंड मतलब अवार्ड जो मिल रहा है जावेद साहब के हाथों मिल रहा है।
थैंक यू रेशमा जी। जावेद साहब जाइए माता जी, 2 मिनट और आपके साथ, 2 मिनट और, एंड देन वी विल बी ऑनरिंग यू आल्सो। आपने इतनी चीजें सुनाई, अब आप ये बताइए कि एक अगर आप मैसेज, आपने ऑलरेडी कहा है कि द एज ऑफ वुमेन इज हियर,
Yeah.
द एज ऑफ वुमेन इज हियर,
Round the corner.
हाँ,
Round the corner.
round the corner,
आया नहीं अभी पूरा।
to this hall full of men and women, what would you say in the end?
Goodbye.
अरे जावेद साहब,
हाँ,
कुछ तो उनको यू, अच्छा, do you call yourself a feminist?
भाई बोल देते हैं उसमें, ठीक क्या है प्रॉब्लम?
What word would you prefer?
If somebody calls me
What word would you prefer?
Again, why should
Does it not matter?
start thinking, am I
आप
feminist?
तो ऐसे
No.
बात, आप तो ऐसे बात
जो
कर रहे हैं।
बात सही लगे वो बोल दो, बस खत्म बात
तो
है।
आपको क्या सही
If it
लगती
is
है?
feminism, it is feminism.
आपको क्या सही लगता है?
जो मैंने अभी तक बोला वो सब मुझे सही लग रहा था, इसीलिए मैंने बोला। That's the truth. खत्म। अभी there is lot of confusion.
बताइए।
You see, that we know that traditional Sati Savitri, Adarsh Bharatiya Nari is out. That we know. That fraud will not continue anymore. But at the same time, people are, even women, are not clear who is a modern woman. They are not clear.
That I agree.
उनकी morality, उनकी aesthetics अभी development
Evolved है।
अभी वो जो पुरानी बिल्डिंग गिरी उसकी डेबरी पे ही है वो। ये तो बोल देती है देखो पूरी बिल्डिंग टूट गई, अरे मगर अभी कहाँ रहोगी, वो कहाँ है? Where is that place? That is being made slowly but surely. Like smoking is on increase in girls, and while it is decreasing in boys. अब smoking क्या है? ये it is a kind of a statement of being of empowerment.
Yeah.
इस चक्कर में तुम अपने लंग्स क्यों खराब कर रही हो भाई? You can be empowered without smoking also. एक पिक्चर थी, अभी क्या है, जो फिल्म मेकर्स भी हैं, they are also confused. They don't know. They don't want to show that हमारी कोई regressive values है, लेकिन when they try to be modern, try to be today, they make a fool of themselves. एक पिक्चर थी वायरस की, यशाद पिक्चर की, उसका मैं भूल रहा हूँ, उसमें अनुष्का भी थी और दूसरी एक हीरोइन भी थी. उसमें हीरोइन, हाँ,
जब तक है जान.
जब तक है जान. दूसरी हीरोइन कौन सी थी?
कटरीना कैफ.
मगर ये डायलॉग मेरे ख्याल से अनुष्का का था कि ऑफ कोर्स आई विल गेट मैरिड. हिंदी में था कि मैं शादी करूंगी, लेकिन दुनिया में जितनी नेशनलिटीज है उसमें हर नेशनलिटी के एक आदमी के साथ सोने के बाद. अरे भाई, तू इतनी मेहनत क्यों करेगी? You don't have to work so hard to prove that you are empowered. Stupid. क्या जरूरत है? तो अभी हम खुद ही क्लियर नहीं है अपनी मोरालिटी के बारे में, अपनी वैल्यू सिस्टम के बारे में. इवन अच्छा फिर क्या है कि मैंने जो लिबरल है दे आर स्कैर्ड कि भाई हमने जो बताया कि ये है मॉडर्न वुमन, तो somebody will out liberal me. अच्छा बस इतना, तो मैं शर्म आनी चाहिए. तो जो कंजर्वेटिव है वो डिफाइन इसलिए नहीं करना चाहता कि ही लूज अ लॉट ऑफ टेरिटरी. जो विमेन है दे आर ऑल्सो एट द मोमेंट इन कंफ्यूजन. टाइम लगेगा. लेट द डस्ट सेटल डाउन, then you will be able to see the clear picture.
Work in progress.
Work in progress.
That is fair enough. Javed sir, now I have to ask you to stand for the last time. And on this stage, we have tried all day to give you the male perspective across generations. So I thought it's only fitting that we have one of our youngest partners, Rishabh Shah, if we can put our hands together to welcome him on stage. Okay, Rishabh, there you are. And can I get Javed Saab's award out, please? From a young man to a younger man. From a young man to a younger man. Can we have a big round of applause for Javed Akhtar? Thank you, Javed Saab. And now, bye Javed Saab, thank you. As I said, we've heard perspectives from all ages, and I'm going to hand the floor now to Rishabh, who's here as an equality charmer, as a young man looking at all of these debates. Rishabh, it's over.
Thank you so much, Barkha. Thank you. Mike is okay, yeah. Everyone's going and getting an autograph of Javed, sir. Please get one for me as well. I'll keep my part a little short. I currently sound like Arnab Goswami's met Taylor Swift. And this is because it's been 4.5 countries, and then I was in Delhi, and the flight from Miami went to Heathrow. It went from Heathrow to Delhi, and then in Delhi we couldn't take off because nobody could see what was happening next. I'll begin with something that I've prepared, and I've been given a piece of paper saying, Rishabh, you need to be politically correct. Everyone in this room, I'm pretty sure, believes in equality. But then we suddenly board a flight and people in zone 1 start behaving as if they are royalty. Those in South Bombay didn't get the joke. They only travel business class. But I just want to thank Barkha for the opportunity to be able to talk to all of you and to be a part of this event. It gives me immense pride and pleasure to be associated to We the Women, and she's doing some remarkable work. I've got the opportunity to listen, to learn, and now it's my time to speak. The only problem is I sound like this, so I'm going to keep it limited, like I said. So now let's talk about the elephant in the room. And I'm not talking about Donald Trump, of course. I was told that be politically correct, so that is what I'm trying to be. 50 years ago, women were leaders of tomorrow. And even today, there are about 25 countries out of 194 that are female heads of nations. Only 10% of our Fortune 500 CEOs are actually women. And in my humble opinion, the problem is that we idolize the West too much. We look at the West and we say the West is going to solve most of our problems. I personally believe that America's problems are not India's problems. The 5 people from IMON are clapping. But I believe fundamentally that America's problems are not India's problems. And I believe that whilst America has failed to produce a woman president, India has produced 2 female speakers of the parliament. India has produced 2 female presidents and 1 female prime minister. The sad reality is this, that despite women being worshipped in this country, and this is the only country where women are actually worshipped. There is no other religion where women are worshipped. You've got Ma Durga, Ma Saraswati, and Ma Lakshmi that are worshipped in our culture. It's not worshipped in any other country, in any other culture. And I think, therefore, India's problems need India's solutions. So this is what I fundamentally believe in. And I'm a very strong believer on this because I feel that for far too long, the Western concept of women empowerment is not something that we should imbibe. The solution to these problems are in Indian culture. For Gen Z, and how many of you are Gen Z, make some noise. I'll use an Instagram meme which I think you'll understand better. It goes by Parampara, Pratishtha, and Anushasan. And the dichotomy of 2 Indias is not lost on me. I understand the fact that whilst we worship goddesses, at the same time, 4 women are raped every hour in India. Education for girls is increasing, and for every 1,000 boys, we have 1,020 girls. We're bridging the education gap. We have 70% literacy for girls and 77% for boys. But I feel the solution essentially is not Beti Padhao, Beti Badhao, or not Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, but it is fundamentally also Bete Ko Samjhao. And that is something that is missing in our society. It's about equality, about recognizing men and women are born equal and that they should be equally empowered to succeed in every realm. What I'm about to say next is slightly controversial, and therefore I'll leave this. Feminism has been defined today on this stage, I'm sure, by many people. But feminism for me is not about demanding more rights by pushing somebody else down. Feminism for me is the fact that everybody should be treated equally and the fact that there should be a more egalitarian society. And that is what true feminism should stand for. Because otherwise it'll be a tit for tat game which will be just like politics, where one politician gets jailed for 106 days and then the other one is jailed for 105. For the 4 people who understood that, I'm very grateful. For the ones who didn't understand that, I'm even more grateful. For me, what feminism is that yes, women should be fighter pilots, women should be soldiers, women should be what they want to be. But at the same point in time, I think for far too long, and especially in a generation that is very woke, and you can cancel anybody and anything. And I'm a slightly older generation of millennial, just one generation above Gen Z and 2 above Gen Alpha. I get worried because I think traditional roles for women should be as celebrated as when women take up more challenging and arduous roles like being female fighter pilots. What I'm trying to say is, I was raised by a homemaker, by a housewife, and she did this out of choice. She took on the role of being a home giver, being a homemaker out of choice. In today's day and age, I don't know how many people celebrate homemakers as much as they would celebrate people who would take more unconventional career choices. Let's not start canceling out people who are the most important fabric also of our society. India's culture has been intact. India's society has been intact because we've had a tradition of homemakers in our families, something that does not exist in the West, where there is a nuclear setup, and in that nuclear setup, everybody is for themselves. Here, your mum, I'm sure, is yet concerned what you're doing at 8 o'clock at Sophia College. And 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 I fundamentally believe that homemakers essentially need to be as celebrated for this specific reason, that these are the people who hold the fabric of Indian society together. Therefore, my thing, like I said, is, and I reiterate once again, is that yes, women should make all the choices by themselves. Yes, they should definitely go and make the unconventional conventional. Yes, the impossible should be broken into I am possible, but let's not forget to celebrate those who take the conventional route and who hold the fabric of our society together. With some people in the audience organically are clapping, thank you. Uh, and I'll summarize and end this with a couple of things. I fundamentally believe, at least, that women are the better leaders. There is no doubt about it. I believe that women are the ones who should lead the country and the globe. I think 25 out of 194 heads of nations is too little. I feel it should be 194 out of 194 heads of nations if you were to ask me. But the but female leaders and women in power are also as important, in my humble opinion, that as people who are men who empathize and who understand how things should work across the world and who believe in a more egalitarian world. So, what I was trying to say is this, that women are definitely the better leaders. Men also can make some sense. It's a women's college, and perhaps dangerous to say that. The platform is called We the Women. But I'll tell you something for sure. For me, at least, it's never just been the true definition of feminism and the true definition of what we try to do at IMON, which is unite the world the Indian way. The true definition of that is it's not just we the women, it's not just we the men, it's definitely not we the men. For me, it has been, it's we the people of this country that will make the country great again. Thank you. One teacher is waving a hand and saying, well done. But I don't study in the college, so you can't give me credits. But thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience and listening in a slew of luminaries to listen to somebody who dresses like this, looks like this. And then Barkha had to say, because she had to say something nice. So she said, a youngest partner. But thank you so much, Barkha, for having us.
Not at all. And there's a young woman here who has a question for you. So we have time for just one question.
So you spoke a bit about the importance of homemakers, which I agree. I mean, it's important to have caregivers in the family and how we should celebrate women for being caregivers. I'm just curious about how you feel about encouraging men and fathers to take on the role of a homemaker, a caregiver in that kind of proportion.
I think it's equally important, and many of my friends, who are starting young families, many of them, the role has been reversed, and men are the ones who are homemakers per se. So I definitely agree with what you are saying that men should also be pushed to take on roles such as those. There is no denying that. Like you did mention at the very outset, the important thing is also to realize that women should also be celebrated for choices that are slightly more conventional. And men should be pushed to do things such as homemaking, which I completely agree with.
Thank you,
Thank
Rishabh,
you.
and thank you for being a part of this event. Lots of love and come. Okay, are we ready to hear our next speaker? Because for those of you who from Sophia's, how many people here are still from Sophia's? A lot. This is her alma mater, and she's going to be coming out any moment. Any guesses who? Correct. And she's actually has a very interesting monologue piece that she wants to do. She studied here and she had this very interesting idea of talking to all of you. But while we're waiting for her to get ready, anyone wants to talk about what their takeaways were after listening to the perspective of men? Come on up. Come on up. Hi, nice to meet you. What's
Thank
your
you.
name?
Hi, I'm Krishna Kamalia Vora and I'm the founder of Mom's Therapy. There are a lot many things to take from here. To start with, I started my business at 38, which was never too late, I can say. I was a criminal lawyer for 12 years. I'm coming from a Rabari community. If you know about Rabaris, so if you have seen movie Ram Leela, from where Ram used to belong. So coming from that community and I'm standing in front of you, you must have seen me on Shark Tank India season 1 and yeah, and many more places. So I would only say one thing to each one of you. Don't think about anything. If you dream, if you dare to dream, dare to live. That's it. Just get out from your comfort zone. And I think this is what I've learned from each one of them. And it's amazing platform, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody take their seats. I just want you to all be seated before we call out our next speaker. Are we ready? No, I know you're ready, but I'm waiting for a producer update. If somebody can tell me, follow me. If you're at the back, if you can tell me, or if Shirali can tell me. In the meantime, I can take one more maybe comment from the audience. Someone on what you took away. Come on up. Come on up. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Quick comment because our next guest is here.
So I would like to thank you first that today we saw very great personalities. So away from Mumbai as a kid, I was used to come back. I dream to come back, and this opportunity is very nice and important. That's so sweet of you.
What's your name?
My name is Megha.
Thank you, Megha. Come on, step down now because I can introduce our next guest. And as I said, she's one of the most eloquent, erudite actors of our time, but she's also an alum of Sophia. So I know that this moment is very special, and you're probably going to reserve your loudest applause for our next guest, opening the doors for Richa Chadha. Come on, let's give it up. So Richa has this very interesting topic that she wants to speak about. Richa, come now. Come sit with me. I'm going to give you the mic in 2 minutes. Firstly, how does it feel to come back to your old college?
Great. Any people here from the Polytechnic? Oh, still the same college, guys. Go Sapphires.
What do you remember most about being here?
I was in room 424 in the hostel. And
what mischief did you get up?
Can't say.
Is that the censored sort of thing that...
I just want to be a good influence when I come back here.
Richa, how's life being a parent?
Being a parent, it's nice, it's different. You are catering to another creature.
And is that tough?
It's tough, yes, on some days, and some days it's not tough. Some days you kind of figure out a rhythm.
Now, this is going to be the Richa Chadha soliloquy. That's what I've called it. It is? Okay. She will share her, you will share her thoughts, but I'm right here. And I will jump in whenever a question strikes me. Richa wanted to speak on women are from Venus, but men are from women. I like that title, right? So I'm going to give her the mic. I'm right here. I'll jump in when I feel there's a question, but otherwise the floor is
Thanks, Barkha, and
Yeah, yeah,
thank
go
you
ahead.
for your guys. I was actually meant to prepare something very nice and profound, but it's being a new mom is not. I've just scribbled some stuff in the car, and it was really dark, so bear with me. First of all, I would like to say that if anyone is offended by anything I say, this is my disclaimer because I work in entertainment now. I know what you should do. So if you're offended, this speech is only for people who identify as smart. So do not be upset. If you are a woman who also identifies as smart, or if you identify as a woman and you're still offended, come backstage. I'm sure we can sort it out. And I'm saying, when I was asked to speak here, I thought I should have a tight 10-minute set, like a stand up comic, because that's kind of the only way you'll be able to tell any kind of truth if it is a joke. And that's exactly what Oscar Wilde said. If you have to tell the truth, say it with humor or they will kill you. So I do not wish to die. But also at the same time, uh, it could also just be reality because life is currently a joke. So just bear with me again. So I was thinking about this one thing that my friend, my neighbor Deepthi had said, that her friend quipped that women are from Venus and men are from women. And that struck me as such a universally true statement because there's not a single person in this room who's not come from a woman. So, in that, we are all, we have something in common beyond the binaries that we are forced to put ourselves in right now. So, I want to say that being a mom is my investment in the world. I'm showing to you guys that I have enough hope to bring new life into this planet. And here, take some human capital. It will be useful to you after 18 or 20 years, or maybe sooner. But it also brought this thing. I want to say, I think I feel very respected now, now that I'm a mother, much more than if, like, if you're standing by your beliefs or you're speaking about something. Much more than that, I feel currently, I feel very respected just because I've decided to go through the pain of bringing forth life. But it begs the question, do I mean, what are the other things we kind of associate with mothers? Let me see. Mother tongue, your language, the language you speak at home, if you do, or if your next generation will. And it really reminded me of the two dudes who've just recently put up a picture in like a 200 GSM black t-shirt, which says, Hindi is the national language in English. So, uh, you know, you're just, and this debate about what is the national language and it is definitely not equal to your mother tongue made me think about how the mother tongue is treated in our culture. Where in South Bombay, I know plenty of schools here that don't allow kids to speak in Hindi. I don't know why that is. I think it's such a sad colonial Macaulay type thing. We must really get over it. And at the same time, we must look at ourselves and ask, why is it that we call someone who doesn't speak in the language of the colonizer something scathing like verny or regional? Those are things that really bother me, especially now that mother tongue, mother. What else is mother? Mother nature. What do you think about that, guys? How's that going? Yeah, good.
I mean,
I
I'm
feel
from Delhi and the air is
we're
an
gonna,
ode to Mother Nature in reverse.
yeah, we're going to come to Delhi actually. We I feel like when we say mother nature or nature in itself, it's like this a reverence of a larger intelligence that kind of governs all of us, and the only like the end goal of the processes of nature is refinement. Every time something is born again, they try to eliminate all that is not working in the gene, in the chemistry, and refine it towards a better goal, unless of course there's like interruption, interference, and things like that. And I feel like when we say Mother Nature, it is something that's perfected over millennia. And what does it bring to us? Beauty, variety, abundance, regeneration. And yet, today, when we look at nature, we are so foolish, we think we are separate from it. So we become like climate warriors. But if you have a cold from the pollution, are you against nature, or what is happening? Like, you are reacting to your environment, but we keep such a big distance between ourselves and the environment that it serves not to serve us. For instance, let's go to it. I mean, I've written a bad joke here, but I'll just say it. We ravage the mother in a one-sided relationship, and we take, kind of like white people in Africa. Oh, Mama Africa. Or, our own history with the indigenous people isn't so great. Uh, Again, they live closest to Mother Nature, which brings me to other things that we equate with the mother. Like, there's a river. Many rivers are like, yeah. And one animal is also there, topping the list of like exports for but you can't say now, can you? It's like holy and things. But it is also equated with the mother. And I wonder if why are we giving this sacred status to the mother? Because the practice from it is like, I mean, I don't want to tell you to disrespect the mother because you don't need any help there. You do it anyway. So we talk about cities like Delhi. That is my my sort of city of my childhood, where the poison from the airwaves is seeped into the air, and we are all breathing the same poison. But now it's like you can sit in a 60 crore flat and also breathe the same air, and a baby's lungs will be smoker lungs, and they won't really have a choice. But at the same time, I feel like all of us have enough inertia, we're not doing much about it. And it's kind of like a really bad relationship with the mother, don't you think?
I mean, I think it's all quite dire in the way that you describe it, but are there any good things? Is there anything to feel better about?
No, I mean, there's definitely good things like jokes, and and also what you can do, like when having a daughter really puts things in perspective. So when we had a girl, we went on this rampage and we planted a lot of trees with the help of Nabhangan Foundation, which Rajshri Deshpande actually runs. It does fantastic work.
Yeah.
Because that seemed like, a lot of people thought it was generosity, but I think it was just anxiety. I was like, there's one more person who needs to breathe clean air, and there's this much time left.
No, no, don't ignore the timer. It's not
Okay, thank
actually
God.
working.
I
Can we
was
turn off the
scared.
timer? In fact, yeah.
No, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
So, to summarize what I've been feeling and saying is 1975, there was a strike uh, in Iceland. All the women struck work. Basically, they struck everything that they do. If they are in a paid job going outside the house, if they are taking care of the child at home or doing housework, they just stopped working on that one day to show to the rest of society, which is basically men, uh, the mental burden and the indispensable nature of what women do in society. And in 5 years, they elected their first female president, who was a single mom to a 7 year old. So I think actions speak louder, but I'm not really telling anyone to strike because simply because they are women. I mean, that's so left wing
Yeah.
of me. But if you want to, you could totally do that. And why women don't really need time off, right? So no ideas
I hope
for.
everybody's getting your humor.
I really don't know because there's so much
I know
silence in this room.
they're all like, okay, is she really saying all this?
Sorry, I'll just stand up.
Yeah, I know. I just don't ignore me and the timer. Just keep going.
Acha, okay.
You have few minutes more, couple of minutes more.
No, I'm.
You have many notes?
No, I'm just saying that whenever there's a rise of authoritarianism or autocracies in the world, the first rights that we see going are the rights of women. So again, coming back to the beginning of the thing, if you are a woman and a smart woman, this is the time to band together and find real solutions, because clearly the people in charge, they just don't know how to do it. Um,
As a new mother,
yeah.
what do you, how do you see the next 10 years for your child? Okay, next 2 years for your child, or next 5?
That question is giving me anxiety. What if the AQI is like 5,000 or something?
Yeah, we're headed that way because
Yeah.
it's touched 1,000 in the national capital.
I thought it was more.
I mean, I've been here for a
1,000
week.
पे meter टूट गया.
हाँ.
हाँ.
So, Richa, now that you have done this very understated, smart,
want me to stand
intelligent
up?
piece, I want you to
Okay.
stand up. But I want you to now say some funnier, nahi, funny to ho gaya, fun things now. Fun things. College memory.
College memory here.
Yeah.
Well, I was in that building, and we had very strict rules about coming back. We had to be back in the room by 9:45 p.m. Does that still hold, guys? No. 9:30. 8 is your general whatever. 9:30 is a little late past situation, and 9:45 is like when the nuns take your phone. But 9:30.
They
That's
take the phones
9:30.
also.
Phones. Yeah, in my day, yes. Mobile
Do they
phones
take
were
your
still-
phones? No.
They can't, right? It's like attached to your hand. You can't get rid of your hand. What are you going to do?
Okay, one thing you would have told yourself, one thing you would tell yourself today, throwing back to the age you were when you were here.
Nothing. I just say keep going. It seems like any kind of success seems like a very linear path. It's almost very curvy all the time. So you don't get to it. You go and then you like meander, then you go again.
Thank you, Richa.
Thanks.
Can we hear it for Richa Chadha, please? Anyone wants to ask Richa one question, a Sophia girl? Sophia girl, come on up, run. Let's get one question in, please.
Hi. So, my name is Tiana. It's so good to meet you. So, I wanted to ask, since we were talking about Mother Nature, and you've newly become a mother now, what or who is your biggest inspiration?
My inspiration is nature, actually, in a true way. A lot of times people will tell you that the male of the species has a higher standing, but then in nature there's also the seahorse or figs. Do you know the story of the wasps and the figs?
Yes.
So you don't know what kind of man you'll meet, and not all men have to be not all men, they don't all have to we can look at nature and look at examples, and all of us can be distinct from each other, but any kind of interspecies uh, like reconciliation, respect, kindness goes a long way, because symbiosis is nature.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Richa Chadha. Thank you. This was too short. We've got to have her back again. Come. All right. Now, as we've said, we're going to reverse the gaze in the next conversation. You've had women talking to women, women talking to men, men talking to all of you. But today, in this moment, I'm going to invite three very special men and a very, very dear colleague of mine to be in conversation with them. These three men, in their own ways, have broken barriers. You know, that phrase is used for women. This phrase needs to be used for the three men I'm about to introduce on the stage, because each one of them has pushed the envelope on making us rethink and relook at notions of what is feminine and what is masculine. And I think we don't acknowledge enough how, while we are products of our cultural conditioning, so are guys. And the three men I'm about to introduce have done stellar work, absolutely stellar work. If you don't follow their work, please do. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with their work. They're real change makers. So please put your hands together for Parmesh Sahani, Nikhil Taneja, Anish Kawande in conversation with Anuradha Sen Gupta. Let's hear it for them.
Thank you, Barkha. Are you tired? I've been watching her in and out as I work through the day, in and out of the live feed going out of here, and this thing that Barkha's created, it was like all these warm vibes, all this excitement, the positivity. So it's very cool to be here. Thank you for having me here, and and you guys, my God, you'll really kept the momentum going. And now for these lovely, lovely men here, we're going to talk about how to be a man. How to be a man. How to be a man, yar. That's the name of your show, isn't it, Nikhil?
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you so much. 3 people have seen it. I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's
should.
total humble brag.
Okay,
Yeah.
3.5. Fair enough.
How did you stumble upon it? Because I know you've got the who's who come onto this show, they weep, the men, and you're managing to showcase men in a way that we're not used to seeing them, and they're not used to seeing themselves.
I mean, there was no straight path to it, but in many ways, it seems like my entire life was leading up to me actually doing it. So we do something called the Yuva Roadshow of Kindness, where we go across the country. We meet a lot of young people like yourselves, and we create these safe spaces to listen to them. I would constantly hear young men speak about how lonely they felt. That was one of the things that was constantly coming. And I met about 10,000 people at this point. I've gone to about 150 campuses in the country. And a recurring thing was young people coming up, young men in particular coming up and saying, no one in my life has said, I love you to me. No one in my life has given me a hug. No one in my life has made me, I heard this thing from a boy that still stays so, it still has an impact on me when he said that, sir, jab se main bacha tha na, I mean, after that, no one has touched me, and when you hear such things, you realize that there is something that needs to be done about this. And when I'd ask, why would you not speak up about these issues, that they just feel like everyone judges me. I don't know if there is a space for me as a man to express myself.
So, Nikhil, I hear that, but I also know that we belong to a country where the Ladla Munna Beta from day one is treated with a lot of love. So, why is that not translating?
Because when boys are expressing themselves, that is not seen as okay. As long as a boy is a return on investment for something, typically and traditionally, then that's cool. Even if a boy has a hobby, and these are things that I keep hearing, that if I have a hobby, my parents tell me the hobby is only worth it if it wins you a trophy and or an award at something. It's not okay just to do. You can't just be a painter. You can't just be a singer. You can't just be. It has to lead to some monetization. That is your purpose in society. You are the provider. You have everything that you like has to lead to some effect. And again, this is not at all to say that, I mean, I kept hearing again, if I'm talking about the boys, the thing that I heard most from the girls were how they would constantly be harassed. Everywhere you go in the country, girls only speak about harassment. So you are shocked. You're constantly thinking that what's happening. And then what you want to try and do is that, okay, so far the labor of men there has always been women's labor to make men feel less lonely, that hey, I am here for you. Fortunately, what I'm also seeing is that women, like we see today, right, they're creating these sisterhoods among themselves. They're creating this tribe
And
where they're
men are
helping
not
each other.
doing that.
Men don't know how to do it. And that's where the show came from, that listen, you all keep talking about how lonely you feel, speak to each other. And you don't just have to speak to each other about finances and about doing well and investing in crypto. You can also have a conversation about feelings. And that's where the show really came. Can we normalize this idea of two men having an emotional conversation with each other?
Wonderful. Anish, you heard in the introduction, I'm sure that he
Parmesh agrees with me.
yeah, he's ventured into the world of Indian politics, and it's never going to be the same again. But
No.
what is this whole thing of being a man in the world of politics? What are you expected to be? What are the traits you're expected to show? We are in the middle of waiting. We are all waiting for the Maharashtra election results, right? With bated breath. What has it been like to be? What is a man expected to do in politics?
So, I mean, to start off with, if you work in politics, you work with a lot of men and only men. There are almost no women around. And when you get a group of men together, it is the worst workplace you can find in the history of humanity. So, to start off with, it is a tough job. And I really think politicians should get more credit for being in that space, especially if you're queer. But you have to kind of accept that you're jumping into the deep end of the pool, and then you have to go with it. The funniest story was 5 years ago. I had just come back from getting a bachelor's degree in comparative literature from New York City, and I'd come to Maharashtra to
Hey,
run.
clap for that, clap for
Hey,
that.
no,
It's
yeah,
a
don't clap for
flex,
that.
road
It was,
scholar and
nahi,
whatnot.
nahi, wo to baad mein aa gaya. But I
New
had
York
come back and
City.
I was like, okay, chalo, I will do Indian Rajniti. And I said, okay, it'll probably be in South Mumbai and it'll be in environments that I'm comfortable with. But no, I was thrown off with the Maharashtra Congress to the Jana Sangharsha Yatra. And the first thing I needed was a wardrobe because I didn't have clothes to wear. And I was very clear back then that I'd
You
just
didn't
come
want
out.
to look like the
No, I didn't
regular
want to wear white
politician.
on white with those black Hawaii chappals. No. So that was not happening. So I was like, okay, then this is what was invented over the course of that election campaign. And what was really funny is that I was like mildly out at that point, not really very out on the campaign trail, but it was evident that I was looking very different from all the other men there. And we were on this bus and traveling across the length and breadth of Maharashtra for almost 6 months. And on month one, there were a few sort of sniggers at the back. I used to sort of deal with them as I went to the back of the bus, etc., etc. By month six, one of the senior politicians on that bus, I won't take any names, asked me, "Who's your tailor?" And so, it was a really fun time. I was like, what does it mean to be a man? It means shattering all those expectations of what it means to be a man and to keep doing it bindas.
Parmesh, shattering all expectations of what it means to be a man. Is it easier to do that if you're queer? Because I've heard straight guys who, and this is an absolutely authentic quote, saying that, every time I'm with a group of gay people, gay men, I feel they're just easier. They seem to have more fun. They seem to take a joke better. They're just, they're just easy in their skin. So is it easier?
No, it's not easier because I think queer people, we also live in patriarchy. We also suffer from misogyny, and often a lot of these are things we internalize and replicate within queer lives, within our relationships, within the movement, and so on. So it's not easy. It's not easy being in general. I'm really glad that we have Nikhil, who through Yuva and the show are showcasing alternative ways of being so that others can imagine, see, have role models, and then articulate for themselves. And what Anish is doing in politics as well, right? Um, it's not easy at all. I think it's as difficult being queer as it is being straight. The difference there is that society is structured and geared towards straightness. So some things become easier because people's expectations, people's mindsets. We society itself is largely heteronormatively geared. So many things are easier. For example, if you're straight and you might want to spend a lifetime with your partner, you have the institution of marriage. For queer people, as of now, we don't have that as well. So we have to invent alternative ways of living, of being, of loving. And it's not that we've stopped, but it's just that we have to maybe think more creatively and that. So it's just that. But on a daily base, on a day-to-day basis, is it easier? I don't think so. I think it's the same. Um, I have straight friends also who are creative. And I have straight friends also who are emotional, who cry, as you've seen on the show as well. So I think these traits of fabulosity, of creativeness, of expression, and all are universal. They're not linked to sexuality, and nor should they be linked to gender. And as that, right? I think what all of us are trying to say is that masculinity is expansive, and
Yeah.
if we can all embrace that expansive, wonderful nature of masculinity, we expand into humanity in general, right?
So, what are the traits today that, the alternative masculinity? And I would like to believe that all three of you embody an alternative idea of masculinity, in the ideas you espouse, the choices you make. What is alternative masculinity? What would the traits be? Anyone who wants to go first?
I think just embracing your femininity. I think that is, I would say, the most easy way for all of us to be, I mean, if you're saying alternately masculine, I feel like all of us have, all kinds of sides inside of us. Every one of us has a masculine, every one of us has a feminine. Unfortunately, when it comes to, and this is what society and patriarchy do, right? Like with women, they tell them that, anytime they are slightly more masculine, you're too loud, you're too arrogant, you're too bossy. And if a man is slightly more feminine, it's always like you're too sensitive, you're too quiet, etc., etc. And if we, all of these things are wrong, just let people be. I think all of us should have in us to be able to embrace any part of us that we enjoy, find joy in. And one of the things that I've actually learned from the queer friends and queer people around me is how comfortable they are with color. I've always been someone who loves color, but I've always been embarrassed for a long time to kind of be wearing.
Because you're not expected
Yeah,
to
because
wear pink.
yeah, because anytime, and I still sometimes do get, like, whenever there's a pink, even my mother judges me and saying बहुत pink है. I'm like, "मम्मा, तो ठीक है ना, I like it, it's fun. Why can't men also be vibrant and flamboyant, even if they're heterosexual? It's not a crime to be."
Alternative masculinity, what do you understand by it? What would you say are the traits that would be different from traditional masculinity, toxic masculinity, which we are all very familiar with, and now alternative masculinity?
I think one, if you are a man performing masculinity, you're changing what masculinity means to begin with, right? So you have to stop making it alternative and make it sort of something that is accepted as the mainstream. But I think the one thing that I'm very invested in is gender as fun, right? I think we take it a little too seriously. We take these stereotypes that are put on us very seriously. Now, I hate having a beard. I absolutely detest having a beard. But I know that I have to go on these stupid television channels, so I have to keep a beard on. And it's
No,
fun.
I didn't get the connection.
No, it's you seem a little more authoritative. You
Listen,
seem a little more formal. I also don't look 17.
Glasses also.
Okay.
Listen, I also, by the way, I started having a beard when I started my company because no one would take me seriously enough because my face is like very cute. I'm sorry to say,
Correct.
it is.
No,
right?
100%.
And the moment I had a beard, suddenly I seem more of a man
They
than
are doing
others.
alternative. They are all both conforming to
No,
like
but we're not
stereotypical
conforming.
masculinity.
Then I'm not wearing what you're meant
Beard
to
and
wear.
pink.
So you're sort of, you
have to
play.
compromise.
You lean in sometimes. But you have to be fun with it. You can't sometimes take it so seriously and take it as a sort of matter of life and death. The minute you do that, it sort of becomes something that weighs down on you and then weighs down on others as well. And then you have people sort of using that as a way to take digs at you, be able to sort of undermine your masculinity. When you can have fun with it, then I can go on having a beer and then still have ruffled hair. And then you sort of play around, push the envelope, go a bit further and backward. So play is very important for alternative.
Playfulness, to being
Playfulness.
to being playful. Pardon me?
If I can just add to what Anish said, this idea of play, this idea of fun, I think no one symbolizes it more than Shah Rukh Khan. So, any Shah Rukh fans in the house? So I think to be, I mean, not alternative because I don't think it's alternative. I don't like that. It's Shah Rukh is as mainstream as you get, but progressive would be a better word. What is progressive masculinity? It is this idea of play. It is the idea of being in touch with your emotion. It is the idea of, yeah, but so to me, there is, masculine and feminine are behaviors. I don't think that there are sides. I think these are coded behaviors that we have. So we have attributed over years that this is feminine. The truth is, crying is a behavior. It's not linked to any, it's not gender trait or whatever, right? In terms of that. So I think someone like Shah Rukh, who is fun, who is witty, who is emotional, who is kind, who is loving. These are
Flamboyant.
all flamboyant,
Yes.
beautiful, but also plays. The idea of play would be great. So if anyone wants to know how to be a more progressive man, be like Shah Rukh.
And not like animal.
So, I don't know if you heard, Javed Saab was here and Barkha was talking to him, and she asked him very categorically, why did Animal, why was it such a big hit? So now, given your perspective, try and explain to us why Animal was such a hit. Why did it connect with so many men? And why did it become such a monster hit? You brought it up.
Listen, anytime this question has been asked to me, I always point out, and it's so interesting that he said Shah Rukh Khan, because I've been asked this question a lot because my show also released in the same year as Animal, and where you had Animal on the big screen, you had, for whatever it's worth, my show on digital, and there was both sides of masculinity. But for us to be spending so much time talking about why Animal exists, while taking away at the same time a bigger hit that happened in that year in Shah Rukh Khan's Jawan and a Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan, where he was constantly worshipping women. In Jawan, he meets Nayantara for the first time. He's shaking, and she tells him, "Listen, I don't, I've had a kid out of wedlock," and he's like, "That's cool." He's constantly showcasing what a progressive man looks like. In Pathan, the first scene where Deepika is introduced, she saves him, and he's never fighting her. He's never like, "Hey, listen, I don't need to be saved." He's so happy. He's like, "Wow, I'm being saved by this really cool women." And that's what. Why are we not talking enough about in the same year that behavior that made much more money than Animal, by constantly also talking about Animal as it? It's not a. It's one thing that happened, and I feel like there's going to be several movies like that. But I think at the same time, this year's three making 600 crores, in last year being the biggest hit, being a film called Animal, and this year the biggest hit being a film called Stree. That also tells you we are still okay. We are still okay as a society.
But
So,
this tussle
yeah.
is what's important, and this is the tussle that is going on in Indian society, and which is why we the women, everything that we do in our lives showcases to people that other worlds are possible. This masculinity is also possible.
Absolutely. One quick question. How do you break through to people who have been brought up without the opportunities or the worldview that you have, or the experiences that you have, or the parenting that you may have had? How do you make this attractive to people who don't come from similar backgrounds and experiences, to who all the traits associated with traditional masculinity are easy?
Can I? Can I?
Yeah,
Can
yeah,
I?
sure.
So we've been struggling with this at Godrej. We have factories in places like Malanpur, which are incredible, where there are so many men and more women. And what we've found that succeeds is, of course, hiring more women, but showcasing men that help. So when we hire more women, we also show videos of her husband who is saying, "I'm so proud my wife is working in this factory. I love making her dabba." So I think a lot of it is in showcasing, you know, this positivity, showcasing that this is also a way of being. I think one way uh, is also not underestimating the goodness, the kindness, the ability of most people to rise up to their better selves. I think we can do some of that. It really helps.
I'm going to add to that because in politics, you can't afford to ignore those people. I can't say I'm going to ignore you. I have to convince you. And I think that change starts at home. I think my biggest success even now is convincing my father not to vote for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That took 10 years. And it took 10 years of fighting, watching Barkha's show actually. I remember screaming at each other, watching NDTV because he wanted to watch Times Now and saying, "No, we're going to watch this and I'm going to change your mind." But it takes those 10 years and you have to keep fighting.
You have to keep fighting, keep being
keep
invested. And boys should be treated differently when they're growing up, right? You do a thing on your show called, you'll ask your guests to look at their childhood or boyhood.
Unboxing
Yeah.
boyhood, yeah.
Yeah. So that that time is different, right? I mean, that is where it all
Yeah,
falls
I
into
think
place.
again, we need to
That age.
we need to raise our children in the same way.
Yeah.
Any kind of children, whether it's a boy, whether it's a girl, no matter what gender the child is, it needs to be treated with the basic love and kindness that I feel like we reserve sometimes a little less for the men, a little less for the boys. I think I always say this: we force our boys to be men before they can learn what it means to be human.
Well said.
You got a peek
I
of
think,
our
yeah.
next guest, so I will request you to say thank you now, Anuradha.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anish, Nikhil,
Thank you so much.
Anuradha, and Parmesh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Sorry.
Not sorry, just sorry.
I was just saying to them, sorry, we're running a little bit late. And the joke was, Ori, you can come on out now. The joke was not sorry, just Ori. That's the opening. I was saying, we're really sorry, we're running a little bit late. And one of our guests going out said, not sorry, just Ori. So that is the opening.
That was I love that opening. Thank you, everyone. I was really upset because it was taking so long, but then I heard you guys screaming and I got so excited.
So are you in a better mood
I'm in a
now?
much better mood.
Yay! Okay, come on, let's start. I know you have a big wedding to get to, so we'll have fun and we'll do this quickly.
It's not the wedding. It's just that my numerologist said always be on time.
Okay, I'm sorry. But we have a new line, not sorry, just Ori. So now,
That's an old one,
so
but-
let's just do 3, 2, 1, not sorry, just Ori, and he'll be in a good mood, okay? 3, 2, 1. Woo! Let's have a big round of applause for Ori. So Ori, this session is called the Ori Rule Book.
Yes.
5 lessons for the
Yes.
modern man and woman.
Yes.
What are your 5 lessons or mantras for life?
My 5 mantras for life. Gosh, Barkha, I'm just making it up as I go
That's
along.
okay. Okay,
Like
give us
every
one.
day- Yes.
Give us one. Let's start
Give
with
us
one.
one. One mantra for life. Growing up, my mother always raised me to look up to the people that are really successful that you want to be like. And I feel like today a lot of people hate looking at other people's success. We love watching other people's failures. Do we not, or do we love that? I love watching other people's failures. Do you not? Okay.
I mean, that's honest.
Yeah, it's very honest. And I love
Yes.
that you guys love watching other people's failures as well. We're all bonding over this. But one of my mantras in life is if you look up to the people that are successful and you really wish their success upon yourself, you will steal it and it will become yours. I have stolen the limelight from all my friends.
Now the big question that everybody has is, who is Ori? Not sorry, just Ori.
What does it say?
Identify.
I identify as Ori.
Yes.
That me. I am Ori.
I know, we got
Yes,
that. But
okay.
tell us more.
What do you want to know?
Like,
ask me a
your-
non-vague question.
okay, my
get into it.
specific
Yes.
question is,
Yes.
when you were the age of these
Yes.
kids here,
Yes.
what did you want to do?
Growing up, I always thought I would be a cosmetic surgeon.
Really?
I did. I always thought I'd see people on the surgery table and make them look beautiful. Now I do it on FaceApp and Photoshop. But
You never thought of doing stand-up comedy?
no,
'Cause you're pretty funny.
I'm not a comedian.
No, but you're
No.
funny.
Well, thank you. That's so sweet.
Yeah, you are, really.
Okay.
But
I
okay,
accept.
cosmetic surgeon.
I always thought I'd be a cosmetic surgeon, and I was never smart enough. But you have to play into your strengths. You have to do what you're good at. And so I did almost every little thing. I was never someone who was a 10 on 10 at anything, but I was a solid 7 at anything I did. And so I did many 7s. And then
Okay.
I collected all those 7s.
So
and
why
that
did you
brought
give
me
up on
here.
your dream of being a cosmetic surgeon?
Honestly, I hate work, Barkha. I hate work. I think anyone who knows me knows I say this. I think I've been screaming this from the top of my bloody roof. I hate work. I hate excess work. And being a doctor is a lot. My sister is becoming a doctor and she just finished studying.
Is she
She's
older or
29,
younger?
2 months older than me. So yeah, it's a lot of work. And I am someone who's always enjoyed the easy way out. And if you can make the easy way out make you more money and fame, then what is wrong with that?
So here's my question. Is it easy being Ori?
No, it is not easy.
Then?
It is not easy because a lot of people think it's easy, and I'd love for you to assume it is easy. No one knows the hard work and stress that goes behind the scenes. I would like to say I was a victim of virality for the longest time.
A victim of virality?
A victim of virality.
Okay, kindly explain.
Okay, when I'd go out for dinner, I couldn't have the meal because people would surround my table. If I came home at 5 in the morning, cars would follow me home and drivers
Really?
and bikers would. And I used to take pictures of the bikers outside my window because I'd get so excited. I'd be like, wow, this is new for me. I didn't grow up with this, right? And then one day I realized that they're staring in the camera of my phone and they're going to hit. And their death should not be on my hands.
No, please. Yeah.
So yes, I was a victim. I am a victim. The trolling never stopped. I do love it. I'm not going to lie. But I feel like I have been a victim of virality. No one educated me on how to handle it. No one taught me on how to handle it. And,
Were
once
people mean or were they just like stalking you types?
they were stalking me, people were also mean. The commentators, they were very mean. I mean, I don't know. I guess I always had a thick skin or it never really
Yeah.
affected me. But one day I asked myself, should it affect me? There are 2,000 comments insulting me in the comment section.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not affected, but should I be affected? You guys tell me, should I be affected? Okay.
Not
So-
sorry, just sorry.
Exactly. I was like, maybe I should. And one thing someone doesn't train you is for when the success goes, when the limelight starts fading, that is when you are truly a victim of virality. Because we've seen many people shoot up
Yeah.
and then they fall flat on their face. No one trains you for that. And that's something that's important. Maybe not the fame department, in any department. Remember, success is a con artist because success does not last forever. So if you succeed at anything, no, you will fail at the next thing or you could fail 5 steps later.
So this day when you had these thousands of mean comments,
That's today as well. It was
is,
this morning.
is this something? Okay, a lot of people who live in the public gaze get this,
Yeah.
but you live fully in the public
I
gaze.
do.
What is the meanest, most hurtful thing that you feel you can't develop a thick skin to?
Oh no, I really shouldn't.
Repeat it.
Yeah.
You can if you want to, but
No,
if you don't want to, it's
quite
okay.
it's quite politically incorrect.
Okay, but I guess my question is, how do you cope with it at that time?
Oh, I insulted the person back. Oh, babe, like, oh, no, no, no. So a lot of people are like, oh, you're a celebrity. You can't insult people. You can't like attack people in the comments. Yes, I can. I live my life by my rules. And if you call me something, I'm just going to give it to you 2 times worse. And then they get more insulted. They're even more hurt. How could you say that? And I'm like, you started this.
So that's
Can I just be politically incorrect, guys?
Yes.
The other day, oh no, I don't.
No,
Okay, yeah,
please
okay,
no.
I'm gonna
Okay,
avoid
no,
it.
I censored that one. Okay, but we just got your second mantra from the rule book,
Which
is that you don't take shit like
I
down.
don't. I fight fire with fire, and just know that in my pocket I have a kerosene gun and I have gasoline, and
What?
and
In
I
here,
will
right now?
burn. No, not right now, but
This
metaphorically.
is a metaphor. Yes.
I will burn you to shreds. So if you mess with me, I'll mess right back.
So
So yeah,
that's a good mantra for life. I
it is.
think.
If you bully me, I will bully you. If I
Okay, but you're a bit like.
I will not turn the other cheek. Okay, I will turn your cheek and slap both.
But talking about turning the other cheek,
Yes.
in a godlike manner, you're omnipresent.
Yes, I
Ori
am.
is omnipresent.
Yes, he is.
How does that work, and how many hours do you have in a day to be present everywhere?
I'm so happy you asked this.
Yes.
The other day I was talking to someone and I was like, I can pause time. I can pause time and do 100 different things and be at 100 places. I just feel that is my secret talent. And I hate saying no to people.
Yeah.
So if you invite me somewhere, it's guaranteed that I will be there. So if 7 people invite me to 7 different places, how many of you guys have seen me out in one night at 7 different events and 7 different outfits and 7 different hairstyles? There we go.
How do you do that?
my
How do you
talent.
do that?
That is my talent. That is my secret talent.
Is it exhausting?
No.
Do you love it?
Yes.
Do you love it and hate it?
No. I just love it. I love it. I
What
absolutely love it.
about it do you love? Is it the attention?
But fame and attention hurts who?
Nobody.
Who doesn't like
Nobody,
attention?
but everybody wants some private time.
No.
What?
No. I worked hard to not have private time. I worked hard to be a public figure. The fame life did not choose me. I chose it.
Explain
And
that. Explain
What
that.
do you mean? I did not grow. I did not grow up famous. You all have only suddenly started seeing me. I was always popular. Yes. Famous, no. And so I worked hard to be it. You too can be famous should you choose to be.
Anyone can be famous?
Anyone can be famous.
Because?
Because if I did it, you can too.
And what was your, let's come to mantra 3.
Okay.
How did Ori become famous?
I had a lot of famous friends and I used them.
How do, what do they feel about that?
They're very supportive. They're very supportive.
Okay, how do they become famous if they don't have famous friends?
Never ever feel bad or feel ashamed to promote yourself. Never feel awkward to self-promote because I am a product of self-promotion.
Okay,
I
mantra
only
3. See, I told you we
promote
get the
myself.
mantra.
Yes,
You said, don't be embarrassed to promote yourself.
do not ever be. I have so many people. like,
Raise
how
your
can-
hands here if you're embarrassed to promote yourself. That's a lot of hands. What would you say to
Okay,
them?
raise your hand if you're honestly shy to self-promote. Be honest about it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
more hands.
That's a lot of
You
hands.
must shamelessly self-promote. I am here wearing a t-shirt with my own face and name on it. So if anyone posts a picture, the media puts me out there, my face and name is on my own bloody t-shirt. That's how shameless I am.
Were you always like this?
Always.
Okay, we've got 3 mantras
Yes,
from
we
you.
do.
Now, the next mantra,
Yeah.
if the age of the influencer Instagram ends, what will Ori do next?
I don't really consider myself an influencer. I don't go out of my
But you're
way
a phenom of the times.
A phenom of the times, a celebrity, yes. A public figure, yes. I don't like the word influencer comes with a lot of hard work.
Okay.
Influencers, is anyone here an influencer?
We've been
Okay,
had
just
we've
one?
had some.
Just one?
We've had many on
Okay.
stage all day.
Well, it is a lot of work. A lot of people like to dilute the word influence and like, oh, you
No, I
influence,
wasn't
oh,
being
that.
I wasn't being disparaging.
I'm saying people in general,
Okay,
but
sure.
it's a full-time job. You wake up, you breathe content creation. I don't think I do that. I'm not promoting things at you. I'm not making reels or videos to sell you fashion tips. I'm just being myself, really.
Yeah.
But if the age of the influencer ends, what would I do?
Like if social media, social media didn't always exist, and it may not, something else may take its place.
I don't know, Barkha. What would I do? I don't know. Oh my gosh, I've never been asked a question where I don't have an answer to it.
Yay! I finally got a moment where Ori is thinking and doesn't have the repartee like that. But serious question. You mentioned in your conversation that the thing about fame and success is what happens when it goes.
What happens when it goes?
So let's put
Yes.
it like that. What happens
Yes.
when fame and success goes? What will Ori do next? You're not going to stop. You're not going to suddenly not want that fame.
You're going to want it. And
So
remember,
then-
the only thing that hurts someone famous and relevant a lot, the thing that'll hurt them the most is when it goes.
Yeah.
This was advice that Salman Khan actually gave me right after Big Boss. He said, you're getting a lot of attention right now. You are in the limelight, but be careful because while I have put you in this place of envy, the world, I mean, that spot, it's a tricky position. Do not allow people to get to you. Do not allow the jealousy of other people to get to you. And when that limelight fades, do not, he said this to me, he looked at me and said, do not go crazy. Because
Okay.
we've seen a lot of people go crazy when the limelight
Yeah,
fades. We've
yeah.
seen a lot of celebrities when their star, the brightest stars burn out the fastest. And when they burn out, they go absolutely cuckoo.
Finally, what would you tell your 16-year-old self?
Do exactly what you're doing because I'm exactly where I wanted to be 10 years ago. Yeah.
Fabulous. Let's hear it for Ori. Come on, let's show him some love because he was very angry with me for being late.
Thank you, everyone. What a great audience you all have been.
What are you all saying? What?
Ori the liver.
Ori the liver. Are you trying to say something?
Love
Okay.
you too.
Okay, big round of applause
think
for
she has a
Ori. Okay. Ori?
Oh, no, I'm saying
You have a question?
she's struggling. Oh,
Are you?
hi.
They're just waving and saying we love you.
Okay,
That's
here you
all.
go.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. Okay. Earlier in the day, we saw a glimpse of Reshma Pathan, India's first stunt woman. And I think the question to ask is how much has changed from then to now? Women in the industry of entertainment and arts have always been disruptors. And it is my great pleasure now to welcome back on stage friends of the festival. Those who are familiar with We the Women have seen both of these guests before, opening the doors for Rohini Iyer and Reshma Pathan, the disruptors of our time. Rohini, I'll start with you because Reshma ji se ab thoda pehle baat kar rahe the, so we'll start with you. You've got this big moment that's just happened to you professionally with the entire Emmy universe, and I want you to share that news with everybody here.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm just so happy to see you.
Let's show Rohini some love.
Hi, this is Rohini again. Hi. Okay, I can see some really excited faces here.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing? How's the energy? Great. Okay, so the new Emmy universe you're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay, so I've just been elected member of the Emmys. I've
Just elected member of the
for
Emmys.
just someone who has spent all her life just being crazy about the world of movies, about TV, about everything to do with cinema. I think it's a dream come true for me.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and I think for every Indian.
We are so proud of you, Rohini. Rohini, did you ever think, we've been asking people when you were young, what did you want to do? Did you ever think you'd be here? Did you ever think you'd be here?
I think I knew I would be here because when I grew up, I wanted to be Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman?
Wonder Woman, yeah. Always. And I always wanted to rule the world. And I always wanted everything. And I always felt I want to take over the city. I want to take over everything. I want to make my country proud. And I want to also have a lot of global domination, which is what I'm aiming towards now. And yeah, so I think I was a little cheeky little kid, and I'm sure you know that because
I know
we've
that.
spoken many times.
But what would you say to all the young girls here who have moments of self-doubt?
You know, when in doubt, just fake it. That's what Rihanna says, and that's what I believe in.
Fake it till you make
Just
it.
fake it till you make it, because you know everything. The most successful person in the universe goes and cries in the bathroom sometimes, and it's okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, we are all there and we are all in it together. And if you're not going to believe that you're going to make it, I have the saying since I was a child, I believed in that if you don't see it, you can't be it.
Yeah.
So you have to just see it. And at some point, it'll happen. And you just need to believe that it'll happen.
रेशमा जी, बहुत कुछ बदला आपके टाइम से आज के टाइम पे। आपके लिए तो बहुत मुश्किल था, हम पहले भी जावेद साहब के साथ बात कर रहे थे। आज की लड़कियों को एज इंडियाज फर्स्ट स्टंट वुमन आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
यही कि
माइक
अगर
थोड़ा
उनको
ऊपर
भी
पकड़िए।
स्टंट करना है तो कर सकती हैं, मगर उसके लिए मजबूत दिल बनाना पड़ेगा। और आज लड़की कोई कम नहीं है, स्टंट करना कोई आसान बात नहीं है, लेकिन हम आसान को भी मुश्किल को भी आसान करके बता देते हैं। हम औरतें आज बहुत मजबूत है, औरतें किसी मर्दों से कम नहीं है। आज हमारा बराबरी का रुतबा है, तो हमें कभी भी हार नहीं माननी चाहिए। अगर हम कभी किसी चीज में अगर कामयाब ना भी हुए तो उसके लिए कोशिश करते रहना चाहिए, एक ना एक दिन तो कामयाबी जरूर मिलेगी।
Rohini, Reshma makes it sound so simple. Is it that simple? What has been the toughest part of your journey till this point?
Oh, the toughest part is every day for me. Every day I wake up and I'm like, where's the crisis? What's the next battle I'm fighting? Who is going to underestimate me now? Being a woman, that's always happened. And I think a lot of girls and all the women here will agree with me on that.
Let's put that to the audience. Raise your hand if you've ever felt underestimated. Do people think you're going to... Raise your hand if you think you've been underestimated. That's a lot of hands going up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a saying like even for this. I mean, I have a lot of mottos. I'm like a motto girl. So basically, I do believe that every time somebody underestimates you, I'm like, okay, bring it on. Underestimate me. It'll be fun. It's like, you know, that scene from Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Big, big, big mistake. Huge.
रेशमा जी, कभी लगता है कि कभी रिग्रेट हुआ कि आप फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में आए, बहुत मुश्किल था, कि मजे आए?
नहीं, मैं तो कभी सोची भी नहीं थी।
अच्छा।
कुछ हालात ऐसे हो गए फैमिली के कि जिसकी वजह से हम लोग बहुत रास्ते पर हो गए थे। का खेल दिखा रही थी। मैं बचपन से जरा टफ रफ थी, टैक्सियों पे चढ़ के जंप मारना वगैरह, तो बुरे वक्त में वही काम आया मुझे। तो कर रही थी, तो ये अजीम भाई फाइट मास्टर थे जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में नामचीन थे वो उस जमाने के, उन्होंने देखा। तो सब लोगों ने तो 2-2 पैसा 5-5 पैसा दिया, उन्होंने 2 रुपए हाथ में दिए। मैंने कहा मेरे पास छुट्टे नहीं है, तो बोले तुम रख लो बेटे और तुम्हारा एड्रेस दो। मैंने उनको बोला क्यों चाहिए? बोले तुम दो, तुम्हारे अब्बा से मिलना है। मैंने एड्रेस दे दिया, वो घर आए, मेरे अब्बा को बोले तो मेरे अब्बा तो सीधा ना बोल दिए, बोले वो जमाने में बहुत बुरा समझा जाता था, तो ना बोल दिए। फिर मैंने मेरी मम्मी को पटाया, बुर्का पहनती थी वो, मैं बोली अपन दवा खाने का बहाना करके चलते। तो फेमस स्टूडियो में बुलाया था हमको, तो हम फेमस स्टूडियो में गए। ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर फ्लोर था, वहाँ एक खिलाड़ी 52 पत्ते की शूटिंग चल रही थी। उसमें लक्ष्मी छाया हीरोइन थी। तो वहाँ एक लड़का लेडीज कपड़े पहनकर शॉट दे रहा था। तो वो दे नहीं पा रहा था, एक ऐसा चक्कर जैसा था, वो घूमता और उसका अनबैलेंस होके वो गिर जाता है, गिर जाती है हीरोइन, ऐसा बताना था। वो रुक जाता था। बहुत काफी 12-13 रीटेक हो गए। अब मुझे रीटेक का भी मतलब नहीं मालूम था उस जमाने में।
तो मतलब बिल्कुल ही मतलब बिल्कुल ही एक्सीडेंट से आपका एंट्री हुआ।
हाँ,
ये मैं हाँ सॉरी आप बोले।
फिर इसके बाद अजीम अंकल ने क्या पता क्या कहा, बोले ये देगी शॉट। अब डायरेक्टर बोल रहे कि ये तो
पर ये बताइए मजा आया कि नहीं, कि रिग्रेट लगता है?
मेरा फर्स्ट शॉट ओके हो गया ना, तो मजा आया, बल्कि पैसा मिला 175 हाथ में कैश।
175 रुपीज, वाओ।
जहाँ 2-2 रुपए 2-2 पैसे 5-5 पैसे मिलते, वहाँ 175 एक शॉट का मिल गया, तो उससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए?
Rohini, one of the things that women find.
But before I start, I really think she deserves a round of applause.
She really does.
Her life is fascinating.
Thank you. Fascinating.
Backstage, she was telling me that she was hanging from the 41st floor of a building.
Wow.
Suspended by just ropes, without a harness, without any stuff, nothing, no
Huge
safety.
round of applause.
Huge
for
applause.
Ji.
And to do that and to come here, respect, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Last word to you, Rohini. Money and women. We were talking earlier with our business panel with Nisaba and Vinita and others about how women are so tentative about money. Has that changed as an entrepreneur? Uh, as a leading entrepreneur in this space, how much has changed? Have you, are you squeamish about talking money or are you hard-nosed negotiator?
I'm glad you asked me this question, Barkha, because I used to be an artist.
Yeah.
I'm still an artist at heart. So I was always like, oh, try to intellectualize it and say, I don't care about money. I don't work for money. I'm here for the love of it. Yes, we all are, but I do believe that money is important. And as women, I feel we also kind of sell ourselves really short.
Yeah.
We are apologetic about asking for what we're worth. We are always thinking, we put a price on our value, and we put a price which is determined by other people, not by
Yeah,
what we should
yeah,
actually be getting.
yeah.
So I do believe that that is something that's changed down the years. I've learned through mistakes, through trial and error. But at this point, I'm like almost like L'Oreal. I'm like, I'm worth it. Pay me or I walk.
Fabulous. Let's have a big round of applause for the disruptors. I want you to show them some love. Come on. In fact, Rohini is headed straight to the airport from here to attend the Emmys on the 25th. So let's wish her luck.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Okay, are we ready for our next guest? But you all are confused because we've changed the schedule a bit. But can you guess? Can you guess? Are we ready? Are we ready at the back? I need a go ahead. I need a go ahead. Are we good to go? Just waiting for a go ahead from the PCR on. Okay, not yet. Then you should have. Okay, we're going to wait a couple of more minutes so I can take one comment from anyone who wants to share the story on the floor. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Anybody, 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 anybody? Anybody had any thoughts from the day that you want to talk about? My story is too long to be squeezed into this 1 minute, so I think I need a little bit more time like that, but we have a volunteer up. Yes. Hi.
Lovely pleasure meeting you.
Yes. What did you feel listening to all the conversations?
It's really very amazing to see all the energies together, the feminine and the masculine energies together. The only thing that I want to address is as when I came, Bollywood Wives were here.
Oh.
So at that time only I wanted to add on as they said that therapies are being expensive.
Yeah.
But that is not the case, Barkha. As government also is working for the therapies and we are getting free therapies also. People are not coming for it
Because of the stigma.
because of this thing.
So thank you for sharing that. I hope today we have changed that. What's your name?
Avatif.
Thank you, Avatif. And I'm going to ask you to step down because we are ready to introduce our next very special guest. She's from my city originally, studied to be an engineer, and then found herself here in Mumbai, has emerged as a huge star of our time, and her most recent series, Do Patti, a lot of you must have seen it, has shone a light on subjects that should be spoken about but are not. Please put your hands together for Kriti Sanon. Let's show her some love. You can show her how excited you are to have Kriti in the house. Can we do a Kriti at the count of 3, 2, 1? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Come, come.
I love you too.
It's lovely to see you here. And Kriti was out of the country and she's literally come straight from the airport for this event. So let's give her an extra round of applause for that.
And I've come a day early only for this.
Thank you.
I have to say that I was too excited to be here.
to be here for We the Women and also for you. I had to
Oh,
say that. I've been a huge fan.
thank you.
And I think one of the things I've always had in my, I want to do this in life was sit across and
Oh,
have a conversation with you.
thank you. I'm so happy we're finally doing it.
So happy.
And let it be the first of many to come. Kriti, you studied to be an engineer. Were you going to be an engineer, or was that you as a young girl finding your way?
I think it was me as a young girl finding my way, like we all sometimes are, where we don't know what we want to do, but we have to decide. Too soon. In fact, like when you're like what 8, 9, 10, and people start asking you, "बड़े होके क्या
क्या
बनना
करना है?
चाहते हो?"
हाँ, correct.
So वो question एक बहुत early on start हो जाता है, and you suddenly feel the pressure of, okay, now I have to decide, but I don't know. So what do I do? And that was me. I was studious. My mom's a professor.
Where does she teach?
She teaches in ARST in Delhi University. She teaches physics. So,
Wow.
so my dad's a CA. So I had this whole like really academic environment at home, and I was the firstborn. So obviously, padhai karo was a major thing.
Yeah, yeah.
My sister got away easily,
Yeah.
and I was the one who used to get like tests and कितने marks आए 2 mark का क्यों छूट गया, all of that. But and probably that's why I kind of grew up to be very studious. um, I I मेरी भूख प्यास मिट जाती थी जब मेरा एग्जाम होता था, तो I used to be that kind of a person who had to finish her course and get good marks, and I'd feel really bad if I would like not get good marks, and it was really important for me.
If you
And
hadn't been an actor and the
yeah,
star that you
yeah.
are, what would you have been?
I don't really know. I mean, while I was doing my BTech, I didn't really know what an engineer would finally do, because you study a lot, but the practicality of it is not something that you're
How
faced
to
with.
apply it, you don't
Yeah,
know.
you don't know how to apply it. You learn that all in your training when you become, when you start your job. So I used to love dancing, but I never thought it would come in use.
I mean, we're not going to let it go. We won't let you go without some dancing then.
So I
right?
never thought that that's actually going to come in use, in my profession. Never thought of that. Never tried dramatics before.
That was just
Uh,
like something you enjoyed doing.
yeah, I just
Yeah.
enjoyed
Yeah.
dancing. I loved dancing. So yeah, today when I think back, I don't know. I think I would have gone for something in the creative field, even though I was an engineer, because I feel like there is a creative side to me that is always hungry and curious. And somewhere BTech also makes you curious as a person, You ask a
Explain
lot of
that.
questions.
Really?
Yeah, you ask a lot of questions. Everything is logical. You're taught to be logical. You're taught to answer questions. So my mind works in a very logical manner. I ask a lot of questions, and that's my way of growing and learning and evolving. And I remember when I came into the industry early on, a lot of my directors were like, "Arey, ye bahut sawal पूछती है." Oh God, all my co-stars used to pull my leg. "Hey, she asks a lot of questions. She's going to eat your head and ask you 10,000 questions." But I knew no better, and that's my way of growing and learning, And I always say, ask questions, because that's the only way you'll get an answer, na?
When you
ये
bring
वाली सीटी किसने बजाई इस आंसर के बीच में?
I don't know. And I don't think they're going to confess. When you brought that, okay, before we come to the inquisitive mind and the questioning mind, what was that moment when you said, okay, I want to be an actor, not an engineer? Do you remember that moment?
I started modeling,
Yeah.
and that too also, okay, are
Essay.
you've got a height, you've got a good height, you're pretty, you should, try
Yeah.
modeling.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. I never really thought that I wanted to model as a career, but I was like, okay, I might just gain some confidence. It'll be a personality grooming thing. Let me give it a shot as a hobby. And when I started doing that, I started giving auditions for ads. And I started, when I shot my first ad, I realized that I really enjoyed being in front of the moving camera. I had never experienced that before. I was very nervous in front of a still camera. I was very nervous on the ramp. But when I was in front of a moving camera, whatever little bit of acting was required in TV commercials, it just came to me a little naturally, and I enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. And it started from there. And I remember Shujit Sirkar directed me in one of the ads. And he said, you have that acting ka thing in you.
Yeah.
You should polish it. and you should do some workshops and like polish it. So that's probably the first time that I've felt like, okay, I can act, and this is something I really like doing. So I want to at least give it a shot, and I want to go to Mumbai and I want to try for films.
How did your parents react?
They were like, degree complete karo pehle. So they were
No,
like,
but
you're.
honestly, were they pleased? I mean, given that your mother is a prof, your father's a chartered accountant, they're professionals. Sometimes people like, no, 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 are you sure? Did you have that moment?
I mean, I think my parents could sense my dream as
Yeah.
I was dreaming. And especially my mother has been extremely supportive of ki whatever you want to do in life, na, you should have no regrets. So if
Mm.
you feel like you want to try it, you want to give it a shot, you should give it a shot. And they both have been very, very supportive. So yes, there was this middle class thinking of a stable and secure future that
Yeah.
every parent has. So there was this thing of you have to complete your degree, and you have to you've studied so far, and what if after this you'll have a year drop, and then you won't get a job.
Sure.
So I promised them, you have to make a deal in all these cases, so I had to promise them that I would give a GMAT entrance exam.
And did you?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Wow.
Jiska score is valid for 5 years, not
Huh.
valid anymore for sure. But when I moved to Mumbai,
And
while
how
I
did you
was
do? How
auditioning,
did you do in that GMAT?
I think I got like what 760 or something.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
not so bad. Yeah, so I was like, I will give a GMAT
Mm.
entrance exam, and I will also give auditions. So while I'm also trying for my dreams, I will make sure that you feel okay,
Yeah.
and I'll get a good score. And I remember I shot my Telugu film का first schedule, और first और second schedule के बीच में 2 महीने का gap था. And that's when I gave my exam. So I used to go for these Jambori classes, and I used to give my auditions, and I used to come back. But that was for their safety, The plan B was for their mind to feel okay. While they are supporting me so much, I also have to give back and make them feel comfortable.
But you didn't come from a film family. How tough has it been? I know it's a cliched question, but my question is not about nepotism. How tough has it been to leave that life that you knew as authentic and real and enter this world where, yes, adulation, people loving you is great, but how do you keep it real? I mean, you came from a you didn't come from a filmy family, so you didn't know that world. You knew a world of regular folks. How much have you changed?
I don't think the core of me has changed. I just know how to sort of conduct myself, handle myself in certain situations, but I like to keep it real.
Mhm.
Like, I feel that's one of the reasons why I have very few friends in the industry. I am someone who has very few friends in general. I can
Why is
count
that?
my friends on my fingertips.
Yeah.
Really.
So can I? So can I?
Yeah, because I feel like, you can't have that genuine and a real connection with too many people.
Mm.
I'm friendly with a lot of people, but the core people who, just know me in and out, who I can be myself with, who I would go to when I just want to relax and chill or get an advice, who are there in my ups and my downs both. Those are very, very few.
And those have to be people who knew you before you were famous. Like, I always
No,
say,
actually, not
no,
genuinely.
really?
Yeah, I probably have like two college friends who I'm really, really close to. Apart from that, I have like a few friends in the industry, on my team. I think my hair, makeup, costume, those are my my core people, my
Yeah.
strength, my pillars. They've seen me through everything. They've seen me in the vanity van in my worst phases.
What
So,
have been your worst phases?
when you're going through a low in your life, but you're actually shooting a comedy film,
Yeah,
I mean, that can be really tough.
sure.
So we all have bad days. We all go through stuff. We all go through heartbreaks. We all
Yeah.
have promotions can sometimes be really, really
And you have to wear this
stressful.
mask in front of the
Yeah,
camera.
and you're in front of the camera, you're in front of the people, you're giving interviews, and
Yeah.
I can't show what is going inside. So there is this mask that comes on. And there have been times I remember when I was promoting Bhedia or something where I was really, really exhausted, like
Yeah.
genuinely exhausted. We were going from one city to the other to the other. And I was going for a reality show, and I was sitting in the vanity, and I just started crying.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do this anymore, I'm very tired. so so they've seen me through that, they've seen me put on that armor and still go out and do it and protected my eyes with like makeup. So
But does
I
that not scar you to like hold back the like you? There's so much of performance for the external world. How does that change you internally?
you have to surround yourself with real people. I
Yeah.
think that is very important. Like I take time to open up. um, I do trust easily, but my core people have to be absolutely real. You should be able to tell me this is not working, or I didn't like the way you spoke yesterday. I need to know that. So I feel like I surround myself with a bunch of really really real people, grounded. I am the same jhalla person when I'm at home.
Yeah.
My mother looks at me and she's like,
I
tum
mean,
kahin se
jhalla
actress
is
nahi
such a
lagti ho.
Delhi word that I just
Yeah.
laughed.
So
Yeah.
I have not let go of the Delhi from
So
me.
what's your
There's a little
jhalla?
bit of Mumbai that's come in, where people say ki idhar right marna, left marna, and all that. That comes in sometimes, but I've not let go of my core. I feel that's very important.
What is Kriti Sanon's jhalla side? What does it look like?
My
I mean,
jhalla
I
side
cannot
is that
imagine
one.
her jhalla,
Oh,
but
come on. I sit, what is said? You sit like a boy. Like I
yeah,
can.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
when I'm
yeah,
at home,
yeah.
it's just not like I'm not ladylike at all. That one day after days of working when I get, which is like I call it a rest day, where I don't want to do anything. I just want to be in my pajamas. I don't want to even take a shower. And I just want to like binge and watch something, be with my puppies, stay at home, have chai, just look like absolutely drained and exhausted and be okay with it.
Now tell me, as a young contemporary woman, Dopatti, there was a huge round of applause when I was introducing you and talking about it. Such an important series. When you look at Dopatti and you look at where, where you started and where you are today, what has that arc been like? What has that arc been like? What are movies and roles that you, and we all do this, had to do just to get a foot in the door that you maybe wouldn't do today? Because you're
Yeah,
not comfortable with
absolutely.
them as women?
Absolutely, absolutely. I,
Like,
I
for
had to.
example?
I mean, I
I
definitely
don't
not
name the
name,
yeah, but
but
as a concept.
see, there are times when, especially when you don't come from a film background, or maybe even when you do, when you're doing films, initially you're doing the best of what you have in front of you,
Yeah.
on your table.
Yeah.
Then there is this part, this actor in you that's hungry to perform and is looking for a mimi, you know but there are times when you have in front of you a big film, so-called big project, which has the great people involved in it, but maybe not so great part, and it's like this film could work. And there are actually so many people who've done smaller roles in bigger films and had like longer careers. And those films, the box office numbers, come into play at that
Yeah.
point. And you have a lot of chatter around you. You have people advising you that, listen, you can't just do a mini. You have to balance it out. There are different kinds of audiences, which I agree
Sure.
with, who like watching different kinds of films. So you should be able to mold yourself into various kind of films. And you feel like, okay, fine, okay, I'm doing this. I should also probably do this. Doesn't have the greatest role, doesn't excite me as an actor, but yeah, it could work at the box office, and more people would see it.
Yeah.
And you take those decisions. I think over time, those mistakes are also important,
Hmm.
because ek to I realize when I don't have my heart in it, and when I don't have that exciting a part, and do it for the reason of being a project, it never works.
Yeah.
The film only doesn't work. Like I think somewhere it's a sign by God.
Yeah.
Those films don't work. They don't work themselves. They don't work for me. So then I'm like, if I'm floating on the set and I didn't really enjoy the process, if I enjoy the process and the film doesn't work, I still take back memories.
Yeah. Sure.
I still grow, I still learn something. But if I've not enjoyed the process, I've not grown, I've sleepwalked through the role of it, and the film doesn't work, then it's a waste of time. So I think it's been a learning.
You've got to at least believe in it.
Yeah, it's been a learning over time that what works for me, what doesn't work for me, what excites me, what doesn't excite me, and also what people like seeing me in.
Yeah.
You have to keep a
But that
balance of it.
changes, right? Sometimes you surprise your audience.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to keep changing the gear, you know, you have to keep shifting it. I don't want to be put in a box
Sure.
and be like, oh, it's her film, so it must be this kind. No. I want to do all different kinds of films. I want to do a comedy, I want to do a thriller, I want to do a love story, I want to do a mimi. So I want that mixed bag.
Yeah. Why was Dopatti so important to you? I mean, it's a very important series, but for you personally.
So Dopati, I think, started only with the idea of the cause that it tries to put light on,
Mhm.
which is domestic violence.
Correct.
It is a subject that I feel very strongly for amongst many other subjects. It's something that I think बचपन से मुझे मेरे घर में एक मेड होती थी,
Hmm.
जो ऑलमोस्ट हर दूसरे दिन आती थी एंड उसका एक नया ब्रूज होता था. And the husband was an alcoholic. He used to beat her up. She was the bread earner,
Yeah.
but she never left him, and I couldn't understand that.
Yeah.
And I just felt so terrible that I couldn't help. And it just is something that I deeply feel for, and I feel like the subject has not been spoken about that much. So we wanted to talk about it from a different perspective. The fact that sometimes women actually stay in the relationship for the kids, but they don't realize what that does to the kids.
Yeah.
You know, the generational damage or trauma that it can cause. And I met Kanika, the writer and my
Mhm.
co-producer, and I was like, you know what? I actually want to produce films as well. I want to support stories that I feel like telling, and I want to be more involved in them. So she was like, is there a subject that you feel for? And I said, I really feel for domestic violence. I don't think it's been put out there, you know, that properly. And I feel films can actually be a great medium to start conversations.
And I
And
think we all know so many women who have been there and don't leave. And there are many reasons to not leave in
yeah,
their heads,
yeah.
but they're just literally self brutalizing.
There are many reasons. Sometimes they feel like it's okay because they've
Because
seen it.
conditioning, it's normalized.
Conditioning, it's normalized. Some of them are not financially independent, so they
Correct.
feel like, you know, where are they going to go? Sometimes the parents and, you know, our relatives are like, Are, you know, it's okay. Itna to chalta hai.
Yeah.
You know, that is normalized. And sometimes you start feeling like you're at fault. You know, maybe I am doing something wrong that he's behaving like this with me.
Yeah.
So I think just those things need to be spoken about a lot more. And the fact that if you're doing it for the kids, the kid that grows up seeing their parents or their mother being beaten up and disrespected by the father, either might disrespect another woman later,
Yeah.
or might feel like it's okay to be disrespected. So I think that was the main mudda and the main reason why I wanted to also produce this film, because I
Yes.
personally wanted to be very, very involved.
And I
And
think we
I
should
just,
applaud. It's such an important conversation.
and I cannot tell you, Barkha, there are so many women
Yeah.
who have sobbed. There was someone
Yeah.
who I knew personally who just hugged me and said, you know, and she's gotten out of a toxic relationship, but she said, you know, if I would have seen this film before, I would have probably stepped out earlier. And there were so many people whose mothers have gone through stuff, who themselves have gone through things. I got so many messages that I just suddenly felt like, okay, maybe the number that I was thinking is way more than what
Oh, yeah.
was in my head.
You know, government data tells us that 95% of women who've been abused know the person who's abused them. So if it's not domestic violence, it's somebody in the family, it's somebody you know, it's your neighbor, your uncle. And we don't like talking about this because it makes us so uncomfortable. So thank you for Dopatti, right? Thank you. I want to I want to ask you towards the end, how tough has it been to be a woman in the industry? Are things changing? Are they changing slowly? Has a lot changed? I know you weren't here before, so you're speaking as a kind of outsider, self-made woman in this industry, but even so.
I think a lot is changing. The change is slow,
Yeah.
but it's still in the right direction.
What is slow? Pay parity, not enough
पे
interesting
पैरिटी तो
roles?
इज वेरी स्लो. पे पैरिटी तो मुझे लग रहा है दूसरी तरफ से कम होना शुरू हो जाएगी, हमारी बढ़े ना बढ़े. But I feel pay parity is very slow. But in general, I feel like I also feel women need to value themselves and take a stand
Yeah.
and be okay saying no.
Yeah.
You know,
Have you said no?
in
Have you started saying no?
yeah, of course I have started saying no, and I think there was a point, we always work from a sense of from a place of insecurity and fear, and that insecurity and fear of losing onto work, of not getting the best projects, of someone else getting the project that you want to do, makes you say yes and compromise and be like, ha, theek hai, okay, fine. But I think if you don't value yourself, nobody else will. So you have to take a stand, and in terms of also the kind of roles that you want to do and not want to do, you
Yeah.
have to be okay with losing a project if that's not something that you feel is in sync with you, and that is something that I've learned.
Now, you're a superstar, you've been a producer. What next? Are you going to be an engineer? No, that was a trick question. What next?
What next? I don't know. Yeah, I don't plan so well. I'm terrible at planning. I think I'm enjoying this phase. I would love to add some more butterflies in my blue butterfly films.
Yes.
So finding scripts that really touch my heart, that I feel are stories that need to be told. That is my next step. Hopefully, reaching a point where I can also produce films where I'm not acting in, and when there's someone else and just my creative involvement in it. That's it. Just following my passion, trying to evolve, do better, trying to surprise the audiences.
Well, my producer just reminded me that you spoke about your love for dancing, and we can't let you go without that. So, what's the track request, guys? What? Okay, then.
It's a unanimous decision.
Is it unanimous? Okay, then go for it. One girl. One girl. Come on. Okay, one more. That's it. That's it. Let me stand here. One minute with it. That's it.
रोमियो रोमियो कल के रोमियो भोली शक्ल वाले सारे के सारे परे पियो रोमियो रोमियो भड़के प्रेमियो काहे गल पड़े हो बिन बुलाए बारातियों ले तो गई गले जा संग में हम ले जा ये तो चोरी थे सीना सोरी कभी लगे मोनालिसा कभी कभी लगे नमिता और कभी जैसे कादम्बरी हाय मेरी परम 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 सुंदरी हाय मेरी परम 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 सुंदरी सर से पैर तलक बेतहाशा हुस्न से भरी हाय मेरी परम 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 सुंदरी
Thank you, girls. Come on. Okay. If you do this now, then we'll have a stampede. Wait, I'm going to take your phone to take a selfie with us. Come on. Come on, everybody.
छोकरी संतरे की टोकरी घर तो छुड़वाया अब क्या छुड़ाएगी नौकरी रोमियो रोमियो कल के रोमियो भोले शक्ल वाले सारे के सारे परे पियो रोमियो रोमियो भड़के प्रेमियो काहे गल पड़े हो बिन बुलाए बारातियों तो गई गले जा संग में हम ले जा ये तो चोरी थे सीना सोती कभी लगे मोनालिसा कभी कभी लगे नमिता और कभी जैसे कादम्बरी हाय मेरी परम परम परम
Okay. It is time now. She was a great sport. She took a lot of pictures. She danced with you all. But it is now time to honor her with our Women of the Year award for the important conversations She has raised as a rank outsider an engineer girl from my city, Delhi, making it so big in the film industry. And can we please have our partners at Franklin Templeton, Swati? Where is Swati? I don't see Swati. Oh, there you are, Swati. Okay. Come. Hi. Okay. Let's have show us the love, guys. Thank you. Bye. Okay. We have two very cool women coming up, and then the finale to you is a secret, so you have to wait for it. Okay. Are we ready to have some laughs? Are we ready to have some laughs? Who's our next guest? Are you all going to go 3, 2, 1? Okay. Okay, I was told that she was, but now we are waiting for a cue on when she'll be there. In the meantime, girls, settle down. Settle down, settle down. Do you all use humor as a shield? Who wants to talk about that? Come on up. Humor as a shield? Come quickly. I saw a hand there. If you don't come quickly, you lose your chance. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm told our next very special guest, a woman I love, I admire. She's funny, she's spunky, she speaks her mind, and she does it so funnily that you're just holding your sides laughing. Can we please put our hands together for the amazing Sumukhi Suresh? Finally, in person. Can we show Sumukhi some love? Yeah, no, nobody's going to go. They're all going to take their seats. Come on. Okay, Sumukhi, come. Take it. So this is mostly going to be Sumukhi's mic, and I'm just going to do, we were going to do 20 questions, but I'm actually just going to do 20 words. And you all are going to help me with some of the words. Okay. So I'll start off, and what we'll do here is that I'll ask you all, what should the next word be? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we can stand.
Yeah, we'll stand. That'll be
Let's stand.
perfect. Yes,
Okay.
that'll be perfect.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Okay. You guys have been here since morning? You look super fresh for it. Give it up for you guys. Wonderful. And let me tell you, this is the first time I'm meeting Barkha.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
We behave like we're besties, which we are. In my head, she is. Okay. First time she messaged me saying, hey, Sumukhi, come on. I was, can I say it?
Yes.
I was shitting bricks, guys. I was like, oh my God, she's been in Kargil. Now she wants to message me. I was very scared, but she's been super kind, and our last conversation was so good. So thank you so much.
We've just been doing these computer conversations, and now here we are.
Yeah, and I don't know if this has been done already, but even if it's been done, I would like one more time. Please give it up for her for this entire event. It looks so gorgeous. Yeah, I got 3 hugs. I'm very smart like that. Yeah.
Okay, what's our first word? Any words? We're going to give her a prompt, and she's going to monologue.
Yeah, give me a word, I'll talk about it.
So freedom.
Freedom. Oh my God. Freedom for me is...
Go for it.
Okay, cool. Okay. Thank you. Love is, oh, I wish love was freeing. Oh. You know, it's so sad. Actually, love could be so freeing, right? Okay, let me give you guys an anecdote. This time I went to Bangalore. I just got back from Bangalore today. And I met my. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you guys from Bangalore, anyone from Bangalore, give me a cheer. One person, Papa. Rest of them were like, because the moment she said, I'm sorry, I was like, what the hell? Have you been to Navi Mumbai? It's quite cold there. No. I just went to Bangalore and I met my ex, okay, for one day. I did it. My best friend was like, don't do it. I was like, poor thing, I'll meet him, okay. I mean, I know in my head, I was like, oh my God, me with my personality and my erect spine. I'm going to be so good. My first minute on, he was like, oh, why did you leave me gone? I was like, actually, I'm really sorry. All my just feminism, everything just went down the drain for 2 straight minutes. Yeah, but it took me some time to realize, actually, I don't need to do this, right? I don't need to comply to what he said. Or, I mean, I'm sure the feeling is honest. I'm not going to disregard him. But my feeling is also honest that I'm so glad I moved away from what I did and I grew the way I did. And I really enjoyed that freedom, you know. I think this what a lot of women do is that freedom is not a big concept for us. Actually, it's a micro concept.
Yeah.
The smaller stones or the smaller pebbles that you pick up and you put together, that's the moment of freedom for a lot of us. Like one fine day, I was sleeveless. That was a huge freedom point for us. Yeah. You know, one fine day, I was like, oh, I look nice in a red lipstick, which was supposed to be, yeah, right? Yeah. So I really realized that I feel freedom is smaller moments which lead to a giant moment. But I also think it's because boys love wars. So, you know, they're very like, yeah, I'm going to conquer. I'm like, good, I'm going. I want to, it's Christmas time. I want to watch Jude Law and I want to have hot chocolate. So yeah, freedom for me is
But
the smaller
how was
moments.
this meeting with the ex?
Oh, meeting the ex was nice for me. First 2 minutes I was like,
Okay, I've got your second word, beauty.
beauty. Oh. Okay, I'm going to be super honest, and that's going to lead to all of you going, what the hell?
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I think, and I still am fighting a lot and trying to understand what beauty as a concept is. I don't think I'm beautiful.
Come on.
I know. I'm sorry. I really am. I wish I knew. But can I tell you, I am slowly finding myself beautiful.
Yes.
And yeah, and I've realized my beauty actually is in all the things that I have tried to achieve. Like it is,
Yeah.
you know, when they say, no, that, oh, she has great personality, beauty lies in the inside. I recently realized it does lie in the inside. It's just we underestimate it too much. I'm not saying external. That's not what I'm saying. But I think I have found my beauty through the fact that I can be funny. The fact that I genuinely, when I smile with the most honest thought ever.
Yes.
Yeah, and that I really think that makes me beautiful. Also, of course, it helps that genes gave me a dimple, so which I didn't realize. So for me, beauty is it's if it's I think if it's outwards, it's slightly uh, a shaky. It may make you feel bad today. It may make you feel great tomorrow. But something that never makes you feel bad is whatever you work to build inside. Like if you are the funny girl, or if you are the shy girl, or if you are a savage girl, or whatever you are, or you are the girl you are the mom of the group. You take care of yourself. Like that, truly, I think going back to that really makes me beautiful. So funny girl in me, that's the most beautiful girl in me.
French fries.
French fries. You guys. French fries. Okay. How many? Okay, tell me the best. This side of the audience. Best French fries in Mumbai. Give me. The J. The J. Okay, cool. Okay, left. McD. Okay, McDonald's. Was college crowd. Got it. No problem. Very sweet. You guys are just getting into post graduation. Maybe that's why. At the back, any favorite French fries? What do you call that group? Whose canteen? BRK canteen. What's BRK canteen? Oh, nice. Yeah, the more the oil has been heated forever, and the potatoes waiting like, please fry me, babe. The more tasty it is. I understand that. I completely understand. I think French fries for me is sharing.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever liked it when I've eaten it alone. I've always loved it when my bestie's trying to take it away from me and I'm hating on her. Because you buy and your French fries is what happened? Are you guys discussing that
Yeah,
it's true
they're
or
all
not? That's
fighting over
cute.
fries.
You believe? Okay, cool. No, I do believe that French fry sharing is truly the most fulfilling. No, see, this is why. Yeah, the thing is, if you didn't have someone to fight with for French fries, it's not fun. Because if you see the whole French fry, suddenly you're like, oh my god, it's so oily. Okay, but the moment there's someone next to you who's like, you got French fries, you're like, I told you not to order salad. I told you to order French fries. Why are you ordering a salad? No, I'm on a diet. But do you think one fry counts? Yeah, one fry counts. Don't eat. Okay, so I think French fries is about fighting and sharing. I wouldn't love French fries if I wasn't able to share. I don't think French fries is a sin.
Not at all.
Yeah,
I
I don't
them.
think so. I
Not
think
at all.
it truly is a reward. Okay,
It is.
It really it's the cure for PMS. That's what it is. It really makes you feel happy, and then that bloating after that.
Okay,
Lovely.
next word, dating.
The patriarchy and dating
Oh,
both
I
came
said dating.
together.
So we'll take both. Dating.
Okay, we'll take both. We'll
Yeah.
take dating and we'll take patriarchy. Okay,
Yeah.
dating. How many of you guys below 20 here? Give me a cheer. Oh my god. Okay, I need to talk to one person. Is okay. How many of you guys below? Okay, no, I don't talk to front row. You guys are too confident. You guys are too like ask. No, ask. Ask what's my name? It's Shilpa. What you'll do? I don't want to deal with this only. Okay, who is dating here who is below 20? Wait, like proper dating or situationship dating? Okay, I spoke to you. You're raising a hand, no? Hi. What's your name?
Get her a mic.
Zara or Tara?
Get her a mic.
Sarah. Not Zara, not Tara.
There she is. She has the mic.
Sarah.
now.
Hi, Sarah. Sarah, love your outfit. Give it up for Sarah. Sarah, are you dating somebody right now?
Yeah, but first, can I say I really love you?
Oh! Oh my God!
I love you.
Are you saying?
You're the cure to my PMS.
Oh, you guys! Oh my God! But wait, you're dating right now.
Yeah.
Who are you dating?
A guy.
Oh, you never know. Okay, cool. A guy. Okay, without telling name, tell us sun sign.
Leo.
He's a Leo. And what are you?
Aquarius.
Leo and Aquarius is tough, bro. Wait, did someone scream the name? Katega. Yeah, a little bit. But because the thing is, Leo is also aggressive. Aquarius is very shana. You guys are neither here nor there. If I'm fighting with you, if I'll be like, you lied to me, you'll be like, what is a lie? But what is lie? Who is lying? If is hiding truth lying and all, you put me in one spin. Okay, cool. How did you guys meet?
We're childhood friends, actually.
What? Childhood friends. It's Katega. First of all, you are in childhood right now, babe. What are you saying, Sarah? Sarah, how old are you exactly?
I'm 17.
Sarah! Sarah! This is not dating. This is a play date, Sarah. Saru!
Okay, stop.
Okay, wait. Sarah, tell me 3 things you love about him.
I think the fact that he's very reassuring.
He's
from Delhi. Yes, I do love that about him.
1 minute. What? Barkha, you missed too much.
I didn't.
Barkha, first.
One thing is that he's from Delhi. I missed
Yeah.
nothing.
Barkha?
Delhi.
Actually, yeah, Barkha's from Delhi. Got it. Okay, so he's from Delhi. Cool. You are on it. We are your sisters. We are with you.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
first. Second, he's
No,
reassuring.
Delhi was second. First was the reassuring nature.
He's reassuring. Okay, reassuring. Delhi.
He's like
and-
a French fry.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh.
For sure.
I mean,
For sure.
as someone who's seen, it's okay only. It's very okay. Yeah. So anyway, separate special. Third thing you like?
He is launching a perfume brand, actually. So.
Oh my God! Wait. Can you tell me his name? Because I also know a guy from Delhi who's launching a perfume brand.
You tell me his name
No,
first.
you tell me
He's
first.
gonna kill
No,
me.
no. Okay, tell me what's his name. What does his name start? Letter.
The red flag letter A.
Okay, cool. No, mine is
No.
S. Mine is S.
Okay, okay.
It's all good. We were this close,
Okay,
huh,
we
Sarah?
have to do the patriarchy.
Oh, we have to do patriarchy. Sorry, dating always is
Huh.
juicier than patriarchy. I'm so sorry. Okay, first give it up for Sarah. Sarah, please do well. Please be happy. If he doesn't treat you well, all of us will beat him.
I'll
up.
watch your videos.
Yeah. No, you watch my videos. It's fine. You message me.
I'll do that.
I'll catch him.
I'll do that.
Yes, perfume right now. I'll burn it.
Yes, thank you.
I will burn it
Love
for
you.
Okay, Sarah.
Yeah.
Patriarchy. I think I'm a product of patriarchy. Yeah, I am a product of patriarchy.
Are you all a product of patriarchy? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I was telling this that this is my most favorite thought. Is that I know so I dated someone for 10 years. Okay, that same boy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm damn stupid. In 20 to 30, I dated the same boy. Okay, I'm a government bond. I'm telling you, you really invest in me, you will really get great funds out of it. But after 10 years, I left him because he cheated on me 3 times. Officially. Unofficially, I don't know the body count. I know. I'm really sorry. The thing is, first time he cheated, I was like, it's his fault. Second time, I did the classic thing. I'm like, maybe it's me.
Oh no.
I know. I completely agree. Third time he cheated. Sir, what's your name? Yeah. Arjun? It's Arjun's fault. That's what it is. Okay, and I think, wait, Sarah, let me finish the thought and I'm coming to you. Okay, and I think I left him, and that was the toughest decision I had to take. Because at that point, I had to stand up for myself. Yeah, and yeah. It is so tough to stand up for yourself. Everyone says stand up for yourself, but at that point, I needed my mother to break up with him. I was like, Mama, you do it. And my mom would have done it for me. But it took me a lot of internal undoing because I was scared. I had just turned 30. When you're dating in your 20s, it's amazing because everyone's like, wow, there's so many fishes, whatever, crabs in the ocean. I don't know.
Crabs.
Yeah, when you break up. But the moment after 30, they're like, oh my God, you're going to die alone. What are you going to do? Oh, that's sad. What are you going to do? So as much as I agree that I shouldn't believe in it, I did believe in it. And I think the best thing to have happened is to leave him because I think I found a very new person altogether. And yeah. And patriarchy is truly very internal. That question in your mind when you're trying to do something for yourself, that's the product of patriarchy. It's also because you've been told to come back home at 6 o'clock. Yeah, don't play after 6 o'clock because demons are coming out. They are. Okay, and constantly I feel like girls are just taught to doubt every decision. Therefore, when they say women in business, it is so big because they are really killing it by making sure that they have gone past it and taken and are trusting their thoughts, are trusting their instincts, and are okay with failure and succeeding. These are things boys are never going to figure out. And I think in my patriarchy scale of I was born into patriarchy or I'm a product of patriarchy, I think now I'm 60% my own. Patriarchy has, I think. But I'm being very honest. I'm a work in progress. So every time I take a step back and I'm like, can I take this call without patriarchy getting into my head?
Yeah.
That's one.
It's going to be a lifelong thing.
It is going to be. But I'm definitely going to try to get it to 100% no patriarchy. I'm putting my all efforts on it.
So last prompt,
Yes.
mom.
Singer?
Mother.
Oh my God. Singer or mother? Both are common only actually. For me. My mom, yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, I love my mom. How many Tamilians in the house? Give me a cheer. So cute. Classic Tamilians. Ooh. Sorry. North Indians, you scream for us. Classic South Indian. Where is your friend from? Where is your friend from? Where are you from? Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Wow, very good. Found each other now? Now, where are the Delhi girls? Give me a cheer. Talk to these two. You catch these two. Okay, make sure that they have fun. You know how to have fun. No, Delhi girls really, the word go is beat them up. I've had
Delhi
exactly.
girls.
And I've had
Delhi
some
girls.
great Delhi friends who have figured this out for me.
Yep.
My mom, okay, I feel, I don't know if you guys tell me, 20s, I really hated my mom. I was like, oh my God, she's the worst. Okay, how can she do this to me? La la la. And then I realized as I turned 30, that she's truly a great character. She also, I think I'm her best friend. And what a great, you know, when they say, no, your mom's your best friend, no, you are your mom's best friend. It's just 20s goes into wasting your time and hating your mom, loving your dad. Then you realize that moms are more useful and dads are literally paperweights. Okay. Papa, really. No, I'm a daddy's girl. So now if I call my dad, I'm like, Appa, amak phone kudu. And my father's like, no, say hi to me. I'm like, hi, give phone to mom. And my mom will talk, my mom will gossip about everyone. She's like, you know, and my mom also wants to gossip about my sister-in-laws. Who will she go to? I'm like, don't go outside house, come to me only. Just come and tell me. And I really like this recent thing about her is that now she doesn't want me to get married. She's like, do whatever you want. Okay, she says this today, tomorrow. She's like, so when are you getting married? I was like, got it. Okay, so this is, so I think moms are conundrum. And I think they are always going to be confusing. If your mom's great, perfect. If your mom's confusing, it just gets better. Moms can never be the worst, I think. I think that, yeah, because my mom is the reason I have a career. So give it up for her. Yeah.
Okay, my last comment is not a word but an award. And this is from us for being a woman of the year, Sumuki Suresh, for teaching us how to laugh out loud in a man's world.
I actually didn't know I was getting this.
Can we give it up for Sumuki Suresh?
So much, you guys. Please have a great evening and give it up for Barkha Dutt again.
Our finale, is almost here, but our finale speaker is here. And she's somebody who actually, you know, we've heard so much conversation about women in health all day. The problem is, how do you make this conversation accessible to people your age? Because when we try and tell you something, you'll be like, you guys are so boring. Here's somebody who I actually describe her as the doctor who dares. She talks about all the things that we otherwise say shh about. And she lifts the veil of things that are buried 6 feet deep otherwise. Please put your hand together for our final speaker of the day, Dr. Cuterus. Let's hear it for Dr. Clara. Nice to be here. Thank you. I know you've come all the way from Allahabad, which is your home city. Let's give it up for Dr. Cuterus. The name is an obvious play on uterus and cuteness, or I made that up. Why did you feel the need to take on this persona? I mean, you're a qualified doctor, a medical doctor, but you wanted a language, maybe a youthful language to communicate with people in, or a larger audience?
Hi, thank you for having me. I think
Just hold the mic up a bit. Huh?
the branding of the uterus has not been very good. You know, we always think uterus ko saaf karna hai, detox karna hai. And I didn't like that. I think if you think about it, the uterus is the very first home we all ever have. We all have very fond memories of our first home, except when it comes to the uterus. Wahan aake to bas matlab it's all the bad stuff. So I think I wanted to rebrand the uterus for other people as how I see it in my head, which is a very cute, warm, and welcoming, healthy space. And women's health really does not get any attention at all. So I think that was the main intention behind really going and talking about everything that.
And you have like close to 2 million followers on Instagram now. So please do follow her. Please do follow her account. I'm following it, and it's amazing. And you actually talk about all the things that nobody talks to young women about: the uterus, sex, sexual health, reproductive rights. I mean, everything. Cancer. Should you be getting a vaccine? Cervical cancer. All the things that nobody talks about. When you started doing this, did you get pushback?
I want to do a quick plug. My book is actually also called exactly this.
Oh, really?
Everything nobody tells you about
Oh,
your
wow.
body.
Well then.
I love it.
Please pick up a copy of your book. Is it out?
Yes.
Okay.
I will see if I can share a copy.
Okay.
Yeah. there was a lot of pushback, yes. But I think when it comes to a space that is like women's health, where even women hesitate, I mean, how many of y'all have conversations with your guy friends about your periods? Do you all? I love it. I'm
That's
so
changing, man.
happy to
Things
hear
are
that.
changing.
This was not how it was when I was
You
in
all are not
college.
embarrassed. Good girls in the best possible way. Yes.
I love that. And the generation I come from, we
Yeah.
did not do that. And I think it was a little bit of a shock, especially for other women, to see a woman go and say कि भाई periods में clots निकलते हैं जो जो normally हम इतना छुपा के बात करते हैं. Somebody going on social media and talking about it, it was a bit of a shock. And I did get pushback, but well-behaved women really make history, and that is something I really do follow to the T.
Who is this? Feel free to clap. Who is this pushback from? Trolls, societal peers, parents?
I think it's also people who like to believe that they're the upholders of the social moral fabric of this country and this world.
So puritanical people, basically.
Yeah.
Overzealous.
Yeah, a lot of people like to treat women like they have to be protected. And it is those same people who believe that the kind of work that I do is ho.
Ho. Do you guys go through your hodgy moments? You have people? Do you have things you can't talk about? Anything? You talk about everything? Huh? Cramps?
Sacks.
Sacks. That's something you do talk about. And you have to talk about sex if you want to talk about other parts of this conversation. I don't know. I mean, menstruation, menopause, cervical cancer, anemia, malnourishment. I mean, everything eventually is interconnected. And I think that's what we forget. And when we shut down part of this conversation, we're actually shutting down part of a woman's body or part of her right to look after herself. So, talk about how you are lifting the veil of the subject of sex.
I'm going to start with a very interesting statistic here before I give my answer
Yeah.
on this. Do you all know what erectile dysfunction is? Yeah. Clearly a problem. It's not something fun. Nobody enjoys going through it. Do you all know what endometriosis is? Okay. I suppose you all would also know that it's a very painful condition. It has a lot of effects on your life. It's not just painful periods, it's infertility, it is debilitating pain, it is difficulty in having sex, it is a lot of other nonsense. Here's something that should make you very angry. Endometriosis research gets 19%, 19% of the funding that erectile dysfunction research gets.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
And it is so heartbreaking because this is, I mean, I do not want to take away from the fact that going through erectile dysfunction is painful, it's a difficult thing. But endometriosis has far reaching implications. And this gets such little funding. It is because women's health does not get the credit it deserves. It does not have the right amount of conversation around it. Until the 1990s, we didn't have women participating in medical research because it was thought that their hormones will mess up the results of the drugs.
Wow.
We really need to go out there and talk about our health and talk about our bodies and own that agency, because if we are not taking care of ourselves, nobody is, honestly, unfortunately. And we really got to do this. So go and tell everybody about your blood clots.
But tell me, is anything changing? Like we've seen girls here saying we can't talk about our period. Is it changing? Is it easier to talk about sex today? Or are some conversations still taboo because you'll have to talk about sex? So there's an association with sex, even obliquely. Like, are there health issues you can't raise?
So the HPV vaccine is a wonderful thing. It is a vaccine that can protect you from cancer. It is the only vaccine in the world that can protect you from cancer, and this is the cancer of the cervix.
And it's the only cancer that can be prevented.
With a vaccine.
With a vaccine, yeah.
So more than 90% cases of all cervical cancer are linked with the HPV vaccine. But if you go and search about the HPV vaccine, you will find a lot of haw about it. Even when I learned about it in medical school, it said it happens to, the textbook said cervical cancer is something that happens to promiscuous women.
Wow.
Because there is an
The
association.
textbook said this.
My literal medical textbook says this.
Shocking.
It continues to say that in 2024.
Shocking.
Because there is an automatic association that HPV is a sexually transmitted virus. That means that if you give this vaccine to somebody, they're going to go start banging everything that moves. which means if you want to protect the morality of women, you must not give them this vaccine. There is so much misinformation around this vaccine. So the shame around our bodies and around sex has far-reaching implications. It's not just कि हम बात नहीं कर सकते. It is also affecting our medical care. Things are changing. I mean,
But you know, it's so important what you said about HPV, because sometimes when we want to take these kind of conversations into schools and educational institutions, everybody thinks that, oh, there's some association here. So they don't want to have the conversation about a preventable cancer. It's crazy.
it is a shame.
Yeah.
And it is so unfortunate that it's because of some arbitrary moral boundary that has been put on us, that aise hona chahiye, aise nahi hona chahiye, because of which women do not get life saving care, preventive care. So things are changing, definitely they're changing, but how fast is a question.
Now tell me, Dr. Cuterus, I can't even call you Tanaya because I'm so used to thinking of you as Dr. Cuterus. What do you want the girls and the boys here to know? Things that you think everybody should know, but there's shocking ignorance about.
I think I'm going to hammer this point home after this talk very well. Please get your vaccine. If you're under 26 years of old, 26 years of age, you can get the cheaper vaccine, which is 2,000 per dose. So please, 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 please get it. It is one of the best things you can do for your health. Second thing, sutta chhod do, please. You do not understand how poorly it's going to impact your health. Uh, the boys can go to hell in this conversation because it has more of a dramatic impact on your health than it does to men. It is very unfortunate. Nature Maiya ne hamare sath bahut game khela hai, but hai to hai. And the third thing, this is for everybody, no matter what kind of sexual act you're involved in, anal, oral, vaginal, please make sure you're using condoms. Condoms are the only contraceptive in the world that protect you from sexually transmitted infections, and most STIs do not have any symptoms. So just use the condoms. Just do it.
I want to end by asking you, you said you get a lot of pushback. What does that pushback sound like? Do they question your morality? Do they judge you? Have you learned to not care? Does it hurt sometimes?
I cry a lot and I think it's very cathartic.
Oh, we all cry a lot. Why do you cry?
It's really absurd that people think that I am easy access, or I'm my body is meant for objectification, or people can say whatever they can to me just because I really passionately believe in the work I do. I don't know how that link happens, but the pushback that I get often tends to be that you are corrupting the youth of India. Which if I am, तो ठीक है यार, कर रहे हैं corrupt, हो जाओ corrupt, बस safe रहो. Or it tends to be that ये Indian culture का part नहीं है, to which I just want to shove a Kama Sutra textbook in their face and be like, please,
Yeah.
please, uncle.
Well, we want to say thank you to all the important work you've been doing. And may we please have on stage from us a recognition of all that you do as being a woman of the year. Oh my. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Cuterus? Come on, I know it's late, but a bigger round of applause. And now for our finale, but I need the music track for it. Do you have the music track, if you can confirm? Do you have it? In the meantime, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're going to show you as our finale, which we've been keeping top secret. How many of you saw a viral video of children in Lucknow, who were street children, doing a Sabyasachi show? How many of you saw it? You all saw it? So our secret finale, but I can't bring them out till we have the music track for their fashion show. No, for their fashion show, we've got to have the track because they're going to do a fashion show here. And what we did was we actually flew these children from Lucknow to the city of Mumbai because we felt that they should get a larger stage. Right? And I'll tell you another interesting thing. Almost all of the children had stepped onto an aeroplane for the very first time. And I just thought that it was such an interesting video because we've been talking all day about, fashion and what is fashion and is fashion elite or is fashion a form of expression. And just the thought of these children, who many of whom come from really, really poor households, who never had the money to even buy an air ticket, actually just embracing Sabyasachi, and those beautiful red outfits which they make themselves. I just thought it was an extraordinary moment. So as soon as we have their fashion show ready, I'm going to bring them up on stage. You've been a great audience, and you're going to wait just another couple of minutes so that they can be ready. But in the meantime, I want somebody to come up and just talk to us about what you're thinking or feeling right now, because all of you said that you're very cool about talking about anything you want to. Is it really that easy? Yeah. Okay, I'm told the music is ready, so should we go for the fashion show instead? Yeah. So I'm going to let it play, and then they can open the door. Can we do it? Okay. Anyone wants to come up and tell their story while we're getting the music ready? Come. Come. What's your name?
Hi, I am Anjika.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I myself am from Lucknow.
Oh, wow.
And I saw this video of these children, and that.
What did you feel when you saw that video?
I myself am a very big fan of Sabyasachi and his designs. And seeing these people replicate it so gracefully just melted my heart away. And then everyone telling their story, who wanted to become a makeup artist or who actually did
Yeah.
the makeup.
We're going to hear from them in person. I'm just literally waiting to give them some music so they can actually recreate the show. Do we have the music? What's to figure? Let's just play the track. Why? Just from YouTube. Just play the music. Just play it from YouTube, please, if you can. Excuse me, can we do this, please? Okay, why don't we talk in the meantime about what do you want to do? What do you do right now?
Right now, I'm a psychology student. I'm a second year psychology student, and I am planning to take up clinical psychology. Yeah, so I'm planning to take up clinical psychology as my career if everything goes well.
Okay, so are we ready now? I think we're ready. So step off stage. Hi, guys. Can I introduce my finale speakers? My God, I really need someone to talk to me. All right, we're finally ready. So now it's time for our absolute finale, a finale that we've been keeping secret all day, such a special moment. It really is the secret I've been hugging close to my heart literally all day. How many of you saw the viral video where children from a Lucknow slum area, with help from their NGO, were walking the ramp, their own version of the ramp, in Sabyasachi clothes? How many of you saw it? And it wasn't just the most moving thing? So what we did was we got in touch with these children and the NGO who helped them do this. And we said, let's fly you from Lucknow to Mumbai. We also called Sabyasachi, and that surprise is going to come in the end. We also called Sabyasachi and we told him we're doing this. Now, they all wore these Sabyasachi clothes, literally color me red moments. And we said to these kids, why don't you come here? Many of them had never, not many, none of them had ever stepped onto an aeroplane. None of them. Because most of them come from low-income households. So we said, okay, maybe that's also something that we, the women, can do for you. At least enable you to take your first ever plane journey. And now here, as the grand finale, is a recreation of the ramp as imagined by these children from Lucknow in a literal from street to Sabyasachi moment. Put your hands together and let's hear the music.
रखियो भला वो छुले लालड़े शिंदड़ी दा शेवाने दा शकी शहबाज कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीता के आलंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदा बेला लंबर दमादम मस्त कलंदर शकी शहबाज कलंदर ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो वाला चोले लाल रे सिंदरी दा शेवर दा शकी शहबाज कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अलीदा बेला लंबर सगी शहबाज कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर हो लाल मेरी हो झनन झनन बिरानो बत्ती बाजे झनन झनन बिरानो बत्ती बाजे ना झनन झनन पिरानो बत बाजे झनन झनन पिरानो बत बाजे
Wasn't that just fabulous? Let's have a big round of applause for them. And I also want to welcome on the stage the founders of the NGO that enabled this moment. If we can please welcome Harshit and Vishal, I think it is. Aap Harshit hai? Okay. Now I just want to, Vishal, come. Quickly talk to them. आपका नाम?
ज्योति साहू,
और आपका?
मोहित वर्मा,
रंजना कुमारी, महक वर्मा, इशिका कश्यप.
Can we have a huge round of applause for them? And a huge round of applause for Harshit and Vishal. आप ये बताइए कि ये आप लोगों ने कैसे सोचा सब्यसाची के फैशन शो करने का?
सब्यसाची का हम लोग बहुत पहले से ये हम लोग का इंस्पिरेशन है कि हम लोग उनको बहुत ही मानते हैं और उन्हीं की अधिकतर वीडियो बहुत डाल भी चुके हैं पहले. ये एक रील वायरल हुई है, इसके पहले हम लोग बहुत सारी रील्स डाल चुके हैं इसकी.
कैसे इंटरेस्ट हुआ?
हाँ, स्टार्टिंग से ही इंटरेस्ट था हमारा और हमारे फ्रेंड्स हैं वो सब उनका भी स्टार्टिंग से इंटरेस्ट था सिलाई वगैरह में और हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से उनको फॉलो भी करते आ रहे हैं. उनकी ड्रेसेस को देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, हम लोगों को अच्छा लगता है और हम लोग उनके जैसे करने की कोशिश करते रहते हैं.
तो ये कपड़े किसने बने?
मैंने बनाया है.
हाँ?
मेरी पूरी टीम ने बनाया है, मेरे साथ और भी कुछ लोग काम भी करते हैं.
आपका नाम?
रंजना कुमारी.
और आपने बनाया?
यस मैम.
वाओ. और किससे सिखाया आपको?
सीखा है
खुद ही?
नहीं, थोड़ा बहुत आता है, थोड़ा बहुत भैया से भी कुछ ना कुछ बताते हैं.
और आपका नाम क्या है?
महक वर्मा.
और सब्यसाची पसंद है कि बहुत सारे फैशन डिजाइनर्स को फॉलो करते हैं?
सब्यसाची के सर के साथ साथ हम लोग नैन्सी त्यागी को भी हम लोग फॉलो करते हैं और उनकी जितने भी वीडियोस हैं उनकी हम लोग सारी वीडियोस देखते हैं और उनकी बनाई हुई ड्रेसेस को भी हम लोग कॉपी करते हैं.
अच्छा, आज आप एरोप्लेन से आए, पहली बार था?
यस मैम.
कैसा था?
बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा.
डर लगा था?
यस मैम. यस मैम. तो
मतलब हिल रहा था?
हाँ. यस मैम.
फेवरेट डिजाइनर कौन है?
नैन्सी त्यागी है.
नैन्सी त्यागी, क्योंकि उनकी स्टोरी से लगता है कि भाई आपकी भी स्टोरी वैसे हो.
यस मैम, हम लोग उनको फॉलो करते हुए आ रहे हैं अभी शुरू से.
इनक्रेडिबल. हर्षित, टेल अस समथिंग अबाउट ये आइडिया आया कहाँ से?
मैम हम लोग 2013 से एक स्कूल चला रहे हैं लखनऊ में, जहाँ पे हमारे पास लगभग 400 बच्चे हैं जिनको हम लोग पढ़ाते हैं. बेसिकली हम लोग स्लम में काम करते हैं. वहाँ पे पढ़ाई के बाद बहुत सारा समय होता है जो आज के दिन में मुझे लगता है हर बच्चे के पास बहुत समय होता है. पढ़ाई के बाद बच्चा या तो पबजी खेल रहा होता है या गेम खेल रहा होता है. हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि इन बच्चों को बिजी रखने के लिए, ये तुम्हें बिजी रहना है, इसलिए हम लोगों ने बच्चों को, जैसे महक हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छी मधुबनी और वर्ली बनाती है, जानती है, रंजना सिलाई करती है, इशिका बहुत अच्छा मेकअप करती है, वो जो वीडियो वायरल हुई है, बहुत सारे लोग उसमें कंटिन्यूअसली कमेंट करते हैं कि वो किसने बनाई है, किसने बनाई है, किसने बनाई है। वो मोहित ने बनाई है ये, और वो बच्चा एडोब प्रीमियर पे एडिट करता है। सो
आपने सिखाया ये सब?
मैंने सिखाया नहीं मैम, मैंने बस गाइड किया है। बच्चों ने अपने आप चीजें सीखी है। बस हम लोग मैम, हम लोग उस पिता की तरह है कि हाँ तुम्हें खेलने नहीं जाना है, तुम ये काम करो। तुम्हें तुम्हें बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं मैम हमारे यहाँ जो कहीं
कितने बच्चों के साथ आप काम करते
करंटली हमारे पास मैम अभी 400 बच्चे हैं।
हैं? और ज्यादातर लोअर इनकम
हाँ सारे हमारे मैम, हम स्लम के बीच में ही स्कूल चलाते हैं। सो सारे जो बच्चे होते हैं और नॉर्मली सब लेबर क्लास के ही बच्चे होते हैं जो हमारे साथ जुड़ते हैं और हमारे साथ वो स्कूल में हमारे कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
विशाल जी, उम्मीद क्या है, कैसे इन बच्चों को ये सारे इंटरेस्ट और ये स्किल्स देख के आगे क्या बनना चाहिए सारे बच्चे?
मैम बस जो सोच है हम लोगों की, ये सोच है कि ये बच्चे अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो सके। पढ़ाई के साथ साथ एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर बहुत 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 ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। हम लोगों को, हमारी टीम को ऐसा लगता है। वैसे भी ये इंटर पास आउट करेंगे, ग्रेजुएशन करेंगे, लेकिन शायद इनके पास वो रिसोर्सेज नहीं है कि वो उस चीज़ को अचीव कर सकें। तो खुद इतना कैपेबल बन जाना है। हमारा एक ही मोटो है कि इनको ओनरशिप दे दें। जब ये ओनरशिप जान जाएंगे तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ भी पहुंच जाएंगे। तो बस ये कोशिश है।
ये बताइए कि आप, मतलब जैसे कि हर्षित भाई ने बताया कि स्लम के बीच में ही स्कूल चलता है, तो आपकी फैमिली में पिताजी माताजी क्या करते हैं?
मेरे पापा फ्रूट का एक ठेला लगाते हैं और मम्मी हाउसवाइफ है।
अमेजिंग। आपकी?
मेरे पापा लेबर हैं और मेरी मम्मी दूसरों के घर में जाती हैं बर्तन धुलने।
मेरे पापा पेंटिंग का काम करते हैं और मम्मी हाउस वाइफ।
और आप?
मेरे पापा लेबर है और मम्मी हाउसवाइफ है।
मम्मी हाउसवाइफ है, पापा प्राइवेट जॉब।
अब मुझे ये बताओ, सब्यसाची तो एक बहुत इलीट महंगे कपड़े बनाते हैं। आप लोगों को मतलब इतना इंटरेस्ट उनमें, वो कह सकते हैं लोग कि वो इलीट है ना, कि हमारे तो मतलब रीच से बाहर है, लेकिन आपने इस वीडियो से दिखाया कि फैशन सबके लिए।
यस मैम, जो भी हम लोगों के डोनेशन के भी कपड़े आते हैं तो उससे मिक्स मैच करके कि ये इस पे अच्छा लगेगा तो इससे हम लोग क्रिएट कर सकते हैं कोई अच्छी ड्रेस जो न्यू न्यू आई, अभी भी सब्यसाची की ड्रेस आ रही है तो हम लोग उसको भी रिक्रिएट कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए, अगर आप लोग सब्यसाची जी को कोई मैसेज देना चाहें, अगर वो ये देख रहे हो, तो आप क्या बोलेंगे?
मिलना चाहते हैं सर से।
हाँ क्या?
हम लोग सब्यसाची सर से मिलना चाहते हैं।
यस मैम।
मिलना चाहते हैं।
मिलना चाहते हैं।
तो सब्यसाची जी को हमने फोन किया और वो है न्यूयॉर्क में, लेकिन उन्होंने आपके लिए कुछ भेजा है। कैन वी प्लीज हैव फ्रॉम सब्यसाची कम। और कंट्रीब्यूशन, आ जाओ आप। अरे आ जाओ। This is Sabyasachi's contribution of 25 lakh rupees to the children and to the NGO who made this beautiful, beautiful moment possible. And from our side, a trophy to all the children and Harshit and Vishal. ये मैं आपको, नहीं आप पीछे आइए ना, सब आ जाइए. And let's all get a photograph. All eyes there. A huge, 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 huge round of applause for these incredible children. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है सर। थैंक यू
सब्यसाची
सो
जी
मच।
ने ये अपने दिल से भेजा है आपके लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपने हम लोगों के लिए इतना सोचा। थैंक यू सो मच।
हर्षित जी
हम लोग मैम बस जब वीडियो बनाने के लिए बच्चों को मोटिवेट करते थे, तो बस हम लोग को लगता था कि ये लोग अपना समय ना वेस्ट करें। मैम ये आपका प्लेटफॉर्म जो है बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है हम लोगों के लिए। लास्ट में 2013 से मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है, तभी हम लोग इस काम में हैं। बट मैम अब ना जैसे ये बच्चे हमारे बड़े हो रहे हैं और जो ये बच्चे कर रहे हैं, सो बीइंग सब भैया बोलते हैं, और अब हम लोगों की मैम एक ना रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है इन बच्चों के प्रति। अभी मैं आपको बताऊं मैम, हम लोग पिछले 3 सालों से एडमिशन नहीं ले रहे अपने स्कूल में। जो बच्चे हैं हम उन्हीं को रिसोर्सेज नहीं कंप्लीट कर पा रहे। ऐसा कोई हमारे पास इतने बड़े फंड्स नहीं है जिससे हम लोग वो मीट आउट कर पाए। बट उन्होंने ना जब हमारी बस एक वीडियो शेयर करी, हमारे पेज पे मुश्किल से 1500 फॉलोअर्स थे और 1300 के आसपास वीडियो थी, और हम लोग बस सोचते थे कि बच्चे बना रहे हैं और बच्चे सीख रहे हैं और इनको आएगा लाइफ में और कुछ अच्छा कर ले जाएंगे। और हमारे यहाँ से बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं मैम, अभी 1-2 साल में एक बच्चा आईपीएल में है, 110% हमारे यहाँ का। आर्ट कॉलेज, हर साल लखनऊ आर्ट कॉलेज से हमारे बच्चे मैम पास आउट हो रहे हैं। कई अच्छे एज अ आरजे हमारे यहाँ से बच्चे हैं जो एज अ आरजे आज वर्क कर रहे हैं कानपुर में। सो हम लोगों ने मैम कभी कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं रखा, बट उन्होंने जब मैम वीडियो शेयर करी, रातों रात, मैं थोड़ा सा समय लूंगा मैम, रातों रात ये वीडियो वायरल हुई और नेक्स्ट डे मेरे पास बरखा मैम का मैसेज था और उनके पर्सनल आईडी से मेरे पास मैसेज था, और हम लोग मैम को भी फॉलो कर रहे हैं काफी समय से। मैम ने कहा नहीं हर्षित, ये करना है। मेरा एक चीज कहना है आप सभी से, आप सब लोग सोशल मीडिया चलाते हो, अगर हम सोशल मीडिया को पॉजिटिवली यूज करें, आज ये ना हम बताएं, मैम का जब मेरे पास फोन आया, उसके बाद मैम की टीम से फोन आया, तो मैंने एक ही चीज बोला, अरे आप मुझे बस फ्लाइट का टिकट दे दो, मैं आने के लिए रेडी हूँ, बिकॉज मेरे बच्चे फ्लाइट में बैठना चाहते हैं। मैं बहुत क्लियरली मैंने ये चीज बोली। बरखा मैम मतलब टीम से तुरंत आया, नहीं हम दोनों साइड का फ्लाइट का देंगे और बच्चों को अच्छा से अच्छा, हम उतने में ही खुश थे। अ, हमें ये जो आज मिला है, ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है और एक बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। थैंक यू सो वेरी मच। और एक चीज मैं और ऐड करना चाहूंगा कि हम लोगों के बच्चों की किस्मत कहीं ना कहीं एक बंद ताले में कैद थी, उसको चाबी के माध्यम से सव्यसाची सर ने खोला। और मतलब थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
नॉट एट ऑल, ये हमारा ऑनर है आपसे और आपके बच्चों के से मुलाकात करने के लिए। देयर अमेजिंग आर्टिस्ट, यू आर अमेजिंग पीपल टू हैव गिवन देम दिस चांस।
प्लीज प्लीज कभी भी आप मेरा एक चीज कहना है, मुझे मालूम है हम लोग जिस कम्युनिटी में काम करते हैं उसको जवारन कम्युनिटी बोला जाता है। मैं ये चीज जरूर ऐड करना चाहूंगा, जवारन वो लोग होते हैं जो आम के लिए डलिया बनाते हैं। जो लखनऊ बेल्ट है उसमें हरदोई है और आसपास बहुत सारा आम का खेती होता है। सो ये जो कम्युनिटी है, ये कम्युनिटी बेसिकली डलिया बनाने का काम करती है। वक्त के साथ वो काम जो है वो खत्म हो गया और वो जो आर्टिस्ट थे वो लेबर बन गए, और आज के दिन में मैम इस स्टेज पे आके वो बच्चे फिर से आर्टिस्ट बन गए, उनके पेरेंट्स आर्टिस्ट बन गए। अभी 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 बरखा मैम ने बोला हर्षित आप क्या करते हो, जिनके खून में अगर कलाकारी है ना, आप उनको कलाकारी नहीं सिखा सकते हो, आप बस उनको मोटिवेट कर सकते हो।
I'll give the last word, आप पकड़ो, लास्ट वर्ड इसको पकड़ के बच्चों को ही दूंगी। अब सपना क्या है?
मेरा सपना है कि मैं आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट का एज अ टीचर बनूं।
मेरा सपना है कि मैं आगे चल के एक बहुत बड़ी मेकअप आर्टिस्ट बनूं।
मेरा सपना है कि मैं फैशन डिजाइनर बनूं। मेरा सपना है कि मैं एक अपनी खुद की बेकरी खोलूं।
और मेरा सपना है कि मैं एक अच्छा फिल्म डायरेक्टर बनूं।
आप कैमरा से फोटोज भी ले रहे थे ना?
Yes.
I just want to say that the fact that Sabyasachi could trigger this in them, this creativity, this imagination, is what I think fashion is about. You know, people say, oh, this is elite, this is not elite. No, I think we've seen that a designer like Sabyasachi appealed to their creative imagination and they were set free. And I want to thank Sabyasachi for his contribution to innovate for change, and to the girls and boys here, and to Harshit and Vishal, our special thank you and our gratitude.
थैंक यू सो मच।
थोड़े तो खुश लगी, आप बहुत सैड लग रहे हैं।
कुछ नहीं मैम, बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेके आए थे हम लोग जब ये बच्चे आ रहे थे। मैम मतलब एक महीने आज से 2-3 महीने पहले मैम महक यहाँ पे खड़ी है, इसकी मदर चाह रही थी कि इसकी शादी कर दे।
My God, अभी इसकी उम्र क्या है?
अभी महक मैम 17 में है, अभी इंटरमीडिएट में है। सो ये हम लोग ना बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के साथ बॉम्बे आए थे, और कई सालों से मतलब हम लोग चाह रहे थे कि ये कुछ ऐसा हो। सो अगर आज ये बच्चे आए, मतलब आप, मतलब मैम आप सोचिए, ये जो बच्ची यहाँ पे खड़ी है, ज्योति नाम है, हम लोग उसको जो बोलते हैं। बहुत अच्छा केक बेक करती है, कुकर और कढ़ाई में बेक करती
कौन
थी।
सा फेवरेट रेसिपी आपका? बेकरी?
हाँ,
क्या?
लावा केक, चोको लावा केक।
Chocolate cake. Amazing. You know, we could go on, we could listen to these children for hours, but I just want to give a big gratitude to Sabyasachi, a big gratitude to Harshit and Vishal, and my biggest gratitude to the children here. Let's all get a photograph. Vishal could go next. हाँ.
मैं जब आ रहा था तो बच्चों से बोला था कि डरने का नहीं, बात करने का वहां जा करके। और बच्चों ने बोला था कि जा रहे हैं मुंबई के समंदर से मिलने, मुंबई के समंदर पे आकर के अपने मोतियों को मिलाने लाए हैं।
Lovely. Oh. Can we please give it up for the wonderful, wonderful team from Lucknow? Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Aye. And that brings us to the close. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. And see you next year. Thank you, Sophia College. Thank you to the students here. Thanks to the whole team backstage. And thank you for being an absolutely wonderful audience.
Bring your business online with GoDaddy.